occult things and whatnot. And it's like if you ever met a Virgo, they really don't talk much. They know some stuff, but they don't talk too much. So
Yeah, but
but
like
they are smart.
they know all the details. Like you're going in on
Yeah,
like angles and like the geometrical, like you know the concrete and the abstract, and you know how to bring that shit together.
yeah. I'm glad you put it that way because it's like that eighth house is kind of it is. What is it? The eighth house is just one of them jumps. I'm hard. I'm trying to. I be trying to put together, but it's just it really is weird. Eighth house, fourth house, and 12th house really are like mystical houses. I just because when I would try to put keywords to them, when I really can't figure it out, I be like, fourth house is your home, but then it's deeper than your home. It saves your early life, but then it's really like late in life and close to death. But that's because matter of fact, let me find this book. This one.
Oh, this is hella interesting. Just like
Goodness.
knowing us, it like helps to know like my own chart because it's like how the relationship is just a 90-degree angle away from Virgo or from Pisces and then Sagittarius and Gemini.
Oh man.
No, yeah, because it's like I'll sit there and try to study my own chart, but it's like we know what ours is, but I learn it way better now when I tried to start applying it. So like for the last week and a half, I just been out, hey, what's up? And then I try to size people up. So like I got Joan. I noticed two people in my family had the same nakshatra ascendant, but it's in different rashis, different signs. And
Wow.
they both, as children, I don't know if you've seen a Joan, but it's Mercury on ascendant. The one on the top was
Yeah.
a Gemini, the one at the bottom was a Taurus. But they both was Mercury, and they had the same type of eyebrows, same wide mouth, thin upper lip, big bottom lip. Um, but then it's like as they get older, because the one on top, she's like 20
Oh, that's
now.
the same baby, low key. I didn't know.
Yeah.
I thought I was the same baby.
And right. And that's what I said. I said, damn,
Yeah.
I never thought about it like this. I looked at someone else and it was like it was different. So I said, okay, the moon probably playing a way bigger role uh in her chart because she didn't really look like the other ascendants that I've seen in that nakshatra. But I was like, damn, I learned more when I actually stopped focusing on myself and started like trying to like apply it to the things around me. Cause it's like I
But
don't
get
know if
that,
you talk to me.
like as they grow, you're gonna notice the more differences. So it's like as your knowledge evolves, like they grow with it. So it's like your knowledge is always gonna evolve with it. If you catch my drift, you know what I mean?
I
Like
do.
you're gonna notice the differences, and you have like an handle for that thought, like a symbol to be able to grasp the concepts. That's
Yeah,
dope.
cause when you put up Purva Bhadrapada and I saying a man with two faces, I said, damn, that made sense. Cause like the Mangekyo Renegades, I like suture them.
Yeah.
I'm like, holy shit, like the
Where are
fuck?
them? I'm about to put them up. There we go.
Oh,
There we go. Yeah, that's my Saturn placement.
Purva Bhadrapada. I think that's
Yeah.
mine's too. 29 degrees Aquarius.
Mine's at 24, I think. Yeah, 24. 29, bro. That's like so you still get the Pisces, like that Pisces qualities.
Hmm.
Because you're right at that like transition point. So it's like you're not Aquarius and you're not Pisces. You're like a unique, it's like its own sign. Cusp signs are like their own sign.
You told me something.
cusp.
So is that like what people say? Critical degrees, 0 to
Yeah,
29.
like
Okay, I'm gonna look
29.
that up.
It's like a I think Dolo got some 2 videos on it. I think 2 or 3. He talked about that. But it's like you have the qualities of both the signs. So it's like in younger years, it's like you're wrestling between the two. But as you mature, like your handle over those signs mature with it, or mature with you.
Greetings around the world. Welcome to the Major Society Book Study Group. Today we'll be discussing, at least for 10 minutes, the Kybalion, the chapter on the mental universe, which is chapter 5. Now, I don't know about you guys, but I'm able to see things here that I was not able to see before, especially here that he's referencing the explicit difference between the father entity and the mother entity.
Shiva Shakti.
Right.
Yeah.
Shiva Shakti, Prakriti Purusha, masculine, feminine.
Yeah, I fucked with this chapter heavy. Like this and mental transmutation, I think go hand in hand.
Yeah. And see, before when I read this, I was still on the whole subconscious mind thing and reprogram your subconscious mind and that whole wave. So I figured that the feminine aspect was the subconscious mind and the masculine aspect was the conscious mind, right? The conscious mind being able to think.
Yeah, that's what. Yeah,
that's what I thought. Not realizing that maybe it's a bit deeper than that. And he even referenced it towards the end. He says Mother Nature, which is where we get the description of Prakriti, the feminine aspect of the totality of all nature, of all matter. So I don't think it is a big mistake that in the West we speak of Father God, our Father who are in heaven. We always talk about the masculine essence of God, yet we still hold on to that aspect of Mother Nature. That's the way it's always been. It's the feminine aspect that produces, but it's the masculine aspect that directs the direction of the production. And that's how it even goes. We see that in our human relationships. We see that everywhere. That's how it always is. The masculine aspect guides and the feminine aspect produces.
Yeah.
Nothing more, nothing less. I remember Ananya brought up, I think it was last week or the week before, where she was talking about here where it was saying the difference between the I and the me.
Yeah, I remember that too.
So it really seems like the me is the aspect of what we consider the self, which is basically all this matter, right? The body, that's me. The clothes and the style and the memories and my experience with the 5 senses, basically. That's what I call it. And that all belongs to matter, to nature, to Prakriti. But the I is the silent observer, the innocent witness who never took part in any of this. The I, which is
That's the Purusha. That's the Purusha. That's the, oh man, yeah, like how you're saying, like I couldn't help but like see the Samkhya Darshan like throughout the whole chapter and like throughout the whole fucking book now.
it's amazing. Like, what are the chances that we're reading that book when we go through this chapter? Like, no coincidence.
Yeah.
Honestly, if it wasn't for learning about Samkhya or any of this Vedic stuff, wouldn't have been able to come to this conclusion. That's been right in our face all this time.
But I didn't even have any of this Vedic shit 6 months ago. Or like July, because when I got my reading from Khadija, she was like, "Oh, you're gonna be studying like Eastern philosophy," and I didn't have shit. And then now I have like fuck. It's like what the fuck? Everything comes full circle for sure.
Wow. Wow. Yeah, you're going to be studying Eastern philosophy, meditation, and all that.
I also got like heavy like Trinity vibes, basically, like 1, 2, and 3, the relationship, and then like the triangle.
So what do you see as the third aspect?
I see it as like the father and mother come together to create his own being, which is like, so when he was getting into like people say like I am God, but they're not understanding like what that is. I got the same vibes as like Junnu when he was saying the whole I am Brahman thing in his Jnana Yoga book.
Yeah.
Um, but what was in the Kybalion that I liked was that it explained the real meaning of that, like how it's really like a title, or it's a like something that it's like a when you have awareness of the mental universe, then you're able to create, and that being a creator is like what I got out of it was being a creator is what being a god is being able to create from your like create your universe mentally.
Yes.
Yeah. So that would be that third aspect to me, is like that actively being able to create that and being a creator of it.
Absolutely.
And that's where the word like creator, if you break it down, um, like the C and the R is Chronos, and then the E and the A is Rhea, and then the TOR is Jupiter.
Wow.
So like even that word is a compilation of entities. So like that word is like, you know what I mean? Like, you know
That's
what I'm
Father,
trying to
Mother,
say?
Son right there. Holy.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly what we're fucking talking about.
Wow. That's deep right there. Chronos, Rhea, Jupiter. Literally, that's the Holy Trinity, and that's the way it has been. Isis, Osiris, Horus. To be able to create. So I wonder when we talk about when we talk about the Trinity, I wonder if that's more of an aspect of kind of like how Yahweh is a title but also a formula. I wonder if that Trinity is also a formula of bringing together the consciousness and the matter aspect to create something with it, to be able to operate in all three angles as opposed to just being what is operated upon.
Yeah, I think that's what the whole that gets right into the gunas. Like if you want to get specific about it, that's like what guna are you operating from?
Peace, Chango.
It's good, Shango.
Peace, everybody.
What guna are you operating from?
Because the actions don't change. Like that's what one of the heavy things I learned from Janu was that like the action doesn't change, but the expression of the action changes. So it's like anger is going to be anger, but the way it's expressed can be tamastically, rajasically, or sattvically.
Yeah. Yeah. And I'm a firm believer that it's never the content, it's always the context. in which that content is engaged. So, like you said, it could be anger, it could be violence, right? But depending on what that intention is.
Yeah.
And that right there just shows the subjective nature of good and evil. It's no such thing, it's all relative. But what's that intention about?
That's why NLP is derived from here, because you can't not talk about it now. You know what I mean? Because like that, you just described NLP.
And I think I might have to start performing a search for what doesn't come out of this Indian philosophy. What hasn't been touched by it? What hasn't been spawned from these seeds?
That's why it's like, oh, we got back to like the Gunas when we were talking about the Kybalion, but really we're still talking about the Kybalion, but it's more specific. Like when you get more into like the more deeper aspects of it. That's how I see it, at least. Shit.
You're right. And I jokingly say we're only going to talk about chapter 5 for 10 minutes because, we go off on so many other things. But truthfully, it's all related. We never really go off. Well, for the most part, we never really
We go
off.
in. We go in.
Yeah, we go in topic. Peace, everybody in the chat. What's good, Isaac? Al Dickey, Tree Marie, Legitimate Legati. When we do these the lives for extra long, I think when they go beyond 15 hours, it takes YouTube a super long time to I guess watch it and transcode it and upload it. You can still get it. I'll post the link in the chat if you need to watch it. But that's why I didn't make it private. It just takes a super long time to upload. Phoenix Power greetings. Julie Voinovich, good to see you always. Alex M, what's up? You got the link. Hop on in. Bring that Snoop wine. The blood of Snoop Dogg. I seal ether. Greetings. The blood of Snoop. What's good, naturally natured? The all is spirit, but what is spirit? This question cannot be answered for the reason that its definition is practically that of the all, which cannot be explained or defined. Spirit is simply a name that men give to the highest conception of infinite living mind. It means the real essence. It means living mind, as much superior to life and mind as we know them, as the latter are superior to mechanical energy and matter. Spirit transcends our understanding, and we use the term merely that we may think or speak of the all. For the purposes of thought and understanding, we are justified in thinking of spirit as infinite living mind, at the same time acknowledging that we cannot fully understand it. We must either do this or stop thinking of the matter at all. So, in other words, it's really acknowledging that we don't know what the hell we're talking about because these concepts are so large, so vast. But to even have a handle so that we can begin to break it down even just a little bit, we use these phrases like spirit and infinite living mind. But man, why not just go back to where this came from? Why create something totally new and different and say we can't begin to understand it? Why not just speak about it from where it came from? I think it'd be a lot easier that way. What's up, sunshine chick?
You know why? Because man doesn't like to admit that he doesn't know something. That goes to show the sickness of the the misworking of the ego. The ahamkara is working against his natural purpose. Everybody's natural way of being is supposed to be of inner peace, meaning that you have a natural flow. We would understand why these things, but once man, because we go through life, we gain right knowledge and wrong knowledge. We know that's a part of Patanjali's teachings. So the whole thing, once man keeps learning these wrong teachings and begin to say these teachings to him, he begins to develop wrong actions. And one of his wrong actions is not admitting that he don't know what he's talking about. Just say, listen here, I don't know what it is. If we was given that from the beginning, saying that we don't know what is the essence of the spirit, we don't know what the essence of the creative force. That's why there's so many names. That's why there's so much arguments. One person causes this, somebody causes that. They say it's this, they say it's that. Then they gotta define it. That's the main thing. The only way a person will understand what the all is when they go into silence of themselves. They have to experience it for their own self.
Yeah.
That's another reason why that's why we're not seeing Janananda in recent videos. You know why? Because he's in sannyasin right now. Sannyasin is the process of giving up worldly attachment. He's in the process of going beyond where he was already at. He's giving up everything. And this was for I just find this has been since 2009. So that's the whole thing, man. We as the being human, being the experiencing of humanism, we're fucking liars. We're untruthful about not being honest and saying, yo, I don't know what it is. And then we're intellectualize everything so we can rationalize it.
Yeah. Which is what he was saying in that first paragraph of this chapter.
Yeah.
Let's rationalize it. Let's just call it spirit and infinite living mind, because other than that, we might as well just drop the whole thing. That's literally what he says.
And then once you get that because there's levels of wisdom, there's levels of knowledge, there's levels of understanding. You have supreme wisdom, you got supreme understanding, supreme knowledge. So once you get to the supreme levels, you begin now to empathize with the way that humanity thinks, because you understand it. You be like, it's just a misunderstanding of everything, because we want to be. See, that's like Western science. They want the beginning so they can define the end of it. So once you get an understanding, you want to define the understanding. So it's like that is what it is. That's control. If you control the narrative,
I think the big problem with that, though, isn't even just the fact that we want to control it. It's the fact that we're so fast. We never sit with it and really break it down. It's quickly. Okay, that's what it is. Okay, well this. Okay, well that.
Because that's another misteaching, to think that everything got to be done quickly. We have to absorb it now. We have no time to waste. Time waits for no man. Like you said, you're not going to find a lot of the systems that have been utilized by workers of inner engineering and betterment of the self. You're going to find they've been using yogic philosophy. So it's not going to be a lot of systems. We already know the systems that don't use it. Americanism,
Yeah,
colonialism, all the isms are not using it. Isms and schisms. Because you know why? Because it takes inner work for yourself It takes self-analysis. It doesn't take you to analyze other people first to see yourself in them. You got to see yourself in the all.
Yeah.
Self journey, like Amar just said, it's a fucking self journey. Why do you think people getting? Why do you think um what the fuck they call it when you get like breast implants and shit like that? What do they call that practice? What's that?
Plastic surgery.
Enhancements. Once you get enhancements on yourself, because don't nobody like themselves. So if people don't like themselves, you think they're gonna do self-analysis for inner engineering?
Shit.
When they're always worried about if their nose is too fucking big, or if their lips are too small, or if their butt is too. They're not fucking worried about no fucking.
Yo,
They're not worried about the inner soul.
That's what's plaguing you. That's what's plaguing me for years. My nose isn't right. My lips aren't right. What? I'm gonna spend thousands of somebody's dollars. You know, if it ain't my money, then I'm gonna have to get it. So I'm gonna work for it by any means necessary to get this doctor to go in and cut and shave and clip and create. But something tells me even after that process, you're not gonna be happy.
People don't even worry about eating too much fucking carbohydrates, but they worry about whether their lips are looking perky enough. And what about the money they spend on fucking Viagra and erectile dysfunction and shit like that? Millions of dollars is spent on so insecure men, because you know what I'm saying, if they was to fucking do some inner engineering, you wouldn't have to worry about erectile or penile dysfunction. Dude, get your mind right, man.
Get your mind right and get you some CMOS.
Get you some CMOS, my nigga. That's what the whole process of this yoga philosophy is about. Everything on this earth plane that we feel that we need leads to more suffering, leads to more needing, leads to more wanting, leads to not wanting. Once you accept the fact, like, okay, I know there's things that I'm going to want, there's things I'm going to need, there's things that I'm going to like. But that doesn't mean that if I don't get it, it's fucking over for me.
I'm done. Nothing will ever be right until.
People don't see no good in themselves. That's why they run from the work that it takes to fix themselves, or they worry about that it's taking too long, they're not getting the results quick enough. So they're either, I think that kind of, to go back to the fake it till you make it shit, a person will fake it till they make it because they don't have the time to invest to really do it the way it's supposed to be done. So fuck it, let me just fake it. At least I can look like I'm doing it.
You know, a whole business is started off of that insecurity. Like, how many online courses are there that promise you quick results? And we want those quick results, so we would rather invest all that money than invest in the training or education.
That's the bottom line. You got to do this shit, man. Even the yogis tell you that. And then if you really want to keep it real, there is no, what else are you going to go to that's going to enhance you, that can give you superpowers, which are called cities? What else are you going to use to get you to that level? Nothing. It's just gonna be a play off the emotional state. You're gonna keep playing with yourself emotionally, but you're not going to actually be practically changing anything.
We can feel good.
What does it say? What mastery consists not in abnormal dreams, visions, or fantastic imaginings of living, but in using the higher forces against the lower. That's what it says in the, you got to use it against it. And if you use something, it's just like if you want to dig a hole, you have to use a shovel. But what does the shovel need? You using it. It's not gonna fucking dig a hole by itself. You're gonna have to do the fucking work.
It's a tool. And a tool, in order for it to be useful, it's got to be used. A lot like meditation.
You actually got to do meditation. You got to do, well, first you got to concentrate so you can get to the process of to meditate. Many people don't, that's the main thing that many people don't get. They think that just because they flexible and they can put their legs in a position, or that they sit with all their crystals surrounding them in a circle, and they got some beautiful background music, or what I'm saying, lo-fi atmosphere music going on, and candles, and the atmosphere is right, and they sitting in the sadhasana, they think they're meditating.
Oh yeah.
With all their crystals.
Jay, you got some people punching the air right now, bro.
Like, God damn it. He don't know what he's talking about. He always talking.
Hate when that guy gets on here. He don't know everything.
He can't even spell Shango right.
Spirituality is individual to everybody. Everybody's got their own spirituality. Who told you that? Yes, everyone has their own experience with spirit.
Mm-hmm. It still follows. What we have to do on our own individual path and journey is follow the rules of the universe. You got to be obedient to rules. There's rules and there's guidelines to this thing here.
Right.
If the earth said, fuck it, turn off the gravity on their ass, what's the next rule you're going to follow after that? Going 2,000 miles per hour in a spinning orbit. You got to follow rules. You got to follow the pattern that's set forth of change. Of course, you could manipulate yourself. You're not manipulating the laws of the universe. You're manipulating the inner elements of yourself along with your actions on the planet. You have to manipulate yourself. That's the higher and lower.
Yes.
That's the manas, and that's the buddhi. Buddhi is the higher mind. Manas is the lower mind. Manas is where the input all coming in to that shit, where it's supposed to just be supervising it. Okay, this is here. Direct that to the ahamkara. Direct that to boom, boom, boom. To direct. No, but once you're spinning off into doing your own thing, the manas is like, man, fuck it. You do it my way or the highway.
Chaos.
It's
Chaos
out of control. What do you say, Trap?
Yeah, like you were saying, out of control. The chaos is in the system now. The house divided can't stand. Jesus,
it becomes an out of control supervisor.
Mm-mm.
And don't nobody like an out of control supervisor, because everybody says, what? Man, you ain't the fucking boss, man.
Yikes.
Dude, you just the supervisor. Why you always sweating me all the time?
Damn.
That's the manas. Once it starts taking matters into its own hands.
And what does that look like in real life? That looks like I see Amar eating. Now I'm hungry. Now I gotta go grab something to put in my mouth.
Yeah.
I got to. There's no choice. I can't say no. I'm now powerless.
It's another example of that. Going to the club and spending all your fucking money in a competitive uh dick slinging battle to see who can buy more bottles than these niggas got on the table over there.
Competitive.
Nigga, we gonna buy out the bar, my nigga.
We gonna do it too, shit.
That's why Shine spent fucking 10 years in fucking prison. Because as Puffy and them was walking through, another nigga like, they telling the bodyguards telling everybody to move out the way in the club. You be like, fuck, I don't gotta move. I got money too. And somebody threw money at Puffy and Shine. Not knowing Shine was a different type of guy. I'm gonna shoot the whole club up now. But that shows you the different levels of mental and spiritual toxicity. That it's always this competitive, aggressive, out of control behavior. Mm-hmm. So just take away yourself from that and only apply that to you as an individual. You always checking yourself. That's what basically what we're trying to say is everybody should be checking their self all the time.
Constantly. Awareness, being present. You got to be present in order to do that. And that's part of this work, managing yourself, getting to that level where you can be present to be able to check yourself in real time.
Didn't it mention something that if the universe was to see, or if the all was to see the universe as reality, it would mess up the balance. Nothing that the human creates is a reality to the universe. Because the universe or the all operates on its own pattern of existence. Mm-hmm. And the all, we can't even fucking define that fucking pattern. We're going to have to go, you're going to have to fall off the grid. You're going to have to become a sannyasin. Well, the nigga be like, yo, man, what happened to your man? But like, yo, I think that nigga moved to the Himalayas. Yo, I ain't seen him in... A nigga, what you mean? He left his house, his car, every fucking thing, man. He said he was going to live within Samadhi. Then come back, and that's going to be the next level of teaching. Because we as individuals, we're supposed to be evolving beyond human. That's one of the problems too, Trav, that everybody is stuck on living as a human being. We're supposed to be evolving beyond that shit. Then you will know what the Egyptians was fucking talking about. You'll know what the shamans talking about too when they're able to transfer their consciousness and turn into a fucking bear or turn into a wolf. That's not a human experience. That's an experience of another being on the planet. But now imagine you able to transform your conscious cognitive awareness into an energy force or energy matter existence in the cosmic universe that's beyond earthly existence. So, man, shit.
Care to speak on that, Amar? Oh, okay.
That's why I know for a fact that people going back and watching your videos and they're patterning themselves off of it. But they don't want, but they can never come. See, that shows you how many beta males it exists in the world. Alpha male is the one to become like, yo, man, good job, man. I really like the way you put that together. I think I'm gonna utilize that. You know, I think I could really take your advice and maybe add it on to myself. What do you think about that? A beta male takes your whole fucking pattern, your platform, and runs with it and creates his own fucking shit and never thanks you or tells anybody where he got the shit from.
Funny behavior.
And that's the basic shit that we really trying to work on. Every individual. See, we man and woman. That's why you got to go from being a man or a woman. Then you go to elevate to a king and a queen, where you're still a king man, a queen woman. Then there's gods and goddesses. That's beyond the human experience. The only way you can go beyond the human experience is you're going to have to utilize procedures and techniques that challenge the very same thing that you're trying to change. You're going to have to utilize the very same weaknesses to challenge you to go beyond, to be stronger than who you are, physically stronger, mentally stronger, spiritually stronger.
Just to piggyback off of what Django was saying about the like evolving from humanity, was that like for if you look at like us and the relationship with like diseases and stuff like that, it's a catalyst for our like evolution and involution. And so like humanity being like a disease, as in the thinking patterns of humanity that keep us in a tamasic state to be able to evolve from that. But that tamasic state is needed as a catalyst to be able to go to a rajasic and sattvic state.
And think about who only has to do that. The human being. There ain't no elephants trying to meditate. No dogs, no birds, no fucking skunks, no animals. Animals follow the natural pattern of their existence. They already tapped in to who they are and how they're supposed to live. The only thing that changes the pattern of the animal is the pattern of the human. When we start destroying their habitats and shit like that, now you got a bear coming into your backyard, opening up your garbage can. And that's only because you didn't tore down fucking 60 acres of where the fucking bear was living at, and he had other shit to eat. So now you change the pattern. But the human being has to go through a whole program, a whole process of meditation, concentration, cleansing, to fucking cleanse the liver and cleanse your blood and your mind, fast, go on a fucking diet, gotta stretch, you gotta do pranayama. Only the human. That shows you right there how fucked up we are. Ain't nobody better than nobody, man. And it ain't even about being better than nobody. It's about being better than your lower self. Capable of withstanding activity that's not conducive for higher existence. You know, anime, like this picture I got up here, this anime face, right? He looks insane. But you know what anime always do? They'll make a character like that. Once he calms down, he's the most intelligent motherfucker that you can be around. And it always looks odd. The odd anime character is always the one that be the deepest. Because there's what? There's There's a duality of the personality, of course, because you know why? Because that's why you can't destroy the ahamkara. You cannot destroy the ego. You can't destroy energy. Can't be fucking destroyed. You only change it or manipulate its character into another more calmer or usable character. You can't always walk around like the fucking Joker every minute of the day. Well, go ahead and check yourself into Arkham.
So it's about being able to like to harness that and to tame it. Because if you run away from it, that's another problem, or like that's another incorrect way. Because then running away from it is out of fear, it's inconducive to this whole path.
Yeah, you feed its power by saying if you have to run away from something, that means you are unsure that you're capable of overcoming it.
Yeah.
That means you have no faith in your own abilities.
Oh, I like how Trav put it in one of his videos. It's like a slap in the face to spirit, like doubting,
Yeah,
like second guessing and shit like that.
yeah. Meaning that you already got everything that's obtainable. You have to be able to kickstart the latent ability, and maybe facing the fucking fear is the key to open the door to the ability to overcome what you're afraid of. Face the shit. Tell people the truth. Once you start conquering lies, you've obtained a superpower. You've subdued your inner desire for being untruthful. Once you conquer some shit like that, what else can you do? And then you reap the benefit of living a truthful, open, honest lifestyle.
Yeah,
So that's the
because
beginning thing of
the
meeting
opposite
people.
of that, you would be lying to yourself. My bad. Keep on going.
No, you're right. That's a good add-on. Because who else are you really lying to but your fucking self?
Exactly.
Ever. Yeah.
It's so much teaching in this shit. Like you mentioned the gunas. I'm in the process of developing a YouTube channel and putting together my first content, right? But I'm putting together the content based off of a piece of the yogic philosophy. Every time I do the research on one particular thing, I end up going off track doing the research on 20 different things based off of the one thing I started studying in yogic philosophy. I can't even get focused to just say, oh man, fuck it, go back to what you're supposed to be making and get the video out. I can't do it because I learned it's so much to learn. And so you keep breaking yourself down more and more. I haven't gotten down to the minute element of my inner self to be comfortable enough to move past something that I continuously learning in this information. You could do a whole week's study on just the fucking gunas. Because a lot of people don't even know what that means. I think we might want to be conscious of that too. When we say certain words, we might want to give the definition of it. Because everybody is not really, some people are just, they're watching and learning as they watch. They might not be reading the particular information. And we might want to, what the fuck did he say? Gunas? What the fuck is that?
Yeah, it's true.
It's a quality.
Hmm. Hmm. Content opportunity. I mean, really, the only videos I see on the subject is, I mean, it's primarily Indian, from Indian people.
Yeah,
Might be an opportunity for, I don't know, for us.
we're bringing it in, man. And like I heard Swami Jananand say that when it comes to this type of information from these people, or even him, you've attached yourself to his lineage.
Mm-hmm.
Whether to really to become, and everything is an initiation process. So if we was to connect ourselves with the Bihar school, somebody is going to have to go there, and it ain't gonna be for no week. And they're gonna have to practice, and they're gonna have to become what yoga is. They're gonna have to become a yogin. Then you initiate it into the school. Then the school, because you have to be found. Nobody's going to just pass over responsibility to a person that's still irresponsible. That's why this channel, that's why what you're doing, it really is important, man, because you could be making videos on a bunch of bull crap. There's millions of successful channels out there of people just doing bullshit.
I could keep
You're
pumping out.
giving free game out um on information that people pay thousands of dollars to go sit and watch a yogin or a swami come from another. Don't think a swami ain't making no money.
Right, right. It's a reason why they only got him to speak once every 5-10 years.
Don't think because you on TED Talk that you ain't being put in the game for opening up finances. How you know that's and because that's a part of the humanly experience. That's why they had to reach. That's why Swami Jananand, they have to go to the next level, is where they don't need that no more. They don't. So you know what they got to do? Separate themselves from the whole process of writing books, being the president of the Bahar School, being part of these programs, being called to come to England and talk. They don't do it no more because they have to separate themselves from that process so they can actually know the experience of samadhi. Samadhi doesn't come by still participating in the actual worldly everyday existence. It's not gonna happen.
Right, right. The path of Nivriti.
You can't. That's why I always say, in when like the book Mr. Gobala said, you cannot bring Kether into Yasad. I mean, you cannot bring Malkuth into Tippereth. You can't bring nothing from Malkuth into no higher sphere. But Malkuth is given everything from the higher spheres for you to work with so you can get the hell out of the fucking Malkuthic mind state.
Yeah. She also says in that first chapter that it's incredibly difficult for the Western civilized mind to make time for this kind of subject matter because the hustle and bustle of this everyday sensory engorged life, the man would go crazy.
And what did I do? I went to a real fucking Indian dude at the gas station. You can't get, and I'm just saying it jokingly, you can't get no more Indian dudes than the motherfucker at the gas station. You know what I'm saying? I was like, yo, D, man, you know about the Rana Darshan? He said, what? First of all, I was saying it wrong at that point. So he didn't even understand what I was saying. So I had to show him the book. He was like, what? Nobody does this, my friend. Nobody does this. What you mean, D? I'm studying this. What? You're not studying. What do you mean? I said, you don't do this? You don't meditate? Nobody got time for that stuff. I gotta come up on the gas station. I don't. He said, you know who does this? Priest. Gurus only do this. He said, they don't work. They don't live. They don't, he said, you don't even see them. So we can't even fool ourselves into thinking that we gonna get to the highest, most deepest inner level, still interacting with a world that you're seeking to separate from. Or maybe we will. Maybe I'll say this in my humanly mind. Maybe we will. Maybe that's the reason why this information came to us. So we can develop it into a process where, yo, man, you can fucking experience samadhi and still go work at UPS, my nigga. Hey. You ain't got to totally separate. You don't got to go to the Himalayas. But when you go home, you so deep in your dharana practices that you etherically, astrally travel to the Himalayas, and you build it now with the motherfucking yogins there. Because they stay in the astral. Them niggas ain't. That's why they don't.
I think that's what Swami Vivekananda's whole thing was for that's what he wanted, was that for people to understand that you can have both.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's the whole thing. So people like us, so I'm starting to see this thing as a responsibility thing, that I gotta know exactly what I'm speaking about. This is something you can't play around with this thing right here. This is these are, because just as well as breaking down the composition of yourself to build it back up to the higher self, you can break somebody else down and then not give them the full understanding. Now you didn't fuck them up. Now they walking around here misunderstanding shit based off of something you didn't told them, or they didn't overheard us say in this chat.
Unfortunately.
That's also where the whole process of in Jnana Yoga, he talks about viveka, which is discrimination. Being able to discriminate. For me, it's where I'm at with it compared to where Trav and Django are at with it. And then I can extrapolate the knowledge and dissect it based off of where I'm at with it.
Because that's the whole thing. And that also, that's an energetic pulsation of existence as well, that also comes from the all, because what you generate generates something else. So the same way, because we can utilize ourselves the way that we choose to be based off of what we're studying. So just as well as we're learning the gunas and the energies and the qualities of ourself, and once we control ourselves, we can do what? You can start controlling whole crowds of other people based off of that shit too. So if you're able to go into conscious dharana or conscious meditation, you could be walking around and be manipulating a whole bunch of shit. But that creates it, just as well as it creates the individual who does nothing but he or she is trying to overcome their low-level self. They're sick of how they've been living. They know it's something more than this, and they want to go beyond this to get to thatness. And they be like, I want to be my highest self. I want to be the God self. That in turn has to create a polarity. That creates the polarity. That's the law. That's why he said love is the whole of the law. You have to love the whole laws. Love is the whole of the law. Because you do what? Love all the law. You got to love the fact that, well, if you're doing what you consider good, you're also creating the open doorway for what can be considered bad. That's the whole of the law. Polarity. You have to have the two spectrums of the extremes so they can do what? Experience themselves. So the same time you got the fucking Dalai Lama doing what he do, they have a whole nother type of Dalai Lama. This nigga utilize his information for his own personal gain. And what's the trickle down from that? The regular pope that we see, and then you got the Jesuit church pope. They call it the black pope. And what's the other breakdown of that? Oh, we call it the left-hand path. We call it the right-hand path. The left-hand path is based off of what you can consider selfishness. I do this to empower myself so I can become powerful against everything else that's around me. I don't fucking love, light, and happiness to no fucking body. That's the left-hand path. People don't realize that. The left-hand path is malevolent. Right-hand path, hey, how you doing, Namaste? Let's go. Can we all just gather around this palm tree and hold hands? And we're going to do a mantra for world peace because they're cutting down too many of these trees. So let's put our energy into the earth so we could raise the vibration of what? See, that's insane in itself to think that you can change the motherfucking energy of a tree that lives to be 3,000 years old.
Maybe the tree was ready to get cut down.
Yeah. I was listening to Sadhguru and Deepak Chopra, and they pretty much said that the process of what we call in this COVID-19, this shit's been going on for thousands of years. The only reason that is the only thing that makes it different now is because of social media and technology and modernism. That it became such a thing that everybody saw on the news. You can Google about it and read about it. People making camera videos. He says there's been viruses attacking people for thousands of fucking years. It may kill off about 15, 20 people in your tribe or your nation, but he says, like you said, because of modernization of where we at, we can now do what? Fly to fucking Spain, fly to Portugal, fly here. Hundreds and hundreds of thousands of people every day flying into cities. When back in the day, it took a long time to get on a fucking ship and go from the Americas to motherfucking Spain, some fucking 3 fucking months or something. By the time you get over there, half the ship didn't die of the Black Plague. It might have been 30 people on the ship. By the time you get to where you going, 7 people living.
That sucks.
So that's the whole thing about viruses and plagues. That shit's been going on. It's just making it look bigger than what it is based off of technology, accessibility, and being able to travel to places in large numbers very quickly. The human body is like 90% composed of bacteria and viruses. You know how much virus shit and sickness you got going on in your gut flora?
Pretty sure a lot of the mucus contains a lot of dead bodies of defeated viruses that are already in there.
What if the mucus itself was the fucking dead body?
Oh, okay.
We got dead body because you know what bacteria does? Every cell, just basic healthy cells, give off waste and breathe. If you're not doing something to because first of all, it ain't just having a bowel movement or urinating that cleans out the toxins, that should come out through your breath. We breathe out fucking toxins and shit just on a daily, everyday basis. So if a person is a shallow breather, that's why their gut flora is all messed up, because they're not properly breathing from the mouth to the fucking anus. So that's why so people be sick. So how to, man, this shit keep going to different levels, Trav. That's why people are never reaching their highest level, because they don't realize, like, yo, you're gonna have to, I'm going through that process now, like, yo, you're gonna have to really fucking cleanse your body out.
Mm-hmm.
And you're gonna have to exercise, because there is an importance to the asanas, because those lead your body to be capable of not fucking aching and creaking and shit every time you need to do. And each asana is can trigger a particular meditative or trance state.
Yeah.
But if a nigga can't do the fucking downward dog right, how the fuck this nigga supposed to, how you supposed to go into trance? Soon as you bend down,
After talking all the deep shit, it sounded real good too.
you know what I'm saying?
Let's go into meditative posture.
You didn't study the book, you didn't read Patanjali, all of that shit. But soon as it come time to sit in the lotus position, your whole fucking left hip just thrown out of whack.
Yikes. Can't get back up. Can't get back up. That set. Can somebody please help me up? Yeah, and I get it. You know, we do kind of clown on the yoga pose people, but you know, just as a just to keep some balance here, you know, because when we see yoga on the internet, it's people that are only doing poses. They might be breathing deep too, but that might be as far as it goes.
Their mind is not on to the deeper study of this thing. This thing is a whole deeper study, right? I've been reading, like, I got another program, right? And a part of that program is called, let me see if I can. This is from Swami Rama of the Himalayas.
Swami
So
Rama.
what they're doing, Swami Janishvara Bharati, what they're doing is actually putting together programs for a 30-day cycle. Now, this was the first program was started in 1996. So a part of this program, it tells you that a program for progress in meditation. And it goes from the first month or two, then it goes all the way to beyond, to total of 7 months, right? The first 2 months, you got to sit at the same time every day, allowing this to become a habit. Learn to ignore shakes, perspiration, numbness, or twitching. To start, 15, 20 minutes is sufficient. Attain a still, comfortable posture, blah, blah, blah. We know that's right there is the first month or two. Then the second month, after doing your stretching and limbering exercises, then do your breathing exercise. And breathing, that's the second month, focusing on your breath. Then 3 months, add Sushumna, awakening practice of focusing the mind on the breath. And then you go to the nostrils, so that's dealing with the nadis. Then the 3 to 4 months, you're still going through your regular meditative practice. Then you start dealing with the consciousness aspect of the mind. Learn to let go of habitual thoughts. But this whole thing is a step-by-step process that it just doesn't happen. It just doesn't happen right away. And then when you get to beyond a total of 7 to 9 months, Deal with the latent, dormant levels of mind which normally remain unknown. Learn to examine all your fears. Begin the process of contemplation with analysis. Gradually, you will acquire the power to inspect your own thinking process while remaining undisturbed. Such a mind attains clarity and is then prepared to attain samadhi. So you got to think how long we've been going on now with this the yogic study? Okay, Travis says since September. So what we just hitting the fourth month or say three, yeah, so you want to say it's quiet. Omar, you still waking up early, man?
Yeah, I usually wake up between like the latest I'll wake up is like 5:30, something like that.
Yeah.
Because I mean, I've been waking up early because of like when I used to be like Muslim, I would wake up for Fajr. Like I would wake myself up and shit like that.
Yeah, because that's before first light.
Yeah. And like I would even be praying like the even before that, like it's the Hajj, which is like anywhere between like midnight and like 3 a.m. I was doing that type of shit too. So it's like it's not really that hard for me to wake up early anymore.
Yeah, because once you get started, your body automatically it'll just wake up.
Yeah, exactly. Like, yeah. So it's like even if I go to sleep later, I'll know that my body wakes up. Like I won't go sleep past 5:30.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, according to what you were reading, as far as being unattached and unmoved by what happens, that isn't so much just to go through life blissfully. It has a purpose. So, and you said, according to that paperwork, the purpose was to reach those higher levels of awareness. So it's not just about feeling good. It actually serves a purpose.
Mm-hmm. Such a mind attains clarity and then prepare to attain samadhi.
Ah, okay.
Basically beyond total of 7 to 9 months. But samadhi, as what I'm starting to see, that to really obtain samadhi, or even in the Buddhist term nirvana, you're gonna have to physically separate yourself from the whole existence of this world. You're gonna have to go wherever they go to be in total isolation to obtain the existence of that. But they definitely have the process that you could use And then it comes with like they also once you study this, it's talk. It always have. I'm starting to notice where it's saying preparation for choosing a path. That's a part of this of the yogic philosophy too. Is that it has to actually you have to actually choose a path to practice.
Yeah, and you know
Somebody asked
that
how long this, huh?
that's also going to be in that magician's tablets book where it talks about those higher levels. One of them, I forget what it was called exactly, but it talks about choosing a devotion, right? Like actually submitting to a specific path, and that kind of being the container of where you operate. I'll have to find it to get the exact phrase they use for it. But
Yeah, yeah,
after the Dharana path, after that little, where first it's you get the words and the definitions and all the linguistics, a mastery of like astrological and all that stuff. Then Dharana, a little bit higher up, um, had something to do with choosing a path, basically, like you said. And I thought about that, and it makes sense. It's almost like these paths aren't supposed to be like a religious thing. I think they're supposed to be a lot like streamlining the focus, almost uh, like a laser. It's almost as if you're supposed to use a path specifically as a parameter to work in. Like how some people can get on a game and they go in to being like an expert at it. It's almost like you figure out all the dimensions of this game. Okay, if I can jump, I can shoot, I can do this, that, and a third. But now that I mastered that, how far can I take these little things?
yeah.
If you catch what I'm trying to say here.
I do.
I think even like astronomically and looking at our charts, it's like carving out our own niche based off of the cards that we're given. And in that, there's like already it's like with my placements and shit like that, there's already like I bring a certain niche or specialty that serves as like my lane. So it's like when we talk about paths, that's how I see it. It's like there's already a path for each and everybody.
I'm glad you said
You know,
that, Amar. That's
yeah.
yeah.
And it's
That's
like as long
exactly
as
what
we
it
can
is.
stay in our lane, like stay in your own lane type of shit.
You have just think about think about yourself as just a cell. That you became a cell. Before you became a cell, you was you know how the sun has solar flares, and them solar flares become solar wind, and that solar wind becomes something that actually physically manifests into something on the earth. That's kind of what we are. So the whole thing is, once you came into the physical composition, you now became in alignment with the vibration of the physical planets and how they communicate within the orbit. Then we know that once you get your birth chart is going to align you to a particular pattern of self. And that particular pattern of self, or what we can term individuality, because there really is no individuality when you're looking at it from the higher mind. No one's individual because the all is the all. But when we're looking at it as from our perspective, it is an individuality. So everybody does have a individual path that you actually can follow. So that's why they got, like I said, I'm coming across just in my studies along with going back. And what's crazy, just reading the Kybalion, it just reads so much differently now, but it also, and this is just coming from me, it almost seems so remedial. It seems, and I'm not trying to cheapen it. It just sounds so basic because it is really basic, but it's also at the same, its basic sense is where the highest level is obtained from. So I'm like, yo, this is always, there's always something. So it's talking about choosing these paths, right? And the elements of preparation is what it talks. And we know there's um you got the Jnana Yoga, which is the path of knowledge, Bhakti Yoga, the path of devotion, Karma Yoga, the yoga, the path of action and selfless service, Raja Yoga, the path of discipline and meditation, which is basically the path that we're unknowingly we're actually on a path of Raja Yoga.
Yeah.
That's why we always are going back to uh, Patanjali, because that's the fucking Raj Yoga. That's the highest yoga, dealing with that the path of discipline and meditation. That's what we're seeking to do. We're seeking to first obtain self-discipline through the process of concentration leading to meditation, which can lead to samadhi. But also each individual may now, like I said, you go from Raja Yoga, you go to Laya Yoga, the path of fusion, or you can go to Kundalini Yoga, the path of primal force, including sections on awakening Kundalini through the Hatha Yoga and Tantra. So those are all different because Kundalini Yoga birthed Hatha Yoga and then Tantra Yoga. Then you have yoga paths that were basically created by yoga masters, or yoga swamis created their own. But it goes on to say, preparation for choosing a path, regardless of which path or blending of paths is most fitting for each individual person. They have some recommendations or foundation, or what they're calling foundation for all inspirants. Where you learn the philosophical, psychological foundation of the past, build your own practical philosophy to life, which each individual should be doing. You have your own practical philosophy, but it's not a philosophy to be in variance or disagreement with another yogin's philosophical pathway.
Yeah.
So I think the Western connection, man, really makes us, it's a competitive or comparative lifestyle all the time.
Nothing but the ego. I find it ironic how it seems to me whenever I mention ego on these internet forums, at least, there's always somebody that rushes immediately to say, but ego ain't bad. We kind of need it to survive. Like, where did that default response come from? Which, by the
Yeah,
way, is an expression of ego trying to prove itself that it matters.
exactly. When nobody really no one's took the time. See, we okay, let's go back to the Western mind and Western study. We've only been fucking with Jung and what's the other
Freud.
Freud.
psychiatrist? Jung
Freud.
and
Sigmund Freud.
Sigmund Freud when it comes to the ego. We're only using their terminology, their studies. Nobody
And they
is
came up
under.
with it.
Nobody has gone to the Vedic philosophy to get an understanding of what ego means. Because even fucking Jung went to he eventually went to the Vedic philosophy.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right. So I guess maybe that's where the problem lies. This is why it's so important to clarify these words, because a lot of people are basing their definitions off of newer and rehashed and regurgitated concepts. So it's so
Mm-hmm.
important to clarify.
Because you could be being led in the right direction. You could be like, well, that's kind of right what you're saying, although the ancient study of that says blah 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 blah. So now you got to go back. Why you think? See, I was one of them people that really read all. Like I said, the fucking professors asked me why am I always reading these long-haired books. I was that motherfucker that'll read them big ass fucking. I read the whole fucking Britannica encyclopedia from front to back, every one. So you had to read all Jung's books, all of Jung's transcripts from talks that he gave to see his change, his transition from only dealing with philosophy based. You gotta think these people came from environments that was like war-torn fucking places too. People come from fucking Germany, and if you realize a lot of high-ranking psychologists and psychiatry fucking with, they come from Germany. These people was around during the fucking Nazi invasion. So a lot of their philosophies about humanity and the way that we interact with individuals come from the perspective of what was going on during their time of the world. That's like our parents, their philosophy. Okay, let's deal with black people. Our parents' philosophy comes from the era of fucking Martin Luther King, social, striving for social change, and even women. They had to go a step further because women couldn't fucking vote and all kind of crazy shit like that. So they come from a whole different mind state. So at each level of entering into breaking your componentry down so you can put it back together in its proper form, you got to go through all of that shit. What influenced you? I have to go through the process of trauma during the whole fucking creation of what's now hip hop through the fucking crack era and all kind of crazy shit like that. Guns, was a lot of gun violence. So people got to go, they have to break down their own. That's why it's an individual path. You got to break down the old self that you have to put your own self back together because your experience, somebody else didn't put you together. They didn't even read the fucking manual. They just took you out the fucking box. You came out the womb and they started just adding shit to you that had nothing to do with you.
Yikes.
So now we to the point where as an individual, we come to the point where we don't accept that. We don't accept that way. Think about it. Amar comes from a let's deal with you. Just deal with you basically on a racial distinction. You know what I'm saying? You come from a culture that your family is Muslims, and you didn't step out. Boy, your culture, people take that shit serious as a motherfucker.
Oh yeah.
If you came from a millionaire Hindi family and did some shit like that, well, them motherfuckers will ship your ass the fuck out of here.
I mean,
and you know that shit.
My dad still thinks I'm Muslim and all that.
See what I'm saying? And you know that you gotta ease that into your family. That shit would destroy them people. Would your culture would be like, oh, your law. They'll be fucking calling the law all night long for you and shit like that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, hell yeah. They'll think that I have like some jinn capacity, some shit like that.
And really, we do have jinns. We are the fucking jinn. There ain't nothing wrong with jinns. That's another thing. Everybody think the jinn is always a bad guy and shit like that. I rock with jinns. I rock with witches. I rock with goblins and ghouls. I like all that kind of shit like that.
Oh yeah.
I like hanging out with Lilith and the Cat and Asar and Isaac. Bring them kind. if we could all, if everybody, if I could snap my finger like Thanos, I would turn us all into fucking demons and ghouls. I'd rather rock with them type because of course they're gonna be honest.
Yeah, exactly.
So being a jinn, so I'm just saying that we gotta separate us. That's the hardest thing is separating ourselves. That's like years ago when I was on, when I went into Islam, right? The first thing my mother said when she saw me with the Quran and now she was realizing I'm really drinking salah. She said, "Boy, that stuff gonna have you ass backwards."
Yeah, yeah.
And she
That's
was
like
basing and she basing that off of nothing. She had no
yeah.
experience. Like what?
Well,
Why
that's
is that?
exactly what my dad said about this, what we're studying right now, like the Bhagavad Gita and all this stuff. He was like, he told me, he said, this stuff is pointless, like, it's never gonna help you. And I'm just like, what?
See, because the world has reconfigured your father's mind. He doesn't even control his thoughts anymore. Dude, you come from fucking ancient culture.
So yeah, it's crazy.
See, that's why I just keep it real like that. My my culture, as what's been termed like black culture and black American, African American, well, that shit is a conglomerate of all kind of filtered down fucking cultures. It ain't just about Africa. Well, I'm a global presence. So that shit come from. That's why my DNA. When I took my DNA chart and when I got my blood work back, that shit was all over the fucking place. Fucking Switzerland and Norway, and that's all because you know history. Them people, when you deal with Norwegians and all of that, and them, that's where the five Germanic tribes came from, and they were fucking what? They were fucking ocean travelers. So a lot of these boats that Britain and England had during transporting human flesh, because slavery was nothing but um human trafficking. So they just labeled it another thing for modernized times. These boats and shit was made by them people that came from who lived on the fucking water. So what don't you think they so what does the fucking conqueror do? Take full advantage of things that they got. You don't think they was laying pipe to some of these indigenous people that they didn't fucking got, and it just keeps going down and down the road, down the line. So that's why it's crazy for, like I said, you said you have family in Bihar.
Yeah, I mean that's where my dad and my mom were both born there.
They can trace their bloodline back to Bihar. You know what us as a people can trace our bloodline to? Fucking North Carolina and Alabama and shit like that. We can't go any further than those type of things. And we can get DNA and like mine said, it come like you can go to Mali and the Igbo people of Nigeria and shit like that. But I guarantee you can't go there to any particular. And think about how many different groups of people come from fucking Nigeria. You know how many tribes is in fucking one particular area? But so the whole thing is for us to attach ourselves to information is because it's to fucking reestablish your global connection and your spiritual connection. We moderns now. We're a whole different type of genetic people. That's why I said earlier we have to go beyond the human.
Yeah.
We got to be on some X-Men uh level.
Oh,
This
that
shit,
was like,
that shit is about um transcending, man, transcending your family that only stuck in the realm of Islam, transcending your family that's only stuck in the realm of Christianity, or saying, well, that shit gonna have your back ass backwards. not even being afraid to walk around with Baphomet shirts on. That shit don't even make you afraid no more. Think about how people be afraid.
Just the image alone.
The image
That's
alone
what
frightens people, man.
Yeah.
that's what my dad like. That's what he took. Like when he came in my room, he saw the Kali stuff and all that shit. He took that shit down.
He wants that shit out of there, man. You know
Yeah.
why? Because he has his own internal fears of, first of all, it's a lack of understanding, and then it works because it made him see himself. What if Kali come for fucking me? My son got this in the house. It stirred him up. It's like some people who get disturbed because you burning fucking sage. They be like, yeah, man, that stuff stinks. Well, that's because you need to be cleaned away.
Yo, that's my dad. That's what he said too.
Exactly, yo. And he don't, that's the very, and I'm not attacking your dad or nothing.
No,
I'm just
I
saying
know. That's the
people
thing.
like
Yeah.
that, when you see that and experience that, that is the reason why we're doing what we're doing. Because we don't want to become those kind of people.
I was burning frankincense, and I have a Sufi book of healing. So in that book, it traces the lineage back all the way to the prophet. So it has like a bunch of healing stuff, and it has frankincense in it, and the properties of frankincense and how it's like good to burn and all that stuff. So that like in that context, it would be like a Sufi or like a Muslim thing to do. But
do Muslims even read hadith anymore?
Does who?
Do Muslims still read hadith?
I mean, they do, but it's only the exoteric. Like, there's no esoteric knowledge, basically.
They don't, because hadith is more practical.
Yeah.
It's gonna get, like you said, you can get some shit like that. Talking about using frankincense to do some, you can come across something like that written in like a hadith.
Yeah, because but most people don't. Like, that's what I say. Most Muslims don't even like do that shit.
See what I'm saying? See how it's become now. All religion and these see, and I asked that because I haven't practiced Islam in years, and I'm not around Muslims to see what has become of the practice. So you're saying that even the practice of Islam, that shit is just novel. That's just like somebody going to church. They're going to Talim service just because that's just what they do.
Yeah, I mean, I had like a big like issue with that, like when I was Muslim, because I was like me being like heavy Sagittarius, I was like hella dogmatic with it too. But I was like actually practicing it. And like when me and my friends would go to the mall, it would be like time to pray, and I'd be praying by myself, like at the mall.
Yeah.
And no one would pray with me. And I'm just like, I got hella like, what the like? I would get mad at them, but it's like I was reading the hadith and shit like that, but most of the people, they weren't. And if they were like way older, like 30 years old or like shit like that.
All the ancient indigenous, I don't want to keep using, I think even the word ancient now is becoming almost played out. You know what I'm saying? So I have to figure out another word, but I have to use it because that's all I can say. Ancient ways of doing things, they didn't cover that shit up. Just like how they go and dig up and they find some ancient palace under the fucking ground that's been there for 30,000 years. That's the same. That's what we're using is ancient ways. We don't, this modernization is not working. And then when you watch, like I said, certain shows will give you that, but you gotta go through so much fluff to really understand it, to see it. Like American Gods, that's what it is. The ancient gods beefing with these new gods because they feel like that they're not getting their just due and shit like that. So the ancient ways are being covered up by modernization, and modernization is only fluff. Nobody's doing it to transcend beyond a human being. Even the Kybalion fucking is for the purpose of taking you beyond human thinking.
Right.
This is abstract thought. In the business world, they call it, when you're doing brainstorming and everybody's throwing out their pitch, and somebody said, no, that's not the direction we want to go. Let's think outside the box. Thinking outside the box is the way of saying, let's think abstractly about this. Let's not be so
predictable,
basic. It's fucking crazy. People think outside the box. You know who's a good author with oh my God, I have it over here.
Naranjanananjanananda.
This is a good Muslim author, and also with Sufism and stuff too, is Idris Shah. You have any of his books?
Oh, I don't have his books, but I have right here. It's called. I recognize that name because it came up on my like the Amazon, like the recommended.
Yeah.
I have the his name is Hazrat Inayat Khan.
Mm-hmm.
I have his shit.
He breaks down a lot of the Sufi information. This is who Idris Elba is named after, Idris Shah.
I remember hearing that author's name. I don't know if it was Bobby or Panic, but I remember hearing that author's name quite a few times.
Idris Shah goes deep into Bobby definitely mentioned him. He goes deep into Sufism, and I'm talking about the exoteric, occultic information on, you know what I'm saying, different aspects of it. I think I have another one of his.
I think his name Idris, because Idris is the Arabic name for Enoch.
Yeah.
Mm.
And also, I have to get into the Arab astrology, because apparently they a lot like from like what I was hearing from like KRS, and they do like they have like the panel discussions. What him and like his name is Dr. Arjun Pai, he was saying that with the nakshatras and some other like certain information, the Arabs went deeper than than what they have basically. Oh. So it's like different areas went deeper into specific subjects of astrology.
This is the type of information he was teaching too.
Exactly. Like, that's a lot of what Sufism is, though. It's like, that's metaphysics.
It's metaphysics. That's why they teach with stories and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's how. Yeah, he probably learned from like they probably have the same like lineage or teacher or something like that.
You know, I remember what's that dude's name? Astrotheology. You took his reading from him.
Yeah, Santos
Bonacci.
Yeah,
he mentioned Al-Biruni, a book about astrology by Al-Biruni. I had it in my cart for years, but I never got it.
I'm gonna look into that, because even the Quran talks about, the Quran has a whole surah on the Sirius star.
Yeah, that's right.
Star Sirius. Yeah,
exactly.
Oh my gosh.
It says like that's the star. Like it talks about like Allah's talking, and he's like, I am the Lord of the star of Sirius. It's the name is I forget what the Arabic name is, but yeah.
And you and they like earlier you had like mentioned Jesus, those are all particular energies that come based off of astrological phenomenon, and I know Christian can really go in about that. That come with astronomical phenomenon to usher in the thought back into its proper way of thinking. Even if you look at the whole story that they actually got, because the Jesus Christ story is the same story as Heru and Asar and Set. This is a Sethian story, so or a Kemetic story. So the whole thing is basically ushering in. It's a yogic tale of how to be in control of self, your emotions, and say I'm only sent from the Father, and you know what I'm saying, blah blah blah. The Father is the all. I'm only sent from the all, and I'm just here to manifest what the all is. I'm not coming to change what y'all doing. I'm just coming to add on so you can see the original way of being. The way y'all doing stuff, y'all wilding.
Yeah.
You calling this like they got the whole thing that, you know, so of course you got the Jesus, he go to the synagogue. Y'all on the synagogue stairs shooting craps. I'm like, yo, I thought this is where y'all supposed to come to get your spiritual energy charged up. But y'all niggas is rolling CeeLo out this motherfucker.
Yikes.
So let me just knock over your whole fucking table here. You're exchanging money and all of this type of shit. So the church was eventually, you know what I'm saying, the Romans and shit started using the church as a bank. That's what people was bringing the money anyways, you know what I'm saying? Like, yo, you gotta bring, so eventually the planet, because it's not just about the planet, it's about the planet's position in orbit along with the rest of the planets in our fucking Milky Way galaxy. This shit got some rules and structures that people got to follow. Like, yo, the Earth can't become 100% toxic, because then it will be destructive for they'll be able to fucking fly off of here and go do this shit somewhere else. That's why we got to rethink the whole alien process thing too.
Now, when you say alien process thing, what do you mean?
We got to rethink what is an alien? Are these really alien? Are these just vehicles that people have taken on to travel through the astral and manifest themselves somewhere else? Because there should be, because if there is outside elemental beings with a consciousness, then we should have got there should be manuscripts, there should be information that's attaching ourselves to this. Or is it in the Bhagavad Gita's? Because they definitely flew around in the Upanishads. Them devils was flying around in ships, fighting against each other and shooting laser beams out and shit like that.
Oh man, I'm glad you said that, because I was watching it was like they have like animated clips of like movies of the whole like Mahabharata and like the Bhagavad Gita and all that. And Ravana was like he was one of the Titans, and he was literally on a flying spaceship.
Yeah.
And this is supposed to be way back when.
So is that somebody who's attached their subtle body energy to the energetic body of Ravana, and now brought it back into this physical existence, utilizing it the way they fucking want to, shooting laser beams out their spaceship and all kind of shit like that? That's why I said we got to rethink these. We got to rethink these things, man.
Yeah.
If we reading information that says that we could obtain information from the Akashic records, which is basically the inner DNA structure, because everybody has their own library. Everybody has their own library that's not the same as somebody else's library. And even in the library, there's only going to be a limited, that's why the library has a limited amount of each book. It can, some libraries may only have one of that fucking book. So the information can be rare. So the whole thing is we can go into these inner libraries, but we can't pull out the information because we have access to it. You can't pull out the truth. Be like, yo, I went to the Akash and I brought back some shit on some aliens, though. The Greys taught me that, blah, blah, blah. And not be obscure and sounding weird with the shit. Like some of these books be. Some of these motherfuckers be weird on that alien shit.
Yeah, man.
I mean, shit. Even a lot of the YouTubers and shit right now about like Palladians and all that type of shit.
And for people who want more, you know what I'm saying, who know that there's more to life and they want to hear about something that's more, they fall right into that stuff because it sounds so sweet. But what makes it any different from Santa Claus and the Tooth Fairy?
That's what this law.
Can't remember which way it's supposed to go.
The divine paradox. You know, on page 35, where it says what hermeticists know as the law of paradox.
I think we all have different copies. Was this in the divine? Okay. Like what paragraph of?
Well, where it says
Okay, yeah, I see it. 1, 2, third paragraph.
what hermeticists know as the law of paradox.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, I found it.
It speaks about us warning the student, you know, about philosophy and things that perplex. You know what I'm saying? It says the Hermetic writings are filled with references to the appearance of the paradox and the consideration of problems of life and being. The teachers are constantly warning their students against the error of omitting the other side of any question. So that's what I'm saying earlier. People are just stuck into their own freaking box. They're not questioning nothing else. That's the abstract mind state. Mm-hmm. They're not thinking abstractly, so they can't question anything that's abstract.
Automatons, basically.
Automaton.
Yeah.
And then it says, and their warnings are particularly directed to the problems of the absolute and the relative, which perplex all students of philosophy, and which cause so many to think and act contrary to what is generally known as common sense. And we caution all students to be sure to grasp the divine paradox of the absolute and relative, lest they become entangled in the mire of the half-truth. Yeah. With this in view, this particular lesson has been written. Read it carefully. So now when you just read this here, they become entangled in the mire of the half-truth, right? So now when you go, you go to the Patanjali. I gotta pull it up, which I actually printed out the whole thing, but what do I need? Where am I?
Udvipe, Bharata Kande, Bharata Varshe, Mero.
Damn.
Shuklam Bharatanam Vishnu Sashivarnam Bajorvatam.
Where is my copy at? I got all my papers. Where is my copy of?
The teachers are constantly warning their students against the error of omitting the other side of any question. That seems to be a pretty important concept in the occult. You'll even see that in the beginning of Liber Null and Psychonaut, how they talk about how important it is to release the grasp of just your own view and try to entertain the opposite view from time to time. That helps to stretch your mind. Most people are so caught up in their own opinion and what they think that other people should be doing. You know what I'm saying?
All right, hold on.
Like being an artist. Oh, go ahead. I see you.
No, I was just gonna say that like the like what you said, like you have to be able to like get to that next level or whatever, like the elements have to break, they break and then they come back together. It's like a tower moment. So it's like how you're working out, that shit's gonna be like the muscle destroyed, like it destroys and then like it rebuilds itself.
Yeah. But this is what I was saying right here, where it was talking about that the divine paradox of the absolute and relative, least they become entangled in the mire of the half truth. So right. So when you deal with the Submadhipada of the chapter 1 of Patanjali, which is basically called Transcendence Accomplished, verse 5 says, the vibrations in the mental, emotional energy are fivefold, being agonizing or non-troublesome. They are correct perception, incorrect perception. That right there is exactly what this is mentioning in the Kybalion, where it's mentioning that if you don't look at this whole thing, absolute and relative, with an abstract thought, because being that the teachers are constantly warning their students against the error of omitting the other side of any question, then you're going to miss the whole lesson of this thing. So they're missing the basically, they only will be getting a half truth. And according to the vibrations of the mind, the mental is what he called the mental emotional energy, which is the mind state activity, will become either agonizing or it can become non-troubling. And that's incorrect perception. A half truth is an incorrect perception. If you don't got the full truth, it's definitely not correct perception. And they talk about incorrect, and verse 8 says, incorrect perception is based on false information and on perception of what is not the true form. A half truth is not the true form of full truth. That's why everything is all mixed up and crazy, because everybody's only seeing, they're not seeing, as we say, both sides of the fucking coin. They're so busy trying to get their rocks off so everybody can hear what they got to say, or they want to look greater. Like I said, Western culture is based, or earthly culture almost right now is based off of a competitive mind state. It's always in a form of opposition, of competitive and aggressiveness.
Yeah.
Nobody is really capable. That's why I go back to the beta male. Is not capable of saying, you know what, maybe you're right, man. Maybe I need to rethink my whole life and I need to change myself. It takes a strong individual to admit that. Be like, you know what, I think the whole way I've been living is totally wrong, and I'm going to have to get myself together starting right now. An overactive ahamkara would say, I mean, you don't got to do nothing if you don't want to. Live how you want to fucking live.
Right, right.
You don't got to change for nobody. Fuck them.
Oh, spirituality is unique to everybody. Do what you feel. Do what you want.
And even a spiritual person would say, you know, everything is always about peace. You should always be peace. That's not going to be reality, because there's duality in self. It's all about your inner peace. That's not going to be disturbed by the outward interaction of something that's considered not peaceful. people don't realize the whole process of what Martin Luther King was using as what they call nonviolence is actually a yogic practice. He actually learned that from this other black guy. I wish I can remember his name. He was a well-known activist in both worlds back in their times. He was a gay black man, but he was a powerful activist and dealt with white people and black people. He was a practicing yoga and taught Martin Luther King the practice of nonviolence, which is a part of Ashtanga yoga, I believe. It's a part of one of these paths of yoga, that one of the particular, how Patanjali has the 8 limbs of yoga. Well, when you get into one of the schools of yoga, one of the limbs is the act of non-violent interaction. Because who else used it? Gandhi.
Yeah, at the same time, around the same time.
That's a yogic, actual yogic practice. So that's why I don't get into that shit. People say, oh, Martin Luther King was an agent and blah, blah, blah. Man, that motherfucker wasn't no fucking agent. He just was a person who did what he did. And look, what agent wants to be fucking killed for your dumb ass?
Yeah, man. Yeah.
All the motherfuckers. Think about how dumb the whole racist shit is. You don't want to let that motherfucker sit on a fucking bus in the front seat? How petty are you, man? What's the difference whether I'm in the back or but then you can be like, yo, man, who gives a fuck? What's the difference whether I'm in the back or the front? I'm still traveling in the bus. Hey, but it's the whole fact of why you was put in the back that makes it garbage. So now somebody wants to stand up for you who just because he just so happens to have the same color as you, then he uses his practice of nonviolence, go gets his fucking head beat in every fucking time in the 50s, going to fucking Alabama, trying to go eat at the local fucking greasy spoon and get your whole fucking face smashed in and you don't hit nobody back. How is that motherfucker an agent? So look at how incorrect we perceive shit. That's basically what I'm saying. Incorrect perception. The vibrations in the mind are 5-fold according to Patanjali. And they're being either agonizing or non-troublesome. And they are, and the 5, just to mention all the 5, they are correct perception, incorrect perception, imagination, sleep, and memory. Those are the things that come in the mental atmosphere that we deal with every single day, and we interact with people who are demonstrating the outward toxic display of that type of mental, emotional energy going through them as an individual. So you ever roll up to go to fucking Popeyes or some fucking restaurant and at the late night and you get the local shamika? That's what one of my homeboys called. He called it a local shamika. I was like, what's that, man? He said, you know, the fucking chick that got the attitude at the fucking drive-up window. I be like, damn, you're right. Why the fuck they always mad? He be like, I don't know, man. Maybe they don't like their job. It's 11, it's 10:30. You're not even supposed to let the local shamika fuck with your mind state.
Yeah.
You know why? Because you're there for your own reason. Let me just get my food and boom, let me fly out of here. He was a money guy, so he would always give them more money than what it would cost and be like, yo, go ahead and just keep the rest of that shit. Well, I can't because I'm a manager. Yo, when you count down the drawer, boom, whatever. So now he done changed the fucking whole mind state of that. So that's the whole thing. We got to, even though his, you know what I'm saying, he used his earthly ways of changing it. We supposed to be able to transcend this type of shit. So even the Kybalion is a system of transcendence. At least they become entangled in the mire of half truth. Kind of like Atreyu and Hortense when he told him you're not supposed to be distracted by the fucking, what was it called, the forest of misery or sadness or some shit like that. Everybody saw, you saw the never ending story. Yeah. The horse started crying and shit. He felt the sadness, and he got stuck. He got entangled in the mire of half truth. Like, yo, this ain't really a sad place. It looks sad, but it's really not it's not real sadness. It's only making you think it's really sad. That's what people get fucking stuck in, that type of shit all the time. How many people you been around but like, I don't like the way this bitch looking at me?
Yeah.
But what you mean? They probably like the way you fucking look, but just don't know how to come over here and say, yo, I really like the way you look. So now they looking creepy at you. You don't because you don't have the full perception. You thinking, your mind goes, the fuck this nigga keep looking at me for, man? Now you started something, and it's all based off of a false perception in your own mind that you created.
Wow, that's because that comes, what you just said, that comes from a false perception of self. So of course they have to project that outwardly. So if they have a false perception of self, then they're gonna have a false perception of others.
The outcome.
Yeah.
The input is being funneled through a four functionary brain that has not been trained, that has not been cleansed, it's like a fucking glasses. If I was to take these glasses and rub them all out there in the fucking dirt, put them on, that doesn't mean that the medicine of the lens don't work no more. It just means that the glass is dirty. You're not seeing clearly. So you got to clear all that shit all out your mind. And then whenever you encounter something, you're not seeing it from a dirty manaz. You're not seeing it from a dirty booty. You're not seeing, your mind state is working. And we were never taught these fucking terms.
We were just taught the mind and the subconscious mind, right? The conscious.
That's all we know is the mind and the subconscious mind. Well, what are the aspects of the subconscious mind? Break down the componentry of the mind and break down the componentry of the subconscious mind. That's what the yogic philosophy actually really does.
Nah, I don't need all that, brother. I already conquered my subconscious mind. I mastered it. I know how to program it and reprogram it.
I'll holler. That's what I'm gonna dap you up, just like anybody else.
Like that. All right, for sure. Good shit.
I got you. You mastered that. You did that shit, my nigga.
You got it.
But you don't got gas money though. Your fucking car is always on fucking quarter of a tank every time I get in. You know what I'm saying?
Yikes.
Because I'm an asshole. Y'all hear me say it all the time. I'm a dad, but then the asshole in me, my ego, which I'm still trying to control, gonna be like, nah, I can't walk away from that. Then why you don't never got no gas money, motherfucker? If you didn't master your mind, why you ain't master environment? Come on, man.
Starting to rub off on me too, man.
Let's just keep it. Let's keep it all the way funky.
You mastered it, huh?
You mastered it.
We gods, huh?
Yep. Mm-hmm.
But you complaining about vaccines and Trump.
Yeah.
One of these things is not fitting. Did you guys, and I just happened to see it this time. I thought it was pretty good. Did you guys see the latest Brother Panic video?
No,
I haven't watched it yet.
The last one I looked at
The one where he's got horns.
No, I didn't know. I didn't see that.
I couldn't even see that on my YouTube because it's unlisted, like the link set. Like I only saw the link when I got the link from you, from the chat.
Oh yeah, it's unlisted. That's right. I guess I'll link it to you guys again if you need it. But it was pretty interesting. He really went in on the topic of mind control in regards to this, the latest political thing where those people stormed through the government, the Capitol building, whatever. I don't know. That thing happened, and he was just relating to how a lot of people think, oh, this means we're about to have civil war and all this stuff's about to happen. But what people don't realize is all these ideas that we're getting about civil war, like, how is it not seen? How is it overlooked that these are ideas that are given to you? You're being seeded with these ideas to think in that direction.
And it's a difference between civil unrest and civil war.
Huge difference.
Go to fucking civil war and see, they want the local police department eat your fucking lunch. Man, they got a fucking...
Please.
Have you ever seen a house get raided before? Has anybody ever experienced or been in a raid? Well, when they roll up with these vehicles, they got a fucking... These police departments buy actual military products because anybody who got money can buy military. You can buy a tank if you wanted to. Now, you ain't gonna be able to shoot no missile out of that shit, but you can buy a tank nonetheless. The police department buys military equipment and would tear your ass up in a fucking raid behind that. Drive a fucking what's the fucking vehicles called? They big as a motherfucker. I done seen it around here. These fucking vehicles that you see them driving through Kuwait and shit with. American military.
Have like the bags on the back type shit.
Them shits is
like
huge. They drive that thing through your whole gate in the front entrance of your house when when they raid. What you think they're gonna do? You talking about some civil war?
Really? How long is that gonna last, Bucko?
They had 25,000 what they call them? Not the army, but the National Guardsmen, just for Biden to get sworn in. They'll eat your lunch, man. They want these 18-year-olds trained all day long to keep it locked and cocked and ready to pop on your ass in the military. They'll eat your fucking lunch. So for people to constantly get this misperception, oh, it's a civil... No, it's just civil unrest. That's what they were doing. When the motherfuckers had these great stories of the Boston Tea Party and shit like that, it started first with civil unrest, which means a bunch of people talking shit, walking around. I'm sick of this bullshit. Then the Civil War was when the motherfuckers attacked that boat and start destroying public property with arms. Then what the next thing happened? Crispus Attucks gets shot down in the fucking street.
What were you doing out there, Crispus?
They didn't shot Crispus, man.
Oh, not Crispus. He was our token.
Crispus went down. Which is a whole nother story. Why the black man got to be the first one to get taken down. And how was he really hanging out with these insurgents? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But I'm just saying, false perception, as you say, you just saw that, will lead to so much false craziness, man. Once each individual take the time to slow down in their own inner self and do some self-analysis for yourself, not the fucking neighbor that you don't like, be like, yo, man, I think this motherfucker over here, fuck him. Do you. Do it on you. And then you will be able to see, you're like, oh shit, this nigga is manifesting the fivefold signs of what it was in the book of Patanjali. You really start seeing it. You start seeing it for the sickness that it is. It's not the person. It's the persona and modification and attachments that they have. Well, not the attack, but things that have attached to them. Because they're not doing nothing to change it. There's only a few people in the teaching world of social media and modern times that you're really going to get the truth from. Panic is one of them dudes. You may not like his delivery sometimes, or he may say something that you really may not be all the way interested in. But if you really watch the whole thing, you're going to walk away and be like, yo, that was actually, he really actually broke some shit down just now. It's only a few people out there that's doing that.
Right.
Everybody should be on some other shit. Like we got, I don't usually always interact in the YouTube chat. I like to watch it because I like to, you know what I'm saying, see what people say and stuff from time to time. But we all, if we was to unify, you really got an organization going on.
Just moving towards it.
Huh?
Step by. I said we're moving towards it step by step.
Yeah.
I think the most interesting part about that video that I took from it and wanted to bring up was about the mind control aspect, and how when you hear the word cult and we think of a cult, we think of something religious. We think of some kind of type of spiritual thing with a charismatic leader, and he's getting everybody to do these things like leave their family and dress funny. But honestly, that's extremely limiting, because there's cults everywhere. Republicans, Democrats, Marines, sports teams. These are all cults.
Yeah.
But the main difference is the influence. The fact that this presidential person can say a few words and all these people are going against their better judgment, raiding the Capitol based off of trigger words.
They raided the Capitol.
All because of a few buzzwords. And my whole thing right now is dismantling these buzzwords, because that's exactly the type of shit that can and will continue to happen. The right combination of buzzwords are going to get you in your fields, and you're going to do some stuff that you got no business doing. That's what's been happening. How many people go to jail in the name of keeping it real? In the name of, I'm a man and nobody could talk to me like that, et cetera, et cetera.
And all of it's for, and everybody who's hip to that, all sit back in their calmness of self and tell everybody, like, see, that's what I've been trying to tell you, man. It's the crazy workings of the mind. And people know, I think it was all one big magical experiment. What's been going on for the last 4 years? It was spell work.
Yes.
And then the last spell was to destroy it all. You have to, because last time I was talking, I mentioned that every person who's basically the corporate head of the industry of America, they always usually have a war. They have to have an enemy. You know what I'm saying? So there were several enemies during this time. But at the same time, it was a big, great sacrifice. We saw a sacrificing going down of Americanism. And who supports Americanism more than, and don't get offended, than good white people? It was a lot of good white people at that coup that happened at the Congress building. A lot of good folk was there, being led by mind control. And I didn't see what Penn said, but if he was talking about that, yeah, that definitely was fucking mind control for the purpose of sacrificing them.
And excellently done. An excellent example of how far this shit can go. Good, upstanding citizens.
Mm-hmm.
Perfect example. NLP.
They're actually beefing.
Really real.
Think about how dumb that was. They're beefing with the very same individuals, whether Democrat or Republican, who's gonna have to fucking make the laws that they want. You disrespected both of them. You disrespected the Republicans and the Democrats. I don't give a fuck. None of them fucking senators and congressmen approved of what the fuck happened at the Congress building. None of them feel safe no more now.
Nope.
Because what happened? They had to be evacuated to the basement. They was under attack. What would have happened if they was in that motherfucker? If they got to Nancy Pelosi for real, what was they gonna do to her? Hold her hostage or some shit?
And I don't think they were really prepared to do that.
What were they gonna do if they were able? And they didn't even take over the shit. They had an opportunity to get on the microphone. They didn't have no planned out, no letter of intent of anything. It was just a spur, which shows you that it was mind control, because there was no purpose to it.
Sleeper cells, literally, like, people don't see what the fuck is that type of thing is. That was a demonstration. Trigger words were said, and a bunch of people acted wild.
Not that I'm supporting a good old fashioned riot. At least you get something from it. I mean, you're walking out with a TV or something that you can use. What you gonna really do? What's that motherfucker gonna do with that podium that he walked out the Congress building? What the fuck was he gonna do? Try to sell it on eBay? Dude, you bugging out.
Money doing that.
You about to get 20 years behind that shit, dumbass.
Did anything happen? Did anything happen from that? We call it a takeover or a raid or whatever, but what happened? Like, what was the
That's what I'm saying. So I'm gonna have to go back and watch Panic to actually see what it really said. So it really was they implanted. Trump said something that was scripted for him, and people, whatever. And I always say there's wizards. I just call them wizards and sorcerers. They put them words together for him to say, because his particular hertz and frequency of his voice tone, they knew that it was going to do that, and they did it and made him say it for that fucking purpose. To destroy Americanism, to destroy he destroyed the very same people who supported him from the beginning. The soil of America, rednecks and white liberals. Them, the people who broke into those are the very same people who supported Trump from the beginning with everything. Floridians. You know, the people from Florida was at that shit. They destroyed the image of them. They made them look like insurgents and terrorists. Like, yo, you gonna go home now and feel good about that shit? Like, yo, I tore up the whole. I have my feet on Nancy Pelosi's desk chilling.
Boy,
For what? I mean, what is like what
What's they
so
gonna
what's
do?
that gonna change? Are you gonna change any laws with that shit?
Emotional, animal, reactive.
And it was all triggered by some words. You mad. Now the very same people who claim to be so American drive around with these big ass flags all on their fucking trucks and bars and stars everywhere. You don't respect the process of the very same country that you support. Support if you American, support the fucking voting process if that's your thing. Go by the rules. If you lose, you fucking lose. Which shows you that this is all some spell work, spell. And it's like, as we can go deeper, as Christian broke that shit down, that shit's written in the fucking stars for it to happen
Yes.
like that. So it's actually a cosmic pattern that had to be brought out that wizards and sorcerers in positions knew that, so they created the process for it to take place.
Time is right. Listen, everybody out there, if you have not by now, then you probably won't. But I highly suggest and recommend you read that PDF called Mimetic Magic.
Oh my God, man.
If you don't, then it's going to continue being used on you. And that's fine because
Don't
we
you have
need
an
people
audio?
for that.
You have an audio book on YouTube also.
I do.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's so easy right now to put yourself in the position of knowing. There's no reason why any individual should not know some shit right now. This ain't 2005. You ain't still figuring it out.
No.
You supposed to be fucking doing this shit right now. You supposed to be on some Top Gun. Nigga, I'm not a fucking enlisted men there no more. I'm a fucking officer of this shit, man. Somebody's supposed to be saluting your ass. Not you keep. When you gonna stop saluting everything and get saluted?
Yeah. It comes to a point where you got this information and you understand it. Now you're figuring out your place in it. Because it exists whether you love it or hate it. It's here. So what are you doing with it? What are you doing about it? Where do you stand? Or are you still out here? Hey, y'all, look. Can't trust the government. Look what they're doing. Look at this.
But missing all the great and beautiful essence of life taking place around you. Like me and my daughters have been noticing a huge influx of ibis birds around lately. And I'm noticing the difference in how the squirrels are reacting. So that shows me that the weather is getting ready to start changing here in Florida. If I'm focused on all this other bullshit in the world, I'll miss this greatness. This is like when Bruce Lee told the kid, don't look at the tip of your finger. You got to see everything is connected. You got to see this grand universe. That's the type of shit that I'm on. I'm taking this. My practices that I'm doing is creating this peace between my daughters, their mother, and everybody else that I'm in contact with. They can't come with whatever they can't come to me with slothfulness and halfwayisms or some fanatical information that they already know I'm not gonna even be with it. So the magic of that shit or the superpower that comes with it is these type of people don't even come at you with it. They already feel your energy that, man, he ain't interested in that shit. Don't even tell him. You might as well keep that to yourself.
They even got stories of like people trying to come up, like they're on their way to like kill a particular yogi, but then when they get in the presence, they like forget why they came, or they just like don't know why they were there.
Exactly. They
Like
become they actually become a disciple of the yogi.
I'll fuck with those stories too.
That's the ultimate mind control. That you now take your enemy and change their whole fucking mind.
Yeah. There was one where it was like a robber was coming into a yogi's like cave basically, and he took all his shit, and then the yogi started chasing after him like, yo, you forgot some other shit. So he was holding like the rest of his shit.
Exactly. Like, yo, you forgot to take my robe, yo. Man, come back and get the robe. If you're gonna take it all.
Yeah. And then like from that robber became like one of the greatest devotees of that rishi. Like
exactly. You didn't change his whole stealing mind state. Like, god damn.
What did the Emerald Tablets of Thoth say? Something to the effect of, hell, the Kybalion said this too. Darkness turned into the light becomes the greatest light.
Yeah.
Something of that nature.
Exactly. Isn't there Islamic stories like that? What's
oh yeah.
What's the martyr's name? He was because they had the wars with in the Qumrans and all of them. So he was one of their warriors, and while he was making salat, they killed him during salat or something like that. But but it was like it wasn't like they really killed him. It's just
Kumar,
like Kumar, yeah.
Yeah. He was basically one of the number one enemy against the prophet. And that's what happened. Like he was on his way to basically kill the prophet. And then someone told him on the way, like he met him on the way and he's like, where are you going? And he said, I'm about to go kill Muhammad. And then the dude said, before you kill Muhammad, why don't you get your own family in order? And he was talking about like his sister was Muslim and he didn't know that. So he like ratted out his sister to protect the prophet basically.
Yeah.
And then like from that he went, and long story short, like he became Muslim after like he actually like read the Quran. He started like crying and shit. But like the shit that he did when he wasn't Muslim, like he did shit like bury his daughter alive and all this other shit.
And that's how you can tell that all of them stories come from the same story, because Islam is younger than Christianity. Christianity is younger than Buddhism or any of the other Eastern religions. And what does that story of Qumran sound like in Christianity? Sounds like the same story of Paul to me. Yeah. Paul wasn't a Christian. Paul was going to go kill the Christians and shit like that. Then on his way, supposedly God knocked him off his horse by a bright light and shit like that. And he was blind for 3 days. And then after that, he became Paul. The Pauline scriptures are basically really what everybody really gets into in Christianity. They fuck with Paul.
Yeah, I see hella parallels. Even the whole like how Christ was like he got taken on the horse. There's that same thing with Muhammad. He went on like the flying horse to the seventh heaven.
Yeah,
and shit like
that sounds like the same story of Joshua and Isaac. They didn't even die type shit. Like they went up in fucking chariots type shit. That's why you can't that's why you can't have no false perception. That's why you got to study for your own self. People are fucking that shit is that's mind control. People leading you or other people into an area where they wouldn't even necessarily go into. Leading a person to say something that they wouldn't have said unless you fed it to them to say it. That's mind control. That's just NLP. That's saying something And you know how a person will, you ever say something to somebody and they be moving their lips, reading your lips at the same time, they be saying, that's because you didn't fucking made a psychic link. You don't think the fucking uh people who work within government, you don't think they are practicing occultism? And these people can call up Rupert Murdoch and make him make a decision on what news or what you want the reporters to report on today. Today in the news, blah blah blah, and they been made that whole fucking story up. Shit don't even be real.
And what not to report. Let's keep this out of the news.
Let's keep this away. Exactly. So that shit is all, and who watches the news? All our parents be sucking that shit in.
Yeah.
See, that's why a lot of shit is becoming more aggressive now. You know what I'm saying? They just wanted to, it's like a show of force. That we want to also show you that if we could shut the president's Twitter account off for a couple days based off of what he said, imagine what we can do to you.
Exactly. That's the subliminal.
Right. Subliminally.
Yeah.
That's what's, yeah.
That's the subliminal workings. So that's why we got to really be thinking about, or people who are content creators on YouTube platforms and stuff like that. YouTube can one day, they can just decide to be like, you know what, shut that whole channel down and erase everything that's on there. And if you don't have that backed up, all your creative work is gone.
Blockchain.
And don't forget, they've been wanting to monetize the use of the internet for years. Those are things that people don't know be written up into laws. They want to monetize. Imagine if they charged you to Google something. Every time you Google something, it costs you 75 cents to fucking Google.
Oh, hell no.
It'd be a wrap.
Hell no. That's like charging us for water. Oh.
Yeah. And then putting spring water, putting purified water, putting filtered water on the labels. How you really know that this water is really filtered as in comparison to purified water? How do you really know that? We just trust it because the label says it, which is what? Another form of advertising mind control.
Right. Assumptions. Assumption. That's the base of it.
We're trusting it. To be like, yo, let me just go ahead and buy my own self a fucking let me just buy my own self a fucking Brita, or fucking spend the money on a whole water heater, a water filtration system for my house, that the whole water, everything I wash with is alkaline fucking water. I think that's what we really do. We really challenge people who listen to think abstractly.
Yeah.
A group of abstract thinkers for a person of self betterment. And that's what it is. How can you go wrong with trying to influence somebody to do better for themselves? Not saying, yo, I got this here, what you could do. No, saying like, yo, I think if you was to read this book, it might trigger your fucking mind to be like, oh shit. Now, because certain shit you read will trigger the abstract consciousness.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Certain shit you read will help you to build that space so abstract consciousness can flourish inside of it. Because some people don't have that capacity to receive.
Because they're too busy living in someone else's construct and narrative of consciousness.
It's real comfortable. Feels good. Sugar coated. The work's done for me. I don't have to think. I can't be wrong.
The only water that you can know, going back to the water shit, that you know that is some different water is when you drink Perrier seltzer water. Don't nobody like that shit. But that's some of the healthiest water you can fucking drink.
Mm-hmm. Period.
Or make your own. Get you some lemons and limes and drink that kind of water. But we trust everything what's being said. We trust cereals, 7 essential vitamins and nutrients, and then you eat you some Captain Crunch, then you go piss out all them low grade vitamins that your body don't eat. Your body produces that anyway. So when you go to the bathroom, your piss be fluorescent yellow coming out because you don't even need them low ass vitamins they putting in cereal.
Yikes.
I know I'm not the only one that when you eat cereal, sometimes you can notice your piss be a whole different color.
Damn.
Or maybe that's just how much I observe my own body functions, you know what I'm saying, to make sure shit is correct.
And Fruity Pebbles.
But
that's what I use to like calibrate where, like, if I need to like detox, like do a detox or like fast or whatever, it's like the color of my piss.
color of your piss, yeah.
Curve said them bitch ass vitamins.
Some people piss be coming out looking like fucking coffee, probably. Like you one step away from the fucking grave.
And that should be smelling acidic as hell too.
Exactly. What did Money Mike saying Friday? It smells like ammonia in this motherfucker. You can drink more water.
Ammonia.
Ammonia
Oh,
piss.
hell no. We praying for the wrong son of a bitch this evening.
But really, it's all about them fucking the mental, emotional vibrations. Most people are not even operating off of their own cognitive, awakened awareness of consciousness within their own individual self. They are just constantly being programmed. Elijah Muhammad said, hard to be led in the right direction, easily to be led in the wrong direction.
Ain't that the truth? God,
that's the 85%. The 85% is a deaf, dumb, and blind. They don't know the truth of the true and living God. They believe anything. They just a tool of the 10%. The bloodsuckers of the poor. Those who tell lies. Those who cover up every fucking thing. The 5% is the poor righteous teachers. They know the truth of the true and living God. They know that they're God. They teach who the true and living God is. And they the poor righteous teachers. They ain't got no time. They don't fuck with the 10%.
Ah, poor righteous teachers. You know something? We're soft. We're very fragile. That damn ego ahamkara is so fragile. When I'm looking at these Niranjananda books, for some I don't know why, but it's like I'm getting them in order. Dharana Darshan was real nice and kind, except for the intro where he's like, you don't know how to focus.
Yeah,
it's incredibly hard to do that. That was probably the meanest thing he said. But it's like each book he gets a little bit more raw. This last one, he pretty much said, unless your last name is Ananda, you're not meditating. You're not even getting to that level.
Yeah.
But see, here's the thing. We're so soft and fragile. When we hear that type of speech, it's hard. It don't feel good. We run away from it. Or we say, that's not me. That's everybody else, but that ain't me.
I know what I'm doing.
That's why these sweet love and light, people are so that's why it's so contagious, because it doesn't make you feel bad. It doesn't challenge you, really. I kind of like it the way that Niranjananda speaks, because it really provides an opportunity to check yourself and to prevent you from going too far into illusion land. Like, oh yeah, I'm ascending. I'm raising my level. He kind of keeps it down to earth. You're more than likely not, but keep reading, because one day you might. I like that. Keeps the head on the shoulders. But this love and light shit, nah, your head goes up in the clouds.
So that's why.
To say the least.
To say
Proud.
the least. And you sounding silly in front of everybody.
So now you should understand the whole Sith mantra more. Peace is a lie.
Peace is a lie.
Peace is you can't force world peace. There's too many pieces in this world to make it one conglomerate ball of peaceful activity. When somebody going through these different aspects of their mind, like this whole, I think I might have mentioned this last week, that the yogic self-awareness assessment, they got what's called 5 efforts, right? And it says Shraddha, Vriya, Smriti, Samadhi, and Prajna. Straightforward out. The 5 principles and practices in this sutra form a very simple, straightforward out. Okay, anyway, I'll skip this. So just like Shraddha is a faith that you are moving in the right direction. It is not a blind faith in some organization, institution, or teacher. Rather, it is an inner feeling of certainty that you are moving in the right direction. You may not know exactly how your journey is unfolding, but you have an inner intuition of walking steadily towards the goal of life. The faith, quote unquote, of yoga is not one of blind faith, as is the case with some, if not most religions. Oral tradition of yoga suggests that the aspirant not merely believe in anything. Rather, it is suggested that one tests the ideas in one's own inner laboratory, with the faith of yoga thus being based on direct experience. If one has practiced breath awareness and diaphragmatic breathing and finds that it leads to a calm, quiet mind, that direct experience is the foundation of the faith that continuing such breathing will, in the future, lead to similar experience of calm and quiet. So it just got multiple. This science, because it is a science. Yoga philosophy turns into a science. It just keeps breaking it. It just keeps breaking it all down. Like you got Vriya. Vriya is the positive energy of ego that is the support for the faith of going in the right direction. So you see how there's a whole positive aspect of ego, which is called Virya. Virya is the positive energy of ego that is the support for faith of going in the right direction. This energy of Virya puts the power behind your sense of knowing what to do. When you are strongly acting on what you know to be your correct path, that is Virya. When you feel weak or uncertain and are taking little action, that is from lack of Virya. Virya is that conviction that says, I can do it, I will do it, I have to do it. So those are just 2 of the 5 efforts that we have to put into practice of how we do things. So the whole thing, all the stuff that we studied, and maybe some people who still study in particular stuff, that shit ain't breaking it down like this. So you can get a better understanding of you as a working component. This ain't nothing but the fucking suit of Voltron. And you got just look at it as little entities operating in you. And now we have to learn, like I said, we've been put together by other people. Now it's time to break my whole componentry down and put myself back together, realizing that there's different levels. We got 5 efforts. You got 5 states of mind. You got 4 attitudes. Of course, we know about the 4 functions of mind. 4 primitive fountains. All creatures share some common drives which form the root of all their drives, wants, wishes, or motives, and which might be more specific in nature. While you might see other nuances within these, there are 4 basic urges for food, sleep, sex, and self-preservation. How do you see these as presently relating to you in your practices of self-awareness and meditation? So that's the whole self-awareness is it breaks all these things down, and then and you have to do what that said. How do you see that in yourself? What primitive fountain flows into you? Are you stuck on food?
Mm.
Are you always tired and you got to sleep all the fucking time? You want to have sex all the time?
All the time.
Or are you in this state of self-preservation? Everything you do is and you ever watch the fucking Bugs Bunny? You know what I'm saying? Remember when Bugs Bunny always said, I know I should have took that left at Albuquerque. That nigga always missed the left. So they ended up in that fucking cave, him and Daffy Duck. And the motherfucker, and my Bugs Bunny was worrying about the direction. Daffy Duck then caught them diamonds and shit all over there. And instantly started smashing bugs back down inside the hole. He went into self-preservation, selfishness and self-preservation mode. That nigga was taking everything. He found Aladdin's lamp and he started rubbing that shit, and the fucking genie came out. He started bamming the genie back in the lamp. Mine, go, go, go. No, the genie came out and told him, he said, you've desecrated the spirit of the lamp. You must face the consequences. Daffy Duck said, consequences, as long as I'm rich.
Yeah.
That's people.
Yeah.
Cartoons are based off of human nature. People don't give a fuck what happens to them as long as they get in what they want. A person would be in a relationship with somebody that give them everything that they could want. Money, clothes, a place to live, sex, not just sex, getting nasty head, all kind of nasty shit that you like. You getting it. The first soft shaking ass to come your way in the club, you taking it to the hotel. Ruin your whole everything that you got based off of thinking only about your fucking one of the primitive fountains.
Primitive fountains.
Primitive. Because this goes back to what part of the brain? The reptilian brain.
Mm-hmm.
Food, sleep, sex, and self-preservation.
Hey, that sounds like those 8 basic needs from this other book that I have.
That's what it's based off. And this shit come from the what? This operates through the Muladhara.
So even this advertising stuff is coming up out of this ancient Indian. Look at this, Life Force 8.
Exactly.
Food, sex.
Yes.
Interessante. Nothing escapes the Vedic whatsoever.
Nothing seems to be escaping this because it seems like the Vedic, or what they call the Eastern philosophy, was all based on breaking down the human componentry for a total supreme understanding of self and person, human and non-human. And by people been getting that information years before we got it, that's what they've been using against us for fucking years. So actually we didn't discover the shit.
Literally the operating system for mankind.
Yes. We didn't discover the shit.
So when someone comes up, oh well, we can just do it our own way. We all have an individual, unique. No. This has already been figured out by people who are much smarter, much more patient, who spent much more time in it. How are we gonna come up in here and do something new?
We're
There's
gonna do
nothing.
something new, and think we got the whole earth and consciousness figured out.
No, not at all.
And we're living in modern times with technology and internet and fucking cars that you can fucking shit. My homeboy got a fucking Volvo. You know how many times I just sat in that shit and he didn't GPS where we going and the fucking car drives us. I didn't been in a car that drives itself, man.
Oh wait, so no human is driving it.
He can drive it if he want. The whole fucking steering wheel goes in.
Oh.
So what you think we think we are stuck on that type of shit, but we think we got this spiritual shit figured out because we didn't put some nice background music, incense, and I can go buy a fucking crystal for every nadi on my body.
I can do downward dog. Don't leave that out now. I'm doing
put it
dog.
on our animals and shit like that, and then thinking we got it all figured out, man. It's man, this shit is a difficult path.
And it's not an overnight thing. I'm not saying that this stuff is impossible. I'm saying that there's two different minds here. You got a Western mind and an Eastern mind. And this Western mind is going to take a lot of unattaching from.
Yo, Trav, I just had a big ass realization when you put that book up, like the Power of 8 or whatever.
Oh yeah.
All right, so earlier today I was watching a video on Vishaka, the nakshatra, and I'm about to share my screen because this goes exactly into those eight things that were listed there. I think they derive it from each of the planets. I'm gonna see if I can share my screen.
Survival, food, freedom from pain, sexual companionship, comfortable living, to be superior. Yo, I think you might be on.
All right, look. So if you take from the sun, the moon, and then it goes to Mars, Rahu, Jupiter, Saturn, Mercury, K2, Venus, it makes a pattern of 8.
Look at that. See? That's what I'm saying. This how they trapping us with this shit, Amar.
Yeah.
You see what they're doing?
That's exactly what a Gandanta, right in the middle. A Gandanta means a knot.
And then knot. I just looked at that word. And then put that 8 sideways. Now we're dealing with infinity.
Whoa.
And that's how the Mahadashas, it goes like Sun, Moon, Mars, Rahu, Jupiter, Saturn, Mercury, K2, Venus.
Oh my God. I think you might be onto something for real here. Sexual companionship could be Venus.
Because we all have them in our charts, you know what I mean? Like it has to be something that's universal.
And then each planet correlates to
like a dosha and a guna and all that, or like a quality.
The 5 bhutas, which is the elements: earth, air, water, or space. Then also the gunas as well too. And doesn't each planet correlates to the chakra system.
Yep. Let's see what else I had right here.
Oh boy.
Nah.
Man, that's pretty heavy there.
Yeah. I'm about to stop it. Yeah, I literally just watched that today, earlier today.
Very cool.
I'm trying to see if they got anything that's.
Man, we really are predictable. You just have to know what you're looking for.
Yeah.
That's what makes this. Certain stuff you might gotta.
People buy because of emotion and justify with logic, force an emotional response by touching on a basic want or need. Aside from those 8, you got these 9 learned wants, and I bet you these line up with those planets as well.
So once you know yogic philosophy and not yogic, but Vedic astrology, you can break anybody down.
What was it? The yogic stuff, the doshas, I believe it was. Is that the body types? The
The
doshas.
doshas are the body types.
Yeah.
Yeah. Ayurveda, basically. If you understand a little bit about Ayurveda, because I'm starting to see that also.
Well, it literally
just
tells
not turned
the
to-
shape of your like the shape of your eyes, like everything, like how Kristen was talking about like Claire Nocty's videos, how she breaks down like the facial features and all that shit,
Mm-hmm.
like by the nakshatras. It's
You can make someone sick. Like this is one of the part of this assessment talking about the doshas of Ayurveda, Vata, Pitta, and Kapha, right?
Yeah.
It says which of your doshas is dominant and how is the balance between them? What do you need to do in relation to balancing them? Understanding what you need to do to achieve total health is as simple as understanding Vata, Pitta, and Kapha. Understanding what you need to do to achieve total health is simple as understanding. So if you can achieve health, that means you can create unhealth. You can use this against people. So it says understanding. Okay, Peter Koff, the 3 fundamental principles of nature which govern all the activities of your mind and body. These 3 doshas, as it says, the 3 fundamental principles of nature which govern all the activities, all the activities
Yeah.
of your mind and body. Vata is quick, cold, and dry to nature. It governs motion, breathing, circulation, elimination, and the flow of nerve impulses to and from your brain. So when they be put flashing them quick images and shit like that, because don't forget a part of mind control that they was using was flashing lights. Why do you think that they got to put that warning on the screen with video games and shit like that? If you have seizures, you might not need to look at this type of shit right now.
Yeah.
You know, or if you have a weak Vata, we'll put your ass in a seizure state with these goddamn flashing lights on your ass.
Well, we don't want to risk you looking at Ayurveda, so we're not going to put that. We're just going to say, hey.
We're going to say, yeah. And Pitta is hot and precise by nature. It governs digestion and metabolism and the processing of food, air, and water throughout the body.
Mm-hmm.
Kapha is solid and steady by nature.
Mm-hmm.
It governs structure and fluid balance and forms muscle, fat, bone, and sinew. So we all have certain amount of Vata, Pitta, Kapha in our constitution. And while all 3 of them are active, 1 or 2 usually dominate. So if you study people, you by the Vedic philosophy and Ayurveda medical because the Ayurveda is a whole nother fucking study from what we currently are studying. You can know how you can look at a person and see them fucking Vata, Pitta, or Kapha, because this said it functions, governs the activities in life of your mind and body. So a person's personality is governed by these three energies. A person's That's the cloudiness of the lens of your four functions. Some people are always fucking quick and cold and dry by nature. Quick to give a quick answer. Nah, I ain't fucking with that, son. Like, what you mean, yo? Why not? I just ain't fucking with it. Or somebody just always shut it down quickly. Somebody else is hot and precise by nature. They always on it. Break it down quick, but like, let me tell you something, man. This is how this is gonna boom, boom. Those be people that be in leadership positions. Now, when you look at Trump, you will see how he was able to be used. That nigga was fucking Peter. Governs digestion and metabolism and the processing of food, air, water throughout the bodies. When you look at that, he was spoken all air. Because don't forget that air is an atmosphere, an elemental atmosphere. And what flows through the elemental atmosphere? Words. Mm-hmm. That's why they call them airwaves when you're on the radio and shit like that.
So check that out. The Vedic stuff that you said, Ayurveda, that's a whole nother science, and it's founded on the same stuff we're looking at. Mm-hmm. These cards, the beauty of these cards is that it shows the building blocks. So we start with just the raw elements. Then we get to what you're talking about. Well, then it gets to what you're talking about now. The different types, the kapha, is earth and water, the pitta. Yeah. Now, then it goes into the gunas, right? So we got these different mathematical tools to use. So now it starts to move into the planets themselves. And what are the planets composed of? 2 of the body types in a particular guna. So this is the sun. The sun is composed of Pitta and Kapha in a sattva state. But that's not all. So now we got the planets. Now let's move. Yeah, and of course, say Saturn, for example. That's Vata Kapha in a tamas state. Remember, tamas is inertia, right? It's destructive. That's why they say Saturn limiter and all that stuff. Now we get into the signs. Same deal. The signs. This is Taurus. Kapha body type. And its earth is strongest, right? The Kapha body type was the thick one, the sturdy one, the bigger one. And the same thing with the houses, even the houses. So when we're really looking at this Vedic astrology, it's built upon these basic building blocks of the tattvas and the dashas and the gunas and different combinations. And just through that information alone, you can piece together this whole thing.
That makes perfect sense. I had to go back and look at something else based off of what you just said, dealing with the kleshas.
Those are the shell.
They got 4 stages of kleshas, and it's called Anduram, which is active, Vichina, which is separated, Tanu, which is attenuated, Parsupta, which is dormant. And Parsupta means dormant, latent, or seed. Tanu equals weakened or attenuated. Vichima is distant, separated, cut off, intercepted, alternated, and Anduranam, fully active, aroused, and sustained. Those are the same. Those won't activate the same if you're, what I just read about the doshas, the personalities of the doshas, and as you just said, the kleshas and the planets are all seen through each other. So that's why I keep saying, man, we didn't stumbled. I guess I can use the word stumbled. You know what I'm saying? We didn't stumbled upon something there like, oh, wait a minute. This keeps going more and more, opening up more and more doors to this type of shit, man. Right. Like y'all had the real trickery game put on us.
On the whole world. So how can it be, oh, we can just all experience spirituality however you want? How, Sway? This stuff has already been categorized in an understandable manner. You're doing it your
Exactly.
own fancy way. That's what's making it so ununderstandable. That's
You're
what
not doing nothing that no one has already figured out.
right.
It's like you just said, it's categorized.
It's a science.
And don't nobody want to, and most of the people that, even the person who don't want to accept to hear this about themselves, that right there is a particular pattern that's been studied and figured out. And you can be told why you don't want to hear it.
It's in your chart.
And here's what you can do to stop it.
Beautiful.
So think about how that shit is fucking profound, man.
Yes, it is. I love it. I love it.
That is really, really profound as a science that you ask. We've never broken ourselves down. The 5%, you know what I'm saying, that the information tries to make, it really makes you really logical. You know what I'm saying? But and he said break the science down. So this is really the science of being broken down.
And some Kaya Darshan is pretty, like, it's pretty logical too, the way they break it down in some Kaya Darshan.
Yeah. We supposed to shit. I'm a motherfucker ring bells. We're heading towards PhDs in this shit.
Even after that, I know that Travis pointed out to us that in the Sankaya Darshan, it said compiled from lectures given to postgraduate students.
Postgraduates, meaning you already got all this other stuff done.
This is after the PhD.
This is
Let me go ahead and give you the super PhD.
So
Matter of fact, let me give you the truth, because what is considered a PhD is the paperwork is just an illusion, making you think you know some shit. So now let me give you the real shit that you need to know. So that's why I said earlier, you gotta go through the stages of the shit to all reverse it backwards, so you can break all that crappy shit all back down to understand what it is to utilize it and live it, and then understand what it is to go back through it, destroy it, and reorganize it. It's like throwing up, looking at it, smelling it, and then tasting it and making it into usable food that's not throw up. Make a meal out of that shit. That might have not been the greatest analogy, but I think you get it.
like Tree Marie says in the chat, patterns. It's all patterns.
It's all a pattern. So now that we're figuring out the patterns, what you gonna do with that shit? It ain't just about this Sunday 1 o'clock chit chat. You know what I'm saying? Like, this should be like, people don't know, during the week we all be doing some reading.
Yeah.
And we be texting all kind of shit or inboxing shit, because it's a constant unfoldment. It's becoming a lifestyle.
Yep.
Yeah. This ain't just every Sunday we get on and talk some shit. Like, this chat is the result of studying that's been going on throughout the week. We're not sitting up here talking, trying to look smart, like compiling the findings of research. Hopefully y'all doing the same. For real, man. That's why only thing I can say, yo, everybody who's here, and if you know you attending via like YouTube, you really got to join. It's like really joining forces. You know, it's like a coral reef. That shit is a living entity, and there's all kind of shit that's under there, all kind of fish that live there,
together. They all individuals, but like, yo, we all are part of this one core reef. The core reef is the all. That's what sustains the fucking life that I live as floating around in this motherfucking ocean. Fish don't even know what's in the motherfucking ocean.
Man.
Hey, y'all, I gotta go, but if y'all on in like an hour and a half, something like that, I'll probably be back then.
More than likely.
All right, so.
All right, Amar.
Peace, Amar.
Amar always brings something to attention. It's important with that planetary information that he put.
Yeah, that shit was like that was just like a spark in my mind. Like right when you said the power of 8, because I just watched that a couple hours ago and I was like, oh shit.
Let me make sure to write that down, because yeah.
I'll send you that picture too. I'll put it in that group chat.
Cool.
Yeah, that was that's profound right there.
All right, guys. Peace out.
Peace.
Peace, Amar. And that's and everything has a particular number. It's no different than this here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 paths.
Eight limbs of yoga.
Like I said, this shit goes so heavily and so deep. It takes forever to get through one thing, because it's going to attach you to too many. It's going to attach you to so much other things. I can't get through the 4 functions of mind without having to individually really go in on each 4 function, which is going to lead to so much other information, especially when it comes to these words.
Yeah. And you mentioned the cliches. Is that what you said?
The cliches, I had mentioned that a little while ago. Let me see if I can.
All these words sound like names of girls I went to school with.
Where did I put it at?
That's racist as fuck.
Hey, I didn't say anything about race. I just said girls I went to school with.
I was joking.
Cliche.
I got so much stuff laying around, it's overlapping everything. There's the Kybalion. This is over here. This is right here. Cliches.
Damn.
It says that you got five cliches. And we got avidya equals spiritual forgetting, ignorance, veiling, nescience. Asmita equals associated with I-ness. So we know that cliche is going to be associated with ahamkara, because the ahamkara is the ego, which is basically considers itself the I. It's me, I. So then we got a raga, which equals attraction or drawing to or addiction. And devesha, it equals aversion or pushing away or hatred. And then abhinivesha equals resistance to loss, fear of death, fear of death of identity, desire for continuity, clinging to the life of. So you can see how those all affect. Cultivating self-awareness of the cliches is one of the most important foundation practices in the entire science of yoga. So you got to figure out which one is dominant within you. So
There's
if a
5 of
person
them,
is, Huh?
There's 5 of them, right?
5 cliches. Yep.
In Tot was Shooty, because I knew that sounded familiar. In Tot was Shooty, those cliches, it looks like those are called 5 conchucas.
Yeah. They just use it. They just use different words because there's like a difference between. Okay, I guess I got to say from the ground ashrams, meaning like the Bihar school, and the Himalayan. The yogins of the Himalayas actually describe it a little bit the same, but they be using a different term. That's why you get such a difference between nirvana and samadhi. They kind of have, they both basically are the same thing, but nirvana is not samadhi. Nirvana may be like any still the emotion attached to what's the absolute allness. So you got 5 cliches, and then you got 4 stages of cliches.
Bone cliche, Sean cliche.
Yeah, bum quisha. But the whole thing in avidya, which is the spiritual forgetting, ignorance, veiling, nescience, has 4 kinds. You got temporary, eternal, impure, pure, pain/pleasure, not self/self. So ignorance, which is avidya, is of 4 types. One regarding that which is transient, which is called anitya, as eternal, niti. 2, making the impure for pure, thinking that which brings misery, dukkha, to bring happiness, sukha. And 4, taking that which is not self, anatmasu, to be the self, atman. So how do we? So the whole thing is, you see how that shit has been keeping me from completing my first presentation on YouTube because I can't go past that. I can't just stop reading that and go back to just only focusing on the 4 functions. I now have to break down because it doesn't give you a full breakdown of each of those. Because avidya is a cliche, but then avidya is also dealing with emotional states of the mind. So you got like avidya is only ignorance, but has 4 types. And then you have to apply that to myself. The first, like I said, the first type regarding that which is transient. And the word transient is anitya, as eternal, niti. So you're taking that which is transient and you're trying to make it eternal. That's considered avidya, avdya. Let me look up. It's my iPad. So we got anitya. Then you got one of the 4 taking that which is not self. So the not self is called anatmasu, and the self is called atman. So I'm gonna do. Let me go to. Okay. Sutra 2.5, right? Chapter 2. Spiritual ignorance is exhibited when what is temporary, impure, distrustful, and mundane is identified as being eternal, pure, joyful, and spiritual receptivity. This is what it says in the Yoga Sutras of Patanjali. So when we try to make things, because this is what it's talking about in chapter 2 of the Yoga Sutras of Patanjali, Sadhana Pada, which is practice accomplishment. And it said, it is for this verse 2, it said, it is for the purpose of producing continuous, effortless linkage of the attention to a higher concentration force and for causing the reduction of the mental and emotional afflictions. The mental and emotional afflictions are spiritual ignorance, misplaced identity, emotional attachment, impulsive emotional dissatisfaction, and the strong focus on mundane existence, which is due to an instinctive fear of death. So that's right there is what this whole self yogic assessment, awareness assessment is about, so you can understand the four kinds of avidya, or as this calls it, the mental and emotional afflictions.
Which part did you read that from? That was number 2.
Chapter 2, and that's verse 3. And then when you keep going on, because you know it has to break down those four. It just doesn't just say that right there and leave you like, damn, that was deep. No, it got to break down. Spiritual ignorance is the existential environment for the other afflictions in their dormant, reduced, periodic, or expanded stages. Spiritual ignorance is exhibited when what is temporary, impure, or distressful and mundane is identified as being eternal, pure, joyful, and spiritual receptively. Mistaken identity occurs when the supernatural vision of what is seen through it seems to be identical. Craving results from a devoted attachment to happiness. Impulsive emotional dissatisfaction results from a devoted attachment to distress. As it is, the strong focus on mundane existence, which is due to the instinctive fear of death, and which is sustained by its own potencies, which operates for self-preservation, is developed even in the wise man. And these subtle motivations are to be abandoned by reverting their expressions backwards. And it just keeps, that's the whole, that's why I think I said it before, everybody, man, in the chat should actually be, you should be reading the Yoga Sutras of Patanjali, because it will break you down. And that's the whole thing for self-analysis. And I've always talked from my own personal experience, I don't pedal push nothing on nobody. You know what I'm saying? I don't feel like nobody in this particular group is a pedal pusher. We ain't no what they used to call them back in the cowboy days, carpet bagger or some shit like that. You know what I'm saying? I ain't no carpet bagger. It says their vibrational modes are to be abandoned or ceased by the effortless linkage of the attention to a higher concentration force or person. So what you think happened? We rocking with these yogins. Yo, they can't even be charlatans because they're teaching self-awareness and self-correction. How do you fake that?
How do you fake that?
And then you go off to go study deeper than this shit. You now mix yourself with the higher concentration force. You actually have learned to separate what we call our inner spirit or Atman from your physical body, and now you rocking only with the higher concentration force. How you fake that?
How do
You're
you
like,
fake
yo,
it?
where's Janananda? Yo, since 2009, man, he's been in a meditative state where he's in the higher concentration force. His body is inside of a temple that they built big enough for his body only to sit in it. Nigga be in a fucking box.
Yo, this man
Western medical science would check his heart, and his heart might be beating 2 beats an hour.
Yo, this man is meditating for months, if not years at a time.
And his heart is only beating just for the purpose because it has to flow the prana through the physical structure, because don't forget that the body is nothing but the antenna that encapsulates the fucking kundalini. So the kundalini has to be, because it's constant. So imagine like a fucking laser beam shooting up to the sky. So to keep that laser beam from going out from time to time, I gotta pump a heartbeat so the blood can flow through the whole body.
Holy shit.
And breathe. But
so
we
that kind of
think
makes sense with those practices that he's got in that book, where you put the rag down your throat.
Yeah.
And, you put the stuff in you, and that's cleaning you out so it doesn't get moldy and nasty.
That's what they do.
Yeah.
Shot, what they call it, shot chudies. That's what they do. They put the rag down their throat. They vomit out everything. They clean out. They don't just clean out the cavity where bowel movement is stored before it comes out of the anus. They clean out the whole colon system. And because they know how to actually breathe through their colon system. That's how they suck water into it.
Now, I knew a girl who could suck water out the other place, but there.
You see what I'm saying? I was just I thought of that. And so we were both just now synchronized that we know, boy, they put that in the hood, they call that the clapper. They put that clapper on your ass.
The clapper.
Or they put the snapper. No. So it's clapping and snapping on you.
Oh my gosh. That's how I know y'all some synchronized freaks, y'all.
I mean, it just is what it is.
We're still working on it. We're still working, you know what I'm saying? I haven't given up my attachment to Yoni yet.
Right. I know it. I'm pretty sure it's going to come one day, but until that day,
Drop that snapper and clapper right on me.
Drop that snapper and the clapper.
But as we were saying,
clappers can go for multiple things, and snappers can go for multiple things too. Because clappers, they be talking about guns. You know what I'm saying? They be like, "Oh, I'm gonna put them clappers on you." When a dude says it to you, you might be like, "Whoa, buddy, bro, only girls got clappers."
Like, nah, yo, you know what I'm saying? I don't want you to put your clapper on me.
Don't put no clapper on me, homie.
Damn,
yo, shit clap. You need to do some more exercise, homie.
Oh, hell no. Sound like we praying for the wrong son of a bitch.
Nigga walking by clapping. Well, like we were saying, though. on a higher level, they breathing through their whole system for the purpose of cleaning all of that stuff out.
Wow.
So they can be able to sit in a 3-month meditative state.
How do you even?
With their legs crossed, right? We ain't talking about laying down.
No, with their legs crossed.
Damn. 3 months?
They ain't been able to control all of that swelling up, not moving, because if you've reached the level of going into the higher concentration force, then you are able to control blood flow, pain, all whatever the component is, too much liquid being drawn to your joints from not movement. They controlling all of that shit. They've been learned that. Don't forget, he been in this since 4 years old.
He's been doing this for like 60 years, I want to say.
Mm-hmm.
So,
and his teacher came in when he was 6 years old.
On some Jesus shit.
So basically, this Durana Darshan stuff is beginner level. Advanced to us, but it's beginner level. And when he says something like in this book, unless your name ends with Ananda, you're not meditating, he really means this, because he's literally on another level.
The nigga's on another level, man.
I say literally on another level, like a level that we haven't even heard of yet. We ain't even discussed it yet.
Julia asked, do they drink? They don't do none of that.
Nothing.
She
tried to let go of one part of
herself.
herself.
Think about it. Like, listen, they're in control of that. What didn't I what's the word that they used? The 4 when they mentioned food, sex, sleep, and the 4 fountains or something like that. That shit all is under direct inner spiritual control.
Yeah. And we know it's possible, because it just to let you know that it's possible, and not just some let's talk about mystical shit. Look at what can happen under hypnotism. If a person can put you under hypnotism and he can get your blood pressure to lower, can get your breathing to change, get all your bodily functions can be adjusted. Just imagine what you can do when you put yourself under deep hypnotism.
Yeah. In trance.
What's up, Yuri?
Think about what you can do on a daily level. By us practicing this, man, that's exactly what I'm striving to do, to be basically in control of myself, so I can control some things for myself. I'm a modern. I'm not at this moment trying to move to the Himalayas on some sannyas shit.
Not yet.
And I'm definitely not trying to say that I'm not gonna limit my saying I don't have the inner potential to meditate for 3 months, but I'm at this moment, that's not something that's relative to me, that I'm not seeking to do that. I'm seeking to empower myself and enjoy. I'm willing to experience the fruits of the labor. That separates me from what I was saying earlier about how we can read, just because Swami's son Sanjananda is going through that doesn't mean I have to do the same as him. First of all, I ain't never been in no ashram, so I'm capable. So in the sense, whether it's ahamkara, out of control, saying I'm going to do it this continuous way, or it's me feeling within my intuition that I'm faithfully believing that we're obtaining some ancient information for this time period, and we're now putting it forward to put it in a more practical manner for the modern. because to go to these higher yogic levels, you're gonna have to give up on everything that you have. You can't work. You can't. You gotta go on a complete solitude
Every aspect of life has to be adjusted in
to the
accordance
science.
with the level of that you're raised to.
And that's why it's good, I think, and that's why they there should be a subscription to some sort of particular yogic path, because even once you begin to master that type of particular path, that may lead you to sannyasin. That's why you have to, because reading all of this, the 5 cliches and 4 stages of cliches and this and that and blah, 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 that shit should be, it's leading to whatever highest degree of path that we're actually going on. So you have to give up how you feel about what you're seeking, because you still have to go through the attraction. You still have to go through this particular way is attracting me to perform it in this particular form. So that particular practice and form may be the specific way for your higher connection. Now, if you try to do it how somebody else do it, you might be forcing your path, and that's not the way you were supposed to go. Mm-hmm. So that's why each individual got to be like, I'm gonna practice. You can't go outside the spectrum of the 5 cliches. You can't say, man, I ain't fucking with that. I don't believe it. I don't believe in avidya, spiritual forgetting, ignorance, veiling, and neosis. Who doesn't do that shit? Who's not spiritually forgetting? So who's not ignorant? So those are basically technical Sanskrit terms to describe activities going on in your mind and body.
Yo, can I add something real fast, please?
Yo.
Buddha went through that after his period of detachment, when if you know the story of Buddha, he was born like a prince or something like that, and he was kept away from certain things that his parents didn't think that they wanted him exposed to, like poverty, sickness, and a couple other things. So fast forward the story, Buddha sat next to a tree and didn't move for a long time. I can't remember exactly how long he meditated on that tree, but they say he meditated for so long that his skin started to resemble tree bark. Um, and I just wanted to throw that out there. And then another thing too was I don't know if anybody in the chat heard of breatharianism. Breatharianism, I think is how you say it.
Breatharianism or something like
Yeah,
that.
yeah. Thank you. And I just want to read Google's definition or Wiki's definition of it. It's just interesting to me how they give you some information but clean it up for those. You know what I'm saying? But
Yeah.
it's a breatharianism is the claimed ability for a person to live without consuming food, in some cases water. It is a deadly pseudoscience. It's a deadly pseudoscience, and several adherents of this practices have died from starvation or dehydration. It is an established fact that humans require food and water to survive. So they gave you a little bit, but then they took it back. They took the power back from it.
We gotta make it dirty, like, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it's some Halloween spooky spook going on, but I just
Somebody
wanted.
will die from it.
No, man. I just wanted to throw that out there for the people in the chat, because I know, hearing that might sound far fetched to some people. But if you study You know what I'm saying? And understand what's really going on. And when you really connect with pure energy,
Mm-hmm.
because even your skin, the biggest organ on your body, it it filters everything. It filters air, it filters the lotion. Like people say, oh man, my skin just soak up lotion. Well, what does that really mean? Because your cells, I think y'all spoke on this earlier, your cells has an energy exchange.
Mm-hmm.
That's why they call sea moss cell food,
Mm.
because the food that we eat in these processed nuggets with real rib meat it's feeding the ego. It don't feed the cells, it feeds the ego.
Hold on, what'd you say? What kind of meat?
Real rib meat.
All check. That always makes us feel good. Like, yeah, okay, at least it's got some real rib meat in it. All right.
Real rib and the rib meat. You know what I'm saying?
I thought it was
But
chicken nuggets. What kind of rib meat is on a chicken?
no, I did some research on that too, and they said that the real rib meat was so what they did was they added like cartilage and stuff like that from the chicken. So you're not getting pure chicken breasts.
Nigga
You know what I'm saying?
Nigga eating a cartilage sandwich.
Yeah, you.
Wow.
Hey man, you want that chicken bone nugget?
See how they got us fucked up with this shit right
Man,
here,
they
man?
No, you
throwing
gotta call it a
additives
chicken
to the
joint.
additives.
Joint nugget.
It'd be delicious too, boy.
Damn, man.
A piece of chicken rib.
Chicken ribs.
Piece of real
I
rib.
saw a picture of the Burger King McRib sandwich
Oh my god.
and how they had it frozen. It was like fucking Tetris. It was all
Oh,
stacked up like blocks. I said, this shit look crazy. Oh man, you see how they
hey.
got this is what we talk about, man. They got us so crazy,
Mhm.
and nobody is ever teaching us like this, man.
Nobody's questioning it. Nobody
So we can analyze that shit. The
like Trav said.
pastor should be ashamed of their fucking self, man, for what they doing
Mm.
to people in church, man.
I hate to say it, but shit get questionable when you take oaths. But like
Shit
Trav
do get
said, when you upgrade, then everything got to match. That's why when you start meditating and stuff like that, you eat a certain food and it instantly make you sick. Like
Yeah.
you can't carry old problems into a new house. It just don't work.
What the
damn,
Bible say?
man.
You need new wine skin. You don't pour new wine in an old wine skin.
Yeah. Or
Exactly.
at least they burst
Or at least they burst.
and the wine spilled to the ground.
Mm.
Shit too pure to be put inside of this. It's no different than, like I said, the energy that we're seeking, because we can only use these terms. And I use with the same part job, the higher concentration force that we're seeking to attach to. Do we really think you're gonna attach to that thing eating cartilage nuggets just because you go to yoga class every Wednesday and Thursday?
Primarily to look at the girls,
You know what I'm
I
saying?
mean,
Because
not to develop focus. Maybe focusing on what we
we
call
want
snap
camel
clap.
toe all day
oh,
in the yoga pants.
and it's not that you can't upgrade or anything like that, but it's just like somebody compare nutrition to a car, or let's use an 18-wheeler for example. You could put that little cheap $1.99 gas in that 18-wheeler, but it ain't gonna work right. So our body is like a Ferrari. How
Yeah.
you gonna get a Ferrari and put the cheapest gas in there? Your priorities might be messed up. Like, you know what I'm saying? In order for that Ferrari to be a Ferrari, you got to feed them horses.
Got to feed the horses.
Based off the gas that you put in, that's the level of understanding you're gonna have.
Exactly. And it's going you like I said, other areas in your life might grow, but it's going to hinder you. Everything got to be in accordance too.
And
And
something that's deep I wanted to add about how you just use that analogy with that Porsche and putting the top grade gasoline in it. Being that I do some work sometime at private airports, they got private gas stations or gas tank fillers for exotic cars. Because how many exotic cars do you really see at a regular motherfucking gas station? They don't even put the same gas in their car that we put in our car. So it goes just that deep too.
Like this,
And we want to get that clean with ourselves.
Like everybody listening, like, yeah, you know what I'm saying? Some big words might come out and some stuff you never heard of. And then, but this stuff really trickled down to the physical level. It really do. Like, you don't have to be the greatest philosopher to understand eating better.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? You don't have to know all these big words to actually sit down. And I think Django, you said this the last time, like, you might not be able to meditate for 2-3 hours at a time, but the fact that you sit down and do it, and just to add to what you said, when your mind and heart is in the right place, it just means a lot more. And to compare that to the Bible, Jesus, he spared the feet washers, you know what I'm saying, versus the people who was chucking coins at him.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Because their heart was in the right place. It didn't matter about what you had to give. You know what I'm saying? What services you providing?
What you ready? What you ready to give of yourself?
Yes, sir.
That's a science to that. I'm glad you brought that up because the whole that whole narrative with Jesus and all of that stuff, that was yogic science. It's no different when they had this story where the woman, a Canaanite, came and she said her daughter had some demons or something like that. And the whole Bible, when they say behold, that means holy shit. You know what I'm saying? So they said, behold, a woman of Canaan appeared. So she came to ask Jesus some questions. But what he told her, your faith has made you whole. Because he already told her, I can't rock with you because you ain't basically Hebrew. You know what I'm saying? I only sent to the law tribe of the sheep of Israel. So when you go to that whole sign, that's a genetic thing, or that's a racist thing they use. But the whole yogic science in the background was, since you believe so much in me and what I do in the process of how I do it, you already healed your daughter because you made it your business to come here knowing that you a fucking leper, a Canaanite. You didn't made it to the front of the fucking line to even get close to me. So you didn't did it. Oh, so that's what I kind of meant. That if a motherfucker don't feel like they know how to do, they hear them like you just said, they hear these terms, Padmasana, Asana, all of that shit it just means a fucking posture. If you can't sit fucking Indian style, sit how you can sit, man. Sit in the fucking chair. As you know what I'm saying, as long as you sat there. You didn't already did you didn't did it.
Your faith has made you whole.
Your faith has made you whole. You didn't already meditated already because you didn't sit the intentional purpose energy out to the universe, and it then came back to you, and then you sit down and do it. There you go.
See, that right there also explains how Christ works and how religion works, or how you should work it at least.
Yeah.
It's not about, oh, Jesus saved me. It's an active proponent there. Her faith has made her whole. She didn't sit at home waiting for a blessing. She got off her ass and did the only thing she knew how to do. She did all that she could do. And Jesus told her it was already done.
And go to a place where you're not welcomed at. See, that's kind of like the Martin Luther King thing. Like I said, I never, in all my Black Power days, I went through the Black Power chamber too. I never disrespected Martin Luther King. How the fuck this man literally went to place where the fuck you not welcome, and ain't nobody got no gats on him. We going with just us We're gonna sing a fucking song, and we're gonna hold hands with white people that support us. And you know what happened? Niggas went to the fucking hospital behind that shit. That's a superpower, man. You know what I'm saying? That shit is a faithful superpower because they went with a pure intent. That's why I don't get all into that he an agent and blah blah blah. That's not agent activity. You know what I'm saying? That ain't agent type of activity. So the whole thing with us, we can't, just because we reading this here stuff and it says it here and you should be doing, if you can't do it like that, do it how you can. Because the more that you do it how you can do it, it's going to give you that superpower to get to one day you're going to be like, oh shit, my motherfucking legs is full. You might not even know you done sat in a lotus position.
And if I can add, for anybody who listening, and we, you know what I'm saying, we doubling down on this Bible knowledge and stuff like that. You got to integrate everything that gives you knowledge on your path. You got to, it's there for a reason. And no, we're not saying like Jesus is really gonna come down and he gonna be 6 inches from the ground. If he do, he might be in a spaceship, to be honest with you. That's just a theory. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like it's gonna be some next level shit, but it's the pure consciousness, the Christ consciousness, the submit, the being able to submit to something bigger than you that you can't necessarily see or feel.
That's the whole thing. Didn't we read that earlier? There was the whole thing looking for something bigger than your than your whole self. I think that's a part of this self-assessment thing I got. That's good. That people, see, we gotta let go. And I always be saying that people gotta let go of their emotional stimuli that they have to just hearing the word Christian and Jesus. Soon as they hear that shit, people get turned off. Like, man, everybody got Jesus, went into slavery. They go into their emotional bag about that shit instead of thinking about it from another filter. Let me filter this shit from another perspective and see that it ain't even nothing wrong with some of the processes that was utilized. And once you really get into arcane or hermetic information, that's all they talk about is the Christos operating through you, which is basically an energy, which is basically the higher concentration force that you then tapped in as a human being who then became aware of his conscious self. So we don't even, just like you said, all, you know what I'm saying, all pieces of knowledge is actually good. That's why I said I done been through multiple chambers. I just call them chambers, from the whole Malachi York chamber. And Malachi York went through like 5-7 different chambers. That nigga then went through the Islamic chamber, the Judean chamber, the Ansaro Allah chamber. Nigga then went through the Kemetic chamber, the cowboy fucking chamber, Nuwapian, all kind of different chambers he done went through.
The cowboy chamber?
Huh?
The cowboy chamber?
Man, they was dressing like, at one point, the Nuwapians was dressing like motherfucking cowboys, man.
What?
Oh, man.
Yeah, man.
I missed that one.
So there's multiple chambers. Like I just been through. I ain't been to all them chambers. I fucked with it when it was the Ansarus, when they used to be dressed in the white, and they had the head wraps on, and they used to sell incense, and they used to always have the books and shit. That's when I started fucking. So that opened up a particular curiosity in me about shit. And then that goes from, now you got to get into the whole black empowerment thing. So now your whole study becomes about Pan-African. If you was to look at my books go through the whole different chambers of shit that of levels that I done been through to get to now this one. And this, now I go back and I just contemplate that, because it's self-assessment. So I got to assess myself through the different filters of where I'm coming out of. And because Because it's all about fight. You gotta go to yourself, because you fight against yourself to really accept. I could be. That's why I always say I'm an asshole, because that's me knowing myself. That's me knowing that at one particular time we was in the occult deep on some Aleister Crowley, the fucking beast self. All you wanted to fuck with was deep, dark, heavy, gravitational black magic.
Yeah.
And I know the power of that shit. And I know the teasing in that, and the eroticism and the sensualization involved in that shit. That shit feels good. So now you gotta fight that to be like, yo, you're not even so you don't feel good. That's just something that was just a false, not even a false illusion, but operating through a particular stage of interaction through a filter. So how am I gonna not be sensationalized by that anymore, but still participate in it? If you choose me, now you're not led by it no more. It's just another tool to your fucking tool belt.
I like to say, you put a dog leash on that ego instead of it having a leash on you. Because when they got a leash on you, you are so limited. So limited.
Maybe even powerless.
Exactly.
If you can't say no, you can't say yes.
And you think that you are able to control things because that leash allows you to go so far. But if the choice is made for you, then are you really making a choice?
You know,
right.
You made me think about in this Yoga Sutras of Patanjali about what you just said in the chapter 2. This shit really do be having the answers to particular things. It says what is perceived is of the nature of the mundane elements in the sense organs, and is formed in clear perception, action, and stability. Its purpose is to give experience or to allow liberation. So even all the things that we do experience or we sense and take in, once we see it from a higher concentration force, we know that it's for just the experience of it, and it's liberating us, or what they call moksha. Because that's a whole nother particular path of Tantra. You have some particular paths of Tantra that have nothing to do with sex. Don't have nothing to do with the body. It don't practice that. That shit is all pure mind. It's all posture and all mantra. Then another particular tantric path, it's going to use all things of the senses, mushrooms, any type of Amar said the word of the actual herbs that some of the yogins use, and gonna use sex. What's the herb, Trav? You remember it, right?
Oh, shooty.
That. So that right there, those are different particular paths of experience that will still allow liberation and for you to reach samadhi. You're just using a different form, but you're not using it only to satisfy your sensory input and data.
Mm-hmm.
So it says the phases of the influence of material nature are those which are specific, regular, indicated, or not indicated. The perceiver is the pure extent of his consciousness, but his conviction is patterned by what is perceived. What you start believing is you. You start being convinced. You're convicted, being that, you know what? I am this. This is who I am. I am the fucking demon Osmodeus. I am the... No, you're not that. The perceiver is the pure extent of his consciousness.
Yeah.
So what's the pitfall, real fast, of that?
The individual spirit who was involved in what is seen exists here for that purpose only. The pitfall is getting stuck in only that perception.
Yeah. Attaching and identifying to something temporary.
This whole thing, like I said, when he first said that,
Yuri.
Mashuri, it made me think of these particular points. Because he said, and it keeps going, it says, it is not effective for one to whom its purpose is fulfilled, but it has a common effect on the others. There is a reason for the conjunction of the individual self and his psychological energies. It is for obtaining the experience of his own form. The perceiver, once you become aware through these particular practices, now you start experiencing all the other shit that we've been doing for all this time.
Mm-hmm.
And be like, oh shit, that's not even fucking me. I'm not the one doing it. The self is not the one doing it. It's the form.
It's the form.
And the form is separated from the mind. It's being led, the form is being led by, it's being led by your convictions patterned by what you're perceiving. The phases of influences of material nature. That's why you know what I'm saying? So everything, so that means that what we influence is through our senses. Your form has become personified by outside influences that's animating you.
Mm-hmm.
Mixed with your prana, because you don't lose that, and you still got Shakti energy sparking from time to time because your nadis are still there within the form, but the perceiver is beyond form, beyond earthly perception. Going back to what our topic is of the book Kybalion, the perceiver is the fucking all. It ain't you.
Right.
So that's two different. So that's two different things.
If it wasn't no all, it wouldn't be you. I said, if it wasn't no all, it wouldn't be you. You are a sum of the elements.
You are the element. The you is who you perceive yourself to who you've become through the patterns of influence.
No, I meant the physical body is the sum of the elements.
Huh?
The physical body is the sum of the elements.
The physical body, exactly. That's why I said the phases of the influences are of material nature. Are those which are specific, regular, indicated, or not indicated. And that's coming directly from the Yoga Sutras of Patanjali. So it breaks down all of that. The physical being is influenced by material nature, because that's how you get to the karmandriyas and the other driyas, through your sensory perceptions. So that's why I said the body or the form is not the mind. It's influences of material nature. And as you just said, are created in elemental fashion, whether it be earth, air, fire, water, or space. So but the perceiver is the pure extent of his consciousness, and is only can use his because it has to be reinterpreted from the Sanskrit into English. So when we use the word his, you, and thee, and that's just giving you the different spectrums of compositions of his consciousness. His is basically the supreme Atman consciousness, or the all consciousness. So it's not like really that your awakened influences from Brahman, as called the all, but it's actually, you're actually influenced to be drawn this way and that way by what makes you by what triggers your desire.
Mm.
Whether somebody say you want to eat some motherfucking cartilage bone chicken nuggets, or do you want to go to Bonefish Grill and get some blackened salmon? And then after that, let's drink some wine. And you may not have even wanted, those thoughts may not have even been influenced by the own form. Somebody else planted that there. Hey, you want to go get some sushi? And you say, or the self, the form says, you know what, that does sound kind of good. Yeah, why not? They made that decision for you. The consciousness of self says, I'm not interested, because it's indifferent. Now the God form is indifferent to influences. Now I'm not really interested in going to eat any salmon. It wouldn't do me any, it wouldn't do my form any good to add any more food to it just for pleasure. Once we become we gotta be identifying with the phases of influence.
Almost ties in a little bit back to what you were saying about the plastic surgery and reshaping the body and the face.
Body augmentation. That's the word I was looking for earlier. Body augmentation, meaning that people are augmenting. You already have a physical form that's created. Whatever ailments or whatever a person may even consider an ailment or consider a deformity, maybe for that's just how you're physically created.
For a reason, for a particular experience.
Now you go and you spend thousands on it. So as we said, that we know that there's people who study the science of how the individual human needs that kind of comfort. So what did they do? They created a medical practice around it. Before you even have body augmentation, you know what they got to go through first? A psychological evaluation. They got to find out, why do you want to do this to yourself? That's why we say, damn, little Kim, why she do that? Yeah, she really did that to herself, and she went to a psychiatrist before she did it. So they know that you ain't being, it's like masonry. They ask you if it's of your own free will and accord. Mm-hmm. You have to say yes to that. You can't say no. Well, my uncle, wanted me to join, so that's not gonna work. It got to be of your own free will and accord. Nobody can be forced into augmenting yourself. You have to accept that. Like, yeah, they're gonna cut this nose off and put on a whole nother for the nose.
Sacrificing your individuality to fit into something that you should have. My thing is, if I don't fit in naturally, I'm not forcing my way in. Like,
yes, sir.
I'm okay with not fitting in. It took a while, but it's okay not to fit in, because once you close that door on that perception, more doors is going to open up for you for where you really belong, whatever fashion or whatever group or however you want to cut the cookie. You're going to eventually be led to where you belong. But
you know what the science of it is when it comes to entertainment and fashion? It's individualization that a person wants. We want something that's new and fresh, and then from that creates identities and clones in other people. But it's always starts with individuality. We want somebody that follows the tune of their own music, and then we'll take that and form that into a motherfucking television show, a theme song, characterization in the show, people developing likes and dislikes for particular characters in the show, people who think these characters are really fucking real, and the actor or actress beginning to live the actual lifestyle of the character that they've been portraying.
it's the embodiment of the energy that those see actors and actresses, they are sorcerers. They channelers. You know what I'm saying?
Yes,
And
sir.
when you see that, it speaks to you deeper than just the physical, subatomic level. You know what I'm saying? It's deeper than just the physical. And a lot of people don't even they don't know why they is drawn to that character. But
That's
that
exactly
character
why we're saying. So
represent. Mm-hmm.
that's why we studying the science as to who, what, where, and why is this in the why is the individual being attracted to these characters? Most people just like take fucking Power and
Mm.
Power Book. People love those shows. They love Tariq, a kid who's intelligent in college, but a kill your ass and sell your whole family dope. Because most people want to be out of their own lifestyle that they're unhappy with. So they see this kid always looking fly. He got them waves on your ass. He got them motherfucker edged up on your ass. So people be starting to start wanting. See, that's how it goes back to what I was saying about the cliches. That shit starts triggering your low energy desires and manifestations and wants and likes and dislikes. That's what that's what they're manipulating us with on Facebook and even with YouTube. You have to like a person's video or you can dislike a person's video. And you know what that shit do? That shit can mess up someone's whole channel if they're seeking to monetize it or shit like that. And do the same thing with Facebook. They do the same thing with Instagram. It's based off of how you perceive and how it's supposed to make you feel. Do you like this or do you love it? We're putting hearts into this thing. Somebody manipulated it. I think I had read something or put it on a post where they actually study this. Matter of fact, they mentioned it on that show. What they had on? They had a show, was it Netflix, showing you the people who made Instagram and all of that shit. How they studied how this shit works with the mind in MIT. They teaching this how to manipulate the people's cliches and all. They're not just using them words. They just calling it something else. But them guys that they made the actual, they had one of the dudes who made the actual thumb scroll. He was like one of the co-creators of the reason why we use our thumb to scroll. They all knew the implications of what this technology is doing to the componentry of the human brain.
Mm-hmm. It's the dopamine and everything like that. And now I read on somebody's Instagram, I can't remember who. Maybe I'll go find it and post it. But I read on Instagram they fasting people from dopamine. So whatever's that's creating people dopamine, food, especially these phones and technology, they doing effects. They studying the effects on the brain when you rip away the technology.
Yeah.
So
the whole
they
thing is
covering
that's
it
what
from.
and that's medical science. Like you said, they studying that. They know that the effects of the brain, because the brain is what can be discovered in anatomy. The mind is a whole nother thing. They know that what they're doing through the effects of the brain, over medicating, under medicating, stimulating through particular visions and sounds and stuff like that, creates a disturbance in the mental atmosphere of the human or the self. And it creates a veil, or it makes the veil that naturally is there thicker and more harder for the person to get through that shit. Because they're attaching to all this other nonsense.
They cloak certain things under fear.
Fear is a powerful thing.
Man, hey, it's
Wonder Life
powerful enough to
Force 8.
shut down your kidneys.
Shut down your motherfucking kidneys because you fear. That's why people
Life
piss
Force
on
8.
themselves. That's why people piss on themselves because of fear. That's why if a dog that's cornered in pisses on themselves,
Mm-hmm. That's
because it
why
all
when you
operates through that whole autonomic nervous system, and those functions, kidneys and stuff like that operate. We don't consciously do anything with that.
the adrenals, the
The
adrenal gland.
adrenals, exactly. Yes, sir. That's like this right here. What this says the app. This is from that. This is from this yogic self-assessment, right? It says there is one absolute non-dual reality, which is called Brahman in Sanskrit. Each of us and every living thing and non-living thing is that same one essence. If this is so, one may wonder why we need to do all this inner exploration, such as with this long, they said with the long list below. Well, it is easy for the mind to have an opinion, even a correct opinion, but never do the clearing away of false identities so as to actually have direct experience. There are so many called there are many so-called teachers and groups around today that promote this kind of view, reasoning that if there is a little bit of intellectual understanding, that is all there is, and that this is called enlightenment. However, there is one stance in reality of consciousness for where one can witness all of their inner elements, and that center of consciousness is known as the Atman. We explore all of the following so that we can gradually, systematically come to see how they interact and create the appearance of our being separate, individuated beings. To do anything in any project requires first seeing the current situation as it is. That is the spirit of the assessment. So that's basically talking about the assessment. So it first goes into the 5 states of mind, and it has these 5 states of mind. Um, these 5 states of mind range from the severely troubled mind to the completely mastered mind. It is very useful to be aware of these stages, both in the moment and as a general day-to-day level at which one is functioning. It reveals the depth of practice that one might be able to currently practice. It reveals the depth. Okay. Some aspects of yoga meditation applies to every human being, though we need though we need to be mindful of which is most fitting and effective for a person with this or that state of mind. So then it goes into the 5 states of mind, and its first one is called Kshipta, which is a disturbed. The Kshipta mind is disturbed, restless, troubled, wandering. This is the least desirable of the states of mind in which the mind is troubled. It might be severely disturbed, moderately disturbed, or mildly disturbed. It might be worried, troubled, or chaotic. It is not merely the distracted mind, which is Vikshipta, but has the additional feature of a more intense negative emotional environment. So the more and more that individual studies the yogic philosophy, it kind of is like the number one thing that opens up an awareness to self, so you can break each component of the self down. So when a person, either we observe them or observe somebody else or observe ourselves in a disturbed mental state, you can break down and know what mental state they're in.
Yes.
Because they got the second mental state is mudha, which is dull. The mood, and I'm just reading this just to give an example because I know we be mentioning a lot of terms and a lot of numbers, and it be all. So basically, I just be wanting to give a broader perspective of the things that we speak about to give an example from this philosophy that we're reading about. And I know this particular group, we're supposed to be right now talking about the the all, but that's what this is. This is the all. Our pure self, the perceiver, basically is the all. So for us to become to that deep realization, we got to understand the components of the form. So dull, the mudha mind is stupefied, dull, heavy, forgetful. With this state of mind, there is less of a running here and there of the thought process. It is a dull or sleepy state, somewhat like one experiences when depressed, though we are not here intending to mean only clinical depression. It is that heavy frame of mind we can get into when we want to do nothing, to be lethargic, to be a couch potato. The mudha mind is barely beyond the kshipta, disturbed mind, only in that the active disturbance has settled down, and the mind might be somewhat more easily trained from this place. Gradually, the mind can be taught to be a little bit steady in a positive way, only occasionally distracted, which is the vikshipta mind. Then the mind can move on in training to the Akargra and Naroda states. So it keeps on going. Vikshipta is a distracted mind. So you got a disturbed mind, a dull mind, a distracted mind. The Vikshipta mind is distracted, occasionally steady or focused. This is the state of mind often reported by students of meditation when they are wide awake and alert, neither noticeably disturbed nor dull and lethargic. Yet, in this state of mind, one's attention is easily drawn here and there. This is the monkey mind or noisy mind that people often talk about as disturbing meditation. The mind can concentrate for short periods of time and is then distracted in some attraction or aversion. Then the mind is brought back only to again be distracted. The Vikshipta mind in daily life can concentrate on this or that project, though it might wander here and there, or be pulled off course by some other person or outside influence, or by a rising memory. This Vikshipta mind is the stance one wants to attain through the foundation yoga practices so that one can then pursue the one-pointedness of Akargra and the mastery that comes with the state of Naroda. I think we all can say that we didn't been definitely operating in the Vikshipta mind.
The monkey mind. Yeah.
Man.
That's the default state, right?
Huh?
That's the default state.
Yeah. Distracted. Occasionally steady or focused. So you're right. That's like the I always laugh because I always hear it back in my mind, and it makes perfect sense. That is the default. That's basically the default mind. But it says the Vikshipta mind is the stance from one wants to attain through the foundation yoga practice, so that one can then pursue the one-pointedness of Akarga. You have to operate through these particular instances. So that's another default state of being born into matter. You're gonna be fucking made into totally something that's gonna be not the all.
Yeah.
You're gonna become everything else. Then you're gonna have to go backwards because as the tree of life, we know that the lightning flash comes down, but it eventually rises back up through the serpentine movements of the serpent.
Serpentine.
It has to go back up. So I'm gonna read the last two if that's all right, just so you can understand the five states. So the Akargra is one pointed. I think I'm saying it wrong. Ikagra. The Ikagra mind is one pointed, focused, concentrated. And Yoga Sutras talk about that in verse 1, chapter 1, verse 32. It says, when the mind has attained the ability to be one pointed, the real practice of yoga meditation begins. It means that one can focus on tasks at hand in daily life, practicing karma yoga, the yoga of action, by being mindful of the mental process and constantly serving others. When the mind is one pointed, the other internal and external activities are simply not a distraction. So we know that's the practice of pratyahara, sensory withdrawal.
Mm-hmm.
So the person with a one pointed mind just carries on with the matters at hand, undisturbed, unaffected, and uninvolved with those other stimuli. It is important to note that this is meant in a positive way, not the negative way of not attending to other people or other internal priorities. The one pointed mind is fully present in the moment and able to attend to people, thoughts, and emotions at will. The one pointed mind is able to do the practices of concentration and meditation, leading one onwards towards samadhi. This ability to focus attention is a primary skill that the student wants to develop for meditation and samadhi. So Naroda, which is the fifth and final state of mind, Narodha means mastered. The Narodha mind is highly mastered, controlled, and regulated, and restrained. It is very difficult for one to capture the meaning of the Naroda state of mind by reading written descriptions. The real understanding of this state of mind comes only through practices of meditation and contemplation. When the word Nirodha is translated as controlled, regulated, and restrained, it can easily be misunderstood to mean suppression of thoughts and emotions. To suppress thoughts and emotions is not healthy, and this is not what is meant here.
Mm-mm.
Rather, it has to do with the natural process when the mind is one pointed and becomes progressively more still as meditation deepens. It is not that the thought patterns are not there or are suppressed, but the attention moves inward or beyond the stream of inner impressions, and also the prajna section. Wait a minute, I might have just skipped the whole. That's page 4, so I didn't mixed up with page 5. But I think everybody I think you get it. I don't even know what I did. I didn't put page 5 somewhere else. I'm missing the whole other page.
But for some reason, it was flowing though.
Yeah.
That's how it is. You get the 5 states of mind. All of what I'm saying, man, this here, it really just breaks it all down, and you can kind of get a better understanding of what it's saying. Okay, here we go. So it says that beyond the stream of impressions, in that deep stillness, there is mastery over the process of mind. It is the mastery that is meant by Naroda. So that's the whole. So basically, that's for that, Naroda. But the 5 states is how we need to begin. There's just so many different aspects of this that we can utilize to really basically assess ourselves.
One thing that's really important that you mentioned towards the end is that it's not about suppressing the emotions, because that's unhealthy. That's not what it's talking about. It's not suppression or avoiding or running away from.
Yeah. You didn't reach such a deep inner calm that you're capable of only one pointed mind state, that even though those thoughts are there, you don't experience them because you've gone beyond it.
Yeah.
It doesn't pull your attention. It doesn't need your attention. Just because something is there, it's like a baby. Just because a baby's crying doesn't always mean it needs your attention.
Especially not Similac.
That-
I'm
you
sorry,
know,
but
nah, but you're right.
yeah, I
That's
think
just
it's very important to not be on autopilot, because when those emotions get tested, then you mess around and end up in the state building somewhere. You know what I'm saying? Like y'all was
yeah.
talking about earlier, like trigger words causes emotions, and emotions is attached to um what's that, chemical responses,
hmm
and then those chemical responses creates physical responses. Then next thing you know what I'm saying, somebody influenced you to drink a beer knowing you ain't supposed to be drinking. Now you got a whole bottle, a whole fifth down the drain. You know what I'm saying? You done
Exactly.
reached.
Now you're shit faced now.
Yikes. This is really like freeing people from the matrix, because when you're on autopilot, you are deeply engrossed in the senses. If you're deeply
Yeah.
engrossed in the senses and the elements, you're a part of nature. You're not a conscious being. You're literally just a part of nature like the animals. And
Yeah.
something as simple as a buzzword will make you do what an animal does, which is react. It's
hmm
almost like this type of study and self-analysis is what pulls the consciousness up out of that animal nature. It's pulling you up out of that reaction mode.
Yeah.
But these people you're seeing on the news, they're deeply engrossed in matter, deeply engrossed. I'm talking about they can hear the stuff and it don't even penetrate. This is the
Nope,
world that we're in.
because they operating system is emotion.
Is emotion. They're far gone.
Mm.
So this
That's why they say
specific
you can't
concept,
save everybody. Not that you should be trying to save nobody, but certain people, truth, when you speak with pure intent and truth, it is going to have an effect on people when they hear it, if
Mhm.
they're susceptible to it. The other people, and I just read through it, the 5 states of mind. They might be mudha, stupefied, dull, heavy, forgetful. It says they put them, so they're in a lethargic state of mind.
The Expendables. I hate to say it, but
And then
go be
after
the
that,
Expendable.
you got the 5 states of mind, and you got the 5 efforts. 5 principles and practices in the sutra that form a very simple, straightforward outline of the personal commitments needed to follow the path of self-realization. It is very useful to memorize the 5 and reflect on them, which are the 5 efforts. So there's particular paths of efforts, and that's what I read earlier about having the faith. The faith that you're moving in the right direction. Nobody should be doing nothing just because we're saying it, or it's working for us. Even
Mm-mm.
though I can say, yo, this is the real deal, but you should also be working on yourself to make sure that this is something you're prepared to handle, because that can become an obstacle. You can become distracted by allowing those low level mental emotions to pop up, and they'd be like, man, I knew this shit was bullshit. Anybody got no time to be fucking sitting quiet all the time?
Yeah.
Some people.
And that's that guy on the Matrix who sold the team out for state.
Exactly. He sold him off a stake. He wanted to go back. He said he missed the smell of that shit.
That's somebody who saw the light and wanted to go back because couldn't handle it. It was too much. Mine wasn't ready for it.
He never let go of that fake world.
Yeah, he never
that
let
porridge. Go. He was tired of eating that eating the smoothie every morning that gave him everything that he needed for his physical form.
Give me the cartilage.
Even Neo didn't trust the information that he was being given from Morpheus, who represented the divine voice. Told him to take your ass outside that motherfucking window and go to the next office. What happened to Neo? He dropped the phone. Next thing you know, this nigga's being put in the back of the car by the agents. And then his dumbass had to be saved again to take that worm shit out of his belly button. So even he failed. He fell back into what? Fear and doubt.
Mm-hmm.
Dude, you already making it. You went outside the fucking window. You got that far. Keep on fucking going, man. I don't think you were meant to fall off this fucking edge. It's meant for you to get over the fear of beginning a new life. The other dude, like you said, with the stake, he didn't went through his initiation. He been there. Nigga had a job and every fucking thing.
He said, I don't want to remember. That's the crazy part. He said he didn't even want to remember.
He just wanted to be put so deep into ignorance that he don't remember either fucking world.
Ooh.
Basically, just kill me.
Kill me, exactly. That's a death.
Put me back on autopilot, baby. That is so deep. That's a very important character in that movie because I know it's people out there who can identify with that. I know it is, man.
He was what you would call the antagonist of the group, and he knew every element. He wasn't even emotional. Think about how calm he was every time he talked. Yeah. When Neo fell off the fucking roof, the other dude was like, "Was that supposed to happen? So what does that mean?" What did the dude say? He said, "Everybody falls their first try." He even did it, which means that he was capable of jumping across fucking buildings. The nigga was in the Matrix doing it because he said everybody falls their first try, which means that he fell too.
I wonder if was he being true to himself or being true to the program that he left.
He was a program. That was his programming.
They were all
because he was taking. Think about he was taking up space for Neo. He was taking up space in Neo, so his energy served no purpose, only to be returned back to the state of unconsciousness. Neo became the new awakened consciousness. So this guy didn't fit into that new programming. And if they would have made his character more, I guarantee you, if they would have made his character more verbal, he would have expressed it just like that. He would have said that at the dinner table. You know, my programming is outdated, so I have to be returned back to where I came from and not remember, because Neo's the new programming. He's the one. We don't know. Maybe that nigga thought he was the fucking one. I don't know. I'm going to just say that again. The perceiver is the pure extent of his consciousness, but his conviction is patterned by what is perceived. What did that dude perceive? How long was he in the fucking real world?
Years? Months?
Because don't forget, the other two dudes was born there. So they never got to experience where Neo came from. But that dude did. That's how he knew what steak and knew what, because remember he was talking. He said, I know this is not even really steak that I'm tasting.
But my mind is telling me it's
My
real.
mind is telling me that this. So he already knew about the illusion. That nigga turned his lights out.
Hey, thank you, Sophia's dream. In the chat, she says, "Show was excellent. Please don't forget the Popeyes chicken was the spark of mind control." That chicken sandwich.
Did we talk about that chicken sandwich?
The chicken sandwich was definitely a great example. That's the thing, y'all. It's not gonna stop. It's gonna keep happening.
No, but they did it before the chicken sandwich at Popeyes. They did it with that motherfucking roasted chicken at Burger King. I mean at Kentucky Fried Chicken.
I'm about to say, damn, Burger King had rotisserie.
Telling you, man, they already did it. Kentucky Fried Chicken came out some years ago with the roasted. It was like roasted chicken or some shit. Because now it's fully a part of the menu, but it was like roasted chicken. That shit had the whole traffic was fucked up where I'm around, man.
Well, I guess that's to show they already have black folks mastered as far as the mind control. They've been on that.
No,
they
listen,
just got to keep updating the program.
It was, matter of fact, this is what it was. They had these coupons. We can get it for free.
Oh,
and
yeah.
people was and people was photocopying, and you getting coming out of the drive-through with 15 bags of this motherfucker. Roasted chicken bread.
Ridiculous, man.
Google that shit, man. They got to have it. They was giving free chicken out, man.
Man, stop this madness, man. Stop it.
I used to work. Y'all know the coffee machine, the automatic coffee machine Keurig, right?
Yeah.
I used to work at the call center. Pretty much when I was really getting big.
Hi.
Now, what they would do sometimes is they would come in and they would give us, some free coffee. Like they put the boxes out in the break room, so you can get one, pop it in, and make yourself some coffee. These folks would come in there with their purse and collect 5, dump the whole boxes in their purse. I'm like, y'all, what are y'all doing? And it started to get to the point where they was like, fuck that. We gonna put 1 box out a day for these folks.
Come
on, Negroes.
Abused it.
Come on.
They could have just asked for more.
I saw these people in there turning the box upside down into their purse. Why y'all doing that?
And then what y'all doing with all that single shot coffee? Y'all selling it? Like,
why?
Come on now.
Here every day. You could just get one for the day, 2, 3, or 4 maybe grab 3, but dump in the box. Not one. I saw multiple people doing this nonsense.
So there's a lot of people inducing diabetes in there.
It could be your own special thing. Like, damn, I can't wait to get to work. I get to drink some of that good ass coffee. Yeah. That could have been your happy place to drink coffee. No, let me pour the whole box of this shit in my fucking book bag and go home with it.
What job brings you donuts, brings you free snacks and cakes and pie? And these going back for seconds, thirds, fourths, and fifths. You wouldn't do this if this was just you at home.
You wouldn't do it. You wouldn't even. First of all, you're too cheap to even buy a 12-pack of donuts.
6, 7. Wow, buddy.
Damn, you just triggered me.
But this, like somebody in the chat, like Sunshine Chick said in the chat also, toilet tissue is another great example.
Yes.
Oh my God. It's the state of lack. We don't live in a state of prosperity.
No, but it wasn't just toilet paper either. It was deep freezers. I had a 6-foot deep freezer for years, right? You know what I'm saying? So it finally gave out. So I said, damn, I gotta get another one. So I go to the stores. Every store I went to said they're sold out. So the last store I went to not Home Depot, but Lowe's. So I go to Lowe's, and there's an older man in there. He said, man, we got one. He said, but I don't know if it's going to be the size you want. I said, man, why are all these things? He said, man, they're all sold out throughout the United States. He said, because this pandemic has drawn people into hoarding everything. So they feel like if you buy a deep freezer, you can put, You can freeze shit in there. So people
You
were
can
buying,
hoard
they
more
bought
stuff.
all the fucking deep freezers in the whole United States. They were actually waiting for them to, they were waiting for Maytag to manufacture more fucking deep freezers just so they can get them in the store to sell them. There were none in warehouses, he said. He said throughout the whole United States, they're sold out of deep freezers. I ain't never heard no shit like that in my life.
No, sir.
Fools. How long have you been in Florida?
I've been in Florida now for like, man, it's 16 years, man.
So you've experienced the hurricanes that we have every September,
Yes.
November?
Yes, sir.
So I first started to realize these cycles and patterns around the Hurricane Matthew era. Remember that?
Yeah.
Because I noticed people would run and buy up all the generators.
Yeah, that too.
Every single year like clockwork. And by the time I
Duct
started
tape.
working at Lowe's a few years ago, it got to the point where they had a policy, no returns. When you buy this generator, you cannot get a refund. And
Yeah.
they would come in on the back of a truck and we would come back there with a dolly and wheel it to the front. Sold. I mean, I was on what are those things called? I just mentioned them. Generator duty.
Yeah.
I'd run back there, grab one, take it to the front. I'd never seen no shit like that before. But every year, hurricane season. What if this is constructed to make money?
It is a part of it. It is a part of it, man. Because I never seen, because even down here in Florida, and you know what's quick, you don't even have to have a hurricane. You're gonna have a bad storm that'll shut your whole motherfucking neighborhood down. You know what I'm saying?
Don't get me wrong. Some places is necessary, but
Some
like you
places
said,
is
across
necessary,
the world,
but it never drove people to go crazy for this toilet paper shit. This pandemic, I was like looking it up like, yo, is do COVID give you fucking diarrhea or some shit? Like, are your fucking bowels gonna break loose? What the fuck's up with this toilet paper shit?
the bottom gonna drop out. Is this what COVID does? Because
we had to fucking, I can show you right now. And it got me because I needed motherfucking toilet paper on some regular shit. Yeah. Like, and I go to Sam's Club instead of going to the I buy so I can have it. I actually ran out during this time. Damn. I went to the store, Sam's Club. There was nothing. I ordered a box of toilet paper online, ordered the wrong thing. I got a whole box of motherfucking the kind of toilet paper you get at the gas station, the big ass roll that's inside the fucking machine. I can't do nothing with that shit. It's been sitting up there for months.
Oh man.
You better barter and trade that for some.
I'm keeping a hold of it. It might be worth money later on down the line. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. But my whole thing is like, how did so like we know those are patterns. So just as much as we studying this and we're seeing patterns and other things,
it's already been mastered.
And we're fixing ourselves, it's already been mastered. Somebody already using this shit against us. It's a bit in advertising and creating these storms. Just think about, let's go back to the year for people who may not be that old, but in the year 1999, they thought that was it. They thought the computer was gonna set back to all zeros, and they was fucking telling people their bank accounts were gonna be wiped to zero. Their everything, the Social Security was gonna be shut down. People made millions of dollars on selling programs that you can put on your computer on a disk, and it was supposed to save your computer from going to all zeros and shit like that.
Fear is a powerful drug, ain't it?
So it's always been like that.
Hey, you know it's been mastered when people got charged for insider trading at the beginning of the pandemic.
Exactly.
So come on now.
It ain't no different than 9/11. All the higher ranked workers in these companies was not there that day. like a lot of them, not just say like two major companies, the CEOs or the district manager wasn't there. No, all the fucking companies that existed in these buildings. And I'm from Connecticut. I didn't been to and around the World Trade Centers for years before that happened. That was a whole world going on inside of there. So what they did with that, they took a lot of people out to begin a process to where we're at right now. They didn't have to blow up they didn't have to destroy no buildings this time. They destroyed the mind state of Americans.
Control chaos.
Control chaos. We're gonna destroy these people who always attack. Just like you got people that say they only voted for Donald Trump because they liked him talking shit.
Donald Trump a real nigga.
Like that's what you like, yo? You know what kind of power this type of individual wields? My whole thing was not that I'm not all a part of American and blah 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 and all of this, but I understand that other countries deal with America on some real business shit, man. And they ain't had no time to be fucking with some kind of business leader like this.
Deep. Deep.
That's my only thing about business. Like, yo, man, especially if you in business or you rock with money in the American economy, that's the only time you gonna be concerned. But like, yo, I got some finances wrapped up in some overseas shit that, yo, this dude who's the president is fucking up. Yo, I'm seeing my fucking stock going down because of this. China don't want to fuck with us on certain shit. You playing games with Putin. You playing motherfucking tiddlywinks with this motherfucker.
Grab ass.
England ain't rocking with you. Yo, you messing up the global economy, man. You got to chill out with this. You bugging.
Isn't the chart.
So all these people just really they happy with this guy because he can stir the fucking shit pot up and make it and make, and I'm gonna keep it fucking, and make the weak European who always wanted to be tough, you empowering this motherfucker now.
That's what I was gonna say. Like, where's this coming from? It's not about making the world a better place. It's because you want to feel like you want to vicariously live through somebody else.
You know what, you fucking limp dick snuffleupagus looking motherfucker. Get your own shit together, man.
Hey.
If you would chump,
dick, dog. If
you would chump, accept the fact that you would chump right now at this present moment, and then do something and not be a chump no more, man.
Mm-hmm.
Go take Taekwondo, work out, be a buff looking motherfucker. You may still be a chump, but maybe just if you work out hard enough, you can get out of the physical appearance of being a chump. So now people make second guess. You're like, damn, I knew. You know what I'm saying? Like, it seemed the energy off with that dude right there. He looked muscular, but it seemed like I can take him. But they're gonna second guess it because you're a muscular dude. Be that kind of person. Change your life. Like you said, they want to live vicariously through this guy. You know, we're going to do this and get this country back in order. This motherfucking country's never been out of order. America bullies the whole, goes to fucking Syria and bombs every fucking body. When the fuck has America been out of order, man?
Buzzwords is keywords. It makes them feel good. Yeah.
When has America never been great?
Listen, let me tell you a secret. Every country tell the citizens that they are the most powerful country in the world.
Man,
why would you do otherwise?
Mexicans, good, and good Mexican families who trying to get away from the cartels in Mexico risked their whole motherfucking life to come to the United States of America. Great grandma and everybody floating across the fucking water to come to America.
Yikes.
Haitians getting our fucking vessels they done made out of old tires, washing up in Miami right now. Because they trying to get to America, man. Don't let the whole thing is America, like you said, catchphrase. When he catchphrase that Magus shit, make America a great again. Who you think made it ungreat? Barack Obama? Nigga, you been balling. These Americans been balling for the last 80 years off of every fucking president.
It ain't about
Ronald Reagan. We didn't had two Bushes. We didn't had the Bush Senior and Bush Jr.
For 2
And
terms
the
in a
brother
row.
ran.
And the brother wants to be president, but this nigga was the governor of Florida, one of the most powerful political states in the United States.
Cocaine.
Which they love it. Cocaine was king in motherfucking the United States. It's been great. America, we got all you can eat buffets, and we killed tons and tons of animals. We got Rodeo Drive and
Chicken cartilage.
Hollywood. Think about all the shit that is in America that has never crumbled down through all this chaos that they said is happening. Why niggas ain't burned down motherfucking Tinseltown during the riots and shit like that? That should be directed operations.
Buzzwords.
They got us with this shit. They got us with this. So we didn't figure it out.
Sweet.
We didn't tapped into that. What you got, man? Cupcakes?
What kind of cupcakes?
It probably got
strawberry unicorn cupcake.
Hey.
And it's made with what was it? Cartilage.
Yeah. Rib meat.
No, that's probably got some pork fat in it or somewhere. Watch. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Yeah, because of the ice.
Yeah, go ahead and read that box.
Like it has like horse nails. If it says glycerin, anything with glycerin.
And it's not specified what kind of glycerin.
Schnauzers.
Don't let them shoot down them cupcake pancakes, man.
Oh no, I'm getting one of them cupcakes.
Yeah, man, you better
but
eat them horse nails. Eat them horse nails very nice, bro. You know what I'm saying?
Them cupcakes are perfect.
I'm just making a joke, you know what I'm saying? But
them cupcakes is made out of unicorn nails. Stop playing.
A Mark can care less what we said they're made out of. He popping them things in the oven right now.
Yeah, for real. I got the oven preheated.
That's what I'm talking about. Yeah, I need to get on my chocolate next. I made my white girl cake. I need to make this black girl cake.
Stick your finger in it, bro. Stick your finger in it.
So I got that strawberry girl cake.
Trav looks so confused.
I heard something about sticking a finger in it.
You're gonna make love to his cakes.
Whoa.
I'm not doing the Aleister Crowley method now.
You gotta put love in your cake, man.
Your
cake likes to be pleasured.
Wait a minute, I don't even think I like the way that sounds.
No, Kristen has to be here for me to make dirty jokes. There's too many guys. Some yoni for me to continue this conversation.
But no, we got her cat. Who else can we you got Night Creatrix?
Exactly. I don't know why you so focused on the men, Trav.
Wait a minute. Do anybody ever pay attention to Night Creatrix art that she be putting on?
Of course, that shit's fucking amazing.
Hell yeah.
Oh man. She should be making anime cartoons.
Man, I've been trying to commission some work for so long.
Huh?
I've been trying to commission some work for so long.
She got awesome. She been making hentai cartoons.
Let me get some hentai. Nah. Make a hentai with me in it. How much does that cost? Let me know.
Hey, no,
He
hey,
said, "I'm
for
trying
real,
to live
me
out
too.
my
Let me know
chakra
too.
right
Shit.
now."
With the horns. I'm not even joking.
Be like, I was just thinking, but she would have an awesome freaking artwork. I'd be like, I just be looking like, God damn, that shit is the real deal right there.
That's just some real mimetic magic.
Yeah.
Real.
Right? Narrative magic.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, on Night Create Chick's microphone.
She might be hula hooping and doing jumping double dutch at the same time.
A jumping double dutch.
And hula hooping.
Oh, I thought somebody was really sleeping.
Like Yuri on Sunday.
You don't know that.
Yuri was in it for the long haul, naps and all.
You don't know that. You don't know about my life.
Had to employ a remote vision, man.
Yeah, he be traveling through mirrors and stuff, bro. Don't try it. He knows.
See, that's one thing I like about the group too. So we can still find humor, even though we studying some heavy shit. Imagine if we was a group of tight asses.
Oh,
Nobody will fuck with us. Like, you know what I'm saying? Nobody would want to be, nobody want to learn with tight asses, man.
No, man. Telling folks they got it wrong.
I'll tell them, only thing I say, yo, man, you got it. If you want to really understand, you're going to have to read it for yourself. And then it will trigger, it's going to trigger you to have some abstract thoughts. And then it's up to you whether you follow it through. Or you can just keep doing what you're doing and hey, do you.
Rib meat is enough to go around.
There's enough
There's
rib meat
plenty
for
to go around.
that rib meat.
I never thought about that. Chicken. Think of a chicken's rib. How much meat is on that rib?
But yo, they be frying chicken backs.
Huh? What?
Chicken back.
That sounds like slave food.
Now you're talking about mixing Chinese food up there, my friends.
Yo, I remember there was a dude.
What's up? I didn't even know you was here.
Well, I'm still listening, and chacletazo, each one of you.
Oh man, I didn't know you was here. How you doing?
I'm good. Thank you.
Greetings, Veronica.
That's good.
I would love to have a good fried chicken back.
What's your favorite form of chicken cartridge?
I can't lie, bro. Remember when we were talking about watermelon and salt the other day, Trev? Bro, that shit is fire. I actually tried it. It's fire.
No, man, you putting watermelon, you putting salt on watermelon?
Salt on water, bro. Try it.
Was it?
Shango.
Tell me it was sea salt, bro.
Shango, try it, bro. That shit fire.
No, I don't want to try it. All my cousins used to do that. I want my watermelon straight up.
No, but
when I
sacrifice one bite,
bro, it's literally energizing. Like you literally feel it.
Yeah, no, it's the minerals. It hits you with a whole bunch of minerals. Like it for some reason that watermelon, since it's mostly water, that super cell food. Sea moss ain't the only cell food, y'all.
How much sea moss are you supposed to be eating?
Not too much, because you will have an iodine overdose.
2 scoops a day, max. 4 scoops.
Okay.
Max. I go with like 1 big ass scoop. I'm good.
Now for hypertensive people, if you have hypertension, that's not going to be your best friend.
Hey, if you got hypertension,
too much iodine.
You need to check with the doctor first.
So you're supposed to.
Your kidneys cannot completely eliminate that large amount of sodium if you're going to be doing that. Just saying.
Especially if you don't drink water, and Kool-Aid don't count as water, y'all.
Man, I put water in my Kool-Aid. What you talking about?
Nah, you changing the chemical composition.
I know, I'm kidding, bro.
I haven't drank Kool-Aid in so long.
Right? If you can put salt on your watermelon, you can put Kool-Aid in your water. Now.
All right.
Watermelon Kool-Aid. Kill 2 birds with 1 stone. With salt in it.
Don't forget about them nuggets on the side.
With a side of rib nuggets.
So sea moss is good, but also bad at the same time for somebody with hypertension.
He would reverse at the same time. Not so bad.
Moderation. Everything is okay in moderation.
So maybe not
So wait,
too.
I can do crack moderately?
Yeah. You ever saw the limitless pill? It really wasn't a pill in real life. It was crack. That's how they made Captain America. It was crack.
So do you guys
Look,
think
fuck
there's too
Trav
much
whole life
meditation?
up.
I don't think
Fuck Trav whole life up.
I ain't see that version.
So since we're talking about moderation, is there too much meditation? Is there too much yoga?
You know what Niranjananda says? For the average person, anything more than 45 minutes, you're doing too much.
Yeah.
That's what he said.
Remember in the beginning how we tried? We was going for 3 hours, 2.5 hours straight. My fucking knees and hips was killing me trying to say that.
Nobody wanted to say it first. Nobody wanted to say it first. After the first, 2 hours, you started losing count of them ohms because you was falling asleep.
We was falling asleep. We was saying the ohms all slow.
Yeah.
Used to based off the pattern that we was always given. Oh,
I'm like, my leg hurts, dog.
You supposed to be going om. No, we going om.
In between the ohms, you're like, fuck.
5 fucking hour long.
But you know what? That shows the work. That's like learning how to do division, and the teacher's like, show your work.
Yeah.
You do that enough times, now you can use the shorthand version.
You can use the shorthand.
That's what that was.
We definitely was going with the long version.
Yeah. That's experience, though. We earned it.
So that's when you grew your horns?
After I think you got to do about 6,000 ohms, and then you start growing horns.
Can I do that in a day?
I mean, that's up to you.
All right. Don't challenge me.
Somebody put in the chat, chicken backs and necks are ghetto fabulous.
You got necks and backs on your same plate?
Chicken
necks and backs on the smoked neck
Oh
bones
my God.
and chicken backs.
I've never heard of no chicken back.
Yeah, I never heard of a chicken back either.
Me either, though.
That must be, as Mature said, that's definitely slave food right there.
Yeah, you got to get the back of the chicken.
Man.
You got to get the back of the chicken.
Is there muscle to it, or?
I have no clue.
It's cartilage, dude.
You know, it'd be nasty, bro. Chicken feet, and I never had it, but
I'm cool on chicken feet, man. I'm cool. That's just like pig feet or chitlins. I'm cool.
I had pig feet.
I'm cool on all of that.
It's really weird. It's all fatty and like soft. It's really
gelatinous.
Soft. Yeah.
Man, I'm cool on all of that.
Honestly, I think I want to try some of that slave food again.
No. You gonna try some gizzards?
Just because.
I actually like gizzards though. Now I can eat gizzards.
Yeah, I had gizzards. At least within the last 6 months or so.
Never have, never will.
They call that organ meat.
You know what I can't stand? I can't stand when people put bacon in string beans. What? You take perfectly good vegetables and put meat in it. Come on, man.
Oh, I never even heard of that.
What's wrong with
That's
that?
how they call that seasoning the pot.
Yeah.
Man, seasoning the doctor's pockets.
Ooh,
I'm cool on the neck bones. I don't put like turkey necks on my greens. I don't even want to cook my greens.
Boy,
Okay, how about oxtails? I don't care how advanced I get. I'm not turning down a plate of no oxtail. I don't care how I get.
I never had.
Boy, I'm from the Caribbean. I love oxtails.
Oxtails are so good.
I would cut it myself and deal with that carbo. Let me stop.
I'll be in the Himalayas and I'll fly back to Georgia to get me a plate of that.
Good old cartilage meat.
That is so good. Yeah, cartilage. That's got now oxtail's got some cartilage, and I will eat cartilage off the oxtail.
Yeah.
Yo, you know what's crazy though? It's the cartilage that actually makes your hair stronger and your knees and your joints and all that.
But that's keratin.
Yeah, that's the keratin in the cartilage.
Yeah, they use the scientific name for that. But other than that, it's cartilage. You're right.
Yeah, that's why I said that. And then you had to go say Kurt. I'm like, then you go right back to it. Shango funny as hell.
I might get me some oxtails tomorrow. Y'all got me thinking about it. I ain't have it in years. Just oxtails and rice. That's it. That's it right there.
Okay then,
What you
Trav,
talking about,
tapping back
like
in
Jamaican
to the
restaurant?
women's side.
Might lose my horns for a while, but hey.
One time won't hurt you, Trav.
Says the ego. Let me stop.
Oh man, Trav selling out the Nebuchadnezzar for some oxtails.
I know this isn't my mind thinks it's oxtail.
Yeah.
But I know she's telling my
I don't remember anything.
All I want is a nice plate of oxtails and give me some extra gravy on my rice.
and a cigarette.
Oh no. Now you went too far.
Black and mild.
There
Nope.
we go.
You got
Nah.
Black and
I'm
He's
mild.
still stuck.
What is the stock? I'm gonna look up the stock on Black and Mild. That definitely got to be hidden.
Yeah,
I don't know. Not with this CMOS craze going on right now.
There really is a CMOS craze. Cause you know what else there must be a craze for too? Blue lotus. It's hard to find blue lotus herb.
Yeah, I never heard of that.
That's actually a good herb for like a lucid dreaming or just a lucid mind state. But you can actually get that from good CBD.
Yeah, lucid dreaming
You
off of
get that from
CBD.
good breathing.
I think you can get lucid dreaming with CBD. Man, CBD is actually. I've been smoking some CBD, and I swear that it's no different than regular weed.
I don't know. Every time I ever smoked CBD, I felt like how cigarettes or Black and Mild supposed to make you feel, like just
Yeah, it gives
cool
you
and
that
relaxed.
that blood rush.
Yeah, it's like what cigarettes supposed to
Yeah,
do.
I used to sell that shit out here. Like you could get it.
What,
No.
cigarettes?
Some Black and Milds?
CBD, bro. You can get CBD out here for like $5.
What you have, like
CBD for $500
3
a pound.
cigarettes for $1.25?
Curve in Las Vegas selling
Yeah,
Black and Milds, man.
but you can get CBD for like £500, $500 a pound, and break it down to like 25.
Wait a minute,
30.
you can buy a pound of CBD for $500.
Yeah,
Yes,
it's
sir.
called Reggie.
5 to 700. No, that's not Reggie. It's just CBD isn't as wanted too much.
It's gonna smell like gas. Cause like I said, I've been smoking CBD, and that shit smell like.
It's gonna look like gas too.
It's gonna look like some greenhouse gas. It's greenhouse grown, man.
Greenhouse grown.
That good potent ocean grown.
That's my next business. I think I want to get into the cannabis business. I would like to be a cannabis grower.
I invested stock in that. It was slow.
Yeah, that's the next step for me, Shango. CBD though, not even weed, just CBD. I love that.
So I'm seeing a huge influx of CBD. They're selling that shit now at the dollar store. CBD rubs and chapsticks and all kind of stuff. They got a whole
pet
section
CBD products. Give it to your dog at anxiety.
Yeah, that's where the money's at.
I'll just say get a pound, go get some jars off of marijuanapackaging.com. Go to your local smoke shops and see how much they get it for and just charge them like 10 to 20 bucks less. Boom, you just started a business. Oh, get an LLC too. There you go. Boom, you just started a business.
Las Vegas is in Nevada. Aren't you in a legal state?
Yeah, but CBD, you can sell that. It's legally. You could sell CBD legally over in every state.
I got some CBD seeds. I think I'm gonna try to cultivate plants.
We got the Travis Major's CBD product line coming out, y'all.
Exactly.
Yes, sir. VX777 on that ass.
Exactly.
And you know what? We utilize every ounce of this mind control we've been studying.
Put it right on them.
I got an idea, y'all. I'm channeling. No, we can have some chakra CBD. We got CBD to open up the chakras.
But how does it? How will it? So what's it going to appeal to? Is it
It's
going to appeal to
the
survival?
belief.
Is it going to appeal to enjoyment, freedom from fear? Because that's the strongest one.
All three. Survival, because like you know what I'm saying, like
Life
healing.
extension.
Yeah, all that stuff.
It's going to be called. We're going to name it the Life Force 8 line.
Attract what you want. Once you heal, you can attract what you want. Boom. Niggas gonna be like, oh, for real? I gotta put this on my lower back. My root chakra fixing, nigga.
And if you don't get it, you may suffer.
Yeah, but hey, what you're saying with the chakra shit,
you got to throw the fear in them on here.
Exactly. I'm telling y'all the truth. Tension, then desire, then action to satisfy the desire.
Hold on, we need to schedule a private Zoom call, y'all. Hold on now. This sounded it's actually sounding too good.
We're giving something away that we may need to shut down.
This actually sounds too good.
So this is just chapter 1, y'all. It gets way deeper. This is only chapter 1.
Damn.
All right, that's cool. I'm comfortable
right
doing
back.
that.
I'll be right back.
You about to go buy some CBD right now.
Sell that bitch on eBay.
Hey, look at this bullshit. People are hypersensitive to exerting themselves, and they do whatever they can to avoid effort. As advertisers, it would be wise for us to make buying as easy as possible. It's human nature to not have to work hard. So the easier you can make it, the better you sell.
We talked about that. When people got money and they want to spend it, you just got to tell them where to spend it.
The key is making it easy for them and making it as easy as possible, because people hate to do extra.
Is that the Ayurveda book?
Sure.
Oh, pause. Why you did me like that?
Hey, that was kind of hard. No, that was.
I'll send it to your DM, of course, if you want it.
Of course, sir.
It forces you to think more, and we know most people would rather have cavities drilled than to think more.
I
love it. I love it because it's true.
Message.
So make a product based off of people's laziness. That actually works.
Oh my God.
Yeah, most people want to make a business, but if you don't do research on advertising, it's very, very difficult to sell, no matter how good your product is. It's not about the product. It's never about the product. It's about advertising.
Yep. It's all about that illusion.
If you can satisfy those basic 8 needs and you can make a good advertising for it, you don't have to worry about making money. Check it out. Unless your headline sells your product, you have wasted 90% of your money. My people perish for lack of knowledge. I love this stuff, man.
Right. No, that's true though, because people, when they buy stuff, they not turning it around to read the ingredients. They looking at the price and they looking at the label.
Bans. Right. Because the same principle that we've been talking about, that whole autopilot shit, the whole assumptions, right? The buzzwords, the trigger words, the keywords, like this is the state of humanity here. We operate off these buzzwords. And that's why you have people that keep using them. Peace, family, beloved, the community, the people. We gotta. As Black people, we gotta. All them buzzwords are pulling your little strings and making you do stuff without thinking. That's why I say we should really analyze the words that we use and think about them, because it's these very words that control us. Well, y'all who don't think about them, I'll put it that way.
It's hard because like if I greet somebody or like how I came into the chat, I never said that before. I thought it was funny, But when I came into the Zoom, I was like, I come in peace. Aliens they always say I come in peace, but
Yeah.
I really truly believe that. You know what I'm saying? Like that's what I want to embody, and that's the energy I want to give off. Like I don't do that to subconsciously shoot straight to, you know what I'm saying? I don't look to, what is it? What part of the brain is that?
The reptilian.
No, I don't know. No, but when you shoot straight past
The neocortex.
something, you know what? I'm just gonna say I don't know. But sometimes people use words that skip straight past your consciousness to your subconscious, and you know what I'm saying, to try to gain control over you with
That's what I'm
those
saying.
buzzwords.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah, it's just it's weird that people do that, man, and they play on people. They prey on prey like that, man.
Right. Right. That's why I'm trying to. That's why I'm trying to talk about it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, this is a real thing,
Mm.
and because it's effortlessly effective. It even. I have another book over here. Psychology of Intelligence Analysis, written by a CIA agent for the CIA, and it talks about even if you know of these things, they still work on you because you're not aware all the time. You're going on autopilot at some point in the day. When we're going shopping at the grocery store, we're not like, present. We're looking for the, rainbow unicorn cakes and the rib meat. We don't notice the advertising screaming out at us, the words, the colors, the numbers.
That subtle music being played in the background.
That too. Them same
Yeah.
songs from 2000.
Exactly.
All these things have an effect on our mood, our thought process. They know we're zoned out in autopilot. That's why they choose these things.
Hmm. And what's crazy is a lot of people that's on top of this quote unquote food chain is operating on autopilot just from a different perspective.
Right? Y'all just talked about Rupert Murdoch. Maybe he paid the big bucks, but what's he getting paid for? Put this on the news. Don't put that on the news. I mean, I don't know him, but I can assume someone like that.
For example.
Right, for example. Oh, what game is that?
John Madden.
Oh, this man playing Madden.
Yeah. I had to do something mindless while I'm on the Zoom because I can't do nothing else. Can't read a book and be on the Zoom at the same time.
I hear you. Wake me up inside.
Save me, save me. Yeah, that's my shit.
I think that's
Not
song
my
definitely. I mean, the song itself is cool, but like, just I don't know.
You
People,
know what's a great entertainment trick they use in shows? The laugh track.
oh yeah, how subtle and effective that is.
Have you ever watched a show without the laugh track? Go to YouTube and type up a show and then put without laugh track. It's the worst ever.
Oh, cringe.
And then the killer part about it, they haven't most shows haven't used live studio audiences in years. It
Exactly.
costs too much. And then with the pandemic, oh man, you probably never ever gonna have a live studio audience again.
You might be right about that too. But that laugh track,
Pause.
That sets the tone for the shows. It ain't what it's not what
Literally sets the tone. Not
It
just
encourages you to laugh when you're. It tells you when you're supposed to laugh. Laugh at this.
exactly.
Laugh at this. Ha 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 ha.
this was funny.
And what about the ones where like the character comes in the room and stands there and everyone's like, "Woo!" And then they go with their line? Who does that? That's not even real.
Like when Kramer come in the room on
Yeah.
not Friends, but whatever show that is.
Seinfeld.
Seinfeld, yeah.
Those are the shows I did it for. Seinfeld and Friends without laugh track. It was the worst ever.
Holy cow.
I wonder about everybody hates Raymond. I wonder how that one go. Or loves Raymond. I'm sorry.
Because you have to depend now only on the voice inflection of the actor. And they're really not as flavorful without that laugh track. They be like, hey, I just walked in here. And they'll do that pause. But if they was to do it, hey, I just walked in here, and the laugh track goes, ha, 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 ha. It now flavors up this corny ass acting that this person just did.
Flavors it up. It puts the ham in the green beans.
It puts the motherfucking chicken back.
But it works. That's probably the scariest part. It actually works.
You know what they're doing. Like I said, this ain't new. It's just a mystery.
New to us.
And our weird analyzing thinking is making us now ponder all the aspects of how this shit's being used in normal society. Like, oh shit, they really do. They really are control. It's not a conspiracy theory.
Mm-mm. It's not a pseudoscience.
It's not a pseudoscience.
Man, what you smashing on?
I'm smashing cauliflower, brown rice, chicken backs.
I was just about to say, you talking all that ish about all that good rib meat, and you over there eating vegan.
I'm definitely not eating vegan with this barbecue chicken so lovely spread all over the rice. And
Some of us are trying to go vegan here, all right?
Not when you think about oxtails.
so much lovely, good, sweet barbecue sauce all over the place.
With
Really
more
good.
glycerin in it.
Let me put that sweet barbecue sauce in your rib meat.
It just flows together so well.
Rib meat.
They go look at you, nigga. What type of barbecue sauce? I don't like the cheap shit.
Only Sweet Baby Ray's in this house. Where did that? No, nobody talks about that. Sweet Baby Ray's is a fucking pandemic. That shit came out of nowhere. Nowhere. People even stopped buying ketchup because of Sweet Baby Ray's.
Where
Like,
did that come from?
where did Sweet Baby Ray come from?
I
And
ain't,
most
seen no
importantly,
commercial.
when did it show up?
I ain't seen no commercial. I ain't seen no advertisements. It's
Is
just in everybody's
Sweet
face.
Baby Ray a real person?
Is
Is it
Chicken
sweet?
George a real person?
And if it is, sounds like he be raping some shit.
Sweet Baby Ray? Wait, who just said that?
Curve.
I was trying to. I didn't want to ask that question. Fade back into the ether.
Why are you
Excuses.
laughing?
Excuses. Mm-hmm. Caso, each one of you.
Oh my
What
God.
was that?
What the hell's going on?
Too much weed in there. Too much CBD and shit.
Too much CBD.
Oh my God.
Too much of that Reggie CBD.
Ooh,
Sorry.
Look
Man,
like,
that was so
look
funny.
like Aldo.
I'm sorry, man. That was funny, man.
Godflow said I'm trying
One
to
thing I
lose
know,
weight.
I was like,
Heck yeah.
is Chicken George a real person? Well, he said
Yeah.
baby rapist. I'm like, whoa.
Came in real slick.
The subtle voice.
Yeah. The still subtle voice. The shabda. Subtle
That's how I'm
vibration.
coming, dog. That's how I'm
Shadow
coming.
work. It's time for some shadow work. No, just playing. No, that was funny, man. That just came out of left field, man. That was funny. Oh man.
That's it.
Back to the Sweet Baby Ray sauce. The sauce.
I know, bro. Like in the South, bro, if you realize people from the South, they'll say anything just to make you laugh. Like they'll literally say your grandma jerks on a city bus. You know what I'm saying? Like we literally say anything, bro. So that's what I'm used to. I'm just
Curvin, you're a maniac.
no, but that's what they say. If like, bro, you damn call me a maniac. Holy shit.
A whole maniac.
Holy shit.
Sweet Baby Ray.
Oh my God.
If a 30-year-old, 40-year-old, and you were 7 years old named Sweet Baby Ray came to get you some candy, what the fuck you
A 40-year-old named Sweet Baby Ray handing you a bottle of his sauce. Take this ye and drink of me.
Nah, I'm good.
This is the sauce of life.
I'm screaming stranger danger. Stranger danger.
Drinketh my sauce.
Here's my sauce. My child.
Gather it generously upon thy meat.
Man, my
These
fault, y'all.
Twizzlers
I
got
done
me into
polluted this
trouble
conversation.
again.
Let's change the subject. I done polluted y'all.
Oh, now you want to change the subject. Because Sweet Baby Ray wanted sauce all over your meat.
Man, that's just like that. That's just like that insurance commercial when that little girl was like, "Can I have a balloon too?" He was like, "Sure." That shit is crazy, man.
Imagine you see a kid getting you better take your goddamn you see a kid with another boy, take that goddamn balloon back.
Oh man.
What is going on in the world?
Oh no, man. I told y'all that Sweet Baby was a pandemic. I told you.
I see you. No, I'm pretty sure I have about
taking over environments.
Oh shit!
I'm sure I got a bottle upstairs.
Hey, you take that Sweet Baby Way and put that on a cartilage sandwich from Popeyes, and you in business.
Yo, who created this man's laugh? When God created it, he put extra power in that bitch.
Some of that Sweet Baby Ray all over.
Glory. Hallelujah.
Oh man.
God bless and keep you, Deacon. God bless
You got the type of laugh that makes the joke funnier.
Yeah.
Man, my laugh makes people want to fight me, man. But it's something funny. I'm alive though. Like,
nah, I like your laugh, bro. It brings a lot of energy.
If I tripped and fell,
real, I mean,
half the people in the world wouldn't mind laughing at me if I tripped and fell. Oh man.
Oh my God.
Been waiting on someone to show up with a contagious
you
laugh.
sound like you really getting tired. That boy says, oh, man.
I got that from Will Smith, man. That's how he used to laugh on Fresh Prince. He was like,
Y'all probably too young. Y'all don't know nothing about Fresh Prince.
That definitely had Sweet Baby's rays all over that chicken that I just completely smashed and destroyed.
Introducing new CBD.
That boy had some
Sweet Baby
Baphomet
Rays.
sauce on
Sweet
that.
Baby rays.
Call Sweet Baby Ray's that Baphomet sauce, boy.
Oh my God.
He said, "Yo, what'd you say, Grandma? What'd you? Never mind. Don't even."
Oh
It's
yeah,
ignorant, bro. That's what
that has effectively sunk back into the ethers.
No, because I had muted and was laughing. I missed like 2 minutes.
No, it's ignorance, bro. They literally say anything. They'll say your beanhead ass. Say anything, just to say anything.
Oh man,
Jughead ass.
it's all love, man. I'm sorry. Oh man, I ain't laughed all day, y'all. I'm sorry. That was hilarious. Mm-mm-mm.
Good stuff.
Why did it look like there was a shadow behind Amar just now? What the hell?
No.
Yeah, I got hurt.
That's the ghost of Sweet Baby Ray.
Unbelievable.
No.
A cat said unbelievable.
No more.
Just breathe, bro. Breathe. Everything will be all right. Breathe.
Okay, I thought that was funny.
Hurry up, that set. Hurry up, that set. Oh Lord.
I'll be honest, I need that laugh right now.
What a beauty.
I have a quota. I can't get past my quota per day. Not too much joy. Not too much pleasure.
What's your quota? Let me help you beat it.
That's what she said.
Whoa.
Come
Come on, man. Why didn't you say that with a woman?
Y'all just don't want me to stop. That is funny.
I'm telling you, Travis Magus, aka Sweet Baby Ray.
Oh, I ain't say that. No, I
Nigga said Travis Sweet Baby Ray.
Well, I gotta be Sweet Baby Ray. I want to be Sweet Baby Ray.
I've never seen this before. How can Trav be in two places at once? That is funny. Oh man.
Damn.
Oh. No.
Ja Rule came back with his diss track. We gonna clap back. We gonna clap back. Get ready for war.
It was the worst diss track I've heard in years when he came out with that.
Yo, when I saw that commercial,
and as you notice, it did no good because he never came back after the clap back. You know what I'm saying? It was you solidify yourself as being dropped out the whole rap game, man.
That got metaphysical writ all over it because I heard a rapper once say, "If you ain't got no enemies, make you some."
But yeah, I mean, he and that's a part of the 48 laws. You know what I'm saying? But it didn't work too well for him. First of all, 50 Cent totally destroyed Ja Rule's whole career, and then he uses the same style of the person that he destroyed.
Consumed.
Huh?
Consumed
this enemy.
Yeah, he consumed it. He definitely consumed it. And the rest is history.
But I mean, if you ask me though, Ja Rule was a one-trick pony. Like only thing he had was a Cookie Monster voice. Besides that, he really didn't offer no substance.
Maybe that's what made him an easy target.
Yeah, Cookie Monster voice, facts.
Low-hanging fruit.
Somebody knowing him personally to know that, dude, you're not as tough as you trying to act, as you trying to walk around here and act. So he got called out on his.
they might not be from the same neighborhood, but they both from New York. You know what I'm saying? So the world only but so
Bro,
big.
to see him do that bodega commercial was funny.
Oh man. Oh,
I
Mike
don't
sent
even know
that
what
to
a
me.
bodega is.
I
That
was like,
uh,
how broke is this man?
that
Damn.
that was cringe. I laughed, but I felt bad.
I've
Oh,
never seen a bodega commercial in my life. And I used to live in New York and Connecticut.
I
I
couldn't.
definitely never ever seen a bodega commercial.
Until Ja Rule, it's time to clap back at
Man,
us.
Ja Rule.
Bodega. What do you used to get in the bodega? What was your favorite food?
Weed.
Mm-hmm. Okay, yeah. Besides the,
For
I
me,
get
it's
that. It's everybody's favorite part, yes. But
what's that
Regardless.
breakfast thing that they have?
Chopped
yeah,
cheese. With chopped steak sandwich.
Yeah, chopped cheese and steak, egg, and cheese. Yeah, I mean steak and cheese. Yeah, I used to get those all the time.
But the Cuban sandwiches used to be the bomb too.
yes.
Those, and I used to go to the Dominican bodegas too
Make it
because
where they
that
put
they
it in
had
a
the best
machine and
meat.
make it flat.
What you got? Tostones, arroz, gandules, tostones.
Yeah, definitely got that too.
Say that again.
Bro, I wasn't into all the Nesses.
I also was into the potato balls.
Yes, yes. Arroz,
I was
gandules,
into anything I could
Arroz.
pronounce.
arroz.
How do you do it so well? It's like you get 10 R's in there.
Well, because I grew up in the Bronx, so
True. I feel
believe
like
it or
I only
not,
get like two.
I believe it or not, I was born in Honduras, but I grew up in the Bronx. So every time people sees me in the bodegas, they expected me to have plátanos or plantains. And as soon as I tell them I want tostones, they're like, "What?" Because it's just like, first of all, the plátanos they have too much fat, too much oil. And yes, tostones they have, but they crispy and like
The
you
platanos
bite
be
them.
dripping in grease.
Yes,
Yeah,
exactly.
that's the
Ugh.
Dominican way, man. You know, and the
Me,
tostones is what, Puerto Rican, I believe.
well, yeah, you can actually tostones. It's either Cubans they eat tostones too. Puerto
Okay.
Ricans and Dominicans they eat that too.
If you want
Except
to
on the
raise
whole
your
island.
blood pressure, go to the bodega, Puerto
Yeah,
Rican bodega, and order everything in that warmer from the big what they got the big pork chunks and be
hmm
like
that's true.
those potato balls,
hmm
those
But
platanos.
but you can
Eat.
talk to them and like,
Empanadillas.
well, believe it or not, the bodega that I work that not that I work that bodega that I go right now, they make my vegetables separate. Like I paid them for, I called them early in the morning and I'm like, I really want my vegetables. And since I'm one of those customers that goes every day, they already know. So and I asked them one time why you guys don't make vegetables for people instead of making all these fatty oils and people going to the hospitals and stuff like that. And one of the bodega owners, he tells me people are stupid. This is what he told me. People are stupid. When we make the vegetables for them, they don't eat them. They eat we put it in front so people can see it and people don't buy it. So people likes everything greasy. So of course they don't want to waste the money on vegetables and throw the vegetables in the garbage because people don't eat them. So I'm like, okay, so stop throwing those vegetables in the garbage and I'm going to be paying you. So when I go to work, before I go to work, I come and pick up the vegetables and because I eat veggies. So he's like, okay, no problem. So now, well, I want to say every day before the COVID-19, I used to go like literally every day and get in my vegetables, steamed vegetables in a pat and in a
It's
plate
seven
and then
o'clock.
going up there to work. But if you looking for good foods in the bodegas, you can call them and they'll make you separate healthy food. In a way, they can do it. They can do green juices too. So yeah. Oh yeah, they do that. It's just that they like to put in the main lobby they put the fatty stuff because that's what people likes to eat.
That's
But
what
if you
that's what makes them money.
that's what makes their $5 because at bodegas they charge you $5, $6. Right now in New York, if you go to bodegas, they can cost you $7 for a small dish or $14 for like a medium dish, like, between small and medium. So it's like $14, $15 maximum, and $7 for a small one. So yeah, if you do order plantains or tostones, it can cost you maybe $3 for a small portion. And remember, in the bodegas they like the hot sauce, so you eat your tostones with hot sauce instead. You mix it. So there's other places that they add the chorizo, or they add the pork, or whatever it might be. It costs you more money. So yeah, it's pretty good.
Shango, do you know Main Street in Connecticut?
In
Bridgeport?
Bridgeport?
Yeah.
That's the
Yeah, I
that
used to
was-
live on. I used to live on there.
on Main Street,
Yeah.
going towards
It was like
the
by,
seaside or the downtown area.
I'll say more near Seaside. It's close to it. I was living close to like a Dairy Queen. Hold on.
Oh, you was living on the north end.
It was like houses there too, because how's the main street? Hold on.
You ever heard of St. Vincent's Hospital?
Probably like 15 minutes away.
That's where you was living at over there, right?
Yeah, close to there.
Yeah, that's considered the north end of town. I used to go to grammar school over there, Blackham Middle School.
Like the downtown, like where the main where all the buses go to
Yeah.
was literally like probably like 15 minutes.
Hmm. Yeah, I definitely know what you're talking about. Bridgeport has changed from what I'm hearing from people up there.
I was there like 2015.
In the years, I'm gonna have to go to Connecticut in May. And my daughter's gonna be graduating from the Southern Connecticut State University.
Oh, congrats.
SCSU. And I'm basically in for that, and then I'm out. And that's not even in Bridgeport. That's gonna be in the New Haven area.
Okay, remember the old ice cream, the old Dairy Queen on 949 Huntington Road in East Main?
Let me visualize. You said East Main Street.
Yeah, type in
Yeah.
Dairy Queen East.
I know exactly. That's near Beardsley Park.
Yeah, okay, that's where I used to live.
That's near Beardsley Park. Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about. I just did a whole mental ride from in my mind down the whole East Main Street. Yeah, that's definitely the north end. Very nice part of town. We used to steal a lot of cars over there as youth. I just want to throw that out there, just
Yeah, don't come around my side,
for
man.
old time's sake.
Old time.
I was a very bad kid, man.
That
I was a
boy
good
trying to
kid, but I
remind me.
was a
It
bad
would have been
kid.
your car at the wrong time, Perv. It would have been your car, but it's all good. You don't live there no more.
We used to pride ourselves on how quickly and easily it was to actually steal a car. That shit was so easy.
People just leave them
In the
unlocked.
Horrible.
in Florida, the first time I did that, man, and it was a Ford, and then the Corvette parked right there too. The key was in the car, and the car was unlocked with a bag of money. I was homeless. I said, "Fuck this."
So they wanted you to steal the car.
I guess so. I don't know, man. I think it was my karma.
You know one thing. You know one thing about Florida that I'll tell anybody. Don't think that these cops down here only pull black people over. That they only fucking Florida cops are the only cops I recognize that have the old white great grandmom outside the fucking car, fully searching that thing, man. They be giving tickets out. There is no discrimination from these cops down here from pulling white, black, Latino, whoever. Pull over. Florida is a really interesting state.
In Fort Lauderdale, when I was living out there, what made me even just get out in general, because like the Fort Lauderdale police station was actually going through, like they were putting out like KKK videos and all that stuff. And like, yeah, that's when that Flocka stuff was happening.
Oh,
It's a lot of fake racist people here. They just be a lot of people that be claiming racist just be following the pattern of the people they live around too. Like I said, you got how you gotta see it to believe it. That's a lot of shit about Florida. You actually got to see it to believe it. That shows the insanity. You playing Rick Ross or whatever it is that you blaming out of your Ford F-150, but you got a Bars and Stars flag at the same time in the window. That's insanity right there.
yo, Shango.
Hmm?
Do you know if you have Danista in your chart?
Danista? Let
Yeah.
me where is my iPad? For my memory right now, I don't know, but I'm definitely give me 1 second to pull it up. I don't.
Oh. Because
Danista?
yeah, Danista.
Mm-mm.
Well, remember
I
you
don't.
you talking about being on stage with certain artists and having other run-ins with, like, wealthy people or people of class. And I noticed that I do have some friends, you know what I'm saying, just throughout my life, who have had experiences that they just randomly to encounter celebrities, you know what I'm saying, like Will Smith or like some wrestlers or rappers, just randomly, you know what I'm saying, brush up close to these folks.
Yeah.
So I was like, there must be a nakshatra for that. And I asked Kristen, and she points out this one in particular, and it's known as the wealth, or the most adored nakshatra. I forgot to turn the page, but pretty much
Mm.
the celebrity nakshatra. And it's known to share company with wealthy people and whatnot.
Mm.
But I also notice a pattern in myself. I usually tend to befriend or attract, or, you know what I'm saying, gain the trust of people who come from a lifestyle of, the streets, I guess you could say.
Yeah.
People who've been there and like done the thing, not just like a foot soldier, but somebody who was commanding foot soldiers. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I guess the different cycles of my life, I always have that one friend who was like somebody out there. I think that might be one of these nakshatras as well, because that keeps happening.
That is interesting.
I don't live that lifestyle at all, but it's like I always manage to be in a close friendship with somebody that has that in their life, either in their past or in their current.
That's kind of good because a couple of the people that I call like my friends, like I got a hand. There's only like me, Daz, Cal, Terry, Mike, like maybe five. I got five guys that when I say my friends, that's my friends. You know what I'm saying? One of them is like I consider him my brother, and I knew him since like 8 years old. We in our 40s now, you know. But Cal and Terry were those two guys that did none. They were square Joes. Now, I'm not making saying anybody rude, but they were not connected to nothing when it talk about some street shit.
Mm-hmm.
They were the people that I hung around, and my man Daz hung around because it was when we wanted to get away from certain shit. We go over Terry house or we go over Cal's house. They had their mother and father. They lived in a real house too. You know what I'm saying? That type of shit. A real neighborhood. But they were the good guys. So I kind of had friends like that. They were the good guys. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Definitely had to talk them out of several situations by bringing them places and people noticing how tight they are. Like, yo, what's up with your man and them over there? Yo, you know what I'm saying? Like, yo, leave them alone. They good. One of my homeboy Terry, he's actually he's one of my only friends that kept the same job his whole life. I mean, it became his career and became his business. He was always a cook. When we was like 14, we had to get working papers. I don't know if they even still do some shit like that. We had to get like papers of permission so you could work. You know what I'm saying? So we was all working at McDonald's. And we worked at the McDonald's that everybody came through because the movie theater was like around the corner. But Terry was like the crew chief or some shit like that and made like the burgers. But Terry actually the only one that kept those kind of jobs and became a chef, then became a private chef and owned his own catering company and shit like that. Terry, like right now, was living in, I think he live in Virginia now because he was living in DC and Maryland area. Terry making his own ice cream and shit like that. He the kind of chef now that he don't make food that you get full of. He make some fucking, he making salmon into fluff. He squirting it on your plate and it's like some supposed to be art food. You know what I'm saying? And he be having private parties and shit like that. So he was the good guy. So just saying like a person like that, that's why maybe like you, like I heard you over there mention that you went to the military, you know what I'm saying? And stuff like that. Cal went to the military. He was in the Navy, like you was in the Navy.
Yeah.
Then he got out of the Navy and had to do the Navy Reserves. And we used to give him hell. Every time he put that uniform on with them, that white uniform with the bell bottoms.
Oh man.
Oh, we would kill him. The nigga told us we used to kill him about his hat, the Gilligan looking hat. And he told us that it could save your life. You put it over your, like you hold it a certain way. If you were floating, it'll help you float. Man,
Oh man.
that Navy shit was absolutely hilarious. But yeah, he was that kind of guy. So maybe there might be something. I'm not saying that how I talk about shit, I ain't like I was the most gangsterist dude out there or the biggest dude. I just was in, like I said, that I only talk about it because it's real. Like that's what it was.
Yeah.
Like I definitely wasn't watching shit from the sidelines. I was fully invested in that. You know what I'm saying? It was real life. You know what I'm saying? Not saying it was all meaning real life always about got to be about shootings and shit like that, but we definitely participated in all that bull crap. So that's why right now, with me living in Florida and shit, I consider myself retired. I'm trying to be as Dharana and calm as possible.
Yeah.
So this is good. These are good times.
Jeez Louise.
That's why I talk to people from that perspective, man. Especially somebody right now that's like 20 years old or 20 something years old don't necessarily have a clue. Like people be talking about they a 90s baby. The other thing, if somebody was born in 1993, I was already fully invested in. I was born in 1972. I was actively participating in the 1990s. I wasn't no jit 7 years old in 1990. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So from life and a lot of how I say modernization and technology, I actually lived and experienced it come into manifestation. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like some people right now, that's been a normal out of their life. I can have a whole different, I can go into that's why I kind of said before that our individual Akashic experience will be individual because we all have our particular characteristics that we are going to have attached or developed about what we can go and access in the Akashic type of space or whatever we say it is. So I can go into a particular mind state where there actually was no attachment or use for the technology that we use right now. Like you don't really need a cell phone. You want a cell phone. What's made us so desiring of wanted to be constantly contacted? Everywhere you go, somebody has access to you. And you're being tracked all through you. Every time your cell phone pings to a cell phone tire, somebody can make a whole map out of that shit and map out your whole where you go from Monday to Friday and see like, yo, you don't go out of the same square footage of an area right here. This is where you go Monday through Friday.
Ooh, like a cell, like you know, the hand cells stay here in this little section, like
exactly. So now if you think about that, that's now you know why they keep compartmentalizing us with shit, because they can monitor every movement. Back in the day, you couldn't monitor really nobody like that. Niggas had beepers. You could call from any. That's why they took away payphones. You know how much business was being conducted through the fucking payphone? We used to have this little thing that it made the sound of the telephone number that you was dialing, and we would put it up to we'll take the receiver off the payphone and put it up to the mouthpiece and play it, boop, 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 and it would fucking dial a number. We was making free calls all day, every day off that shit.
wow.
We found a glitch in the system with this little box that we all had.
Damn.
Don't forget about two-way pagers. So I can go into those different mind states and parallel the experience of now and our people, even my daughters, how my daughters activate. I be telling them all, even the way people build friendships is different now. Or the lack of friendships. I be questioning my daughters all the time, like, yo, y'all don't got no friends like that? What about, I thought kids wanted sleepovers and like, what the? No, I got one or two friends, and I'm like, hey, y'all don't be having sleepover? Kids are like different. Everything is different now based off of just social media. They don't need sleepovers because they are always interacting with each other on Instagram or TikTok or some shit.
I remember being younger, the first time hearing about long distance relationships, and I'm like, what the fuck is this? Like, what do you mean? But now apparently it's all the rage.
That shit used to be honest, that was once frowned upon.
It was that, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, but now it's, yeah, I have a
It's the
boyfriend.
norm.
He lives in XYZ.
Like, what you mean? You talk like we talk every night. We FaceTime every night.
I think this isn't going anywhere for certain. But I think it's doing something socially that's rewiring things. Like you said,
That's why I guess that's why this conversation kind of went this way. It just brings it right back to where what we're studying. That's exactly what the fuck's happening, Trav. I've been seeing it for years. At one point, nobody used to walk around saying, "Yo, what's going on, my nigga?" We never said that shit. That shit used to make us uncomfortable really talking like that.
Yeah.
So we even had to develop a pattern of being comfortable with being everywhere, my nigga, yo, I'm telling you, these motherfucking niggas over there, yo, man, fuck them niggas. Nobody really said that shit back in it. It really wasn't being said. That's why you got to look at it. The world, everything is a pattern, man. NWA, once the fucking programming of NWA came out, they uploaded that into the system. The world changed because it always changes the pattern through music. Then the next programming after NWA became like a Snoop Dogg and Dr. Dre, but music at one point was what they would call backpack rap. You know what I'm saying? It was like Tribe Called Quest.
Yeah.
And Public Enemy and shit like that. And New York ruled music. Even though any other place had their own artists, New York set the pattern for the music. Then once it opened up with Outkast, we began to reconnect or connect state boundary lines through music, and there's always been people that sat back and capitalized off that shit. Like, this hip hop stuff, this is really going somewhere. I think we need to get in on this.
Interesting you say that about the music being that central part that harmonizes everything else. I was reading in Nandananda's book, the one about mantras and yantras, and he talks about basically the same thing, vibration. At the core of everything, there's a vibration, and from that vibration, everything else manifests. So if you tune into that vibration, you could tune into. I think you were saying that in the chat, or somebody was saying that, how if you can get into contact with that central vibration, you can affect the whole thing. Weren't you saying something like that?
That's what I was saying, yeah. And that's what it is. People got to just think about what was the music of the 80s before it became hit. It was fucking disco music. That was all high power cocaine. Yeah. Club 45 and all the people. That was all disco music. They knew how to manipulate. Once people started seeing a way to change the trends of the people based off of the frequency sounds of their music, man, it was easy. That was light. That's light work nowadays. Don't nobody even listen to say like Stevie Wonder and shit like that, how they romanticized a woman or love and stuff in music. R&B music nowadays don't romanticize nothing. That motherfucker about getting some head and banging your whole motherfucking back wide open. So you can't. So that's a pattern that has been taken out of society. Romance.
Maybe the time for it is expired.
They know how to put programs in and take programs out. I was watching, like I said, I've been watching that shit for years, how people change. Just like the whole pattern of sagging pants and shit like that. You know what I'm saying? That shit really wasn't about gay from jail. It really wasn't. It was actually an active display of like, fuck the world, nigga, kiss my ass. It was that kind of thing. It was like a fuck the world. Then when Tupac came out and they capitalized off of the way he wore his pants. Don't forget the first entertainment, I mean, company to capitalize off of that was Calvin Klein, because that was how they did their ad with Marky Mark and the motherfuckers. They will all have their pants sagging down so you can see the Calvin Klein. So they got that from how Pac wore his shit, and then they capitalized off of it. And then once that became a normal thing to show the waist elastic waistband of what kind of boxes you wearing, it became a normalized thing for all dudes to just wear their fucking pants sagging down with no matter what kind of fucking drawers you got on. It just became a thing. They implanted that shit. That shit was everything was a programming. But to get to where we at right now is a lot of comfort. Everything is about comfort food. Everything is about access. Like certain things you didn't even have access. It took a lot of it was a lot of pain and suffering that people went through to get to this comfort zone right now. That's why I laugh, and it's really not as bad as motherfuckers think it is. People living all right. Niggas got cell phones all the time, access to fucking the internet. They can Google anything. They can watch Pornhub and don't even have to pay for a paid subscription. You can watch XXX vid and don't have to pay no subscription. Just get full videos on that shit. Everything is comfort.
We used to have to get VHS tapes.
Get VHS tapes from Blockbuster to go and look at some ass. Or you got it from your homeboy who didn't got it from that tape didn't been through the whole neighborhood.
Yeah, that one. Oh,
man. Hey, you know what's funny though? In Haiti, whenever I used to go visit my dad in Haiti, they would have it right there on the TV channels. Like you could just switch to the channel, have some porn out. I'm like 7, 8 years old. Like, yo, okay.
I'm gonna give you some shit that's really of my age. I remember when TV went off at 11 o'clock at night type shit. 12 midnight, TV was off.
Boy, when did that happen? In 19? What the fuck? I never even heard of that.
They used to play some fucking song and had the flag, and it'd be a fucking image of the American flag flapping, and it will play some music or some shit like that, and the TV would go to motherfucking white noise on your ass.
Yeah, it had that boo.
Crazy.
No.
In Haiti,
it went off.
In Haiti, the power used to be off at a certain time, and then I think only at nighttime or after the evenings is when you could do it. So it's like people were forced to read throughout the day, work, and everything, which is pretty smart. You know what I'm saying? I actually miss that, having all this technology and stuff. If you're not strong enough, it can be very distracting. You know,
we are distracted. We fully invested in this shit. Niggas done signed up for all this free Facebook shit with your full address, your real name, all kind of shit. One thing you ain't given was your social security number. And some people gave that away because Facebook used to set you up. You'll get locked out your account and they ask for you to take a picture of your driver's license or some shit like that.
Oh man.
You ever got that before?
Nope, I never got that.
They tried to set motherfuckers up with that shit. We so wrapped up into a web, that's why they call it the World Wide Web, a web of deceit that half the people don't even know, and they like it. Just like the dude from the Matrix we were talking about. he wanted to go right back to that shit, and he wanted his memory to be wiped out because first of all, he knew that he wouldn't be able to deal with how he felt being garbage inside of his internal self. So he wanted to be totally blind. They fucking clipped his pineal out and clipped his memory system out of him. Everything, man. And Vedic information wasn't even profound like that. And why do you think they keep the rapper KRS-One away from mainstream? KRS-One been a practicing fucking Buddhist for years or some type of shit. I don't know if it was Buddhism. It was he practices something. He's a Hare Krishna practitioner, something like that. KRS-One is one of the most intelligent individuals. They don't want intelligent music to come through. They was trying to break through. Think about when PM Dawn and shit like that all came out. They was trying to integrate a different type of music, but hip-hop, true hip-hop is aggressive. But I'm just saying all of that just to correlate with what we studying is that through particular practices or particular information that people who are in charge of entertainment, whether it be commercials, voiceovers, background imagery, and nowadays automation and all of that type of stuff, writing, television shows, they using the very same information that we're studying. All they've done was change the terms to meet American standards of manipulation in business and entertainment. They know that people see things a certain type of way. They see it with this particular part of the brain because it's filtered in through this particular sense. All of that shit. And they do it a lot through men's brains, especially when it comes to visual shit. Because, men, we visual. We the one who led all these women into feeling that their bodies and all of that shit is not good enough the way it is. Through music. I like big butts and I like them round and all of that type of shit. So now the women who ain't got no big round ass, they feel left out. So let me go ahead and put this motherfucker $3,000 a cheek. Or heck, cat, no, didn't she say she do that shit all day? Men have made this.
I do maderotherapy. I do wood therapy and lymphatics and massages that they actually, it's not that makes the booty bigger, to be honest with you. They show that the booties become, it's so commercial again, like I was telling you guys, so commercial. But when you do the wood therapy, what it does, it gives inflammation in the booty. That's what it does.
So they got inflamed asses.
Yes, pretty much. That's what they do. And then when you show, when they show you in the aesthetics, they show these big booties, enhancement of booties. It's all commercial.
But it's really inflammation.
if you are honest practitioner, I straight tell them it's a form of inflammation. But in the Colombians' perspective, they do the inflammation, but they also add vitamin C. But it's not that type of vitamin C that you drink. It's kind of like hyaluronic acid. It's kind of like the fillers that we have right now for the cheekbones. You know how the rich people.
Okay, do you see listen to what you the one, you know what I'm saying? Like it's crazy that these people want to go through this.
Well, because it's it's
Pushed on them.
well, let me tell you something. Even the most beautiful woman, let's just say, for example, I wouldn't say Jennifer Lopez is the most beautiful goddess woman in the whole world, but even this wealthy, beautiful woman that they spend all this money and all this time in the gym, and they have husbands, and these husbands, what they do, they go and cheat at these beautiful wives with another woman. So they spend all this money and all this time so their husband can go and find another woman, which is beautiful. I mean, I see it though because I can tell you because I see patients, and even if they're beautiful, they still, they have husbands that cheat. So I guess it's more like somehow being beautiful, but at the same time, how do I explain it? You have to be beautiful, but at the same time, you have to have the personality that men expect you to have. In a way, it's kind of very challenge for a female because now you're competing with other females that they are also beautiful. So
See, but that's what I mean. That the whole process of that,
yeah,
even the very creation of making somebody feel like that is an
yeah.
uploaded program based off of individuals knowing about the proper way of utilizing the awareness of self, and then the way of utilizing the awareness of self against somebody who you don't want to ever want them to become aware. Some advertisers and the way that the business world works, production and commerce, they never want their fucking customer to become privy to the information that they know about their products that they're selling them, and how them shits are produced and why it's produced and how they manipulated you into buying it.
Right.
Well, technically, legally, you're supposed to tell the patient. You're supposed to tell the patients what you put in the body because if something happens in the patient goes to a hospital. Patient has to say what they have in the body, and then in a situation, an emergency, the hospital has to know what to do if
They're not
something
telling them
happens.
what they're not telling them what they're putting in their mind though.
Well, that's a different thing. That's absolutely different
That's what
thing.
I'm talking about. The
Mhm.
very creation of making a human being come to your place of business. That was a whole creation within itself, creating the mental atmosphere or manipulating someone's mental and spiritual, emotional vibration energy to make them even feel a certain type of way about themselves based off of the opinion of somebody else. It's profound and it's intricate and it's awesome and amazing to really study how it's going down out here and how they manipulate. And they always had a plan to always keep the population under control. And basically it even involves death, involves the whole process of the AIDS and HIV programs and that being spread. And then they tried to put fear into some Ebola virus. There's always something threatening the tally of mankind and shit like that. Something always trying to take us out. That's why they won't ever fucking clear cancer. That's a big money maker right there.
Right. And just like you said, this has always been. It's nothing new. It's just newly ways of connection so that this can be rampantly spread and juiced up with these trigger words.
Yeah. They just figured out a better way to be um more productive with their deception. We haven't had in over hundreds of years we have not had leaders ruling the nations, there hasn't been any God energy leaders like pharaohs and shit like that, like Akhenaten and Hatshepsut and all these ancient pharaohs that ruled over ancient Nebuchadnezzar, not Nebuchadnezzar, but Mansa Musa. They haven't, the people, the leaders are not operating on no higher vibrational energy, so they won't. So that's not able to be spread throughout the nation.
Yeah.
It's all about control, deception, and finances, and war. And that's been for hundreds of years now.
If these people are supposed to be symbols representing an energy that they stand for, the type of energy that they're standing for is very dry, very weak, very false. And like you said, that's what the country's pulling from. So we ain't getting no juice.
They even threatened their own way of government. They even want to fucking, remember they wanted to do something about the Constitution. These very same people that scream America, America, America are doing everything in their power to destroy the fabric of things that makes America America.
Based off of their
You believe in the congressional system, in the democratic system, because it's not the Republican system, it's the democratic system of voting and all of this, but you go and you break into the Congress building and destroy it and take selfies with the police officers and shit, because you definitely didn't really break in. They allowed you to be tyrannical because that, like I said earlier, that was a part of the plan to destroy the image of you, Middle America.
Right.
Now we got you looking crazy. We show black lifers, Black Lives Matter, and disgruntled motherfuckers all the time breaking into Pep Boys and burning up the whole fucking neighborhood and shit like that. Now let's show you breaking into, not Pep Boys, not Foot Locker. Let's go ahead and show you breaking into the whole Congress motherfucking building.
Very well executed.
Master plan. You're supposed to be fucking, you're supposed to know the weapons of your enemy, just like chess. You playing against somebody and them motherfuckers come out with the knight on their fucking first move, like, okay, you either try to bluff me or you trying to go to war right now.
Bro, after all those, everything that we did to all these different countries, I'm still shocked and I'm still wondering why. Well, I kind of figure why, but why the hell haven't nobody else bombed us or invaded us to take our shit? You know what I'm saying?
Because that's a global mind control. They done bullied so many other countries into another country is afraid to do some shit. They were like, man, I don't give a fuck how fucking much I hate America. Try to 9/11 them motherfuckers again and see what the fuck happened. Go over there and try to drop some. Boy, the motherfuckers already tried that shit with D-Day. Why you think they owe motherfucking China so much? God, they man, they dropped the atomic bomb on their ass, man.
Yikes.
Wait, that was Japan, wasn't it?
Japan.
Yeah.
They dropped the atomic bomb, which was the equivalent of a fucking nuclear bomb at that time.
Engineered by German scientists.
Exactly. So go ahead if you think you want to invade. Now, that shit right there was enough to scare them. America may not have nothing. Nigga might have a fucking big gun and no bullets in the fucking clip. You know what I mean? Niggas that been around that bluff motherfuckers like that don't got no bullets in the clip. But you know what? That pistol can still smack your ass up and bruise you and tear your whole fucking face off. But you ain't gonna shoot nobody with that motherfucker. So it's a chance that a person, if they was to get over their fear of that gun, and be like, fuck it, I'm gonna fight this motherfucker back. They may find out, like, yo, this nigga don't got no bullets. That's what America's done. America's bullied enough people.
That nigga got bitch in his blood. Let's get him.
They didn't bully enough people, man, that ain't nobody that fucking stupid. Because there's still a possibility. Because there's still a possibility that they may have some bullets in that motherfucking gun. Bring your ass over here and see if they'll blow you, blast your whole Navy with a fucking laser ray. Some special shit that they didn't.
America doesn't coming from. America doesn't even need guns no more, really, to be honest with you, because they'll threaten your economy. They'll threaten to take away food.
Exactly.
Everybody.
You see what I'm saying? I'm gonna pull out of the fucking union. I'm gonna pull out of the union.
So it's like every country was happy at first to do business. This is like from reading books and stuff. I seen every country before was happy to do business with America because America was representing freedom. But then once they got in business, they're like, oh, these niggas ain't shit. They ain't shit.
See, that's what I'm saying. Everything you're saying is correct. Just now put it back to the essence of the lesson. Why you think they destroyed the fucking hippies and free love? These motherfuckers they were gonna take the right amount of psychotropic and then you'd be like, yo, these motherfuckers got us fucking fooled with the government. Somebody was gonna kick in and be like, you know what? They're using the same yogic practices that we just got into. They already been fucking with that shit since the early 1900s. Because when you read Think and Grow Rich by Napoleon Hill, it was Andrew Carnegie that petitioned him to write that book and gave him the letters of introduction so he can go in and interview some of the millionaires at that time, or the most successful people. Carnegie and these other people were the ones globe-trotting around the world learning Eastern philosophy. And even the because that's what they be calling them, philanthropists. They be giving money for expeditions to go into other countries and learn their spiritual systems so they can come back and utilize it for their own purpose.
And now we got yoga, beer yoga and shit.
That's all that type of shit. Got people thinking that you really practicing yoga because you are a master of the asanas. You can do all that shit, but never once taught you. Some of these yogis don't even know nothing about Swami Shivakananda and Dharana Darshan and none of that shit. They don't know nothing about that. So they're only dealing with one particular part, mastering the body, again, physical material. But people are taking this information and putting the fucking global blindfold on the world, on the earth, and got you thinking today in outer space so out there that shit, if you was able to have the money, you can fly out of space yourself. It ain't that far. I mean, it's far, but it really ain't that hard that as people think it is.
A cool meal ticket.
Yeah. And they got us, man. That's another thing. Donald Trump, his personality was used to open up business. When he went over there to go talk to the leader of North Korea, what's his name? Sung Young Kim.
Kim Jong-il.
He loved Donald Trump. That's the only reason why, because the Asian countries, they love fucking funny shit. They love entertainment. That's why if you ever go to China, Japan, but them motherfuckers is lit up like 49th streets. Them shits got shit all over the place. entertainment venues, and they love American culture and John Wayne and shit like that, and blues music.
Yo, you know what somebody told me out of country? I was like, I asked her, I was like, yo, how is it in the UK and all that stuff? And she's like, man, I'm like, why do you guys love American culture in the UK? She's like, cause you guys do stuff that we're too afraid to do.
or
like,
they're not allowed to do. Other countries be shut the fuck down. Their internet service be going the fuck off whenever they feel like turning that shit off on their ass. That's what I'm saying.
In a way, I think that's part of the reason why we're still gonna be allowed to have that freedom, because it serves as a symbol for the world. The whole world can't be on lockdown. That wouldn't be harmonious.
Not America. So that's what I'm saying. The imagery, they're using subtle energies. They're using all the elements, the characters in the narrative of America, which we call presidents and vice presidents and secretaries of defense and all of that type of shit. They were using all the elements to wrap everybody into this narrative. That's why you had to have, when the war was against this COVID-19 thing. So even when you have the president, his character ushered these people in to basically, first you had to wear this mask, which he never supported. That was the World Health Organization, and the CDC started mandating that you should be wearing a mask and 6 feet away. That wasn't of presidential orders. So he represented an adverse side to what was being said. The nigga supposed to have caught COVID-19. He came out with his mask on and took that motherfucker off and hung around his homeboys right after that shit. That's America right there. The not giving a fuck motherfuckers. Or as other countries say, those rude Americans. You ever seen the movie Mummy? Well, in one part of the Mummy, they was having a full shootout on this boat. And the Americans, them niggas was like, wow, like fucking cowboys, blasting every fucking thing. And the other dude looked over there, I think he was from Britain. He looked, he said, freaking Americans. That's what we known for. The Western, coming from the wild, wild West.
The wild, wild West.
We're not known for teaching yogic self-awareness. That's why they don't want none of that shit to be filtered through broad society, where it starts becoming. That's why they had to get this economy, as they said, back going. They ain't having no concerts and shit, like big concerts, but they had to get them celebrities off of this Instagram, man. Them celebrities starting to gain some consciousness. They starting to communicate with each other and shit like that. Lizzo and SZA on talking about taking mushrooms and DDT, playing the flute and all kinds of shit, showing what kind of crystals and stones they got in their house. And people are like, man, wait a minute, man. This shit was not supposed to go down like this. We got to implement a little bit of, open the economy up, just open it up back a little bit, open the faucet up. I'm just saying, man, I can see all of this pattern, Trav. This should be all programs and uploads. I think I done been around long enough now, you know what I'm saying, to see, like, yo, I'm gonna let you know, this is none but a big game, yo. This shit is. I didn't been alive long enough to see a couple of predators, fucking Jimmy Carter type shit, you know. I didn't seen the whole way that the American white male president used to operate. Like, them motherfuckers was not operating like how this previous. He changed the whole format. I think I said that a couple shows ago. He was uploaded. He changed the whole format of the American presidency. They're going to try to get it back with Biden. That's why they had to put this old guy in there. But they modernized it with putting Kamala in there because she really don't necessarily represent like a black type of woman. She represents feminine energy and change. She's representing they're representing the coming of balance between masculine and feminine.
Yes.
It was all about male dominance when it came to the government. Now they whether they know it or not, which I believe they do know it. That's why the chicks look at her whole name, Kamala, you know what I'm saying, and Biden or Biden, you know what I'm saying. So the whole thing is they're ushering in a spiritual energy of the masculine and the feminine.
Yeah, the feminine energy can create and destroy a
And
new paradigm shift.
I think it's in its creative mode, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's why so much. Think about it. This been the year. It's been increasing with female artists when it comes to music setting the tone. Cardi B set the tone for the Kali and the Kali Ma energy and Durga and all of that. Because don't forget, even the nicest goddess has a parallel, not so nice fucking goddess.
Mm-hmm. And then
Parvati is just another form of Shakti and Durga. So I think that that we're gonna see something really different with this balance of the what appears to be the balance, or just could be a representation through the form of having a man and a woman there. I personally see it as it's bringing an awareness to the balance of male and female energy that needs to take place.
it's definitely there, but I just think that again, it's gonna be controlled chaos. It's gonna be cloaked. I mean, you got the WAP and you got the Busset challenge. You know what I'm saying?
And that took over now, and you're right, because it took over the Beyonce, you know what I'm saying, even though she came out because I Am King was just building a momentum. And then Beyonce and Megan came out with drop that WAP on her ass. Maybe Beyonce should have put I Am Queen, so that the energy might have stuck more. You know what I'm saying?
But
So she
Beyonce
attached.
been ushering that I Am Queen energy though.
Yeah, she's been ushering it.
I'm not a huge fan. Like I can't, I don't have like a favorite album or song, but just from the women in my life, hearing the music, she got some, I mean, the average Joe probably won't understand some of the stuff that Beyonce be speaking of, but it's definitely there. It's definitely there. It's not a slap in your. It's like those who get it will get it.
Yeah.
The average Joe Biden.
You know what I'm saying? But just to piggyback on that busted challenge and whatever is empowering them, is empowering the women, and our women need that empowerment, but it's contorted in a way that reinforces negative stereotypes.
It's
just
empowering in the wrong direction.
Yes, it's reinforced. Oh, I got a phone call. Oh, I got to.
The Busset challenge is all right, I like that crybaby challenge more than the I'm just saying, I'm just throwing that out there just to.
I don't think I
That's
seen
why
that.
I fuck with you. That's why I fuck with you, Shango.
I like
That one.
Megan Thee Stallion has caught my motherfucking humanly eyes attention. Trav putting that motherfucking NLP energy on us right now, putting yellow.
Oh shit. I'm having malfunctions. There's some whores in this house. There's some girls in this house. Kids Bop version.
The man whore.
Ay, ay, ay.
We never talk about the man whore. What about the man whore? Like,
Nobody cares about that guy.
That's fucked up because these artists, they really don't even know that they are actually pieces in this magical puzzle. They don't even realize it. It's just like, I'm gonna use her again. Megan Thee Stallion is really not who you think she is. This chick is like, you know what I'm saying, was a good student and shit like that. You know what I'm saying? Once you take that makeup off, it's a whole nother story. Because what proves it, when she was with this dude who shot her or attempted to fucking shoot her, he shot her because she wasn't giving no head and pussy in there. Because she really ain't that chick. That's just music she's been commissioned to make.
Yikes.
She's another piece in the entertainment puzzle. Like, you have the perfect imagery because she was already a rapper. So now they say, you know what? What would be more better with you? Because the way you look, you need to put that motherfucking pussy magic on their ass. We need to bring back booty music.
Booty
Bring
music.
back that Yoni music. You know what I'm saying?
Don't forget, Miami Ben did this already. Trina Ben putting Yoni on you.
Trina, damn, yeah.
This ain't nothing new. That's what I'm saying. Get it? Nothing new under the sun, man.
She hit us with that. She got an ass so big like the sun. I'm like, damn.
This shit ain't nothing new. Cardi B and first it was Nicki Minaj. See how quickly they fucking deprogrammed her and got her the fuck out of here. Nicki Minaj, a mama at home right now. But she was nothing but another fucking prototype Lil' Kim. Lil' Kim Ben did all of this talk. It just wasn't the right time for that programming to be given that much energy to push it out into society. They gotta massage it in you. So now we get to Cardi B. She's the upgraded Queen, Lil' Kim. Who else I said?
When I heard
Yeah,
Meg Thee Stallion for the first time, I thought it was like a transvestite rapper or something.
And it's old school rapping stuff. You realize these female rappers, what is this? What's these chicks from Miami? The City Girls.
They from
Megan Thee
Atlanta.
Stallion.
We don't claim them.
They're rapping in old school Miami 2 Live Crew fucking
Trina.
tone.
They
And I
sound
know
like Trina
music.
low-key.
That's why I can speak. I grew up and love hip hop music. I love hip hop culture. So I'm speaking from the fact of knowing rhyme style, rhythmic and tone. Something wanna fuck on me. I know your little cousin wanna, but that's old school fucking 1980s fucking rap style.
But it's packaged up modern, right?
Modernized with these, and they put it on girls. Men can't rap in the old school tone no more because it would be found out too quickly. But like this nigga, a man, that their style has to be modern, has to be what it is. Rhythmic tone. Jay-Z ate T-Pain to pieces for the fucking auto-tune. Right now, nobody cares if you use the auto-tune. Niggas is rapping the whole album is purposely made on auto-tune. You know why? Because we can settle for the avatar now. That's why I told you before, when you putting them horns and all of that, you can eventually and I know probably Night Creation probably going to make you into a full automatic cartoon character on this motherfucker.
And it'd be like accepted and commonplace. I know that's already underway.
That they can make you a full, so whenever you be reacting like, you can make your whole head spin around, all kind of fucking automation and shit like that. That's how we're gonna be able to represent ourselves. We're gonna be able to have an online character that can we can turn it on and it'll go through our day. It'll have its own life within the computer world. While we go about doing something else for today.
The technology is there already. I got, because Adobe, they got where you can't buy Photoshop anymore. You got to rent it.
Yeah, I remember that.
The package where you can get Photoshop and the movie thing, but they've got another one, and they've had this for like 5 years or more. But it's called Character Animator, and you can pretty much design a character, whether it's 2D, 3D, however you want to do it. And you can literally set up the mouth to go with every type of sound that a human makes. Like you can make an O mouth, an M mouth, an N mouth, an L. You see where I'm going?
Wow.
Basically, you can program it, set it up to face tracking like this right here, and get the mic. So as I'm talking, the character is moving its mouth with whatever sound you program it. So you got a full live action streaming animation. It's actually easy. I just, hadn't had the time to sit on and do it, but
I have it. If anybody wants it, just hit me up.
yeah. See,
I be on the bay. I'm still a pirate out here, 24/7.
Hey.
See what I'm saying? Because that right there is a tool that the regular TV and entertainment world use. They develop a character that people be more attracted. Now they tried it back in the day too with a television show. It was called Max Headroom.
Mm-hmm.
He used to be in a TV and shit like that, and he used to always skip his fucking words and shit. All of this shit has been tested.
Oh shit! Damn! It was before its time.
It was before its time. It was all being test run. They was just testing it out. It's no different than they tested out those holographic images of Tupac and shit like that. So you can see how people would react to it.
Wait a minute, going too fast.
They have to test drive every fucking thing, man.
We just now rolling into the Max Headroom era, and that's been out since MTV played music videos.
All of that shit, man. Right now, we the Max Headroom. We're in boxes.
Right.
Talking.
Background, how you want to have it.
I got my camera off with a whole animated picture. And like you said, if I really wanted to go farther, if you wanted to take it further, I can have a whole fucking cartoon. That face could be talking right now.
Yeah, you could do that on FaceTime too.
You see what I'm saying?
You can put an animal animated.
Exactly. All that kind of shit right there. You see what I'm saying?
Wow.
All that kind of stuff.
We done made it the Max Headroom era.
Yeah, man.
Oh.
They've been testing this stuff out on us for a long time. We think, like I said, people who still young, you know what I'm saying, and they really just getting into whatever it is they getting into their consciousness. You got to study history along. It ain't just, you have to understand where you at, the planet you're on, the different cultural aspects that this shit been filtered through. Those are filters.
Yes.
At one point, we saw music through the eyes of multiculturalism when it came to mainstream, because there was once no such thing as black radio stations. Nigga, we was listening to motherfucking Led Zeppelin and all of that. And there's always something there to remind me. I know all the motherfucking songs. David
Oh,
Bowie, all kind of shit, because they wasn't rocking. They didn't have. They of course had black music, but they wasn't having it all the time. It didn't have its own radio station. So I seen the multiple layers and filters that they was bringing shit out, and then they'll try to implement this. I remember years ago, meth, the bad meth was once they tried to bring it out, and it was called ice.
Ice.
But the people was having horrible reactions to it. So all of a sudden, it just disappeared off the streets. Because you know when you hustle so one shit, you always there's a shit always comes to you. Yo, man, you want to see some new shit that's out? What's that? Because you're always either buying some shit or you're being exposed to something. They called it ice. That shit was meth early. People wasn't ready for that type of high yet.
Take that back to the laboratory.
You'll take that back, man. That's
20 years
right now.
have y'all ever heard of the lab that sheriff in Broward County, Florida, had? Like this one dude, he had a homeless shelter, so he'll make the homeless people go on the street, ask for money. They had to do it. Give them like a carton of milk, and then they'll collect the money in that basically, and like a little thing of milk. And if they didn't bring back no money, they can't stay there for the night. That same dude that ran that, he had like a crack lab or something like that, and he was the one helping out with producing Flocka in Florida and all that stuff.
That was an entrepreneur right there.
Yes, sir.
And an agent.
He saw
Now
opportunity.
that's an agent. You understand what I'm saying? That's agent shit right there. Like, we're gonna destroy the whole fucking community with this shit, and make these homeless motherfuckers, because it'd be easier to distribute this Flocka through these homeless motherfuckers.
Nah, he wasn't selling it through the homeless people. He just was making them collect, like,
You better
like
believe
the
some of
homeless
them.
people asking for dollars and shit like that.
You better believe some of them homeless motherfuckers was smoking Flocka or knowing somebody who wanted it.
Man, it's crazy.
They had to pay rent. That sucks. But I mean, hey, does it really suck though?
Bro, if they made $700 to $1,000 that week, it went all to that dude.
Well, that's on them. If you're making $7,000 a week and you giving it to him,
that they have to stay there.
you're making $7,000 a week.
No, like 700 to 1,000, bro, not 7,000.
I would have been standing in the rooming house for $50 a week at the crack.
Yeah, that's on them. If he taught you how to hustle and you still coming back to him,
He got dual mind control. That's
There
what
you
I'm
go.
saying. They
Panhandling.
definitely was smoking Flocka.
yeah, he taught you how to hustle. He gave you a income source. That's on them.
Told you what corner stand on and everything.
See, set you up with a little business.
Mashuri. Is that
Masha Yuri.
Masha Yuri?
Yeah, but it's Yuri cool. You are
I saw the hand. Does
Yeah.
that mean like that you're raising your hand?
Yes, sir.
How do you raise your hand?
Well, you it's a shoulder, and they got like an elbow and a wrist, and then you go up. Not just playing. I'm just playing. No, it's in the chat. It's a chat feature, I think, or something along those lines. Well, I'm on my phone, so I don't know if you're on a computer or not. It might be a little bit different.
Yeah.
But yeah, I was on the phone, and I don't know where that conversation had went, but I just was getting to a point about that female energy, is that what I'm noticing from the culture, and I'm not deeply entrenched in the culture, you know what I'm saying? But I'm still relatively young, you know what I'm saying? So what I'm noticing is that the female is being pumped up, or that energy, I'm sorry, no disrespect to the women, but the energy is being set forth. But like we were saying, it was kind of controlled, and again, in my view, it's being reduced down to over sexual activity, over, I don't know the correct term or word that I'm looking for, but that energy is being contorted to be expressed throughout sexuality.
Wait a minute, what's this?
And real men can see more to a woman than just sex. You know what I'm saying? You more than just lips and bottom part. You know what I'm saying? Okay, then Django with the tan hand. I see you, my brother. You
Oh
must
shit,
got
I'm
the
not.
iPhone.
I was messing around. I'm sorry, but I just figured it out when I'm messing around with it.
No, it's cool. No, it's cool. It just popped up. I'm like, what is that? But no, it's just but yeah, it's just that is and what, and the other side to that coin is that women is dominating that spiritual scene, like yoga, like you were saying how they had the celebrities with the crystals and stuff like that,
Yeah.
Lizzo and them. Like the women is, I mean, the men is definitely doing their thing. We are definitely doing our thing, but the women really, really, really got a hold on this whole spirituality thing. Maybe they're not going as deep as, you know what I'm saying, but it's just the fact that I'm 30. You know what I'm saying? So 10 years ago, none of my peers was talking about meditating crystals. At least I was just running in the wrong circles. You know what I'm saying? Maybe that's the case. You know what I'm saying? But I didn't see nobody really to it or like that. You know what I'm saying? And not only is it a trend, a wave for the whole spiritual thing, but it's dominated by the women. Like dominated. I mean, you hear men talk about like, like nutrition and working out and stuff like that. But when it comes to a lot of my spirituals, you know what I'm saying, tips and tricks that I get, it comes from a female source. A lot of it, and it's not like I'm actively searching for women, but if I'm typing something in and that's what I'm seeing, you know what I'm saying? That's all I'm If that's what I'm exposed to, then that's all I got to use to my disposal.
It's like on the tarot card, the lovers. If you look at it, you have the woman looking up to the divine, and you have the man looking to the woman. So it's like that connection, or that Kether to Chokmedabina kind of thing.
You're absolutely right. Women are connected deeper to the spiritual essence. If you really want to keep it real, women is the spiritual essence. She carries, and that comes from that comes from the Vedic yogic tantric tradition. The woman carries in her womb all the goddesses that it is to be. She is. It's easier for a woman to go into a deeper meditative trance than for a man because we got so many filters. And I just know that it's the time, and you're right, Mashuri, that the female essence is on, and it has been. Even if when you look at it from a religious perspective, it's more women that's going to church than it is men that's going to church and shit like that. So even from just that type of perspective, women are more involved.
I mean, hell, look, I mean, it's a lot of males that are in the video chat, but at least from what I've been seeing on the chat and elsewhere, seems to be mostly females that are interacting.
Yeah,
I
it
read
is. And
I read somewhere that like it's the female who usually introduces the spiritual change to the males.
That's what
And
happened to me. I could,
and what
yeah.
does didn't we just read that the other day? That Shakti comes from the Muladhara, but then raises up to go to Shiva, and then Shiva goes into action only by Shakti putting him in motion. Other than that, he chilling all fucking day as a meditative realm.
Yeah. They arouse each other in their own way.
They arouse each other. So once we all raise, so that's why it can become dangerous too, or it can become usable. That if you have a mate, or you have a woman, or you have a man, then you're practicing these practices, because it's not just dharana darshan. Dharana practices and dhyana practices are a part of a broader scope of techniques. So one of the schools of yoga, which is tantra, and it can have a left hand path or right hand path if we want to call it that. You could be using some high magic between the male and female, dealing with this type of self-awareness and openness to the higher concentration force. That's why it's almost an injustice if the awakened self, if you're awakened and you're practicing these techniques and you're still living your life, your regular life, and you wanna date and interact, it's an injustice to you to date somebody lower than your spiritual height.
Yikes.
I'm gonna just keep it real on that shit.
Hey, the pickings get real slim.
It start getting real slim.
That's just the way it is. Some things will never change.
You ain't gonna find too many out there that's ready to interact with this true essence. You know what I'm saying? Even if you get physical, it starts off because you got to activate the physical essence between and in each other, but that shit turns out to be some out of body experience. You both come back so motherfucking silent because you done went into the Akashic library and then brought back some shit that you can't even talk to each other about. You don't even know how to verbalize it.
Yeah. Until then, astral projection and Pornhub.
Yeah.
A family that meditate together stays together.
That's just crazy. They be slim pickings in the spiritual realm. You gotta go fucking, you gotta send out your vibe to go to the astral dating site. You be fucking floating around like, damn, I'm trying to just holler.
Hey man,
You know
these experiments get real. These experiments get real, all right.
Definitely ain't finding, well, then I was about to say, ain't finding it in Walmart. Maybe it's in Walmart, but she trying to get in and get the hell out of there with the rest of them crazy motherfuckers in Walmart.
Good evening.
Hey, that got to be one of the first questions you ask when you go on a date, man. You astral project?
Astral project. Mike said astral Walmart.
Beloved goddess queen Oshun, beloved.
You got to get past that nigga first. You know what I'm saying?
That Negro right there. Holy shit.
The Birkenstock nigga.
He got the lingo down pat and buzzwords.
It's the level 1 boss.
Yeah, that's level 1 boss.
The level 1 boss.
He's just as phony as what's the name in One Fish Too, Farrakhan. You know what I'm saying? That nigga is Farrakhan. Ain't that his name? The motherfucker from Don't Drink Your Juice in the Hood.
Oh shit, Farrakhan.
That nigga had all the looks of being deep. But when that motherfucker started talking, none of that shit was motherfucking deep at all.
God is so Shun queen. And then on the flip side, it's a bunch of females that is ready for that and think that is the spiritual talk.
Damn.
Yeah, so that's what we up against. It's either or.
Yo, the funniest thing.
Negro Nanda Farrakhan.
Hey, the funniest thing I see before, bro. My homegirl, she has Oshun's daughter. She had it on it like 2 years ago. This dude hit her in the DM like, "I see your Oshun's daughter. I need that."
I need that.
I need that. And that worked. That was all it took.
Nah.
Oh.
It was some wild DMs she had too, man. Like, oh, I seen you in the astral world and we got married. She was like, I didn't see that.
Look,
She saw him in the astral world.
Cornball. A cornball is a cornball, no matter what dimension.
Like, was I wearing any particular type of clothes in this astral world? What was I dressed in? Me, I always imagine I want like a fucking smoke cape. I want my clothes to be fucking like vapors or some shit. So I roll up on you in the astral, I'm on some fucking blue vapor shit.
Smoke cape. That's kind of cool.
What's going on with you? And then she changes into some whatever. We both vapor.
Interesting. Certainly not a cape made out of tentacles.
Damn. They using, man. All I can do is go back to, I know they using this stuff against us, man. That's all. They just changed the names. They changed the names and they're not ever revealing that this is yogic philosophy is capable of creating binding spells against people.
Binding spell. Them buzzwords is a hell of a binding spell because that's really all it takes.
And the binding is of their mind and their conscious and their mental activity that trickles down to their financial choices.
Oh my
To
God,
their
speaking of that, sorry to interrupt. Sorry to interrupt. Can you guys hear me okay?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So I work at 7-Eleven, and when that the Virginia lottery hit $1 billion for the Mega Million, and like everybody was coming in, like I was starting to hate my life at that point, and I could just feel like my energy change throughout the day. Like I was amped up at first, and then like there's this Catholic school like right next door to me, and like the school was letting out. And so everybody from that Catholic school, all the parents were coming in to buy lottery tickets, and I had just metal playing the whole time, and everybody was just rushing to get their lottery tickets. But like it was just funny because it's like I saw how at the mention of just $1 billion, everybody was just like thinking they had the chance to win, and somebody in Missouri ended up winning the Virginia lottery. I was like, what? Like, how is the Virginia lottery all the way out there? Apparently, it's multi-state. And what it got me thinking, like, a lot of these people don't even have a concept of like 1 billion is, and like not even a concept of how like this chance thing works. And I was wondering, like, is it really like magicians who be winning this stuff? Like, I wanna know, like, if anybody's like ever tapped into that level or like that low magic. But yeah, it was just killing me at how like everybody at the mention of that word, just 1 billion, they just decided to throw all their money at it. Like they were buying. One guy bought about like $100 worth of just lottery tickets. Another person, $200. I'm like, they were doing like work pools with it. I'm like taking their tickets to work, and everybody put in a little bit of money. I'm just like, wow. This is retarded. This is actually retarded.
Any type of combination of numbers can do what? They can create gematria and a word and meaning. So every single lottery number that drop, if you was to put that shit in a gematria calculator, it'll give you concepts to what those numbers add up to. You can add up to a lot of shit, and I guarantee you one of them descriptions add up to whatever particular energy that vibrated with the person that was chosen to win. But those people are chosen to win fucking lottery. Mike said, dumbasses.
Yeah,
You
there was the oh go ahead, sorry.
said these people put together a pool of money to put it together to win, but they can't put their money together to do something that could be collectively beneficial.
Exactly.
They could put that money in for that lottery ticket though.
And I doubt it's magicians that be winning, because one dude he won the lottery and he what he did he gold plated his balls and he died.
God damn.
What?
Wow.
Look
Said
it
he
up, bro.
gold-
Look up the dude that won the lottery and he gold plated his balls. He tried to gold plate his testicles. He died in the process.
When you give a monkey $1 million, he's gonna drown in bananas.
Okay.
He dipped his balls in gold.
Nobody told him, hey, don't do this. It might hurt.
Sizzle your fucking balls off, man.
Oh my
Till
god,
you
I went to
Literally.
there's this YouTube channel called Magic of Rahat, and he does illusion pranks. And he got really fucking big, really big, making $1 billion. Turns out I was in the ODU Ghost Hunters, and he was part of that group. So I used to go on like ghost hunting shit with him, and we went to his house and everything. He was a really cool dude. So he did this one prank where he gave a homeless person. It's really popular right now too. But he gave a homeless person a fake winning lotto ticket of $1,000, and he was all the way like around the corner from me, like at Norfolk or some shit. Like it was hilarious to see this video. But he made it very sentimental. Gave it to the clerk. The clerk was in on the prank. They gave him $1,000, and then everybody was so moved by this story that they did a GoFundMe or a Kickstart for the homeless guy, because he was very humble when receiving the money. Like, thank you. And so my friend Rahat decided to amp it up a notch. So after that, he everybody raised enough money to give this man a house, and there was still money left over, which Rahat was going to manage and look after to make sure he was spending it correctly. And then, after that, he wanted to help out his other homeless friend. The homeless guy wanted to help out his other homeless friend. And then Rahat's YouTube channel went silent for a while. And the homeless guy is putting videos up of Rahat exposed. This is what he did. He didn't give you the money, man. He didn't do this. He didn't do that. And everybody on the internet is like flip-flopping sides. Like, Rahat, he's such a bastard. How dare he? He scammed this homeless man, this poor soul. And then finally, after like years of him being on the internet, Rahat came back with what had happened. And like, it turns out this dude was just spending all the money in the fund on limousine rides around the hood. And that's all he was doing, is just like going around his old hood in a limousine, just waving at people. I was like, are you serious?
Blowing money.
Oh my god. But like, oh man, like, it's funny how it went full circle. All this went full circle, because it's like that currency thing is like, money really does show like where you are, like your mindset really. Like, you don't even have to be money oriented, but it really shows your mindset.
Where was Rahat the whole time?
Bro, like, I don't know. I don't know. But
was he in the limousine with him?
No, he wasn't in the limousine with them. He just went silent off the internet and everything. And then this dude started, I'll send the link, but he started accusing him of stuff. And then I guess Rahat was just dropping like little tidbits of what he was gonna do next and what happened and stuff. But yeah, I don't know where he was this whole time, but
That's funny. You see a unk that used to ask everybody for cigarettes. Now he riding around in limousines.
It's just like, you got this homeless dude off the street. You got him a house. He was so humbled that he got like that $1,000. You got this house, and it reminded me of that story. If you give a mouse a cookie, like he's gonna want a glass of milk. And it just keeps escalating and escalating and escalating. But
the mismanagement of money.
Yeah, man. And it's like, knowing Rahat personally, it's just like, yo, I know Rahat's not a scammer, because I saw like the homeless guy's exposure video first, and I was just like, at that point, I was just like, because Mine and Magic mentioned it on his channel too. And I was just like, yo, I know this dude in real life. Like, this is crazy. And I was like, he would never do something like that. Like, from what I've gathered, it's just like that was not his character at all. So, and then seeing like how easy it is to just turn people's focus and turn like alliances of people against each other, like just through the internet. It's funny.
Instantly.
Instant.
Buzzwords, them trigger words.
Yeah.
Exposed.
Exposed.
Also, you put a little bit of tears behind it. You get everybody on your side.
I just learned a word the other day. I gotta make sure that I'm about to say it right, and I'm using it. But this was, everybody may know what it is, but to me, I just pretty much got put onto it. Let me make sure it's the right word before I even.
Go ahead, huh?
I think it was. Oh yeah, to doxing, or the docs. I never heard that word. I came across some article about Sky. Well, first, doxing is search for and publish private or identifying information about a particular individual on the internet, typically with malicious intent. That's called doxing, or to dox somebody. I didn't even know. I just came across that shit like last week.
Yeah.
There's a whole fucking world of shit that people. So pretty much, what that homeless man did was he fucking doxed your boy, which was based off of a lie, but he published. He didn't really put no private or identifying. But he put identifying because he put his name and shit like that, and he did it up there for a malicious intent. It came from off some article. Sky Jackson, some kid or something did something, and she put the whole fucking kid's name and address or some shit like that online, and it was the wrong fucking a telephone number, and they kept calling the wrong fucking kid, and the kid was mad stressed out about that shit. You know what I'm saying? So I was like, man, what the fuck? So I just now learned about that people, that's a technique that's used in the internet world.
Is that the same thing as trolling, basically?
Nah, that's a whole. Yeah, I think that's a whole different thing. Doxing, it says search for public and private information, identifying information, and a particular individual on the internet, typically with malicious intent. And it says hackers and online vigilantes routinely dox both public and private figures. And this other one from Wikipedia piece says doxing, or you can spell it with two X's. Doxing is the internet-based practice of researching and publicly broadcasting private or identifying information about an individual or organization. The methods employed to acquire the information include searching publicly and blah blah blah, whatever else. I ain't clicking on it to read the rest. But that's some look at how these are new created things based off of internet activity. So there's a whole system of malicious act called doxing that you can utilize only on the internet. You can't mail a bunch of motherfucking letters through the United States Postal Service, and that's been around for years. There ain't never been no doxing, but huh?
It's also interesting that Mercury was also known as a trickster god too. Loki. And it's like in the age of communication, that's pretty much ruled by Mercury, isn't it? Like, it's like, you see like all this miscommunication on the internet too. How people buy into it is like that's just Mercury doing this thing. That's Loki dial. That's
Interesting.
Loki. So it also like makes me wonder like if Hermes is Mercury on a higher arc. So like what would this age be? You know, transmuted to? Like how would it look if it was ruled by a more Hermes type of energy?
See, but those are new. Those are. I would consider them new terms for older gods.
Yeah, but just for like conversation's sake or linguistics sake, I wouldn't know like the older gods, but the concept of it being on a higher arc versus a lower arc.
I would think when it comes to like the terms of higher arc, lower arc, that type of thing, I would think that would have more to do with like whether it's individual or whether it's affecting like a larger group or even the planet. You know what I mean? Like countrywide, society-wide, generation-wide.
Hmm.
That's how I
Yeah,
would
so
see it.
yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like in the communication age right now, how it's ruled by Mercury, how there's so much like misinformation, trickery, and all of that. Like on that higher arc, how would it manifest, or like how would that look? Where communication isn't as I don't know tricky.
The particular deity energy that's utilized for through the internet and shit like that. That's interesting. I think even Ogun, we just to deal with another Ogun deals with. I think they're now applying him to technology.
Oh, the metal god.
Oh, wait a minute here. I just okay. I just now looked in this book about deities. Oh shit! I just lost it. Oh wait a minute. Those spirits are temperamental, prone to violence. Those spirits who are temperamental, prone to violence, perpetually grouchy, or pranksters, make no pretense of being otherwise. They are who they are. They make no secret of their nature. Loki, Papa Legba, and Mercury are unabashed tricksters. Norse, West African, and Roman spirits, respectively. So we got to think Loki is a Norse spirit. Papa Legba, of course, is West African, and Legba and Mercury is a Roman spirit. So
Yeah, and the book I don't know if you have it, the Dictionary of Spirits or the Encyclopedia of Spirits. There's that passage on Mercury. It was
that's
saying
that's fucking interesting. So it just goes back to just fucking the people who, if they're doing that, they're tapping into these particular energetic patterns because even these deities and gods and the way they act are an energetic pattern. So they would be able to use, like you said, a high arc or a low arc there. That's some interesting shit right there. Hmm.
There's something very sensitive about this energy and how it relates to like psychic communication. This outward manifested realm, this physical realm, it's an after effect. But what's an after effect of? There's like a subtle cause that exists before physical manifestation. I think a good way to really think about it is that moment between waking and sleep where you kind of feel stuff. I guess maybe a good way to think of it is like if you can kind of imagine or feel that somebody else may be thinking or feeling some way, but then you tell yourself, nah, that's not true. Nah, they can't be thinking. That's just my imagination. And then maybe after discussion, you find that you both were actually thinking that same thing, but you went through the process of the logical mind talking yourself out of it. If you guys have ever had that experience, I think that that initial wave of feeling what another person might be feeling before you talk yourself out of it, I think that's that realm of that subtle cause. And if you can learn to float around in that area, if you learn to delay that logical judgment, I think you'll start to find that that's where the psychic stuff happens. That's where the remote viewing happens. That's where the astral projection and influence happens. I think that it's in that place that these essences that we speak of exist. Because this after effect shit, this is nothing. Where it really matters, where the now actually is in that subtle essence before it becomes manifest. So if you're able to feel something that someone else is feeling, it's a back and forth. It's not just receiving and it's not just projecting. It's a back and forth. But most people aren't aware of that state. So they're very easy to influence in that state. So if you wanted to or needed to, it's easier to influence a person through that subtle state as opposed to trying to influence someone with after effect type shit, like talking to someone and trying to convince them or trying to do this, that, and the third on the outside. It's so much easier to do it in that subtle state before it becomes concrete. Because in that state, most people don't even realize what is their idea and what is not. Because, of course, we don't meditate. We don't know what our own voice sounds like. Have you guys ever heard of that place or felt that place?
Yeah, I was actually just having that same stream of consciousness, that same thought like a few days ago, because I started noticing that, whenever I feel a certain type of way, that I know it doesn't really belong to me, then my mind starts to like contemplate it more and more, and then the next logical step, yeah, it's not me. I'm gonna shut that down, and kind of like guard against my mind, kind of thing. But yeah, that happens a lot to me, especially when you like live with people for a while. I remember when you live with people for a while. I remember when I lived with my first roommate, and like it was like back when like memes of like depression and all that stuff were like really really rampant, and like we both like fed off of each other's energy. Like it was just like a weird kind of space, but like really dense feeling, like really really dense. But of course I didn't really like notice it. I just kind of lived in it. So, but now it's like, especially with that half sleep, half awake thing, I'm starting to get like a bit more of impressions, but I need to strengthen it more, to be honest.
Impressions. I'm glad you said that. This place that I speak of, that's where I got a lot of my practice. I'm sure you know all about it because I actually learned this from working with Asmodai. So when I was trying to do the whole, when I was first working with Ophiel's astral projection method, the little method was so successful. Simultaneously, I was working with the Goetic King Asmodai, and he's got a very sexual flavor to him. So at that time, I guess around 2017 or so, I wanted to test it out. And there's the only way to test it out is with other people. You know what I'm saying? And oh wow, I'm sure she's not watching. I'm pretty sure I told the story before, maybe, maybe not. But I think one of my favorite experiences that really kind of taught me how to do this effectively was there was a girl that I worked with at the time. Um, I don't want to give much information just in case she is watching, but anyways, I decided to practice on her as I practice on Minnie, and I figured instead of me trying to push my influence, I opened myself up to receive those impressions. So I had to really learn to be patient also, and to not judge, to just receive those impressions as they come. That's the best way to do it. Because as Dion Fortune said, the higher realms are opposite to the lower realm. So down here, we actively do shit. But up in that etheric astral place, it's more of a receptive kind of thing. So I recall in that realm, I'd focus on her, especially falling asleep or waking up or in meditation. And I received these vibrations. Well, I received these impressions of a very, I guess, for lack of a better word, this she wanted to be treated like a slave. She wanted to be a slave. She wanted to be dominated. She wanted to be captive and told what to do, no matter how nasty. As a matter of fact, the nastier the better. Wasn't really my thing. I knew it wasn't coming from me. And I questioned myself, like, is it me putting this on the scenario? But in these little, astral experiences, that seemed to be the recurring theme. And I thought that was kind of strange. But what really sealed the deal for me that I knew that it was happening was that we actually had a discussion after all these experiences, just casual conversation. And she was telling me about this book that she's been reading for the past month or so for, you know, whatever. And it was a book that was actually about a girl who was enslaved. It was during slavery times. And she had become the sex slave of her master. So it seems like, I don't know,
Hot.
maybe that kind of trickled through. But that taught me a lot because I learned that it's better to receive the impressions and to distinguish what is yours and what you're receiving, and also to not second guess, to not doubt, to take it as it comes. But, anyways, from that, I learned when doing it with other people, it serves best to not be so quick to judge, and it serves best to kind of let the experiences add up as opposed to just doing it once and being like, oh, I got it. Oh, this is what it was. If you do it multiple times, multiple experiments, and compare each one to the other, you start to figure out similarities and you get better and you get better. But long story short, I really think that with psychic influence, it has a lot to do with that subtle feeling before you make a judgment on it. I hope you kind of know that place that I'm talking about.
I do.
Yeah.
And when you were doing this, what kind of were you like the physical distance? Did it matter?
Physical distance doesn't matter and time
Gotcha.
doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if the other person is asleep or not.
Okay. Okay.
You know, that's real deep that you bring that up. You ever read the Metu Neter by Ra Amen Nefer?
No.
Well, you know there's like a freaking 50 volumes, but volume one they got a particular part because what uh, Creatrix had mentioned made me think about this, and then you were saying about the consciousness is the waking consciousness. You said that state that you're in. So this chapter 23 of the Med talks about underlining principles of the practice of meditation and rituals. So basically, as you said that you were utilizing your practice, you were ritualistically utilizing your practice along with someone else, so you can see to make it tangible and real, right?
Yes.
So basically, what he explains meditation, he said meditation is the science of manipulating our focus of consciousness, and consciousness to the metu netter or the comedic point of view is the will. So he says the science of manipulating our force of consciousness or our force of will. So he says through meditation, we are able to internalize it or externalize it at will and focus it and unfocus, relax it at will. Ritual deals with the science of manipulating Ra, which is the life force, an example, or so-called subconscious or the Id. So he goes on to say, basically, I'm going to skip this part. And he says, the greatest impediment to understanding of meditation and spiritual practice has been the popular division of consciousness as the waking consciousness and sleeping consciousness to identify what we normally call being awake and being asleep, respectively. And then basically, I'm going to skip this part and say the state that we normally call being awake, in which we are aware of the external environment, is a modality of the extroverted state of consciousness, and what we normally call being asleep is a modality of the introverted state of consciousness. So then he goes into, as you further read on, he goes into our consciousness as two fundamental modes with 3 sets each, yielding 6 modalities. Then he got, of course, the A, modality, where, fixed awake, active, focused awake and relaxed, unfocused and asleep. So I'm just reading this to basically what we're doing, how you said that state that you get in when you're like that relaxed and you're aware, but it's like not the aware of consciousness, but aware of a higher level of consciousness. So he says what we normally call sleeping is the 3A, the unfocused introverted state. The introversion of consciousness is the cause of the detachment from the environment, and the unfocused is the cause of the undirected stream of imagery we call dreaming, and the unconsciousness experienced during the non-REM period of sleep. Being awake is the focused and active extroverted state with minor periods daydreaming. This adds up to 18% of our mental states. When we add it to the 3A state, we see that most people are using about 35% of their potential. So basically, as he goes on, he gets into talking about the waking states and the dreaming states. And he says that we can introvert our focus of attention so that we detach our consciousness from the environment and the body, yet remain awake. This will is focused, but mentally passive. This will is relaxed. In this state, the life force is free to throw up all associated thoughts, and spiritual agencies, deities, ancestors, etc., are able to enlighten the mediator. We are here daydreaming, yet awake. So that's that state. It's like a daydreamy state, but in that state, you're so relaxed, or whatever you want to call it, the waking trance state, that you're able to interact with this particular area of consciousness, the dreaming yet awake state, which gives you access that will enlighten you to whatever it is that you're seeking to attach to. That's not in the physical realm, whether we call it the astral state or whatever. These are actual these are actual places you can go and interact with shit.
Yes.
Through your practice.
And there's many ways to experiment with that subtle place.
The subtle places, like you say, that's just another name of it. The subtle place.
You mentioned something about it being like a daydream. Well, it may even be as if when people are in this trance, because Richard Bandler, the creator of NLP, told us that human beings are seeking to go from trance to trance. We're never really focused. We're always bouncing from distraction to distraction.
Mm-hmm.
It's almost as if we're open boxes with all of our stuff just hanging out. Could it be that possibly being so spread out like that, if someone knew how to concentrate correctly, one could interact with that subtle energy, with that wandering mind stuff. It's just wandering, it's loose. One of the experiments that I used as well was, because it's one thing for me to be like, oh, I've got this psychic power. But it's another thing to be like, let me test it and see if I can get results. Let me see if I can have this person respond. So what I would do also is try to send specific words or phrases, or like say these 3 words in a row. You know what I'm saying? Bring up this subject. I call that pinging. I would try to do little things like that repeatedly, like on the same person, until eventually they feed that word back. And it'd be like, oh shit, wow, it works. And I try it again and I try it again. This stuff is real.
You got me with the thanks Maxine. I started doing that in my head. Like, this is the clock. It's like, oh, it's 5 o'clock. Thanks, Maxine. Like, I don't even know what Maxine is in your house, but like,
you remember
they're calling that?
You remember the Ahegao shirt face thing?
Yeah.
This shit is really real. It doesn't depend on location or time.
So, like, what was your process behind that? Because I've been meaning to ask you, because like I keep thinking of that too. Just like, because I did have a dream and we had a conversation that night in my dream, but I cannot for the life of me remember. But I know I was talking to you in that dream.
It's 9 o'clock.
Thanks, Maxine. It's At
That
this
was the
point,
process.
I don't think it's like down to like a specific science, but I can only describe because I think you get the gist of what I'm saying. And
Yeah,
like
yeah.
Shango was talking about, there's a place that our minds are at that is just kind of floaty. Well, it's almost as if you can go into that place but be focused, go there with a reason, with an intention, and it helps to have a symbol, just like working with a spirit. But what if you could have a sigil for a person? What if you could have something to symbolize a person? And maybe by focusing on that, but knowing that that represents the other person, instead of focusing on, oh, what are they wearing or what are they looking like, you can focus on that symbol, and that just encompasses all of that.
I see.
And-
So if like somebody always wears sunglasses, like the same shade of sunglasses or whatever, and that's a defining characteristic, you just
And that's kind of like
focus
what it
on that.
mentioned. That's deep because that's kind of what it mentioned in Geronimo Shama. Using someone can be a psychic symbol.
Yes. Yes.
So you
Most
can
people,
create a sigil for each individual, and instead of just attaching the heightened medium mystic trance state into just thinking about them as the human form, you can think about them in the sigil form.
yes.
Oh
So
wow.
instead of doing these loose, weak ass, funky ass spells that you get from some book, why not cross contaminate these things? And instead of, oh, I'm gonna do some magic on somebody, use a person or the concept of a person, just like you would use the Goetia.
That's what I'm doing with this comic that I'm making with Asmodee. That's exactly what I'm doing. So that's
Maybe even
interesting.
collect a group of people and make a symbol for that.
Huh.
Maybe continue expanding until, who knows, you can encapsulate as much as you can possibly handle and maybe try moving the whole world. Who knows?
So when you were saying when you're pressing your impressions upon them using that symbol, how exactly did you tie the two together? Like, how would you simultaneously focus while pushing on the object, like with like a no mindset, but also keep in mind that you're putting an intent on something? I can't explain it, but like when I go into meditation and get to that empty state, I find it hard to actually bring my focus to a concept. Like that's not my body part. That's not, a sensation, but the concept. So
I would say
how
two things. Number one, how do you work with the Goetic spirit, right? You get the mood right, you sit down, you get your sigil, and you have your intention already prepared. You know, I'm gonna ask this spirit, how do I please bring me $1,000. Got that in your head, then you do your little sigil, you communicate with the demon, you bring them up, and you have that intention, you spit it forward, you believe it's done, you wrap it up, and you're going about your business. That's pretty much. But the second thing, it's just like regular conversation. We're not exempt. It's not like you just stomp around in somebody's fucking energy and do what you want. There's a communication. It's just like regular talk. It's still like NLP type stuff. You have to learn who you're talking to, right? Some people are more dominant. Some people are more submissive. That's what I find is the first thing. You got to identify, is this person more aggressive or are they more submissive? If somebody is more aggressive, then a direct approach is not the way to go. If someone is more submissive, then a direct approach is the way to go. An indirect approach is not the way to go. So you figure out these little qualities about how the person flows. So whatever it is that you got your intention as, you've got to encapsulate it in the communication style of that specific person. There's no one size fits all for anything. But even if you do, like, say, a full group, like, say, a race of people or a certain phenotype, genotype of person, right? Blondes or guys with dreadlocks or whatever. There's still shared characteristics within that group, right? But the bottom line is know who you're communicating with. There's no one size fits all. Experiment, test.
So what about did you do the same thing with your redhead experiment?
I did tell you some of this before, didn't I?
No, because there was a day you were saying like you just mentioned redheads and then like it was that whole day before you even mentioned it. I was just seeing redheads, and there was this one redhead that was just like amazed by me, and he like was stammering over his words, and he couldn't even like get out a word, and he was just like, I'm sorry, I'm being so awkward. What's your name?" And I was like, "Hey, let's go outside, have a smoke," and just like chatted it up with him. And then like later on, it was like that day or like the next day, you told me about your redhead thing, and I'm like, what's going on with you? Like, what are you doing? But it was just weird in the middle of the country, just being surrounded by redheads, and all of a sudden, it's just like, okay, weird.
So remember that time period where everyone is like, "Oh, I got this action figure and it represents XYZ."
Mm-hmm.
That's a good thing to have if you want to seriously do this. Maybe get some type of little action figure that represents the thing that you're trying to do,
Mm-hmm.
because that gives you a symbol that you can keep on your altar or in your vicinity, and every time you see it, it's as if you form a symbolic link, right?
Mm-hmm.
It makes it easier so you don't have to force it. The more time that you spend with these links, the easier it gets. Now you can just look at it and subconsciously you already know what it represents.
Right.
That's perfect. It makes perfect sense.
Yo, I got a book suggestion. It's called How to See and Read the Aura by Ted Andrews. And in this book, it has a lot of exercises that require two people. And not only do it teaches you the basics of the aura, for some people, you know, you might need that, and it's always good to brush up on it. But those mental exercises allows you to communicate without words. Long story short. So it's a nice little book to read. How to see and read the aura with Ted Andrews.
See and Read the Aura by Ted Andrews.
Tell you to like have a white background or something, and like just like stare at the space like between the white and their head or something like that, or the outline of their body.
I will say this though, with my method, at the very core of it is also the little method from Ophiel, where he teaches you how to sit still, envision yourself, come out of your body, walk around the room, then maybe walk around your house and get used to that. Feel every footstep under your foot, feel the walls, and see everything as you would. Then travel. I think that that I think that that is a really good way to strengthen astral projection and this type of thing, because essentially what you're doing is you're taking your consciousness and taking it out of the body and directing it around.
Gotcha.
It's like exercise, really, and that's something that could be done in meditation. But yeah, I take that book real seriously because yeah, it works if you work it.
Which one is that again, Trav?
Ophiel's book, The Art and
Oh,
Practice of Astral Projection.
Art and Practice of Astral Projection. Okay.
They speak about I have this one material is called Taoist Magical Transformation Skills, and it speaks about dream magic and mind magic. What they call the the congenital mind Yun Shin. Then it says if it enables the sorcerer to manipulate the parts of the mind that mind magic cannot affect, the unconscious mind and its dream thoughts. Once dream magic is mastered, the sorcerer is able to either soothe or comfort the tormented mind of a friend or client with pleasing images, or
Mhm.
cause an enemy to dream horrendous nightmares. So these are so you're able to go into not just that space, you're able to go into someone else's mind, to someone else's cognitive thoughts to help or manipulate, transfer. And they got this one part is called transferring consciousness. Another form of mind magic is the skill of transferring consciousness. In this particular magical skill, the sorcerer will first have the unsuspecting victim stare at a specific item For example, another person, an animal, or even a rock that has been strategically placed onto the branch of a tree. Once the victim is entranced with the item, the sorcerer comes from behind and lightly taps him or her on the back of the head in order to transfer the victim's consciousness into the item. So you think about when you ever go into like somebody's office and they have some sort of a thing inside their office and you happen to just you can't keep your eyes off that shit. You keep looking at it. That's the type of things as we can utilize to as Trav said, you make a sigil or something like that, but that image has to be made sure that it gets to that other person as well, so you blend and you can connect both of the consciousness together.
Mm.
You know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
And then it says you tap them on the back of the head, blah blah blah. Once inside the item, the victim will observe the environment from the item's perspective. In order to initiate this particular magical skill, the sorcerer needs to proceed as follows. Begin by encouraging the victim to stare at a particular object. It is important that the victim imagine, see, feel, hear, and emotionally experience the object. The stronger the emotional connection, the better. This magical technique works best when the victim is especially is curious, or is fascinated by the object or he or she is observing. So you think as a collective, you can incorporate this type of technique as a group, and we create whatever sigil that it is. That's why, so you could laugh at when those little witches or whatever they called them did the moon magic or whatever the hex. Maybe what they did might have fucking worked. You never know. Because collectively, if they believed it and they followed their own rules of the order and really did their magic, they might have created some sort of a flux in the energy field. Not saying that it was powerful enough to affect the whole planet, but maybe it might have affected some particular group of people. We never know. Maybe they was only projecting this energy towards a particular group of people. So it might have worked. These are techniques that's been used. Like I said, it ain't nothing new. It ain't nothing new with this shit, man. You really want to astral project towards somebody else, then both of you should have the same symbol that you're going to connect with, that you're going to start at this time. Let's utilize this symbol. We know what this symbol means. This is going to be the connective element that's going to bring us into that realm that we should share in the astral.
The purple basketball stadium.
We can use our minds, but let's go ahead and let's do a little further. Let's both stare at whatever it is. It could be fucking the 6-pointed star. It could be an image of a heart, a fucking a sigil of a Goetia force.
I think that's what.
Yeah.
I think it's interesting too about like the concept of having these paintings and hanging in your house too, or like having things on the wall too, because like in the game The Sims 1, there was this picture of a clown that you could buy for your Sims, and if they talked to it enough, if they were to focus on it enough, their Sim would slowly lose their sanity and the clown would manifest and it would start to drive them crazy until death. And as I was reminded of it because it was in the thrift store the other day, and we picked up this picture. Hold up, I'm not sure my camera on. What's up, guys? My bean head. All right, let's flip this shit. We picked up this picture, and it's like it says "enhance" on it. It's just a clown. So I think I'm gonna use that. I'm gonna try to use that, especially with the Sims one behind it too.
That's not creepy at all.
guys want to come to my astral realm, you know what it looks like. It's this guy right there.
His whole smile is 100% creep. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like,
But 100%.
Oh, you'll screenshot that picture, meditate on it.
I don't know what way to take him. You know what I'm saying? I want to meditate on him now, just to be like, you know what? I'm gonna fuck with you and see what you got going on, man. Just because you looking so super creep right now. You won't scare me away. I'm gonna overcome you and see what's going on here, man.
First picture you see when you walk in my place. Let's let it begin.
Like, who is that? That's like a good conversation for somebody walking and see that. Like, who is this? Who is this?
It's gonna be the pin.
Him. That's
him.
No,
Let's enhance the clown.
Don't project to winter. I don't think any of us are ready for what's there. Some of us learned the hard way.
Trap. Oh man, it's gonna be a carnival here.
Yo, I just wanted to say that a lot of what y'all talking about when it's demonstrated in movies, don't you know how like two lovers be far apart, but they both look at the moon at the same time?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Or they always or if it's a war movie, the soldier always has the letter from the wife. He always pulling that letter out, and he hears her voice in his head. That's that astral connection to him and to her right there. They, like what you said, like they're always staring at the moon. Well, if you look at the moon every night at 7:00, I'll be doing the same thing, honey. And at 7:00, they're both staring at the moon from across the globe. You know what I'm saying? You're right, man.
Or like that prison movie or whatever, where he's got that little picture of, the wife and kid or just the girl or whatever.
Yeah. I got to get home to my family.
Yeah. Interesting. I guess if you really had enough desire and a real reason, like, I think that you could really make good progress with these experiments. I think for the longest time, I just started playing around with it, and then I found that it was really fun. And the limits there's no limit. It's endless. It's as endless as your imagination.
I told you, I think I mentioned our first couple of talks. I used to make my homeboy spill his beer all the time. I used to put that energy out. Every time he would sit his beer somewhere, and I would always look at that. I would look at the beer, and I always imagine him spinning in his computer chair and just knocking the beer over every fucking time.
Oh man.
And then what he would do, he'll turn his computer chair to reach for his beer and knock the whole fucking beer over. I thought that shit was hilarious. And once I focused on myself, after the third time of doing it, I said it's without a shadow of a doubt that I'm making this fucking dude spill his fucking beer over me.
I'm God.
That's what I'm saying. Like when you when you get that ping, when you do it and you know for sure that, hey, I sent that out and I got a response. Like that's something that you earn. Like you can't read that in no book. Like when you feel that, that's how you know, like, yo, this stuff is real. It's not just cool to talk about. You got to get that feeling. You got to experiment and get that feeling.
He would always spill that beer. He would never get mad. He'll just go, damn. And he'll like, it was never like, fuck, I keep spilling my beer. It was always, damn. And I'll just be over there on the other chair, like what the fuck? Like I'm really doing this to this motherfucker. That shit was hilarious. So just think about the bigger. Let's just go back to what we were talking about earlier on a broad scale of doing this to society.
Right.
If I can make somebody fucking spill their beer, what you think? At least the Crawley used to do the same shit. That was his first. One of the first things that he did, he manipulated somebody to fall down. Somebody didn't believe that he was with somebody or something story, and he made the guy kneel down on his knees and shit like that. So he showed to his buddy that he was able to transfer his thought into somebody else's mind.
I had a friend who accidentally killed his girlfriend's dog with that.
It's fucked up.
Man,
Yeah.
Have you ever seen? This is another movie. That's a good ass movie that you should see. Men Who Stare at Goats.
All right, bet I'm gonna watch that.
You see that?
No,
well, this was a movie that was based off of truth. And my brother fucking told me they was training people in the military to stare at the wall and then try to run through it. This was like a program that they had in the military. And then the whole movie was based off of the Men Who Stare at Goats. They was doing this particular amount of soldiers are being trained to stare at a goat and try to kill it by stopping its heart and shit like that. So they were going to train these type of soldiers to do this shit in war. You know what I'm saying? Like you just sent a bunch of particular telepaths and shit like this. It had damn, what's the dude's name? I forgot his name, but it's actually a good ass movie about telepathy in the military.
You know, there's also a Reddit page called Remote Viewing where
that's what it was. That's what they were doing, remote viewing.
Yeah, like there's a Reddit page.
The Man Who Stare at Goats.
That's what it's called. The Men Who Stare at Goats.
And they did, and on this Reddit page, they have people will post like just a random number string and like a vague representation of the place. And then people always, report their findings in the comments or the results. So if you want to like check that out too, it's pretty interesting.
Look, let's look at the bigger picture with this, right? The reason this works, right? The experience with the dude with his beer, with all of these females that I tried it on, with the people that you guys are talking about, they're all in a state of autopilot. They're all floating around, hold it dum, spinning around in my chair. No one's implementing this focus. If the mind is scattered, it's so easy. First of all, you're already distracted by your five senses, memory, random thought, all the stuff that we're learning about. The average person's mind is just distracted by everything. So it's not even like slipping in between the cracks. The doors are wide open.
And don't think that these people don't know that. So that's easy. That's light work for any particular group of ritualistic masters to do for the government. Because we think we know everything. We don't. It's no different than if we got together as a group of individuals to study this particular information. What's to think that they're not groups commissioned with money behind them to study the same shit, fucking bringing in real yoga motherfuckers who willing to come to the United States or wherever and teach them in private how to really do this stuff on a broad scale. The Taoist master or the Taoist master who does not see anything wrong in whatever way you choose to manipulate this information that he's going to give you.
Oh, deja vu.
So it's just, man, and the more calm that an individual as us becomes in being able to control the cliches and the particular aspects that they represent to the point that you don't kill the thoughts, but you able to overcome the response and influx of the thoughts that will deter you or take away your attention, become a distraction. You overcome that, it's anything after that is a piece of cake. person can't sit down for a minute and a half without having 50 thoughts go through their mind.
Shit. Man.
That's why you got to be careful with that's why particular information was actually given to those who were they were young. They started off 4, 5 years old, 6 years old. A guru can mold and guide this individual, this child who already was exhibiting telepathic powers. The mother and father walked in one day and the kid was meditating and was actually levitating about a foot off the fucking floor.
Shit.
So they already know about that shit. They know that them individually were not the ones to be going into these particular yogin schools and shit like that. But now they have a child that then exhibited a siddhi. So now you take him to your fucking grandfather who's Vivekananda and be like, oh yeah, we've already read his chart already and already knew that he was coming to do this any fucking way. So
We got a room.
we got him.
Room is ready.
We'll take it to the next level. So that's all. So now we're using that. So we're reading and studying and practicing that same shit, man, without being in India. Mixed with a whole lot of other dangerous shit that we didn't already fucking read before. That's a group of dangerous individuals, man. Somebody is very sinister in our group right now.
Uh-oh.
Sinestro.
Sinister. Sinister.
Sinister.
A spicy word.
Sinister is such a spicy word, isn't it? I love it, man.
I don't know, man. It's just so
It's
weird.
hard to get away from it. The study of it, it's hard to go to sleep without. I keep paperwork and papers and shit. First of all, from just on some business purposes, I got paperwork and shit all over. Then secondly, now I'm printing everything about these particular aspects and reading all of them and forming them into books and shit like that. That it's like, man, you can't get away from it.
Mm-mm. Come on, folks. Just try it. It's not just cool sounding. Try it. You will be amazed.
I just bought my books. Just bought my books. I was like,
Just try a little bit. You know how I be like, man, just try. Let me just put the head in.
Just the tip. That's all.
Let me just put
ew.
Craig just said, ew.
Immediately.
No.
Just the
Has
tip.
that line ever worked?
That line does not work. Damn. The human, is that a pattern too? Is that a programming?
It's gotta be. Nobody taught you how to say that. We just knew to say it.
Knowing damn well you're gonna push the whole fucking yard inside of there. Once you get me this far, there is no turning back.
Or on the other side, oh, just rub. Don't put it all the way in. Okay.
Exactly. In proportion.
Just on the outside. Don't put it all the way in. You got it.
The human nature is a filth bag. Filthy, filthy boy. Yes, ma'am. Yes, Mother Superior. I have been quite filthy. I need to be punished.
Oh man. Uh-oh. Here comes a new challenger. Ah.
It's just me.
See? See what I'm saying? Look at the level of drawing mastery.
Oh, thank you. Oh, I don't know what to say.
I bet you have so much dark drawings that you would never show us. Show us the dark drawings. Show us just
All right.
one.
I gotta go into my chest of wonders.
See how her whole voice changed? It got lower on you. Don't try to change it now. It went low. We heard it.
I'm not like that at all.
I have to go into
I already seen it, man.
the chest of wonders.
Yeah, I'm gonna keep that chest closed. keep it
The
locked.
chest of wonders.
Not what you expect. Not what you anticipate. You won't come out of it the same.
Yeah, I was always afraid of my mom finding my sketchbooks because going back through my middle school and high school sketchbook, I'm just like, whoa, what was on my mind? So, and I use them as my yearbooks too. I had people sign them, so it's kind of like binding contracts. There.
Oh my goodness. The fearsome, terrible dragon.
Some bad dragons.
Maybe one day I'll have my memory cleaned of the experience.
It'd be such. That would be the whole. That'd be the day that we just take off. That each individual, it's just what happened to Trap? I don't know, man. I don't know, man. Nobody know where he went. He just picked up and left one day. Like, damn. Us who've been studying should realize, oh, he was ready for his sannyas, and he's reached the level of he's separating from everything, from the filth, from all of it.
All of it.
He's renouncing the world.
I know it'll come one day. I guess I'm just enjoying it now while it lasts. It's inevitable.
The only thing is we controlling our responses to things. We would never not look at beauty and not see beauty. We just all we can do is modify our response to something that's beautiful. So us as men, or even women, whatever you choose as your preference, if you see beauty in it, it doesn't mean you have to go up and say anything. You can just be in your mind like, damn, that is a beautiful, beautiful sister right there. That's a beautiful woman right there. And keep it at that and just keep it moving. Or you can be like, I got to go over here and say something.
I think it seems like what's happening is it's like a gradual reduction that it's like almost going to keep going. Like at first, being young, or as my dad said, young, dumb, and full of cum. In this, you see a woman and you instantly start thinking sexual thoughts and you just can't even control it. So that's just the natural state of male. But I think, as you get more refined, that you now begin to control the duration of those sexual thoughts.
Yeah.
You begin to control them from even happening, right? Okay, now is not a time for me to be thinking like this is inappropriate. Maybe I'll think about this later tonight. Then you begin to keep on reducing it to where, like you said, I can appreciate that this is a beautiful woman, this is a beautiful person, but I don't have to respond at all because I don't want to right now. What if that continues until, just like what they're saying here, when you really reach that upper state, I can't remember how I put it exactly, but you don't see any difference between any of it. It all just, it is, I don't know. I wonder if there's a point to get to where you don't see any person or thing as that much different from anything else.
See, but I think that goes back to the whole yoga, that self-awareness thing with the five primitive fountains: the food, sleep, sex, and self-preservation. So you got so what the whatever lens, the lens of the eye is now purified, that beauty becomes the higher form of something beautiful. It doesn't become a form that triggers a physical sexual reaction, or the attachment to that she's beautiful or he's beautiful. I want to physically interact with it.
Mm-hmm.
No, you just be like boom. And then you said it filters on to another level where there is no thought of whether it's beautiful or whether it's ugly or whether it's anything. There, you're indifferent. There is no victory. There is no impression of the interaction. You just interacted, and it created nothing.
Mm-hmm. No karma was generated.
So that's just level we got to build to where there is no mental, emotional, as Patanjali says, mental, emotional vibrations. It's non mental, emotional vibration. You come into the presence of something, it does not even create any reaction. So the victory don't start fucking swirling. There's no samskara. There's no ahamkara reaction. Nothing starts operating. The manas, the buddhi, nothing. That's the shit. That's a whole nother mental realm to go into.
Yeah. I like that. Greetings.
I think that's the level of self activation, of self realization that we're striving to get to, because that's self mastery.
Yeah.
That you have no total reaction to any of the outside, and because you got to think you're still the observer. So what you're seeing, you're just looking through the eyeballs. You're not the eyeballs. You're not the sensory input coming into the eyeballs. The sensory input has absolutely no reaction. It creates no reaction in you. You just see it, the experience, and there's nothing.
I think that's almost like putting things in order, because when we read about the Purusha aspect, the Shiva aspect, that is pure consciousness without any type of judgment, without any
Mm-hmm.
type of action reaction. It's no attachment. It's literally just observing. Everything else is left to the material. Everything else is left to Prakriti, to the feminine aspect.
Mm-hmm.
So really looking at things and being unattached, not having that reaction and being able to separate from it, it's as if, like I say, it's almost like you're putting things in order.
So you saying that Eve, and the story of eating this apple and speaking to the serpent, was really just a story of the Prakriti, basically saying that the woman has a higher, she has a connective, more to an active participation in the Muladhara, or the physical, because she's the creative source. She brings forth the manifestation. So through that bringing forth the manifestation, she experiences this type of level of interaction, while the man is just totally unconscious of what's going on. Like Adam is unconscious to the fact that the woman is being enlightened. Then she has to do what? Come and enlighten him to a different fruit.
And the so-called fall didn't take place until Adam took part.
The Adam took part, and he the one that seen pussy and ass. Now he got to go run and put some fucking fig trees all around his asshole now and shit to hide it because he didn't got a hard on.
Damn, dude. Your point.
Consciousness gets enveloped in matter. Consciousness becomes engrossed in matter. It was okay when Eve did it, according to the story. But it's when consciousness became engrossed in matter. Now everything.
Now he didn't created all these. He created all these concepts and all of this. All this. He didn't place these barriers on this shit. So now his other wife, Lilith, he want to get some of that, but he wants to dominate it from his own perspective of how I'm gonna give it to her. She says, I ain't with that. I want to ride on top of this motherfucker. Now she's the bad guy now.
Always seems to be how it goes, right?
They tricked us, man. They hid all of this fucking information symbolically in these stories of the fucking Bible and all of these characters and all of this type of shit, when basically it was telling us what we just explained. Now you want to blame the woman for everything. The woman was fucking the high. If that's the primal source of Shakti, which is basically prana, basically life, energy, and essence that keeps you going and alive, Shiva doesn't even have the capabilities of doing that because he's too busy worrying about floating around in the realm of undifferentiated energy. He don't want to see. He only sees it from his perspective. Without her, then you'd be fucking. The body would be dead. The form would die. It's fucking crazy.
I didn't take the Shiva Shakti aspect to Adam and Eve yet. I didn't get there yet. But obviously, wow.
You know what I'm saying?
Nothing escapes the Vedic.
Nothing seems to be escaping it, man. Stop playing games with us, wizards of control and mystery and magic. I'm on to your tricks now, buddy.
It was necessary to get us to this point. We needed that adversity to climb through, to squeeze up out of the struggle. Now we got muscles and strong legs to stand up.
Now we can walk through it and run through it.
Strong backs to hold our head up high. Big meaty claws.
Instead of being this fucking sloth, you playing a big video game and the fucking character they didn't chose for us to play with is the fucking sloth.
Just give me the PDF.
Your character is the fucking sloth. All it's doing is just slow fucking movement and going up. What the fuck, man?
I'm God. We need to protect
saying
ourselves.
that shit. It's saying all powerful shit, but his voice is all cheesy and nasally, and it's moving slow. I have the power to do whatever I want to do. It takes you fucking 3 hours to climb up one fucking branch, but you fucking God.
We was kings. We gotta fight back and protect ourselves. Fight.
Damn.
Fucking squirrel come over there and tear your ass up. You're moving so fucking slow.
Pissing on yourself. What spell I use? What demon?
You dumb fucking sloth.
I burned the incense, but nothing happened.
Nothing happens. Who fucking?
I think Belial's mad at me.
Yeah. Belial's angry with me.
Yeah.
Because I put him on the altar with my rosary cross.
You gotta give him cheese.
Yeah.
Oshun's mad because I didn't brush her hair.
Forgot to put the mirror out for her.
Bathing my
Fucking
crystal
sloth.
moonlight.
All it does is just be slothful and spit out sarcasm all day. It's just a negative, wimpy, whiny, but think he's tough. All they do is just spit tough sarcasm. Yeah, I almost wanted to rip his fucking head off, man. And I would have came down off of his tree, I would have fucking tore him another asshole.
I would have.
You would have. You would have did nothing. But got your fucking sloth have tore up by a fucking wasp take you out.
A cornball is a cornball in all dimensions.
Exactly.
Cornball
covered in cheesy cheese ball crust.
And cheese dust, not even in cheese.
Cheese dust.
The dust that gets stuck on your fingers and you have to wash your hands. You can't wipe it off. That kind of cornball. We were kings.
Oh my God. Fucking the only motherfucker in the whole party that likes fruitcake. What is that shit called? That they sell at Christmas time, isn't it?
Yeah.
Fucking fruitcake.
What is that stuff? Ugh,
Nobody eats it, but it's always around.
How can they still sell it?
What?
I watched the show. That shit makes millions for some reason. Like, who the fuck is buying that shit?
Maybe it's symbolic. I don't know.
They got fucking cherries and walnuts or some green shit. Is it?
What's the green shit? What kind of fruit is that? This ain't no work of the Lord. This ain't got a damn thing to do with Jesus.
Oh, that shit got me fucking crying, man. That's the kind of shit that cornball people eat. Fucking fruitcake.
Fruitcake. This is cake for the gods.
Yeah. That's why the normals can't eat it.
The muggles.
The
you muggles.
The
zombies, the NPCs.
And it's eating muggle loaf the whole fucking time, talking about muggles, and it's eating muggle loaf.
Muggle brand muggle loaf. With the crust on it still.
Holy shit.
With chicken rib meat.
That shit, I could see it. It got that the muffin lining around it and shit like that. I remember when I was a kid, somebody always brought that shit to the fucking, it was Thanksgiving or Christmas or something. It was all other homemade pies and cakes, but somebody always secretly snuck this fucking whatever it was. Fucking,
you never
what is
see
it
who
called
did it.
again? I can't even remember the name of it. What is it called? Fruitcake.
Is it?
Look.
I'm looking it up. I gotta look it up.
Creations is putting a picture of it.
Oh, okay.
I think it's called like an upside down fruit cake or something.
Do you eat that, Gerv?
Nah, but they make it in Dominican Republic and Haiti for like 3 Kings Day and stuff.
Oh, damn. We talking about this man cake.
It's a symbolic spiritual brand.
Oh, this got meaning to it and everything.
Let me see.
Look at it. Is it sliced? They made it look fucking nice because it's fucking sliced.
Nah, go to the gas station version. That's what I want to see.
Oh, damn. The poison one?
Yeah, we want to see the manufactured one, not the recipe.
The mass
how you make it. That shit looking like banana bread from the way they got it. I want to see that real one that come in that red package.
Yeah.
You know exactly what I'm talking about.
Yep.
The one with the chicken cartilage in it?
The chicken, exactly.
Yeah,
that's what that
ribs.
green shit is, chicken cartilage.
It's good for your hair, but there it is. That's it. Claxton fruitcake. How much is it? That Claxton fruitcake.
Let her put it on so she can share her screen.
Oh my God.
Look at the fuck.
Ew.
Hold on.
Wait a minute. Put it on bigger.
Yeah, make that full
I take
screen.
that back. We don't eat that one. Nah.
That's the
Not
one.
on Free
That's-
Tuesday.
Curve had to jump in like,
fruitcake
nah,
loaf.
that ain't the one we eat, man.
That's the loaf.
I don't
That's
eat it
what
though,
we
but I'm
talking
like,
about.
That's the
traditional.
motherfucking loaf right there.
Yo,
Look
is
like
that
quiche
like
or something.
where is that made from? Is it China?
Quiche.
What is it?
It's made from muggles.
Holy
Muggle.
shit.
Muggle brand. Can y'all
Throat.
see this? All right. Now it's on the YouTube. Go back to the main picture. Oh, look. It's got, does
What
it have
is
nuts
it
in it?
called?
Go
It's
to the
called
green.
Claxton's. You know
Nah.
that motherfucker's a racist. His name is fucking Claxton. You
Yeah.
don't even supposed to be over there at Mr. Claxton's property.
Hey, you know what that looks like? They make it in jail. It's called a goulash.
And it has a regular and dark one.
Oh, they got a dark version. What?
It says
What's the
world
difference?
famous.
The dark version got the green stuff in it. And nuts. It's got nuts too.
It looks the complete same.
The dark version voted for Biden.
It does it the same.
Dark version. The regular is for whites only.
Yo, they just look like they just threw a bunch of shit together and called it a fucking.
There.
That's that shit.
They should call it a
Somebody
fucking cake.
Do they have any of it as GMO free?
Ever wanted to try both Claxton's popular fruitcake recipes?
No.
Oh my god.
A dark sampler pack.
Why it's gotta
That
be
sounds
dark?
Like a rapper.
It got a dark sample.
It sounds like
I got a dark sampler pack.
a
For those of you urban tastes.
Oh.
What's the difference?
It has extra walnuts in it, so they call it dark.
Oh man.
Glasses.
Oh my god.
Wow.
What are we doing right now, man?
Witches and wizards discussing food.
Oh my god. How did we fucking even get on this shit about this motherfucking Nutriloaf?
I want to know the lore though. Like, what's the lore behind this?
Does it say
How
what
much
the green
does it
stuff
cost? Wait a minute. Did that say $23?
Damn.
Pack of 10 runs you $690.
Man, I'm not paying $22 for Euro can fruit.
You can
Oh
only
my
get it in
God.
packs of 10?
I just know that I'm not going near nobody property whose name is Claxton. You know they ain't fucking around with you.
First and foremost. Yeah, customer images.
Right, and they tried to trick you with that black logo with the horse. He tried to trick you.
What the heck? It look like meatloaf.
It comes in a
looks
Ziploc bag.
molded up pieces
Is
of
that
cheese.
before you cook it or after?
It comes
And
in
they
a
got it next
Ziploc.
to 2 onions.
You guys are bad.
That's bad aesthetic.
Man, that's leftover
Bad
deli
feng shui.
meats, man. They
That's
snitching.
cold. That's motherfucking 2 half of bricks right there. The way that's processed.
Till the expired fruitcake.
That would hurt. That would hurt if you got hit with it. That's a potential weapon.
Claxton, look at that shit.
What is that?
Regular and dark.
Oh my god! And they both look the total same.
Hey,
The
if
regular one is
anybody
darker.
in the chat on Amazon looking for that, raise your hand in the chat.
Oh my god,
Oh,
man!
How did
They
we
have definitely duped you with this. That shit might be the cure for coronavirus.
It's disgusting. Not only
You
will
gotta
it
eat-
taste, but it's
You gotta eat a whole loaf of Claxtons to put you back in.
Hey, you need that and some pork eggnog.
Exactly. Bust your whole bowel movements wide open. You'll be so fucking clean. Oh my god! I can't believe that is. What do the people got to say about this
Somebody
thing?
said they got it from a monastery.
That's nun cake.
They usually purchase it from the monasteries. What is the? I'll get the blue water in it.
I wonder if it's vegan.
Hey, I was thinking the same.
No, that
thing. I
doesn't look
can't
vegan
lie.
at all.
Oh my goodness, man! I cannot believe that thing. That man, I can't get over the name Claxton. I've never met a real person in my life last name of Claxton.
I don't
I
want
have. That whole family got demons attached to them.
slaves attached to
They
them.
look like go at
Claxton,
man.
even a good white person knows that anybody with the last name of Claxton was once a plantation owner. They don't even want to hang out with that kind of white person. They're like, no, we don't mess with him.
Nah.
Go back to the bakery. Did you see? Oh my
What?
God.
The
Go
Claxton
back.
story. They known for this. This is their American claim to fame.
What?
Fruitcake.
Spirit of Claxton coming through right now.
Okay, it's all
That
about
can't
family.
be the center of attention for them.
Get their mind off of
Old-fashioned
those slaves.
Claxton fruitcake.
Please let Night Creatrix read what this story is going to teach us about these people.
Turn my real speaker on to get out of this.
Where did they come from?
Georgia?
They definitely came from, boy, that's some Holland shit. They came from Holland with that type of shit.
Claxton.
Damn,
Nah, they said South
Actually,
Georgia.
Check or something.
I think Claxton is a city in Georgia or a county in Georgia.
Claxton, Georgia.
I think so.
Tempting
And everybody
Slavery,
lives
Georgia.
there is of the same family.
and sweet rolls served as an irresistible invitation to visit the Claxton Bakery. The bakery opened under the ownership of Savino Toast, an Italian pastry maker
Oh
who
my
immigrated
God.
to the United States in the early 1900s. Toss initially settled in New York City, working in a Brooklyn hotel as a master baker. During his first few years on American
Oh, what happened?
Toss was fascinated with life in the bustling city, provided a sense of excitement and a steady income. But as time passed, the talented baker longed for a quieter lifestyle. Faced with the opportunity to move from New York, he accepted a job in Macon, Georgia. With the company making ice, the young Italian instantly fell in love with the South. He frequently visited Savannah and Kybalion on Georgia's pristine coast. On one of his trips to Savannah, he passed through the town of Claxton, a developing agricultural community. Toss was attracted by the friendliness of the people, and especially liked the fact that the town was without a bakery. When the ice cream operation in Macon fell upon hard times and eventually melted, Toss decided to make Claxton his new home. It was an instant success. In the fall, in the spirit of the holiday season, he offered this premium quality fruitcake filled with nature's finest fruits and nuts.
Premium.
I feel
Like-
there was
I just went to the website. It says sun-ripened California raisins, delicious pineapple, crunchy Georgia pecans, plump, juicy cherries, freshly shelled walnuts and almonds, tangy lemon and orange peel blended into a rich pound cake batter and baked to a golden brown.
Hey, look at the picture she's showing right now.
that.
He zoomed in purposely.
Is that him?
Big Clax.
Big Clax.
Papa Clax.
Oh my
We're
God.
talking about snappers and clappers. We'll meet
Hey, I ain't gonna lie. He look like he related to the Colonel or something.
He related to Sweet Baby Ray.
On their website.
Hey, hey, I put an order in for some barbecue sauce, and she came home with Sweet Baby Ray. Honey barbecue.
On their
That's Sweet Baby Ray
website,
cousin them.
they sell chocolate covered fruitcake nuggets.
Ew. What?
Does that
They didn't
sound
cover
appealing?
this shit up. They didn't cover this shit in chocolate.
That's the dark version.
Oh my
Well, they got combos too. Oh shit.
Oh, okay.
And look at the nothing changes between all the pictures. It is a combo.
It's the same thing. It's nuts, some cake.
2 pounds of Claxton fruit.
Oh my God.
LVX.
Get you some of this premium Claxton fruit.
So you mean to tell me that this is a real American made thing, man?
You better get you some of this premium Claxton fruit and nuts. Get you
How
this
you like them
combo.
nuts, boy?
Get you this fruit and nut
Oh
combo.
my god.
Hey.
So watch next year they're gonna come out with a cinnamon spice fruit cake.
Sweet Baby Ray's 2-pound Claxton fruit cake and nut combo with a side of
It
chicken
was
strips,
real rib meat. It
real
is.
rib meat.
Oh my
Fuck out of
god.
here.
And you gotta think, man, this shit probably is considered vegan.
Yeah. I told you.
There's
Non-GMO.
so much pineapples and cherry. It don't. I mean, unless it says blended into the pound cake batter, what would make it not vegan? The eggs?
Where is Mike at during all
fruit
this?
cocktails and put it in cornbread, nah.
Exactly.
Man, they just mastered
The whole egg
master ingredient.
That's the non-vegan part. It's dried whole eggs.
This shit is baked in the
Yo,
South.
they had to have Jupiter in the second house, bro. They just threw a bunch of shit together and sold that motherfucker.
This shit is supposedly baked in the South to a famous old Southern recipe. And a loaf is 16 ounces. So you getting 16. That's a heavy motherfucking cake.
And the thing is, I'm not even getting the marketing concept behind this either.
Tradition,
It
word of
is,
mouth.
it is, wow.
Artificial rum too. Like not even good.
You said it's artificial
How many
rum?
carbs that
Artificial rum.
how many carbs that shit got?
Let's see. 27 grams.
Diabetes.
Immediately.
That's per serving.
Multiply it by 10 for the whole cake.
Right, that's per serving. God dang.
That shit is so dense.
Oh, here we go. Look at that. What is the difference between the regular recipe and the dark recipe? Which is more appropriate?
It never changes.
The dark one got high protein content.
Dark one is made by our colored coworkers.
Okay. It's got real, what's it called? Adrenochrome flakes.
No, not that again.
Okay, I get it.
It's like a cancer type of ingredient.
Succulent.
Melanin flakes.
Ay, ay, ay. Plaques back.
Oh my god, man. I can't.
Y'all crazy, man.
You gotta send them the oh hell no.
What is that? I can't see. It's blurry. What's that? You ordering some?
Hey,
I have a question for them.
Man, you gonna fuck around and get a lifetime supply. They gonna be like, finally.
Guess who's getting it? All of you.
They probably make that in the North Pole somewhere. Shit. That's where the secret factory at.
The secret factory.
Yeah.
Get you
It's
5
probably made
pounds
out
of
of
that.
reindeer guts or some shit.
Yo, it said in the first year of production, of mass production, Parker and a handful of workers baked 45,000 pounds of Claxton fruit cake.
Who asked for this?
That's a lot of motherfucking fruit cake, man.
Who demanded that? Where's the demand?
The government.
This is definitely something that's tradition, man. This has some kind of magic on it because, like I said, man, this shit comes out and it be tons of this shit. I know all of y'all done seen it in the store during the holiday.
Hell yeah.
I
And
never
think
seen
they
no
was-
damn
this shit, man.
Claxtons.
Hey, I
I
think
never
they was
heard.
eating that shit on Get Out before he went into that room.
Oh,
It was eating fruit cake.
He went into a diabetic coma. That's what the fuck happened.
oh.
Georgia
them
pecan
clusters don't
caramel
look bad.
clusters.
The Georgia pecan caramel clusters don't look bad.
It don't. I'm about to get some food.
He the cousin of Sweet Baby Ray.
Until you found out that they're not vegan.
Mm.
Better
It
believe
ain't Claxton, it ain't clapping. How about that?
these people.
Hell no.
But in Claxton, it ain't happening.
It ain't Claxton, it ain't happening. How about that?
I don't understand how this company.
Hey, go back to Papa Claxton. That nigga look evil.
Wait, I think that's another dude who owns the business.
Oh, my bad. My bad.
Yeah.
No disrespect.
That's Clax Jr. That's
That's-
Lil Clax. That's Lil Clax.
That's Click
Little
Clack.
Clax the third.
Click Clack.
He went to school with Trump Senior. Hit us.
That's Cliff Clax.
Cliff Clax.
Al Clax.
I think this is Parker guy. Let's see. Yeah, it's Parker.
Hey, if he was a pimp, what his pimp name would be?
Click Clack. The
See?
gun's coming out.
This is some Florida shit. This dude in the picture is a guest from the Civitan Club of Tampa, Florida.
Huh?
And they was looking for some fundraising item. And
Ew.
plastic fruitcake seemed to be the perfect choice.
They're pimping children out to do his bidding.
They said as a result of their initial success selling Claxton fruitcakes as a fundraiser, the Tampa Civitan spread the word to their colleagues and other clubs. And as each year passed, more and more groups discovered the sales appeal of Albert Parker's famous fruitcakes.
Howdy do.
You had
got
to look for a photo
shitting.
representation of Uncle Sam. I think that would be him. It's like that uncle you have to be. Man.
How do we even get? Let's look and see if these motherfuckers are on the stock exchange, man.
We gotta buy some Claxton stock in 2021.
Bet.
Buy it before the holiday seasons.
CLAX.
We'll go to my
Relax.
Acorns account real fast. They're probably on Acorns. Let me check it out.
Penny stocks. Invest in Clax. We gonna Clax back. We gonna Clax back. Get ready for war. Type in POR.
POR?
No, don't. No.
Oh, okay. Okay, never mind. I see what you're doing. I'm kind of slow. All right.
Yeah, I was kind of slow too. I was like, hold up.
If people asking for his recipe though, they like it.
Claxton stock.
Stonks.
Have you found it? They're not. I'm not finding it, man. They want to sell you a stock of Claxton fruitcake.
When they say
They're
stock,
not-
they mean about 5 pounds. That's
exactly. They're not.
Not
They ain't
stock-
telling
no.
us.
Stocking that inventory.
They probably never went public.
Make millions of pounds each year.
Is it all eaten though?
So they just make their money off of selling it to the stores. They probably already got a certain amount of stores that buy a certain amount of this motherfucking shit every year. So they just fall into bread. Their money's already solidified.
Fall into bread, literally.
Hey, imagine you try to go talk to a spirit. You really try to offer it a fruitcake. That shit never comes.
Oh man, they get offended. Oshun's mad at me because I offered her some Claxton
fruitcake.
Oh man,
B2B is the way to be. Get ready for war, nigga. Big Clax.
It might be under another business name. This might be the brand name, but they might be operating under another business name that they have on the market.
Nope, not seeing anything.
This is just some amazing shit to me. Somebody will always have the audacity to bring this fruitcake to the family holiday dinner party and had that motherfucker sliced so perfectly, adorning a silver tray that would sit on that silver tray all night and until the next day to when it's thrown in the garbage. How are they making money off of this type of shit?
Hey, Night Creatrix, I need a logo made. Is it a way we can connect?
Of course. It is through Instagram.
I'm sorry.
Through Instagram. Can you hear
Mhm.
me? Night Creatrix is I think it's a dash between Night and Creatrix. I don't even know my own name. Lord have mercy.
Do you commission Ty?
There you go.
Do you commission Yahweh?
I do. This commission, I'm working on a commission right now with the dragon guy. Someone that watched one of your videos actually hit me up. So
Sweet.
yeah. Yep, this is me.
Man, everybody, I'm getting ready to check out. It's always a beautiful thing to interact with everyone. But this fruitcake thing didn't wore me out. This is just something that we will never be able to figure out. This is a mystery. The Claxton family are the wizards behind the government. Fruitcake is how they get their magic out.
Big facts, big clacks.
The clacks.
Click,
They
click.
put the clacks on you.
Who clacks?
Yo, Matrix, that is an awesome. Like I said, man, you are an awesome artist. That is look at the robe on that thing. You should really be in the business.
Thank you, man. I really appreciate that. It's just a
Is
lot.
that a Sith Lord right there?
That's actually a commission for a deity somebody saw or they had in their mind and they just wanted me to draw it out. So
Is that for God flows?
let's see.
Shakti God body?
Let's see.
Let's see.
Mm,
That is Shakti God.
yeah, it is actually.
What?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's for Shakti. Shout out to Shakti. Thanks for hitting me up. Appreciate that.
Yeah,
I
that's
just
really
followed you.
well put together right there.
Thank you so much. Yeah, it's like a big heap I have to get over myself. Because always being praised for your ability all your life, it kind of like sets you back in a way. Like once you don't like grab a hold of something immediately, it kind of like
That's what
depresses
fruitcake
me in a way. Like
That's what fruitcake is about. You got to eat fruitcake and it helps empower
Make
you.
them
Your
stagnant.
strength
yeah.
kills the stagnant energy and realigns your chakras.
I'd have to put that to the test.
Now, hey, now the fruitcake. Oh,
No, man, we
makes
got
so much sense.
some studying to do on that. I can't take y'all's word for it, charlatans.
Big clack.
Is there a book I
Agents
can
of
buy
Doom.
on fruitcake?
What's the PDF I can download and keep on my phone for fruitcake?
Exactly. Damn, that's light work for you to actually do that. And people don't know it's hard to put this shit together if you don't know how to really work on the program that you're using right there. That shit is hard work, man.
It is. It is. I finally got my settings right. Because there's like a lot of things you have to tamper with, like your stabilization, the kind of ink you want to use, and like being trained on paper and going to a digital medium is like night and day.
So, do you use a pad or do you use like a mouse for that? Like,
I use a pad.
okay, cool. Because I'm about to say, if you're doing that with a mouse, you need to be held up on a higher tier.
People do it with mice. It's like the vectors. I don't even know where that option is, but here it is, polyline. You can just keep click your lines. and then
That's
go back
hard
in.
right there, because that's
That's
sometimes
good.
I'll use it for screen printing, and you can manipulate an image real good, because these programs can change certain images to vector prints, because that's what you have to use for screen printing. That stuff gets real complicated, man. You can screw up a whole picture real good
Yeah, save it as
by making one you
like
do something wrong, you will screw it up real good.
you know, like you see people who have like a t-shirt of like a family member that died, or like a family reunion shirt, and you see how pixelated it is.
Yikes.
Like,
Exactly.
like you say that shit is JPEG, so like what you do.
Yikes.
Some
Oh,
people
no.
don't get that. I didn't have people want me to do a shirt for them, like, yo, I want you to put a picture. I'm like, yo, you know that this picture has a certain amount, because they don't understand when you talk about pixels and stretching an image and it's gonna lose the definition. They don't understand none of that shit.
Exactly.
All they want is for you to put the picture on the shirt. So you be like, yo, the best I can do, man, is give you some iron-ons, man, because and even that is gonna be motherfucking foggy.
Yeah, like for example, let me see if I could put something in here real fast. Like, let's see if I'll place it. Like like say for instance, I'm gonna use this, right? And when you zoom into it, it gets pixely and pixely and pixely. But like you get you a good program, and then you do the image trace, right? You hit that button, turns it right to a vector.
Yeah,
and you can just play with your lines stuff. So
you can change that whole picture if you want. That's how you have to do it for screen printing, or you have to
change your
yeah, you can do all of that kind of manipulation and stuff with it. Like I said, if you don't know how to work those programs right, you will screw a picture up real good, and you got to keep going back to try to get, Yeah, but you're doing good work with that. I use Corel Draw.
Oh,
good one. That's a good one. They used to give that away free with tablets, and you get a.
That's what I heard. Yeah. See, one thing they monopolized when they made Photoshop, you can't buy it no more. You only are just leasing it.
Oh, I have the leased one, but for free.
They making
right
so
here.
much money.
It's like, just find a tech savvy person and go like, yo, give me this. You got it. And you still update it and have the updated version of it.
Interesting.
Yeah, but this is 2015. I figure, I don't need every new feature, so gotta work with you. But they do have the like CS one, the CS6. I think those are at reduced prices. You can still buy them.
Did I see Fruity Loops on there?
You said what?
Did I see Fruity Loops?
Oh yeah.
FL Studio.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Oh, what's up? We can do some. We can download that band lab. What's happening?
All right, bro.
Let me on that band lab.
We got some bars.
Okay.
The plot thickens.
My Little Pony.
See how this fruitcake has brought us together? Revealing secrets.
Nice.
That's what the fruitcake do with me.
Big facts.
The power of the fruitcake.
Thick facts.
Get all your chakras in line.
Thick clacks.
You want to empower your chakras? Then get with this Claxton's fruitcake.
Big clacks.
Man, we got to come up with like a sea moss fruitcake or something. If they making money off that same old classic fruitcake that ain't changed in years, oh, they added extra walnuts. My bad.
Yeah, they got a dark red for you.
I'm out of here, y'all.
See you later.
He said they added extra walnuts to that shit. That changed the whole recipe.
Man.
Everybody, peace out, y'all. Y'all enjoy your evening.
Take care, J. Go.
Peace, man.
Oh.
That dude Django. How you say it? How you say his name? I should have asked him.
The Django.
The D is silent.
The Django.
Silent but deadly.
The Django.
That is so funny.
We'll
But
be
yeah,
right
the
back.
last time we was on live, I was like, man, who was that just whipping up pictures? Like you would look at the screen and it'd be like almost nothing there. And then 2 minutes later, it's like half a screen. And then, the drawing the pause for a second. And then next thing you know, you look down and look up and it's a whole picture or something.
Man. Yeah, have you ever heard of Grant Morrison?
Who?
Grant Morrison?
Yeah, but I'm not too familiar.
Oh, he's a comic illustrator.
Okay.
And he made the comic The Invisibles. And he has this speech up on YouTube about his chaos magic, or how he uses comics to do chaos magic. And how like the more he started drawing this one character and putting himself as a character and in these situations, the more it would happen to him in real life. Like,
what's his name? Grant
Morrison. Yeah.
I'll look that up.
Some what?
I was like,
Some
narrative magic.
Oh, some. Is that what I think it is, Trav?
What?
What'd she say?
I'm looking at this chat, man.
I'll look that up for sure because I've been like working on mythology for Damarama.
Oh, what's the name? Anybody seen that show with Sam and Dean on there?
Supernatural.
Yeah, they got an episode on there where it was this guy who was writing a comic, and as he wrote it, it came true.
Yeah, he wrote the supernatural story. Yeah.
Ooh, that was powerful. That first season was powerful.
I can attest to the strength of that with making comics. Like it's man, like real deal. Which is why I'm trying to finish up this one comic. Like it's been happening. So I'm using Asmodee for a lot of that inspiration too. So,
but is that the one that you post on your Instagram?
Yeah, I'm gonna redo that whole thing to fit my like style now in like the webtoons format. So I'm gonna take my time and rush it this time. Taking my time.
But if you think about it though, it makes sense because like when you write affirmations or write down things you want to gain, write down things you want to release, or they talk about musicians, especially musicians who, like gangster rappers, whatever. They say be careful what you write and the music you make because you pull it into existence.
Right. I just started watching Atlanta today, and that's one of the themes that are like present in it.
You're talking about with what's his name?
Gambino or Donald Glover.
Donald Glover. Yeah, I seen the first season of that and it was dope. His the one dude in he got a movie called Tenet out that I'm trying to watch.
Oh, that's the Christopher Nolan?
Yeah, the big dude did some he did some work too.
Right? Is it the same? Is the same director as Inception? Tenet?
Yeah, and I got to go back and watch Inception because I watched it on bootleg and it ain't. It was more like Deception. I didn't know what the H was going on. I saw suits and people talking, and I was like, okay, well, we just gonna put this one on hold.
No, that's a good ass movie though, Inception. For sure.
Yeah, I mean, just reading the reading the summary of it made me want to watch it, but like I said, it was on bootleg, so it is what it is. It ain't what it ain't.
Rest in peace to all the bootleg guys who are out of a job.
Man, so no, they ain't out of job because you know what they doing now? Fire sticks.
Yeah, you're right. You're
right. My bad. Am I snitching right now? Everybody who used to do bootleg is doing fire sticks now.
Yeah, I think that I read or saw this documentary on Vice or something about how Brazil gets all their movies in. Like people be making bank just having flash drives full of like thousands of movies that are like banned in their country.
Say that one more time. My phone was ringing.
in Brazil, um, they have like not a lot of times their internet's on, like we were saying earlier, and people get flash drives made and shipped to them with like thousands of movies on it. And that's how like you can make some bang, just shipping flash drives of movies to like other countries. It's just like,
Wow.
who don't have internet, you know, just send it in.
Oh man, but I can only imagine like that. If you get caught doing that,
Yeah, that
you
movie
probably gonna be in Get Out 3.
on you.
Oh man, my phone ringing.
Get Out 3. What happened to Get Out 2? My Air Force One. I am number one.
Oh, Get Out 2 was Revenge of the Fruitcake.
Good evening, Alora. Good evening, Ananya. Welcome.
Good
welcome.
evening, John.
Greetings. What time is it for you over there?
It's 9 a.m.
Damn.
9 a.m. and I'm walking out in the sun.
Oh, so it left over here and went to join you.
Ananya, where in Bihar are you born? Because my family's from
No,
Bihar.
no, no. I'm not. I'm not from Bihar. I'm from UP,
Oh, you're from UP.
Uttar Pradesh. It's attached to
Yeah,
Bihar,
yeah,
right? So
yeah.
your parents are from Bihar. John
Yeah,
told
like
me.
they're from Patna.
Patna. Oh,
Yeah,
cool. So your mother, father, both. So you are
yeah, they're
like
both.
Indian who shifted to Egypt.
Yeah, but like my dad's, I forgot what his village is, but my mom was born in Arvo.
Your
I don't know
mom
if you
was
know.
born in Alwar.
Yeah.
That's in Rajasthan, right? Wow. I have been in both the states.
Oh shit. Yeah. So then yeah, but they moved to the United States in like the 1980s.
So you are in US right now. I thought you are in Egypt. Okay,
Oh no,
1980.
not Egypt. Yeah. I mean shit. It depends. Some people say that. No, that's another thing. But nah, yeah, I'm in the United States.
Okay, so everyone is in United States except me. Pretty
That's
cool.
fine. It makes you unique.
Yeah, that is.
Okay, I think my stepmom is from UP.
Stepmom, UP.
Yeah, I have to ask her where she's born, but
A guy with Indian roots.
yeah, my brother, he was born in Bihar.
Nice. That's pretty cool.
I had it mistaken, Ananya. I thought you said that you were.
What? What you were mistaken?
I thought that you said you were born or had family from Bihar.
No, I am from Uttar Pradesh. Actually, I was saying that Uttar Pradesh and Bihar were one state, but they got divided. They were like split back in I think 50s or 60s. Yeah. My mother is actually from Bengal. My father has roots from Rajasthan, and I was born in UP.
Hmm.
And my family is actually not attached with Bihar school. It is attached with another school called Shanti Kunj and Arya Samaj.
Hmm.
What's the difference between like that school and the Bihar school? Do you know?
I don't know. I was never in. They all seem similar to me. All to talking about yogic stuff. I think Shanti
Yeah.
Kunj is more related to Gayatri and stuff. Like
Oh, okay.
Gayatri Mata, that Om Bhurbhuva Swa, what is that? Gayatri Mantra and something. So they are only about like chanting that. Like that's what I understood when I was a kid. And later I had no interest in spirituality for like 7 years, so I didn't pay much attention.
Mm,
Arya Samaj is about not praying to idols. Like idol worship is not allowed. My parents don't believe in that.
Hmm.
so they don't even have any of the like.
Now my mother got them because I think my grandmother wanted that. When she shifted, my grandparents shifted with my parents. They wanted some like idols to worship to, but they don't believe in those things from heart. So that's the difference, I guess. And Bihar school is more deep.
Yeah, like philosophical.
Yeah, similar to Shanti Kunj. So Shanti Kunj is located in the, I think, Himalayas, in the lower region of Himalayas,
Oh, shit.
the Himachal and all that.
Yeah, I'm gonna come to India soon, like probably within the next couple of years. The last time I
Ah,
went
you
to
can visit
India,
me.
it was like it was like in 2000,
So
like
you have family
2003,
so
I think.
you have family still living here, like some grandparents or something?
Oh yeah, my whole like my mom's family, like all her brothers and sisters are still in India.
Nice.
And then
Very
yeah,
good. And
yeah. So
how do
they're all
you and
Patna.
sorry.
Oh no, I was
You
just saying they're
continue.
all in Patna. But yeah,
Patna is the capital of Bihar. I
yeah,
think it's the only best city that is left in Bihar.
really.
The Bihar actually, it was one of the most advanced places in India thousands of years ago, but the capital of India was Patliputra, Patna, you are talking about. It was the capital of India 2000 years back. But later, the cycle of time goes and some bad people ruled
Yeah.
it and they destroyed it. The whole state, they destroyed it with thuggery and goons and stuff. So it's not a safe place anymore. Like it's becoming safer now, but it got completely destroyed.
Oh no, yeah.
Nalanda,
I
yeah,
was
when
saying
you came.
when
I'm
I
so
came in
sorry,
like
y'all.
2003, 2004, like my uncle basically like me and my brother couldn't talk because if we talked, they would know that we're from America because of our accent, basically, and then like it would be more of a chance for us to like get robbed, basically.
Yes, it was very unsafe back in 2004. It is becoming better now. Thank God. So, how did you find yourself connected to this spirituality and stuff?
Well, my family is they're Muslim, so even though like we're
Yeah,
from
yeah.
India, yeah. So, um, I mean, I was like practicing Islam pretty heavily, but then like basically I stopped practicing Islam, and then like I think I found Trav probably like 3 years ago off of YouTube, like
That's
recommended
cool.
off of like metaphysics and stuff like that, and then
And
I
then,
joined like
and then
last
you just
year.
got into in Vedas and stuff, this Vedic science and all.
I just got into the Vedas stuff like six like beginning 6 months ago.
That's cool. That's amazing. Everyone is getting into this.
Yeah.
It is actually quite like I think I find it quite amazing that like particularly what the thing is that I am actually a I was born a Hindu, so it was natural for me to like go into these things. But for people who are not born into this, like they are born into some other religions like Christianity, and then they are like cultured or like conditioned in that manner to follow those things. And then they changed their path. That I found very strong. That I find very, very strong in everyone other than me. If I was in that place, I would not have been able to, get out of that conditioning and choose a different path. So I really, really find that quite worth praising in each one of you that is present here.
Yeah. I think it's pretty damn awesome how even I got introduced to you. What are the chances
Yeah,
of that? You don't even live here. You didn't find me through
yeah, that.
YouTube.
Hmm? I couldn't find you on YouTube actually. I never found you on YouTube unless
Oh,
you told me that you had a channel, right? Only Jasmine helped me to introduce you.
wait. So how do you guys even have a common friend? Like,
What are the chances? Like a
I
girl.
was running away from spirituality. I was running away from spirituality. I kicked Gita. I wanted to tear it. It was a. I found it very disgusting. I don't know. I was very angry after reading it. So I kept running, and then I met Jasmine online because I was very depressed. So I joined this site Experience Project. She was there. We became friends. We stayed friends. We are still friends at 6 years. And then I started like this. I suddenly started getting back into the spirituality because I had that psychosis, something, that psychotic attack I have talked previously about, in which I was like going insane and I thought that I was Jesus or Krishna or something. And then I started talking to Jasmine about spiritual stuff, and she's like, "Oh, I have this guy at my workplace. He talks like you. Let me introduce you to him." And I was like, "Oh, I'm so eager." And then she told John, and then I texted John, "Hey," and he was like, "Hey, I have a YouTube channel and a Facebook group. Would you like to join?" And I just joined it.
that's if that's not planned out, I don't know what the fuck is.
That is
Like,
like a divine meeting. And I was actually looking for a guru or a teacher, like an occult teacher or spiritual teacher to guide me. And I just like within 1 2 months I realized, okay, this has to be Trav. This has to be the one I was looking for.
wow.
What are the chances in that?
That's pretty cool. That amazes me. This is destiny. This was destined.
There's a lot of that going on around here.
Real talk.
It's beautiful, man.
Waiting for Freddy Krueger to pop out.
Freddy Krueger. That's a good one.
Hey, auntie. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I was thanking someone else out there.
Ah, yes.
I can't get mine to do that.
That's what she said.
What year is this, Trav? 2008.
I'm keeping it alive, all right?
I did say that today too.
Yes. So yeah, man. I got pretty excited talking about that lucid dream astral projection stuff. I think that remains one of my favorite aspects of this whole thing.
That's how I got into it. I remember my first time trying at like 13 or 14. I was just reading whatever I could find on Google. And then it finally happened, and I heard like this big buzzing noise, like there was a fly flying around my ears, and I was like swatting and looking around my room for like a big bug. Nothing happened. And then like when it happened, I was outside of my body. I walked up to my mirror. I remember my lamp being on, and it's a 2-story house. So like usually when my parents watch the TV all loud, it sounds like, you know, you can hear the muffled vibrations of the TV. But in that state, I heard a bunch of loud voices, and it was very, very bright. And then I realized what was happening, and it went back to my body, and I hadn't done it since, until like maybe last year. But I asked them later. I was like, "We're all watching TV last night?" I was like, "No, we're all asleep." Just like, well, that happened. Finally did it, but it happened when I wasn't trying, so that was the big part of it too.
Yeah.
Yes, you're right. Sometimes it's just come out and sometimes when you try very hard up there and you're trying to concentrate and try to do it, it just doesn't come out. And all of a sudden, when you're not even worried about it, you're like, forget it. All of a sudden, boom, it happens.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
That's what I mean. I can't say that it's like an exact science, like this is how you do it, but I know that if you practice it, it happens more often. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
I know it's been happening. I think for me, there's been like a little bit of a resurgence since I've been doing this meditation stuff lately. But, you know, certainly not every single night, but
I found that reading fiction books too, and like actively using your imagination and reading these books, it's just like that propelled me into it. Like that stack of books I got, I'm still delving deep into it. But like when I'm doing that, or just imagining like the next thing to do in my stories, or like what next to draw in my comic, it's like that's when astral projection would usually happen to me. It's just after just imagining these things, and I go into it.
did you plan on getting taught with Shooty?
Oh, I just bought it with the astral projection book finally.
Okay.
Just bought it.
Okay.
I'm not gonna let you down, man. I'm not gonna let myself down.
I guess that means I have to get you a different birthday present.
Oh damn.
When's your birthday?
February 17th.
Okay.
When's your birthday?
December 21st.
Ooh, I work with all Capricorns, I found out. It was really weird. It's just like,
Yeah, I'm on the cusp of Sag and Cap.
oh, I'm a cuspy too. Cuspies.
Oh yeah, cuspies.
Oh yeah, cuspies.
Yeah.
They're the best.
What's the differences on that though? Like what does that mean? Like cut speeds, like
It's like a blend between two of the signs. So like, yeah. So like for me, I'm not Sagittarius. Like my sun in Western astrology, it's 29 degrees Sagittarius. So it's not 100% Sagittarius, and it's not like it has basically Sagittarius and Capricorn in it. So it's kind of its own sign. So it's like a lava sign basically.
so it's
There's
not a
like
dominant. So you don't have like a dominant part of
the
Saggy?
dominant it would be more dominant Sag. So I'd probably say like 60-40, like 60% Sagittarius, 40%
Isn't it
Capricorn.
like usually 3 degrees from the next sign that considers it a cusp? Like 3?
Yeah, so it'd be like
Okay.
29, 0, and 28, 29, 0, 1 and 2.
All right, mine's 27. Damn.
But some astrologers say like a 10-degree orb on like a 5-degree orb on either side.
Okay.
I always thought about that. Like, what? Wait, if it's that combination, which one is more dominant? Because you're naturally gonna have some dominant type of sign.
Yeah, how this one astrologer Dolo explains it is that like 29 would be Sagittarius, and then it's like filtered through Capricorn, and then 0 degrees would be a blend of the two, like a even blend of the two, and then 1 would be Capricorn but filtered with Sagittarius.
I had the Scorpion and Sagi.
Oh, you got that steam.
I do. I had that Scorpion, a friendly Sagi, and a stingy Scorpion.
Guys, Vedic sign like Capricorn is Amar and yours is like Aquarius. So what is your Vedic sign?
I'm not
That's
sure.
your
I have to find my birth time, so that's something I have to do, and that requires me going to government offices and stuff, and I just haven't felt like it lately. So
Yeah, that's true. That requires like you have to know exactly time, minutes, and all that. I'm like, what about if people don't have that? How is that gonna work? I'm
I
like,
did have a dream
you're
that
right.
somebody was telling me the exact birth time. It was like 2:15 a.m. I was just like, or was it 2:31? It was like 2:31, I think. I wrote it down. 2:31. I was just like, okay. And I woke up like 2:31. It's weird.
in dream.
Yeah,
You
in a
got
dream. Yeah.
231,
Wow.
February 17th.
Yeah. I don't know if I should go off that, but that's the only lead I have right now. And none of my documents at all, not even a little wristband you get as a baby, like none of that has my birth time on it. I'm just like, yo, alien. Me. I'm an alien.
Welcome to the club.
Right? What's that all?
Ananya, what are your Vedic placements?
I'm a Leo
Like
by
for your
Vedic chart and a
sun?
Scorpion. Scorpion by Western.
For your sun sign?
Yeah.
Scorpio?
Scorpio by Western. November 6th. Who
Oh,
was screaming?
wait, your birthday is November 6th?
Yes.
Oh, shit.
Why? Oh shit.
I mean, that's just like that's the date my mom transitioned in 2011. So it's just
Transition doesn't?
like she passed away.
Oh no, I'm so sorry to
Oh
hear that.
no, it's fine. It's nothing to be sorry about. But
Mm,
yeah,
that's so sad.
that's interesting. That's super interesting.
So that's why you attach to more with the spirituality because if you're Scorpion, you get attracted to this. Scorpions are very psychic too.
No, actually, I don't think it's about Scorpios. Actually, I read my Vedic chart and my Saturn and Ketu are actually in my first house. So that pushes me towards spirituality. And also, my Jupiter is in my 10th house. So I think I
Yeah,
am supposed to be spiritual.
that's
Oh.
and you have a Leo sun?
Leo, I'm a Leo actually by Indian chart.
Yeah, so how about your moon and your ascendant?
Moon ascendant is Pisces from Vedic chart. Now there
Oh
are like
my
two charts,
god,
okay,
that's crazy. You said Saturn and K2? Hold
in
on.
first house.
Yeah, hold
That's
on.
messy. That's so messy.
No, because I'm helping one of my other friends out with her chart, and she has a Pisces ascendant, and she has Mars, Saturn, and K2 in her first house.
Mars Saturn with Ketu. Oh my god. But I think Mars actually reduces the combined effect of. There must be some yoga in her chart, some sort of.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know off the top of my head, but there's definitely yoga in her chart.
And what about you? You must have done your Vedic chart as well.
Yeah, I have a Gemini ascendant, and then my sun and moon are both Sagittarius. And
Wow.
my Jupiter, actually my Sun, Moon, Mars, Mercury, and Jupiter are Sagittarius.
So just like your Western chart, like it's similar to your Western chart.
Yeah, but my Western, my Mercury, and my Mercury, Venus, and what's it called, Mars or Capricorn in Western.
Mm.
Yo, I got a question. In
Yes.
a Vedic, is there such thing as cusp in a Vedic since it's so precise as far as dates and time?
I don't know about cusp. I'm still a
Yeah,
beginner, so
it's still there's still a cusp.
there
Okay, because
is.
Yeah, because like it would be like 0, like in Vedic, I would say like 20, like 28, maybe even 27, but like 28, 29, 0, 1, and 2 degrees of a sign would be a cusp.
Yeah, it's like 30 degrees. Hmm.
I gotta find my chart, but my birthday is October 25th. So
Oh,
I'm right at
Scorpio.
the beginning of Scorpio, yeah.
You got your birth time last time, right?
That'd
Yeah, I
be
got
And got your
Scorpio and
chart?
October.
Libra, right? Scorpio and Libra cusp.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, that's more my destiny point is. I just found out in the morning.
Destiny point?
Yeah, it's called like Bindu point on the it's on the Vedic yeah, it's called a Bindu point if anyone wants to YouTube it. But it's basically a midpoint between your Rahu and your mind. So that's why it's called the destiny point, because your north node, which is the Rahu, and then the
Mm.
moon, which is like your mind. So it's like if you take the symbolism between both of them, that's why it's called the destiny point. And yeah, mine's in a Vishaka nakshatra, which is that Libra Scorpio cusp.
Sounds amazing to me. I have not gone that deep yet, but I will soon. So does it assign you with some special qualities or something like what is the significance of that as your Bindu point? Like Bindu. Yeah.
I mean, so I was just like listening to videos about it today, and it's I recognized it was that like if I didn't know it was my destiny point, I would have thought it was like my ascendant or sun sign, just because of how much I like resonated with it. Um, it
Mm-hmm.
basically it talked about like it's like the star of purpose, like focus and dedication. Basically, like a lot of the shit I'm learning about right now and what I'm doing right now. And there was a transit over it yesterday, which is like
Wow.
it basically like that's when I started like that's when I found out about it basically. So it's like it's crazy. Like I didn't even find
That's
out until I went back to the transit dates and it was like January 23rd. And I was like, what the fuck? This is too accurate.
Ego Bindu. Wow. I'm looking it up. It's amazing that you found it out on your transition day or transit day.
Yeah. It's
I think you were meant to find it out yesterday only then. Like
yeah, because
2 days back or whatever.
I've known about it because I've had this Cosmic Insight app, but I just never like delved into it. And then yesterday I'm like, all right, like in my mind, I'm like, all right, I'm gonna just do this today, not knowing that like there's a fucking transit going on that's activating it, which is why I'm looking into it.
Mm. Great.
Yo,
Yo,
I pulled up my Vedic and was you looking at the ascendant as far as the degrees to determine the cusp?
what any of your placements can be a cusp, but
Oh,
yeah, it just depends on like the degrees basically.
And you said the degrees was from what to what?
So like the way the astrologers that I've learned from, they do it from basically like a 3-degree orb on either side. So so like a 5-degree orb. So like 28, 29, 0, 1, and 2.
28, 29.
But there's other astrologers that do like all the way from like degrees like 26 too. So it really depends.
Okay, so my ascendant is Libra, and it say 8 degrees.
Is that in Swati nakshatra?
I don't know what that mean again. Can you refresh me on that?
Like, are you on Indastro?
Yeah, I'm on Indastro.
Ah, he has Swati in his chart. I remember. Do you remember? Sorry.
Oh, Swati, and then the
Swati.
ascendant
It is
is
there.
Swati.
Your nakshatra is Swati. I saw it. Yes, I saw it Thursday.
Yeah, I never sat down and broke down each one of these each one of these sections or
Nakshatras.
planets. Nakshatras, thank you. I never sat down and broke it. I don't know what I've been thinking about.
There is a whole list. Your main nakshatra was Swati.
Yeah, go down your nakshatra list.
Is it okay with everybody if I share my screen?
Yes, fine.
Yeah, go for it.
All right, let me make sure the hub is turned off.
I had to. You can't risk that shit.
I got one. Y'all see Motley? Yeah. Motley the snake.
Oh yeah, you told me your moon Purva Shada. Yeah, that's right.
All right, so where we looking? Where we going?
Go down.
That's your ascendant. That's your nakshatra.
Yeah, your Swati. Other one. And then, oh shit, your ascendant and your sun are exact same degrees. That's
rare.
Damn. And
wow, you're so accurate. Amar. So accurate.
Fill me in on this. I need to know.
I mean, I don't know the implications off the top of my head. I just know that's like definitely rare. Like having because when two placements are right next to each other like that, like that's like a yoga. Because that's what my moon and Jupiter, they're both at 3 degrees. And when I got my reading, he told me that that's like some type of yoga.
Yoga.
Seems like each one of us have a lot of yogas in our chart.
I got like 8 yogas.
And the moon, yeah, that's
amazing.
That's basically the same placements as my Mars and Mercury. And remember, I asked you on the DMs if you if you went by water, and you said yeah, like your whole life.
Oh, yeah. I was born and raised by water all my life. The Great Lakes, Midwestern boy.
Oh shit! You're from.
I was born and raised in Ohio.
Ohio. You know where
me and old
Mansfield
girl
is?
was talking
Mansfield,
about that.
Ohio?
I call her Lemon Tree.
Have you ever? You know where Mansfield, Ohio is?
Yeah, it's a big prison town.
Yeah, that's where my cousin lived. Like,
Yeah,
I'm
it's
familiar with Mansfield. I was born in Michigan. So
really,
yeah,
that's dope. What city in Michigan?
Ann Arbor.
Oh yeah. I haven't been there yet, but I'm semi-familiar with Michigan. But yeah, I was born and raised Northeast Ohio, home of the Cleveland Browns. That's my favorite team, y'all.
My name is Cleveland Brown.
Okay. You better recognize. Yeah. And new. Even a bear.
Bro,
Lord, move.
Your chart is I'm fucking with your shit in Libra, bro. You have like your ascendant, Sun, and Mercury are all Swati, and then between like 8 and 10 degrees. That's oh shit. You got an exalted Jupiter too. Fuck.
It's 11 o'clock.
Your
Thanks,
Jupiter is
man.
exalted. Now your Venus and Libra too.
Venus is in
Chitra.
Libra.
Hey, bro, tell me this. Have you your content? Have you deleted your content?
From what, YouTube?
YouTube, Instagram, whatever. Like
Yeah, I started over.
content
Yeah, I
video
used to
creation.
be a bot, man. What I I used to glorify thug life and stuff like that. So it's like I've what I like to call shed my old skin, people, places, and things. So like I had YouTube where I used to rap, Instagram where I mean, you know what I'm saying? Like I've been through
Yeah,
a lot of transformation in my
bro,
life,
get
bro.
this. So Chitra, I have Chitra in my Rahu, and in the video I was watching, he was saying how
Mm.
that Chitra they basically they destroy their creation because of they understand like what projection it sends, and they don't fuck with that, like they don't fuck with that projection anymore in that
Hmm.
sense, so they delete it or they destroy it and make something else out of it.
Yeah, see, my thing is that I've been in and out of consciousness, literally not like passing out, but like being on autopilot. You know what I'm saying? I struggle with that. You know what I'm saying? Like I'll reach a certain level or whatever, you know what I'm saying? Nothing in particular, but I'll reach a certain level and then I'll fall back to sleep. Reach a certain level, fall back to sleep. But each time I learn a lot more about myself. And so where I'm at right now was I'm still trying to fully, I know this might sound cliche, but I'm speaking from the heart. It I'm trying to recognize my true powers, if that makes sense to anybody.
It makes sense to me.
Yeah.
And I don't know if you looked at my YouTube video that I put up,
I
but
did. I watched that yesterday.
yeah, so it's like that part of the in the YouTube video is about shadow work. And like
Yeah,
I said in the
I
video,
fuck
like
with
I
that. That was
didn't.
a nice ass video. Like the vibes that like for at least for me, I could tell it was straight from the heart.
Yeah,
And
yeah, yeah. I
yeah,
was literally,
yeah.
I'm not afraid to say, like, I was literally trying to hold back tears while I was making that video. You
Yeah.
know what I'm saying? And it's like, I don't want
I
to
salute
project
you for that
certain.
video because I know it's not easy to come in and talk about like feelings like that and shit.
Man, that's, I mean, it's deep, man. It's like, and it's crazy because, like I said in the video, like I had that specific trauma. I didn't even remember that. It was the fact that me praying and trying to talk to my mom, you know, and I felt like I connected with my mom on a deeper level. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? To a point to where I felt like I had her trapped, you know what I'm saying, in a box because I
So
never forgave her for certain things.
yo, that's what you talked about in your video, and then like
Hmm.
what we talked about in the DMs. Like when you said that you used to be afraid of the water, in my head, I was like, oh, he must have like Saturn next to his moon, and like
Mm,
that's what right now your Saturn's in Sag is 2 degrees away from your moon, and so that explains like the restrictedness, um,
hmm.
like from your story yesterday, and then but then also how it gets better with time, how Saturn like basically right now, because right now you're ending your Saturn return basically. So
Yeah,
yeah,
right.
wow, that's amazing.
Yeah. So like I was saying, man, it just is I really start realizing myself, my true self, when I would get angry or I would be thinking about something ridiculous, crazy, and somehow, some way, someone close to me would, you know what I'm saying, would let me know that they know without letting me know. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, yeah,
So
that.
I'm
But oh,
go
go
ahead,
on.
I'm sorry.
No, I was just gonna say that like I think one of your superpowers is like or like gifts is unconditional love, because that's what I got from your video
Yeah,
that
yeah.
you
At the
got,
end of the
and
day,
like
like,
your Jupiter being exalted, and then also your moon in the sun, like it's in basically unconditional love is like a theme for you, and like you implement that, you know, like from your
Yeah,
video. That's salute. Yeah, I salute you, bro.
that
That's
right
real shit.
there, it backed me into a corner because before every time I go through a shedding phase, I would be forced to shed. It wasn't the fact that I didn't know I needed to shed people, places, and things, but things would come to a boiling point to where either, you know what I'm saying, like for my own sanity, my own welfare, whatever you want to call it, I either had to let go of these attachments because I always see and this is not ego talking. I gotta, say this, but I would always see the good in people. Always. And it got to a point to where I would be able to disarm people because I would see their true heart. And now I'm starting to own certain things. You know what I'm saying? But before it would just happen on autopilot. You know what I'm saying? Always seeing the good in people, even if they didn't mean me any good. You know what I'm saying? I would be doing a disservice to myself in the name of, you know what I'm saying, in the name of service before self.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you got Rahu and RPG.
Yo, that's you got yeah.
See, now I got to sit down and break all of this stuff down, man, because
Yeah, bro, yeah. Because your
I'm
chart is
curious.
definitely lit.
Definitely curious.
Damn, so you is there a way you can go to your the box, like it shows where the chart is?
The box. Yeah. If I can remember how to get there, I think I downloaded it. How do you
I think if
click
you
on
click
those?
the right, go up, go to D1. Oh, I said
D1.
there's no D1. Oh yeah, like shit's.
I
Wait,
think
you
if you
said
go to basic details, there's like a diamond chart that'll show up. Are you logged into do you have like an account?
yeah, I do. Give me one
What
second.
what exactly are you looking for again?
His diamond chart.
You're looking for your basic diamond chart, is that correct?
Yeah.
Yes, sir. I think I downloaded it. You told me to draw it, and I should have drew it because I should have listened. But
It's all
I think
good.
I
You got
downloaded it. Let me see if I can find it. I don't know. This is weird going from iPhone to Android. I only had one iPhone ever, and I totally lost everything. I don't know if this is the exact right chart, but this is the one I downloaded. If not, then I'll take a little direction.
Oh, it's your Vedic birth chart. That's where it'll show up.
This one?
Yeah.
Oh, Laura, don't you have a like Cancer moon or Jupiter in Cancer, something like that?
I have let me look mine up. Yeah, my moon is in Cancer. We have a lot of the similar placements, or not a lot, but we have similar placements because I was born October 3rd. So we got some of the same stuff. Let me
Okay,
pull
there
mine
it
up.
is.
So
Yeah,
my
man. Oh, my bad. Keep on going. I'm just looking at his chart.
You want to share your screen?
I don't know how.
Oh man. Oh yeah, do you have a call?
the middle button on this app should say share screen.
Okay, it says shared image, but it goes to like Messenger. It doesn't go. Oh wait, there's Zoom. Does that work?
You have to hit share screen, and then it'll and then screen on the share screen.
Let me try. Vedic chart. Shares image. Why is it not share screen?
I thought I muted this. Sorry, y'all.
Oh, there it is. Okay, I'm on share screen. Do I just hit screen?
Yeah. Hit screen, and then it should count down.
Okay, then it says start broadcast.
Yeah.
Okay. 3, 2, 1.
Yay.
Yeah.
No, what's happening, guys?
We see your screen, but I don't think you'll be able to see Zoom anymore.
Oh, okay. But do you
Yeah,
see my chart?
We see yours. Not your chart, but we see Zoom.
Are you on the chart?
Oh shit. How do I do this?
What do you see on your screen?
Huh.
There you go.
What if I do this?
Whatever, exactly. Whatever you see on your screen, we see.
Now you see it?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah, you got
new friends. There's Eve and the bear.
Yeah.
A lot of stuff
I
in
know.
the same place.
your ascendant's in Libra.
Yeah, my ascendant's in Libra and my moon is in Cancer in Vedic.
Yeah, and it's in your 10th house.
This kind of smell. Did you smell?
Yeah. And what was interesting, so Christian hit me up the other day and we were talking about it because I think it's my Jupiter, one of my placements. It's amazing how when you break it down in Vedic astrology of like your placements and all that, because it can.
There's Eve and a tomato.
There's like some really interesting stuff, like according to your genealogy too, that can be reflected in your Vedic. So like, for example, in my background on my mom's side, I was talking about like the Swati placements and all that kind of stuff, because I was like, yeah, like it kind of makes sense. But all this healer stuff, because like in my mom's side of the family, like a lot of them were like Turkish gypsies, and they're like, oh yeah, a lot of people with that placement also have gypsies in their family. So like, yeah, so it like comes down to even your very genealogy about like where this stuff passed down.
What
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense, because I mean, in my reading, they were able to tell like kind of like lineage, like spiritual lineages based off of a chart.
Right, and like my mom, she's a Reiki master, and I was telling Christian about that, and Christian was like, yeah, it shows up in your hasta, like you have hasta hands.
Oh
like,
shit! Wait, what?
Yeah, it has to deal with like touch and like manipulation of energy type of deal, like working with your
you
hands.
got hasta in your 12th house, your sun, Mars, and Mercury.
Yeah, and I do Reiki, so like that, that all like lined up right there,
Yeah. That's amazing.
There was so many like correlations to all that kind of stuff. There's this girl on YouTube, if you want to look up more stuff, that does like Vedic breakdowns. It's like Vedic as like cosmetology or something like that.
Claire,
But she
talking
like
about Claire
breaks down
Naki?
something like that. Yeah, but she has
I
like
know.
these videos.
Yeah, I know Claire.
Yeah, they're really thorough.
Putting that shit out there too,
What's her name?
The existence. Claire Naki.
Yeah, like Nakti, like and then like in the title it's like Cosmetique or something like that, like Vedic Cosmetique.
Okay.
Yeah, if you type in Claire Naki, it should just come up. Claire Naki, yeah, it'll come up if you just type that in.
And like she gives really good detail, but like she gives a very, very good detail, but it's very general too. So like you'll be feeling it, but like for example, she was talking about Ashlesha and all of the qualities along with it, and you get a really good breakdown, but like don't feel like you have to resonate with all of it, because it's also like very like it's generalized,
it
right? Like
depends
she's
on the
talking about the
aspects and
qualities.
everything too.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And like, and she breaks it down and how it plays out in media too. So like I got a totally new appreciation for like Jennifer's body and like all these like crazy movies that I was just like, oh, this is stupid, you know? Like
Yeah. Have
I
you
got all new
have you gone
appreciation
through
because I
like
was like, that's Ashlisha. Like
do you like have you gone through like a lot of transformations? Like would you say with like maybe like hair and shit like that, or like tattoos
oh,
and look?
all the time.
Yeah,
All the time. Like
that makes
people will look
sense
at my
because you're
driver's license and and every time I travel, like I always get the double takes because so much of me
yeah
has changed.
yeah
They'll be
you
like,
got because you got Pluto in your first house, so that just means like a lot of like Pluto being like regeneration, kind of like transformation, death and rebirth type of thing.
yeah,
And
and
like yeah
for sure, like especially with my hair changes a lot. My hair and like not really my style. Like my style doesn't really change too much, but my hair does. And then apparently I just keep adding more tattoos. But yeah, and then a lot of internal changes. Like I have a lot of radical internal changes that happen.
yeah exactly, because that's Pluto and like
Yeah.
with yourself, your ascendant, so that makes sense.
Yeah. And then I think, let's see, my Mercury is in some kind of crazy placement too.
Yeah, your Mercury's in your 12th house, so like
Yeah.
that's, and then it being in Hasta is very psychic.
It is. But it also has a lot of like I'll find that that I have trouble staying committed. Like if I really love something, like and I study it, I'll study it, but I kind of bounce all around, or I like phase in and phase out of it a lot. Like I have a heart, like I can't just, like I think we were talking about this last time, how you, Omar, were saying like, yeah, I can just like stay on top of it, like I'm on it. Like for me, I have a hard time, like I'm always doing something related to whatever I'm studying, but it bounces around, so it takes longer for me to like master something,
Yeah, jack of all trades, master of none kind of thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I still like, I don't want to go off that. Like, I think that like jack of all trades is more closer to me too. But I just like, in my eyes, like the jumping around is like, the topics are so related that it doesn't seem like jumping around anymore.
Well, I think that has to do with your
Oh, yeah.
Sagittarius. I don't know where your Jupiter placement is, but Jupiter is the planet of possibilities, and I think
Yeah, my
like,
Jupiter's in Sag too.
yeah, so you see so like the possibilities are endless. Like my very close friend is exactly the same way. Like he can do a million things at once, but he masters that shit too, because like he sees how it all relates, like whereas for me, I just get really frustrated because I'm like, I'm not doing enough. And then I don't know, there's like I have like a different relationship almost to it's I don't know if I hold myself back. I probably do in some way, like through lack of confidence in that, or like, maybe that's because of my Mercury placement, so it's hard for me to see that communication, or that inner lance that's going on. I'm not sure, but
I mean, like Mercury being in your 12th, like the 12th is like subconscious. I know in that like the deck of cards that Travis talks about, it's like the attic, I think he says.
I don't know, when that happens to me, when I feel that it has so many shit going on around, like you feel like you reading too many things at the, and you feel like you are incomplete. If I do understand you on that perspective, but if it is helping you, just look it up, like when you are in college, like I did mention on Thursday, to these guys, that I've been reading like books from Michael W. Force, and I've been reading Kimbanda, and I've been reading um, 10,000 stuff, right? So it looks like it's not a full concentration. It's not a really one focus on one single thing. But at the end of the day, that was like, you know what? I'm just going to look at all these books and all these theories is in a different type of classes. When you go to college and or school, you have like you have biology, you have sociology, you have psychology, you have, I don't know, anatomy and physiology. You have all these classes to finish in one semester, and
Mm-hmm.
your goal is to accomplish your master's degree or your bachelor's or your social associate's degree or whatever it might be. You need all these classes. So in a way, you might want to look it up like that, and instead of being frustrated, just look it up as like a different classes to get your degree as a
Yeah.
self learning in a way. So that's pretty much what I get to see myself like that too. And I'm like, okay, so now I'm reading all these books and all this stuff just to the concept to become a magician. So I'm gonna get my degree as a magician. I'm like, it's gonna happen. So if I have to read a lot, if I have to practice a lot, it's okay.
There's a
It's
word for it too. It's called, I just stumbled upon it. It's called a multi-potentialite
right.
in the
I like that.
multi-potentialite. And I was going through the same thing. And which
Yeah.
is really why I want to find my Vedic stuff too, because it's like jumping between a bunch of different tasks. And it's
Yes.
like when you put the money mindset to it too, it's like, oh, I could do this. Oh, I wouldn't like want to do that for so long. I'll get bored. Or I could do this. Oh man, I don't have enough material or something to do that. And then like it just keeps going on and on in a circle. And I'm just like, yo, let's stop trying to put it in a frame of money. Stop trying to put it in a frame of success. Like it all kind of like blends together in my own way. And it's just, I don't know how to explain it. It's just like,
Yeah, it will click. It will click
yeah, it
where you
clicks.
need to go.
Yeah,
Definitely.
those are definitely really fantastic viewpoints. Yeah, thank you for that. I've been you know what's really kind of opened my eyes recently. So I've always been into like occult magic like ever since I
Right.
was a kid. You
Mhm.
know, like that's just been a calling, and recently because of my meditations, it's been teaching me a lot about focus um and relationship, and I'm seeing, and because I'm seeing all of these relationships that that are alchemical in my everyday life, things are starting to connect a lot easier because I'm starting to see now the magical aspects of all these different things I'm studying and how they relate to one another. Um, so like my perspective is really starting to change towards that kind of stuff, which is really cool. Especially getting into Vedic astrology, like now I'm like, oh yeah, that's totally Ashlesha, or wow, that's very Hasta, or like I'm seeing I'm seeing like where these dominant faculties are playing, and like when they become dominant and then when they kind of take a back seat, and like where I'm being drawn when it comes to that. Like, okay, right now I'm going to focus more on this kind of energy right here. Okay, now I'm focusing on stuff that gives me more of this kind of energy right here or whatever. But yeah, it's a really interesting transition. I like those terms though, and seeing it as like a college degree or something like that's very
Yeah, because
that's
I'm
very
like you.
realistic, right?
Yeah, I'm all over the place too. I learned so many stuff, and it's just like you need to like, just put everything in one, like one class, like concentrate in one class. Sociology,
Yeah.
bam.
Well,
Psychology,
and
bam.
right, like that's why I study capoeira. Like I'm nowhere near like a mestre status or any of that kind of stuff, but there are so many layers to it. Like I feel like a baby each time I look.
Right.
I do an introspection because if you don't train movements, then you're doing the music, and the music is quite literally mantras. And the mantras, each one that you learn has an energy attached to it that you are calling upon for others to tap into. And like when you take a when you go to a music class or you study with the master, they'll often tell you like you have to connect into the energy of whatever you're singing. You need to know what you're singing and don't change it, because each mantra brings into it a state of being. And so that's how, so just in that one aspect, a lot of people see capoeira as this one thing, but it's not. It's an entire lifestyle. It's an entire culture. It's alchemy, right? So like
Right.
I've been it's a like that's been kind of becoming more and more pronounced in one of my studies as I've been getting more in depth with Vedic occultism. I would even call it occultism, like Vedic lifestyle. I don't even know if I should call it Vedic lifestyle. Shit, I don't. Just life.
So
More in touch with life I get, and everything else starts to play. But yeah, there's definitely different. It's all related, like very, very different aspects to things, and but yeah, it is a struggle at times though. Yeah, because there's just so many things in like so little time.
No, yeah, hell yeah. I definitely, it's like you said, so many things in so little time. But I think that we were definitely made for this type of stuff. So.
Oh yeah, I wanted to ask the group too. I wanted to ask you guys your opinion. So I was thinking about this last night. If we have kind of a predestination coming here, right? Like we often talk about, or there's often those ponderings about us having really no control over our lives in a sense. Like we're just kind of moving with them, but we have these tendencies that are predestined, and the idea of free will is a little bit more limited than what generally is thought. Do you think that we actually have a choice as to how we reincarnate or how we do things? Like you know what I mean? Like if I'm like, okay, when I die, when I move on, I want to manifest in a different plane of existence. Like I don't want to come back here. Like, do you think we actually have that choice, or do you think it's kind of already been made?
I don't know. I think it kind of goes along with the choices that we make. Like the choices that we make will eventually lead up to where we want to be. And then like where we want to be is going to be ultimately like what was destined, I guess. Like, I don't know how to make that make sense. Like,
yeah, it does. Like if we already choose it.
In a sense. Yeah, I would say that. Like,
like I already know I was going to do this.
Yeah, in a way, like I always had this feeling like as a kid, like there's that inner voice is just like, yo, you're destined for greatness. Magic is real. Like, and it's just like growing up, it's just like that's been that kind of rooting phrase or that rooting thing that like brought me here. And so like whenever I'm like in a spout or like when I'm down, I kind of like think back to that and I'm like, all right, look at what that one thing I felt in my heart as a kid has transformed into. And it's just like you can't even really doubt yourself at this point. But at the same time, it's like I see what you're saying about being a part of something bigger. Like, do you really have a choice? Like, what is that Godhead? And so I'm reading a lot about Krishna right now in the book Dharma, and how they're saying that everything is in service to the Godhead. Like once you're living in service to Krishna or the Godhead, like you don't really want anymore because it's like you become that in a way. Like you become those wants or those desires. Like if you kind of embrace the Godhead, like service to that is service to you.
So like essentially embracing what you want, like not the short term, but like really who you are.
Yeah, exactly what it is. I'll see if I can find a passage, but yeah, it really in the Christian mind frame of I was brought up to, and immediately go into like atheism or agnosticism, and then like having a Wiccan face. It's like still kind of deprogramming like that service to Godhead. Like, what? I don't want to worship anything. Like, fuck that shit. But like worship it in a different context is like what I had to do actively while reading this book, because it's just like doing the Hare Krishna mantra and just doing that every day is what it says. It's just like, just dance and sing Krishna's name and you will be in service to the Godhead. Just eat, breathe, drink Krishna. I'm like, still that Christian motive is coming in my head. Like, I don't want to worship anything. Like,
Right.
I'm noticing that, like, it's just Dharma. Dharma means nature. It's just like, just obeying your nature, just going with that flow is what's ultimately going to get you where you need to be. And that's what God is. And it's just like awareness and being aware is targeting that nature. It's getting down to your true nature. It's like shedding away your thoughts, shedding away your biological functions and needs. It's like, that's what meditation does. It centers you in that very, that state, that piece of the Godhead, that Krishna, essentially. So I have to finish reading the book, but I'll let you guys know what I find.
Yeah, please do. So like Hare Krishna, right? Like that's what you're reading about?
Yeah, it's a book. It's about Dharma. And
Okay.
Let's see, I don't even know where I put this damn book at, but it's gone now. But yeah, it's like it doesn't talk about all the other gods. Right now, I'm on the chapter of cleaning the heart by hearing of God, and the first page I turned to is it says messages of the personality of Godhead Sri Krishna are non-different from him. Whenever, therever, offenseless hearing and glorification of God are undertaken, it is to be understood that Lord Krishna is present there in the form of transcendental sound, which is as powerful as the Lord personality. Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu in his Siksastaka declares clearly that the holy name of the Lord has all the potencies of the Lord, and that he has endowed his innumerable names with the same potency. There is no rigid fixture of time, and anyone can chant the holy name with attention and reverence at his convenience. The Lord is so kind to us that he can be present before us personally in the form of transcendental sound. But unfortunately, we have no taste for hearing and glorifying the Lord's name and activities. We have already discussed developing a taste for hearing and chanting the holy sound. It is done through the medium of service to the pure devotee of the Lord. And let's see, the Lord is reciprocally respondent to his devotees. When he sees that a devotee is completely sincere in getting admittance to the transcendental service of the Lord, it has thus become eager to hear about him. The Lord acts from within the devotee in such a way that the devotee may easily go back to him. The Lord is more anxious to take us back into his kingdom than we can desire. Most of us do not desire at all to go back to Godhead. Only a very few men want to go back to Godhead. But anyone who desires to go back to Godhead, Sri Krishna helps in all respects. And that's the page I bookmarked. Honestly, that's where I stopped at. So that's pretty spot on. So
Yeah.
that's crazy.
Yeah, that is. I was listening to, that kind of reminds me of a lecture that I was listening to, the Tetragrammaton with Seven Bomar the other day, because I like to revisit his stuff the more information I do, or I learn about, so I can kind of understand it better each time I go through. And he was talking about how what he understands as to be like the Godhead being like cones of light, and there's like this filter, so there's like a cone of light, and then there's like this filter, and then there's another cone of light underneath that, so it's like as is above so is below type of deal. And that's us, like each one of us is part of it, is this.
Yeah, it feels like this study, like this group is like a laser beam. It's kind of like the light being concentrated and refined to more of the particles like it. Like, we're not just an incandescent lamp. We're not just,
Right.
LED
We're not
diodes.
shit you buy at Home Depot.
Exactly. We are laser beams right now. Pew, 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 pew,
Yeah, we're that laser
pew.
technology, man.
When did you like? How long have you listened to Savon for? Because he's probably the first person I listened to get into metaphysics. I was an ambassador for Secret Energy for a minute, like for a couple
Oh,
months, like in it's 2021 right now, in like 2019 I would say. Like we
yeah,
had a
I
couple
would
Southern California like meetups and stuff like that with like 5 or 6 of us.
Yeah, I would say maybe around 2019, because Tetragrammaton was the first of his videos that I saw, and I didn't understand what the fuck that dude was saying. I knew it was intense, but I was like, what? Like I couldn't. I like the like I just I from my background.
That video, yeah, I know exactly.
That was the
He's
first
wearing,
video of
like,
his that I saw.
he's wearing polo with Secret Energy on it, and he's talking about his first
He didn't
Kundalini.
even. Yeah, like I think then he was getting like he was just kind of like floating around at that point, or like just starting to like really organize.
Yeah, I watched that video so many times. I like there was a playlist where I would just go to sleep watching it, and that was one of the videos.
Yeah, like I just keep revisiting it because there's so like because each year I get more and more hip to what he's talking about, especially because in some of his other videos he breaks it down in ways that I can understand. But like there were a couple of them where I'm like, what, because he'll go off, like he'll like start
goes in. Yeah, he goes.
like he'll start and then he'll just be like, it's like this, and then this is like this, and then this splits into this, and then you're, where are we right now?
In some of his interviews, I feel like the people, like, if they could keep up with him, they would be able to like ask better questions and shit. But sometimes like he just goes so in that there's nothing really for them to say, and he just goes in for like 2 hours.
Who is this?
Savon Bomar.
Oh god, it's so good. He's like really, really brilliant, and
Yeah, he's a genius.
but yeah, he goes off, and like,
is it Understanding, the channel?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's really, really
I'm gonna send you a nice video night from here.
Okay. Bet.
Just like,
and what's cool too is that he breaks into like Vedic stuff. So because you're researching all of this, I feel like you're going to understand what he's talking about a lot. Like where I was coming from, I was doing like Wiccan stuff. So like I was like somewhat into it, but I was very surface. You know what I mean? Like I didn't, like it was really hard for me to understand. Like I understood like vibrations and frequencies and light particles, but not relating it to the way how he was. But now that I'm getting into a lot of Vedic scriptures and all of that, now I'm understanding a lot of what he's referring to, because he refers to them a lot.
It just feels like a lot of the Wiccans that I meet that are around me, it's just like it's very surface level, and they have like a bunch of infighting, and it's just like, yo, like this is not it.
Damn, sorry, my microphone turned off. Yeah, it's a lot. With the Wiccans, what I find is that a lot of it has to do, like, they're really into, like, who I've met, they're really into, like, manipulating material, which is cool, but you can only kind of go so far, and, well, you can go many directions with that, but, like, it gets, I don't know, I've gone into, like, some weird places before, like...
We're not lying, though. It's been like a lot of clan fights, like local clans in like the area.
Yeah.
It's just like, oh, we hate this clan, so they're not allowed here, and we're gonna do this to them. And I'm just like, okay.
Yeah, like, and I was coming from the viewpoint, like, I always knew I never really belonged, because like I never really wanted to be part of a clan, but I wanted to be part of a study group that was into this stuff, and like every time I would try to talk to them, they'd be like, oh, well, like,
cheers.
Yeah. Or they're like, like, who did your initiation? Did you do your initiation to the mother goddess yet? And I'd be like, who the fuck is the mother goddess? I thought I was going along the lines that I was God. Like, I don't understand.
Right?
Like, they'd be like, oh no, who do we take? And like, for me too, I'm big into history. So like, like when they bring up all these deities and stuff, for me, it just had completely different symbology. Like, it wasn't just having the statue, or like just what they like represent because you found their definitions on Pinterest. Like, there's like so much more.
Yeah, I had a
to it,
friend who was trying to make me her high priestess for the longest time, but she's not working. I don't even know what she considers herself, but she practices. But she's very religious with it. And like looking at her surroundings in her house, she's very dirty and like kind of negative. Like, I always got like bad vibes, and I'm just like, I agreed to become her high priestess, but then like eventually I just kind of like cut her off. I was just like, nah.
You have disappointed me for the last time.
She like was telling me about her initiation and how she had to eat these poison berries. Like, her mother forced her to eat these poison berries to like the brink of death, to where she had to initiation. I'm like, yeah, I'm not doing that. Like, there's got to be another way. Like, I'm not trying to die right now. I don't.
Yeah, that's. I had this one lady who I worked with who claimed that she was Wiccan and therefore we need to be like best friends,
Mm-hmm.
And it was really weird. Like, she did like this chakra. She was like, I can do a chakra cleansing because she talked herself up. And so I was like, that's cool, like, here, I went through my beat, but I was like, yeah, that's cool. Like, I'd love to do like chakra healing or whatever. And she like held a pendulum above my head and just like circled it a couple times. I was like, all right, you're good. I was like,
what? That was easy.
I don't really feel anything.
Those mommies make it look so hard.
Yeah, I was like, all the chakras? You got all of them?
You sure?
That's quick. I need to learn from you. Shit.
Yeah. Like, oh, okay. And like, and yeah, and then like, and then like the more research I did, like, again, it's like the Capoeira thing where I was like, I don't even know what the fuck the chakras are anymore. Like, I don't know what any of this stuff is anymore. Like, it has all these different meanings and contexts. And yeah, it took me down to a totally different place. So then I went into the Kundalini yoga thing, which was great, but I got a teacher who was just like mad. So that didn't work out.
Angry man?
No, like, so like, I believe that her Kundalini was awakened. Like, I believe that she was able to get in touch with everything around her. But unfortunately, she hadn't dealt with her subconscious traumas from like her humanity. So because she never dealt with that, it held her back, and she would have these visions, and she just stayed in a constant state of fear and like this crazy clinginess. And like, her whole practice ended up being like very tainted, and I had to like leave because I knew if I stayed with her, it would not be the energy that I would want to cultivate for myself.
Right.
When you said it was tainted, what do you mean? How did it feel tainted?
Like, I didn't want to let her in. Like, because there was so much. Okay, like, for example, right? She came to my house to lead a Kundalini yoga training session. She said, before I come in, you must cleanse your whole house. And I was like, yeah, like, okay. So like, she gave me these specific rituals to do, and I did that. And I had another roommate at the time, and he was in his room, and he's like super friendly, kind person, And she came into my house like sniffing, like be like,
oh God,
like, yeah, like sniffing all around. And she gave my roommate, who's like the nicest dude, literally was a yogi, like way before I was even into this stuff. Like, when I was doing my Wicca stuff or whatever, he was reading Vedic, and he was doing these amazing practices that I'm now learning about, like. He's like, he was so open, and he was like, hello. And she just like gave him this like really like evil stare. And then she told me that like my dog, so my boy dog, he has anxiety and he barks a lot. And she was like, your dog, is exactly like all the men in your life. They control you. And I was like,
Oh, so she had man problems in her life. There we
yeah,
go.
like she never learned how to work a computer because apparently she got molested by a computer, like by a guy next to a computer, and therefore like she never taught herself how to use a computer. Like that's where I say like her human traumas held her back, and therefore she kept projecting that onto others, or like she wouldn't leave her apartment for days, you know, like because of what was happening, because she believed that like everything was so poisonous that like she couldn't do it. Yet she would like, but like if I was on a fast, she'd be like, you should have sugar, you know, like just like crazy shit that like just kind of like crazy stuff. And like when I told her I didn't feel like I wanted to train with her anymore and kind of stood on my square, like she just like started to insult me, you know, like, oh, well, you're just in a completely different world. That's why you don't understand where I'm coming from. And I was like, yeah, I'm probably in a completely different world. Like,
yeah, that's
yeah,
the
you're right.
I felt
You
from
felt
the
hurt.
friend.
You felt hurt. You heard her. She was so. Oh.
Yeah, because she never had someone leave her like that before, or
Right.
leave her before, because you know she does pump herself up to be this amazing Kundalini teacher, and she is. Like when I would study with her, it was great. But then there was also like this competitive aspect too with her. Like one time, I went to her house, and she had me hold this one. So I guess it's like a stomach exercise, but it's essentially like plank. You know, that like you're sitting down and you lean back and you lift your feet up, and like you hold it. And I could tell that she was like struggling because I could hold it longer than her.
Oh no.
And I was like, dude, this isn't meditation, this is competition. Like
Hey,
I'm trying to get in contact with my third eye, and you're trying to see like how you size up against me. Like this doesn't seem so zen. Like
Yo, Amar.
Yeah.
Does it seem like I'm trying to compete against you with the books and stuff?
No, I don't think so.
See, I do use it as competition, but it's not toxic. You never know.
Yeah, like I don't see it as like that type of competition. Like
yeah,
I
like
see
there's
it like the type of competition like June was talking about before. It's like motivating. So it's like if I see you reading, I'll be like, oh, like I want to read too, but not in the sense that it's like I'm gonna one up you. It's just like I see that as like a motivation thing. It's like if I see you do successful, it's like, oh yeah, I want you to do more successful because
like
that's
Ash Ketchum.
something that I see. If I recognize that, then that's like recognize that within myself too. That's how I see it.
Yeah, like you're each other's inspirations in a way. Like you're like, okay, we're gonna like competition. I feel like if you're to inspire each other, that's another thing, or to inspire yourself to be a better version of yourself, that's one thing. But if there's competition solely because you're just uncomfortable, that's not really going to work out.
That's like when you get like that lower tamasic like inertia state of ego, and like, it's kind of like it's like more of a self-delusional state. It's like
that's exactly
you're trying to lie to yourself at that point. Like
exactly
it's like toxic competition. Yeah, I definitely don't think it's that. Sure.
A lady who was trying to have me be her high priestess. A couple years ago, I had a Samhain ceremony at her place, and the whole time I was just quiet. You know, I invited a couple people that I wanted to introduce to her, and I was just quiet. Like the whole time, like I touched her tarot deck, and she was just like, looked at me dirty, like, you're not supposed to touch my tarot deck unless you ask the person. Just like, all right, like I'll put it down, like damn. And like she has PTSD, and her husband abused her, and she has like chronic back problems. She's on like some opiate medication, and like she has a boyfriend and other delinquents that live in the same house as her. and that don't ever help her. But her boyfriend helps her. Her husband's in the Navy. It's just like a very odd hodgepodge house. So I went to Samhain at and I brought a couple pictures of my nana, my grandparents. I think my aunt, my aunt, and we had them posted, and we were sitting down to eat dinner, and we were all in like this reflective silence, and a fucking huge rat just skitters across the top of the fucking wall, and I'm just like, oh right, this is it. I am out. Like the energy
That was
is
it.
not here. That was it. It was a fucking huge ass rat just crawling above the food. I was just like, oh,
Yeah.
this is it.
Message.
I'm not supposed to be with this energy. Like no high priestess shit here. Like I always felt iffy about it too, because like I don't know, I got like this vibe that, you know, I wasn't like, I was being kind of like not completely honest around her, like about how I felt, and I was just always like trying to like impress her and like appease her or whatever. But like last year was a defining factor that like I was starting to understand more about this shit than she was, and I'm just like, she asked me to come to her Samhain this time, and I kind of like just, I was flaky. I didn't even tell her I was not going. I was just like not even appearing. But yeah, that shit did it in for me. It's like my ancestors are like, get the fuck out of here.
Yowza.
Yeah, stuff gets weird when you study the occult, you know, because, and it's such a personal thing because you're already going against the grain, right? You're already like, you know, like what are we, you know, and you're and you get a lot of different answers.
You do. You really freaking do.
A lot of different people, and man, and that was, yeah, it was just so, it can be very toxic. And it's also though very rewarding too. Like I always have an appreciation for, you know, that woman, just because regardless of all of her stuff, she really was connected. Like there's no doubt.
Mm-hmm.
There's no doubt, you know, and I respect someone who's able to bring themselves with that amount of discipline to that level.
Right.
You know, that's a lot of work, and that's a lot of self-discipline, and that's a lot of, and I hope that she does enlighten people to be better with themselves. Like I hope that she can uplift others in a way that she doesn't feel upset about.
Yeah, with this friend of mine, she was the type of person that has a big, claims they have a big heart, quote unquote, and they just take everybody in, but like they don't take into account like if they could sustain it for themselves, if it's good for themselves, they'll keep bringing more and more onto them, even if it keeps breaking them down. Like they don't look at the entire situation. So like she kept, like her house was like kind of like foster's home for like the downtrodden, and like they would just take advantage of her, like not pay rent and all that shit. I'm like, yo, kick them out. Like they're not doing anything to help. They're just taking up space, being depressed, bringing down your energy. Like kick them out. And she's like, I know, but they don't have this. They don't have anywhere to go. And if they end up doing this, it's gonna come on me. And I'm like, that's not your fault. That's not your problem. Like they're bringing you down. Your house looks like this because you're in this state. Like, but she would never listen. She would never see, you know, she always was in that mind frame of I need to help people instead of looking at, okay, how am I helping them? Exactly.
Do you know much about her family situation? Like, was she kind of the savior in her family, or was she the one?
She was brought up in a very toxic way, like abused by her mother, I think. Like her mother abused her, didn't want her. She was put up for adoption. She finally found her real mom like a few years ago or some shit. But yeah, it was just toxic all around. Like she has this kind of, I don't even know what she calls her spirituality. It's like this hodgepodge, like native kind of thing. I don't know. But yeah, like her husband, like I said, he abused her, pushed her out of a chair. She has chronic back problems. She's still with this guy. And it's just like, you know, every time I go over, they want to make black jokes like, hey, Winter, you want some fried chicken? And they'll always be like fucking laughing and shit. I'm just like, all right, y'all, like, it's not even funny anymore. Like, you make the same ass fucking jokes. Like, chill the fuck out. Like, but they're like, you know, people who are just very open and don't really reflect back on what they say or what they do. So, you know.
And what you say is a spell, right? Like, and that's why and you know, even for myself, like I'm always trying to deprogram myself from my own cognitive dissonance.
Right.
Because I have, you know, like, because we always say stuff that we don't really mean, or like we'll lie just to make a situation more comfortable, or you know, well, and we have all these kind of cover-ups in our culture, but what we don't understand is that that affects our life and others.
Mm-hmm.
And
Yeah,
like
it's especially hard when you like growing up in a family that really didn't have too many problems. It's like that's the hardest thing to just decondition, because it's like, you know, looking at my mom's behavior, like whenever I wanted to do something that she didn't really feel comfortable with, but she was like on the edge, she'd be like, go ask your dad. And then like, you know, my dad will blow up at it like, no, you're not going out to this. And it's just like, what'd your dad say? And it's just like, all right. And or, you know, along the aspect of, you know, it had to be a 2-parent agreement whenever I wanted to like go out or just do something that was just outside of their like supervision. It's just like I had a safe upbringing. But like in that safety is like where a lot of the trauma is in my mind, because it's just like a lot of times I don't even know where to start when deprogramming things. Like for instance, with my boyfriend, it's like he's used to honesty and like speaking whatever comes to mind, and it's just like I was really used to just keeping the peace, because it's just like, you know, my mom and dad were like night and day. My dad was like History Channel buff, Doomsday Prepper buff, ancient alien guy, you know. I watched he's like, you got to know that this is reality. A lot of people don't live in reality kind of guy. And my mom, you know, she's, you know, Dancing with the Stars, Dance Moms, kind of like, you know, I'm just like naming the shows they watch to kind of give you a
wow, what a combination.
yeah, churchgoer, you know. So it's just like my mom like never really spoke her mind, and my dad was kind of like her savior, because her mom died when she was like 9 years old. So like my dad kind of gave her that structure. So it's just like I see I have like a lot of animosity towards my mom that's in my subconscious, because my dad kind of like took the reins with like molding my perspective of the world, and that's like the biggest thing I have to decondition, and like getting back in touch with like my perspective of femininity. Like, you know, growing up I had like a lot of guy friends, which kind of led to me being more over sexual than I was supposed to, like kind of an imbalance there. So it's just like it's very subtle, like these very subtle things that I have to like deprogram. And like with that friend that's the pagan, she like you said, she was a good teacher. Like she helped me out when, you know, these guy friends weren't being too fucking kind to me. Like I went over her house, she was like, take a bath, use my bed. Like she brought me fruit in the bathtub, she always let me stay over there. She gave me like great advice at times too. And it's just like, okay, she was needed in that period, she was needed in that time, but like all creations have to be, you know, destroyed in order for it to maintain its sanctity or whatever you want to call it. But
right, I mean, like
yeah.
matter changes its form, right?
Yeah, exactly. So it's like this laser light of a group, it's been very grounding. And it's just like I've always been wondering, like, when is this going to come to an end for me? Like, when is that going to be marketed? Like, how will I know when this group is no longer helpful? Like, when will there be a time where we no longer meet? Like, it kind of makes me sad, but you know.
Well, let's not focus on that. You know, like Travis shared a video that I absolutely loved. Oh my God, their names are so long. Don't even ask me to recite the name of the guys. But I just don't want to disrespect him by saying something really like terrible with his name. But he was talking about people who focus so much on the past, and he was like, well, why don't you focus on the future? Like, not many people think about 10, you know, where I want to be 10 years from now, or 15 years from now, or 20 years from
now.
Oh, I'm going to say yes, but I don't know.
I think I know what video you're talking about if it's by him.
Yeah, but I loved it because, you know, at the end he goes into, you know, he's like, yeah, this he's like, so just think about the future of where you want to be, and use that as kind of your anchor into the present moment, and then realize that the future was never going to come. There's only the now. And it was just so great because it's like, yeah, all we have is now. And, that doesn't mean that we need to like fear the future because it's unfamiliar, but instead what we're resonating with right now is this level. And so that's where we are. And maybe this group will, if anything would happen in the future, I would imagine it's because, like somebody's becoming a guru in another place, right? Like, oh, like, well, Travis moved to India 6 years ago and he just hasn't come back. Like, we're like, Amar is now, giving lessons in Tibet somewhere, or Himalayas, last I heard, I don't know. And, like Shango decided to, take his family on a trip to Hawaii, and now I think they're in a vortex somewhere. Like, like I could just see something like that happening, where it's just like we just ascend to these points, where, oh, there's Alora, she's living and learning from Seven Bomar right now in Costa Rica, and has been there for the past 3 years,
Is that
Now
like
teaching.
Is that something you're down to do? Because I was thinking about doing that too with the retreats that they have. Like, because I definitely want to meet it.
That is on my list to go, but like I don't know, like I have such a hesitation towards it, only because I don't know if it's my lack of confidence, because I'm really like, or what, because I get so intimidated when I talk to people who are on that level. Like I even get a little intimidated talking with you all, just because this is the first group that I've been a part of where it's like we're getting to those sub levels where I don't know a lot of the answers, or I haven't done nearly as much research or anything like that to be like, oh yeah, you must go this way, young Padawan. Like I don't,
felt the same way. The same way last year when I joined up. I felt the same way. So
yeah, and like seven. Right. And like Seven's one of those people that I feel like if I try to talk to him, he's going to be like, well, and then we have this vortex that goes in this because it's all light and la la la. And I'm just going to be like, oh, shit.
No, I think Savon would do a good job at like, I think he does a good job at like meeting that person where they're at. Like, at least that's like just my head. But no, yeah, I definitely want to meet him too.
Yeah, that's my goal. Like that's one of my goals. One of my goals is to just like stay there for a while. I don't know for how long, but I want to stay there and just interact with those people as well, and just kind of feel where they're at. Like, can you imagine just eating their food? Like what? Drinking the water? Like that shit is pure.
I'm trying to go on a trip with Savon, because I know he'd be he takes I don't know if it was like ayahuasca or like what type of psychedelic it was, but he took it a lot before.
Wow, I would do that too. I would have to, I wouldn't want to burden him, but I would kind of ask him to be my guide, like, but I wouldn't want to burden him.
No, just take it, and then you have to.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, have you tried contacting him?
Have I tried contacting him?
Both of you. Have you tried contacting Savard? Beaufort. Sorry.
Bomar? Seven Beaufort.
Seven Beaufort.
I've talked to him once when I was part of the secret energy. Like when I first joined, he like replied to one of my in the WhatsApp group, but that was like 2 years ago now, 2.5 years ago.
Do it again.
Yeah.
Like,
he's one of those people though where it's like, what do you say?
No, I definitely like. I mean, I plan on like doing an interview with him like later on. I mean, it's still in the work. Like I haven't even gotten that figured out, but I'm gonna do interviews.
Wow. I'd watch that. That'd be amazing. Yeah, I saw an interview with him and Offset with Lucid Living. Good God, man. That was really amazing to see. But yeah, I would love to. I definitely want to study with him. And I feel like I just want to show up and just learn. Like I don't even have an end result. Like I don't want to be an ambassador. I don't have to be none of that other shit. Like I just want to download that information.
Oh yeah, I was just doing it for the perks because you get like the access to the information that you get through being the ambassador, like their archives and stuff. And then I bought the University 1 and 2. I finished 1. I haven't finished 2 yet, so I have to do that. Like that reminded, like when you said Save on Beaumont, like I had hella fucking. I'm remembering that now I have a whole one of his courses that I have to fucking finish.
Nice. Yeah, I had one of his books that was like a free download that he gave. Hey, pups.
Oh, the Code to the Matrix.
Yeah. I had that for a while when I first started, but I didn't but yeah, and then I've just been listening to his podcast and his speeches and stuff like that. And I really want to I definitely want to visit his space.
No, yeah, I mean I take a lot from him. Like those are one of the people that I take and emulate his like speaking style and shit like that. And I try to incorporate it. But yeah, he's really articulate.
Yeah, he is. Yeah, he is. Well, he's had a lot of practice too.
Yeah.
I feel like we're all getting practice. Yeah, he's definitely someone. Him. Yeah, those are, and then you guys have completely opened up my whole, like, I feel myself growing into my true form, like the more, like whenever there are these types of discussions, like I feel that transcendence, you know? Hey.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, I feel that just because it's so, because there is, because there are those things where it's like, okay, I'm familiar with this stuff, but now let's go a little bit higher. Now let's go a little bit higher. So like the mid-level as to where we're always or as to where everyone's always meeting is always a little bit higher than last time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Even though we may touch on the same topics, there's always a little bit new. So it's not too much of a drastic change, but there's always moving forward.
Yes. And there's enough space for you to introspect on and bring something to the table, because it's like, okay, now we're focusing in on this detail. Like these are 11-hour discussions that like happen just because like we're just talking about how chapter 5 of the Kybalion.
Yeah. And everything else we've learned in the past few days.
Yep. Yeah, it's like it's definitely a meeting of the minds here. It's like a true mystery school.
Indeed.
Yes,
Indeed.
Yep.
Yeah.
Sorry? Let me be a little bit selfish here real quick, if you don't mind.
Please.
Okay, so you kind of caught me at an in-between time. So like what was mentioned earlier in the messenger thing. What, from your perspective, what do you think would be maybe an interesting idea or two that could help improve this, or you think that could be done for people joining, or what do you think could be some beneficial things that could be set up?
Wow. I'm really honored you're asking me that. Thank you. Well, after I blush. No, I'm kidding. Well, these study sessions are huge. And the resources to study, the books are huge. I think if there was also a platform, so what a good question. Like how to build this up, because we have these, so these are like study groups, right, where we talk about these different chapters and books, but then along with everything else, we really break it down. Maybe if all of us kind of share as well, see, because the thing that gets me is that we all kind of naturally also share our strengths and what we're trying to learn in. So outside of this, we reach out to each other. Like, you know, like that was like the other night, like between Christian and I, like we hooked up afterwards and compared charts and talked about astrology and stuff, just because those are her strengths and that's something that I want to learn in. And we noticed that we had these correlations and we wanted to share that information. I think it would be cool if we maybe branched out on that and made it a little bit easier for each other to reach out to one another. So then we can have these study group sessions, but then also too, if some of us are looking more into maybe this particular faculty that someone else has a strength in or something like that, there can kind of be like branches coming off of this main trunk of the tree, you know, maybe something like that.
Are you using
So
Instagram?
like, what's that?
Are you using Instagram?
No. This is the second time you've asked me, and like it's making me want to get an Instagram, but there's a part of me that's like, no. but like I also know that that's one of the connectors. Like that's definitely, it's like a Facebook, right? Like it's one of those things where like it's a connector to communities. So
I'm only asking.
yeah.
We just have this little chat thing where we kind of share the information that we're reading at the moment. You know, Amar might come up with something, I might drop something in there, Chango. Nothing
Yeah, that
crazy.
that would be really cool. Maybe even setting up a podcast. And having something like that as well, because I know for myself, I love these study sessions and all of that. And like I would love, like I think that it would also be cool to have a podcast where you can kind of further the information. Let's see, what else? I don't know, because right now too, we're pretty restricted, right? Because like we're all from different places and we're pretty much getting together through technology. So that's kind of like our main source right here, right? Of connection. So it's not like we can have like and physical conferences or something like that.
Yeah.
It's not going to be happening.
Soon anyway.
Yeah. So I mean, until then, let's see. And then something with the books too, like these study sessions are really, really good. I really like the idea that the website, like one of the things that really that made me want to be a member was like, you know, to help you finish these books. Like, let's finish these books. Let's get, you know, like, let's talk them out so then we can comprehend the information more. And then we'll want to like complete these books and do this stuff. So maybe also like having guided meditations, like more meditation stuff. Like I know the one I'm reading right now, oh my God, since joining this, I've gotten like 5 new books and I'm reading them all at the same time and it's killing me. It's great, but it's a lot. But like, there it is. Yeah, the Kundalini Tantra. I've been doing the exercises from that. And it's my first like, and so like for me, I've been working on doing the Anja meditations, but I don't feel confident yet in doing just the first. So they have you do 3 exercises for the first, or 3 types of meditations for the first month that you're supposed to do, like every like, right, like every day, and they're supposed to be, and some of them it's preferred that you do it earlier in the morning because that's the most psychic time or whatever. And for me, I've been practicing just the first exercise just so I can get decent at it until I incorporate, then I'll practice like the second exercise until I get decent at it, then the third one, and then put all three together. But it would be cool to have other people to do that with at certain times.
Gotcha.
Um,
Question: do you also have Dharana Darshan?
I do. I have, well, okay, hold on. I have, or did I order that one? Is that the new one coming in? I have Samkhya Darshan. Yes. Yeah, I have Samkhya Darshan. I have the Bhagavad Gita. I have Kundalini Tantra, and then I have the Kybalion. Yeah, so I do not have the Dharana Art Darshan. I do have, let's see, I do have the Magicean. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Because I'm pretty sure they talked about Kaya Strathium in this book.
In the Dharana Darshan or in the Samkhya Darshan?
And Kundalini Tantra.
Oh, they give you the techniques.
Matter of fact, I mean, I do have the audio book for the first part of Dharana Darshan.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I was listening to it.
Okay. Probably the best exercise to start with is that Kaya Strathium, to be honest. That's almost
Okay.
like the canvas. If all these other techniques are the paint, Kaya Strathium's got to be the canvas.
Okay. Because yeah, in the Kundalini Tantra, they were also saying to like start off with like Hatha yoga to kind of start with like opening things up.
Mm-hmm.
And I was doing it. I don't know what it is, but I just did not feel a connection to it. It's weird. I don't know if that's something that's normal that like maybe you just have to work through. But like with other kriyas and stuff, or like practicing kriyas period, and just like working on the meditations, I felt like that was doing more for me. Although I felt some benefits of the hatha, I wasn't like able to fully commit without resistance.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay, so these are good. These exercises in Kundalini Tantra are good, but you might want to check out the video where I read Kaya Strathium.
Okay.
I think there's a PDF until the book comes in, but that would be the best one of these practices to start with, because really it teaches you how they would recommend sitting still and doing it right. Before all the other meditations, that's the one that they usually mention doing first for at least 5 to 10 minutes, then jumping into the next one. So that's what I mean by it's a canvas if these other meditation exercises are the paint to be applied. If you
Okay.
because even that one itself, he says you're pretty much never going to master it, but it's good to get used to doing that first. It's like the warm up.
Yeah. Is that the one where the bottom of your foot is touching your it stimulates your sexual organs, so you're able to generate the energy up not remembering which stance you're talking about. Is it? It's not like the lotus pose, but you know, like the one where you bring your foot in.
I know what you're talking about. Not necessarily. It's not necessarily that.
Okay.
This is more of the framework to get started. It's pretty much a basic comfortable meditation pose, but the practice itself is the framework for what should be, you know, how to clear this all out and be still.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah. I would say if you do that and you practice that one, the rest of these will be a little bit easier.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Yeah, I'll do that. I will certainly check that out. Yeah, because I mean, meditating in general has its own benefits, right? But there's like a certain effect that we're hoping to achieve here. So
Right.
I want to train myself so I can achieve that effect.
With these exercises in particular, what we found is that they're actually building up to something. You know, most people when they talk about meditation, it's just like this general thing. Oh, sit down and relax. But these exercises from this group here, they're all like pieces of an arsenal that are building something. Like a lot of the exercises in the Dharana Darshan book, from my perspective and experience so far, it seems like if your body was this giant robot that's just been laying dormant at the bottom of the ocean, it's like you're finally getting into it and you're like cranking it up and warming up the engine and getting the electricity flowing. And you know what I'm saying? You're really cranking it up and getting it hot before you actually use it. So it's almost like each one of these exercises are step by step of turning this machine on.
Yeah, which is so crucial. It's so crucial. Like, what was it? Oh, what really woke me up was I did the chakra cleansing meditation that you have on your channel.
Yeah.
Oh my God. Oh my God. I was like,
Yeah.
you know, it's kind of like when you go in a detox and you just like lay a big old shit like in a toilet kind of deal.
Yes. Yes. What's that stuff called? Haritaki.
Haritaki. Oh man, bro, I didn't know. The first time I took Haritaki, I was talking to Mike. I took a scoop. I took the scoop like he said, just like a spoonful.
Throw it back.
And I was like, all right, that was whatever compared to what happened after. I was like, yo, Mike, I gotta go, bro. I did not know this was gonna be like this.
Excuse me,
Oh,
you can't
no.
control your brain.
That's-
You can
oh,
relax
man.
and have a good time. You believe in the
That was good.
Kybalion. I get it. But please
Yeah,
don't
the
throw it away.
Haritaki cleans you out.
What's Haritaki? That's the shit or what? Like, what is that?
Haritaki.
It's it's a mushroom thing, but it's like a detox. It helps with the liver trap. Is that right?
Well, that's one of the things it helps with, but mainly it helps the digestive tract and all those organs of cleansing and purification and all that. It's a regulator of the body. If you're talking Ayurveda, I think it says it rids you of excess pitta.
Oh, okay. So do you just like fast and then take that alone?
You can just take that. It'll
Okay.
situate your from my experience, it'll situate your diet.
Okay. Yeah.
I'll probably take my
Okay.
scoop soon.
I try to take one like in the middle of the day and one like literally before I lay down in bed.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Oh, you know, that'd be another thing too, to have a resource where we can find these herbs and like and a place where we can buy them from that's legit, you know, that isn't like always from Amazon, but instead like from people themselves or
Excuse me, Wednesday, right before the full moon. Full moon.
okay.
Wednesday, right before the full moon. Full moon.
All right, it's a plan.
I'm sending you a link right now, Alora. Just for easy access.
Oh, thank you.
Right there. That's the video to the Kaya Stritha meditation. I don't know if you can find a PDF for it. but it's only like 12 minutes. But yeah.
Okay, great. Thank you. But yeah, like that, so yeah, that chakra meditation, that really woke me up. I actually got kind of scared. It wasn't a bad thing or anything like that, but it was one of those situations where I forget where we were. Like it was like the second or third time I had done it. First time I was like, whoa. Second time I was like, ah, and then third time I was like, ah. Like there was this whole situation that happened. Like I still can't forget it in my head. It was like I was completely like there was a point where I was just out of my body, like everything was moving. It was like dematerialization was happening, like through the just her like like that, where she just goes into her chant, her mantras, some with her voice or something like that, or maybe it was just the mantras themselves, I'm not sure, probably all of it. But I felt like my stomach separate from the rest of my body, and like I felt the chakras, like how they have sometimes in the diagrams when they show you like the chakras aren't going like this, but it's more like a plate almost.
Mm-hmm.
Like that's how it was for me. And like I couldn't open my eyes, like I was just fixated on dematerializing. Like it was just like this sudden release, and my mind was kind of freaking out because it was like, what's happening? And and like so all these little thoughts were kind of going in and out, like, okay, we're not really in control anymore, we're not sure what we're doing, this is a wild ride. And 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 I just kind of rode with it, and then I just got knocked out. I just like meditation wasn't even done and I just got knocked out. Like, like when I woke up, there was like, some birds in the background, and like it was done. And I knew that I needed to really get in touch with my being and figure out what all that was. I hadn't had a situation like that happen in a really long time. So yeah, it was that meditation. And I just really, I really, really loved that. And then when Christian mentioned the other night, the Ana Bakoach, I've also been messing with that recently. The first time I've listened to that prayer and worked with it, I definitely felt a little bit of a transition. Second time, it's like a little less of an impact. And then I don't know, it hasn't been my third time yet. But yeah, that has a different, for me, it has like a different kind of effect than the chakra cleansing. So like it's very cool how like these things, how like meditations do fulfill different purposes.
Yes. Chakra dhyana. It's very close to the exercise that's right after Kayastratham called chakra shuddhi. They're both actually really close. And that same feeling that you got is what happens when you do some of these practices from Dharana Darshan. It's the same thing. It's showing those systems were already in you, but through that guided meditation, it's showing you how to, activate and stimulate them. So imagine that there's a part 2 to that and a part 3 to that, and you're continuing open up different pathways, right? There's just the chakras themselves. Then there's one that meditate that you focus on from front to back. There's another area of the chakra. The chakra is actually on the spine. There's a part called the kshetram that's on the front. So you circulate the energy back and forth. Then there's one that's called the japas that you go up and down. And essentially you're opening up all the nadis and pathways of the body so that prana is really flowing through. Yeah. It's all connected to a bigger thing.
So I have a question. When because you guys have, in my head, you guys are like on, you've mastered it over, and that's just for me. Like, I understand you guys aren't maybe won't call yourselves masters or anything, but for me, you guys are mastering or learning to master yourselves. And so you have maybe I'll just say, just for humble sake, y'all got a lot more experience than I do in this. So like, how does it play, like when you talk about like correlations in your material world, you know, like, and how it plays out, like I find that since I've been practicing, I'll be on like this high for maybe a couple of hours or whatever. But then when I go to work, that's like an extremely stressful situation, I'm able to identify my attachments, right? And I'm able to be like, oh, like today, for example, right? Like this kid was just like screaming like nonstop, right? And it's just like, oh man, you know, like just some real bass root chakra type stuff, right? And and I was like, you know, and then all these other kids are acting out, and you know, and I'm supposed to be supervising and taking care of them. And in places where I would get emotional, I would feel that tug, but I'd be like, oh, this is an attachment. Why is this an attachment here? I can let that go. Like this, like, but it didn't stop me from being annoyed. You know, like, do you feel annoyed at certain points anymore? Or like, how do you relate to high stress situations now?
So, that's a good question. I think you really hit it on before you even asked it when you talked about that non-attachment, right? That's really the biggest side effect that you start getting from this, is you really start to see the triggers, and you see that the attachment to them and the need to respond really starts to dissolve and fade away. So you talk about these high stress situations. At least for me, it seems like before, when such things would happen, I'm instantly wrapped up in it. Heart's beating, I'm looking around, I'm trying to figure out, what do I do next, or how do I respond? I got to do the right thing. That was before. But I'm finding now that doesn't kick in. Like, it kicks in for everybody else, but I'm still like the way I was before it happened. You know what I'm saying? I'm able to observe other people freaking out. I'm able to see what's going on in the moment. Okay, there's a situation. I can kind of see it from a bird's eye view instead of being wrapped up in it. I guess non-attachment is easier. And not running away from it, not like, oh, this isn't happening, not that. I mean, just like, you see it without being wrapped in it.
Yeah, like, but when you have to deal with like for example tonight, right? Like today, like, man, I see myself, I saw myself in my stress state, and and like I still went to the back office and ate chocolate, right? But like it was less chocolate than before. And like there's definitely this awareness that's coming in where it's like I don't have to handle it in this way like I used to. But I'm still handling it. I guess, is it more like I guess maybe it's the resiliency that gets built up more, in the sense that like you're able to engage, you're able to have more capacity for it, because like, you know, I was thinking about how like I kind of got stuck today in it a little bit when all this shit was going on and like around me, just like, you know, crisis after crisis after crisis. And it was like, okay, like, you know, at first in my head, I was like, if the universe is mental, I sure as hell didn't ask for this. Like, like how do I, you know, you will all be like eating cotton candy and be happy, you know, like, you know, in my head, I was trying to be like, if I think happy thoughts, they will be happy people, right? And like, it didn't, you know, and it didn't work out. And so, you know, my second thought was like, okay, well, you have to control your reactions. I'm like, yeah, I know. So, you know, as I'm sitting there and I'm controlling my actions, I feel my annoyance. I'm still feeling annoyed. I'm still dealing with this attachment, and this attachment isn't leaving me because I'm in this stressful situation. And so for that, I'm able to see from a bird's eye, but I'm still feeling
You know why?
the effects.
You said a keyword at least 6 times.
Attachment.
You said another word multiple times.
Feeling.
A different word that causes your anxiety, that causes the frustration.
Annoyance.
You said control.
Oh. Thank you for observing that. Okay. So when you give up, here's a thought. So if I am to give up control, right? But I can't stop needing to follow through with the consequence, because in these situations, it's either these people will either hurt themselves or others. So I still have to maintain some level of insistence.
You have to do your job, right?
Right. How do you balance that then if you're to release control? Like, I almost have this association with control of like there's a lot that I have to control. I have to control my reactions. I have to control my tone of voice. I have to control how I communicate. I have to control, right? If I were to lose that, I'd be like cussing people out left and right and just
Hey, nobody said lose any of those things. As a matter of fact, those are things that you absolutely can and should control.
Right. So then what is the giving up of control?
I didn't say give up of control, but maybe
okay,
the attitude towards this concept of control, right? So
mm-hmm.
clearly and easily, you can control yourself to not cuss these kids out, to not let them hurt themselves. You can control your emotions, your attitude, right? But can you? Those aren't the things that are frustrating you. Controlling yourself, that's not frustrating you because you could do that.
Sometimes it frustrates me. If we're being honest.
That's under your control. You have a choice to, you know what I'm saying? If you didn't have a choice, that'd be different, but you do have a choice. I think what I'm more hinting towards is the things that are outside of your control. Because outside of the things that you listed, you can't control. You can't control if this kid is gonna have an outburst. You know what I'm saying?
Right. Like I can, like I think my main frustration is that I don't want to feel like I should have a reaction to this because I know what it is. And yet in a lot of situations, it's like if I need to figure out a way of how to communicate to them in order to assist them in seeing another way of how to handle anger, frustration, or their emotions in general, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so it's like, how do I navigate that? Because you're right, like I don't mind controlling my reactions because there's no way I'm gonna cuss out a 6-year-old or something like that. Like they're a baby, you know? Like I know that, you know, they're so cute. But like they're, you know, or like even a 16-year-old, like they're little snots, but you know, like I adore them to death. When they're great, when they're good moments. But like, but I guess what gets me is that in their bad moments, I see that not in their bad moments, I'm sorry, in their states of dealing with their emotions that they can no longer control, I feel upset that I feel like I'm losing grasp of my control. And so in trying to kind of fumble and figure out a way of communication, and when sometimes there isn't communication, and a lot of times you really just need to wait it out until it's over and then talk to them or something like that. And so it's like, yeah, where do you find balance in that?
Allow me to grab a hold for just a second. I feel,
Please.
I feel like Amar would have firsthand experience, maybe with what you're dealing with. You think that would
Yes,
be?
he would.
I was just gonna say because like I deal with the same stuff because with the like just the other day with my kid that had like the 5-year-old, like he was just screaming in my face too. But something that I'm learning about that's helping me get a good grasp on all this is the NLP by like looking into NLP stuff by David Snyder when he talks about like frame control and then like the whole process of I have notes. I don't have that shit memorized. Um like the first thing you do is like so the first thing you want to know your outcome, and then once you're able to control your state, then like the kid, so it all starts with controlling your state first. So like for me, if as long as I'm controlling my state, then the kid will subconsciously be mirroring my state with like the whole mirror neurons and all that. So what's basically what I'm trying to say was help me is working on a subconscious and subliminal level. So most of what I do now is all like subconscious and subliminal. So I'll have like I'm working on like entities that I'm creating and like correspondences so that like I could wear something and just that symbol I'll be able to um like subconsciously talk and communicate with that client basically.
Wow. That's a thought.
So it's like now I don't even because like I don't even work consciously anymore basically or like minimally. So it's like most of my shit is subliminal and then it feels like the conscious part kind of takes care of itself.
Huh. So like you wear certain colors.
Yes, so I mean we wear blue, so that's already like good for that. And then I'll have like my necklace out. And then also like actually like using like my like intentions and like thought projection to like when I'm like if I'm tapping the kid's like head, it's like I'm actually like tapping on his like third eye or something like that. So it's like I know that I'm already programming their chakras. So now it's like I'm consciously like doing it.
Mm-hmm.
So it's
Okay.
like I was already like everyone's already like even the therapists that are not into this, they're unconsciously programming chakras.
Right. So if you have so like say, because there's a lot of people who run off of like attention, right? So like they'll like go to the max to get your attention. And so one of the tactics is planned ignoring, right? So we'll be
Yeah.
like, okay, well, I'm just like, I like to tell them, okay, well, I'm going to let you do your thing. And then when you're ready to come and talk to me, I'll be here.
Yeah. Yeah. Cause there's some things that if I was allowed to do it, I would do it completely differently. You know what I mean? Like, yeah. But like, there's some shit that if I did, I would just get fired. You know what I mean? But like, because I know that one of the moms, like, she told me, like, oh, you can talk to my son, like, you can yell at my son if you want to, because like the way that she's like, or talk sternly to him, but like if I did that at the office, like my supervisor would not like that, basically. But like the parents do it at home, so it's kind of like, because I noticed that because the kid would yell at me, and I know that like the kid's just not gonna yell by itself, by himself. You know what I mean? So it's like at home there's yelling, so then he comes to the office and he'll do that there. So
That's
it's
right.
like yeah.
Yeah, like, and so we're a 30-day. So let me give a little background here. We're a 30-day Oh God, you all are turning to. Oh, I don't mean to turn you into my therapist. I'm just trying to like.
No,
What
you're good.
Thank you. So, because what I'm trying to do is, I'm all of these practices I'm incorporating into all other aspects of my life, right? So this is a pretty big aspect because I work 40, 50 hours a week doing this kind of stuff, you know? And so that's a pretty big chunk of my time.
Yeah, 40, 50 hours a week is definitely like, yeah.
Yeah. So, and a lot of it is communication. And so, like, so what we have is a 30-day group home. It's a 30-day program, and a lot of our kids, you just know that home life is not good. Like, these kids come in, and yes, I'm sorry, it's less optimal. Like, you see these kids come in and they have all of these behaviors, but you know they stem from these extremely traumatic home life. And like, I've been there a couple of times where the kids have been actively removed from that home while they're in the program. And then they go through a whole other trauma of not being wanted or not being or being taken away from their home, and then we needing to find a placement for them within that 30 days while dealing with their behaviors from that home, and now these new behaviors that are going to come up, right? And so a lot of times they're like, they don't really know how to handle me or any of us, because we come in and have these tactics, and it's like, okay, well, I've never seen this before. And so sometimes it's a great thing, but then other times, you know, like, we got these kids that are like, well, I know when I go home, my family isn't going to implement any of this. So really, I really don't give a fuck. And, you know, so it's like, well, then recovery really isn't possible, right? Because you're not even meeting me halfway. Like, we're like, you don't want to be here. And you know that there isn't going to be any change when you go home, that like, this is just solely a different environment for now. And so it's like, so when these behaviors come about, even though we may handle it in a different way, the child kind of blocks the programming because they know that when they go home, it's going to be the same as it was.
Yeah, that's why with the like the whole NLP and stuff, it's like shit they can't block because it's
that's what I want to
unblockable.
learn. Like, what,
Yeah,
you know,
you
like,
know, since it's unblockable, it's like that's just the solution. You know what I mean? Even when they go home, it's like a subliminal seed. So it's like it'll sprout up basically.
right? Because really, in the end, they're going to be the only ones that are going to be responsible for themselves.
Yeah.
You know, like, no one is looking out for them when they go back. No one, a lot of times, you know, like, they're on their own afterwards, which is terrible. Like, our system's terrible. But I mean, that's the reality of it a lot of times. And so how can like, I'm kind of struggling with my own reactions, because I have to find a way that will at least ensure that something's getting in there.
Yeah, like something's getting into their like subconscious.
So if you
Yeah.
have a roadmap of the mind, there's no roadblock. If you have a map, there's no block. If there's a block, that just means the way that you're using the method is not the correct method for the person. One of the things I have been saying lately is you have to know who you're talking to in order to communicate to them, right? Because everyone receives information differently. Some are more stubborn, some are more pliable. There's never a one trick for all. But one core thing that does help is maintaining your frame. And that goes to what Amar was saying. When you walk into that room, there's something about how you're operating that rubs off on these other people. These kids and everyone else, they gauge you before they respond to you. You know what I'm saying? And if
Mhm.
you're, and it all starts, it's so subtle. You know what I'm saying? It's like if two guys walk up to each other, and they're trying to be tough and aggressive, you can tell before the bravado starts who's real and who's not. You know what I'm saying? The dude who breaks eye contact first, or he's doing a bit too much to prove that he's, you know what I'm saying? If you know what you're looking for, you can tell that stuff. It's so subtle. So you have to master yourself on that subtle level. And what do I mean by master yourself? I mean, like what Amar said, the first step is to know your outcome. Before you even step to this person, you got to know what it is that you're trying to do. Then you have to figure out who it is you're talking to. So I guess to kind of bring it down to more relevant terms of what you're describing specifically, when these people, when it's the children or anyone, when they're acting in such a way that it forces you into a position to react, you're already out of order. If you're being forced to react, you're not in a seat of power. You get what I'm saying?
Right.
So
Mm-hmm.
that's kind of more what I'm saying. When you do this meditation, you're doing these practices, you're centering yourself and you're living in that center. You're always in a state of now. So that's like what I was saying. Whenever these high stress situations happen, before I'd be reacting to it. Like literally, I'd be in that moment. Oh, I'm on reaction mode. What do I do next? Now, it doesn't matter what's happening outside of me. I'm still operating from my center. And
Mm-hmm.
these children and adults, they can sense that. There's a saying that goes in all these psychology books. The person who holds the frame the longest wins. There's power to that. That doesn't mean that you always have to be fearless. Doesn't mean that you're always super confident. But if you can at least hold it longer than the other person, they have no choice but to believe that you're serious about it. In other words, what I'm saying is by the way that you carry yourself, you're putting them in the reaction mode. So them putting you in the reaction mode. The person that's making you react is the one that's in control.
Right. I mean, yeah, we tell them about that. I mean, that's one of our big things, right? Like, when kids want to fight each other or whatever, it's always like, well, why are you letting them control your emotions? Like,
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
like
Same thing.
they just won. Yeah, it's the same thing. So really then it's about the capacity of being able to handle these moments and really just handle yourself within it. It's not like the moments are ever going to go away because that's the uncontrollable part. It's the reaction timing that you have until there is little to no reaction that you do actually have, except for one that is of appropriate consequence. I guess I'm trying to word it so that I'm not using reaction, right? Because I feel like that gives the word reaction it's almost like a two-edged sword right there, right? Like for every action, there's reaction, but you're trying not to react. So
Yeah. Yeah.
In 7 Habits of a Highly Effective Person, he talks about, by Stephen Covey, I think his name is. He talks about, he changes the reaction to proaction. So it's like, quote that goes along with it is like basic. It's like between stimulus and response. In between that, it's like man's freedom to choose. But it's basically saying that that's the difference between a reaction and a proaction, is that when you're reacting, between stimulus and response, there's no type of control. But when you're proacting, you're able to like detach, see it from a third eye point of view, and that in of itself is not reacting.
Okay, so the proaction is the act of detaching and coming at it from a third party point of view, in a way, higher self point of view, in a way.
I would say that's closer, yeah.
That space between stimulus and response. So the stimulus isn't bad and the response isn't bad, but there's mostly two choices. The first choice one can make is automated, unconscious, just instant reaction, right? That's powerless. That's autopilot. But then the alternative, I think, is what we're trying to go for here, where you're able to see it, observe it, and make a decision as opposed to being forced, because that's what's happening, being forced.
Yeah, okay. Like, so now what's kind of coming up in my head is like the whole assumptions, right? Because one of the things that leads to reactions is that you may have an assumption about how something turns out. Like they call it fortune telling, right? It's like, oh, I know what you're going to do before you even do it, kind of thing.
Yeah.
And so like let's say it's a continuous thing. Like I know this kid is not going to do shit for education. Like they are just not doing it. They haven't been in school in a long time. You're just not going to make them do education. They're not going to do it. Like, so you don't want to go into it with that attitude, but at the same time, you're you understand that that's going to be a bend in the road. a way how the mind has mapped itself to to operate in a because that is how it has operated easily before. And okay, so when you approach situations like that that are so ingrained, right, and you're trying to be proactive or with that, kind of wondering how you would be able to detach from that assumption that they would just not that they're not going to do it, to maybe today they'll do it.
If you see a black male walking towards you, you know, statistically, according to the news, you're gonna get mugged or some shit. Do you clutch your purse and scramble to the other side of the road?
No. Oh, well, okay, wait, hold on. Are we talking like statistic? Like, are we talking about the general reaction of people, or like you said, according to the news? So are we talking about like that, like according to that? Or are you talking about me personally?
There's a lot of possibilities, but you don't have to attach to any of them.
Okay. So we're talking under the natural
just like with your situation.
Huh?
The situation you described in the first place. Right.
Okay.
There's all kind of possibilities, but you don't have to attach to any of them.
So then how can I implement a communication strategy? Do I just kind of write it out and see what they do?
Is your question, you have to come up with some type of training and education for this person, but their background is they're probably not going to go along with the typical training education program? Is that what you're saying? maybe I misunderstood it.
Okay, yes. So, okay, so I'm going to give you like real specific. We got these kids who haven't gone to school for a long time. Okay. So we do 3 hours of education every day.
Mm-hmm.
We split up the times. There's 2 hours in the morning, 1 in the afternoon.
Mm-hmm.
Every time it's time for education, you put math in front of them, they're not doing it. You put anything in front of them, they're not doing it. They walk away. They're like, I'm not doing it. Right? No way to do it. However, in this system, it's really important to get an education so you can learn how to have basic skills and eventually get a GED, right? So you can get a job and all this kind of stuff. So it's our job to coach them on the importance on this aspect of the importance of engaging in education, right?
It's 1 o'clock.
How do you do that and detach yourself from the assumption that they're going to walk away if you are aware that that is part of their programming?
Okay, so everyone can be influenced. Nobody's uninfluenceable. You just
Right.
have to know the roadmap. Every person's mind is a new map, a fresh map, regardless of what anything says. If you can just understand that person's map, if you can just get that one piece of the puzzle, you can solve it. Nobody's impossible. Everybody can be touched if you just know their map. And there's not many maps. There's different pieces and combinations of maps, but everybody's got one. There's no getting away from it. So one of the easiest ways to do the impossible with stubborn people, you still have to listen, but what you're listening for is you got to figure out what this person needs, what this person wants. To you, oh, he needs to get a GED, he needs to finish this work, he needs to get a good job, he needs to do good in life. But who says he wants any of that? Step one is to figure out what that person wants, like what they really want, not just saying some shit that you want to hear. You got to find out what they want and attach what you want to what they want. You got to attach it. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
That person's never going to be motivated to do anything other than what they want.
Right.
Is there a way that you can get that? Like, you know, it's just like the reward system kind of thing. Is there any way to maybe figure out what motivates this person?
Well, yeah, I mean, so that's one of our functions is that we try to find out what motivates them. And these are some tough maps to read recently. Because you got right, because you're like, maybe it's tangible, maybe there's sensory, maybe there's these different
There's only 8.
Right, like it's got to be like one of these, and sometimes it's like a mixture or like what, and you kind of try to find the right combination.
With the person that you have in mind, do you think any
Yeah.
of these things stand out on the screen?
So with the person who I'm thinking of
On the screen.
Dang, hold on. Let me get a close up of this.
Do I need to take a screenshot and send it to you on Messenger?
Okay, I see survival, empowerment of food and beverages, freedom from fear, pain, and danger, sacred companionship, considerable living conditions, to be superior, winning, keeping up with the
care and protection of loved ones,
care and protection of loved ones, and social approval. Okay.
Every human
survival and empowerment of food and beverages, and freedom from fear, pain, and danger. Those 3.
Enjoyment of food and beverage, freedom from fear, pain, and danger, survival, enjoyment of life, life extension.
Yeah, minus the life extension. They don't have a value for their own lives.
Okay.
But they want to survive, but they don't.
So is there a way to make it clear, profoundly clear to them, using their language, that what you want is directly attached to what they need? And I say in their language because everyone speaks in their own language. I mean,
Right.
maybe getting a little too deep into it, but I mean, like, some people they speak more tactile, more hands-on, more earth, more grabbing. Some people think more in terms of what they see. I just see this for myself, or I can see. Some people are auditory. It helps if you can listen and see what kind of words they use. I'm going to send you this in a picture, by the way.
Thank you. Yeah, well, and that's what I've been breaking into, especially with the structure of magic. By the way, I caught on that you understand my communication style. Like, I feel that Amar would have a better way to like, what caught you do that? But you're right. There's yeah, so that's what I'm trying to figure. So that is definitely where I'm at, where I'm trying to figure out what their language is, because it's obviously nothing with our program. Like, we have, you can earn a leisure. If you earn a leisure after engaging in so many of these activities, you get a snack.
Mhm.
But they don't thank you, but they don't care. Like, however, anytime it's a meal, they'll steal food. And so it's like, it's a it's like a control thing
Mhm.
that is rooted in survival.
Mhm.
Yet there's so much abuse that they haven't really opened up to any one of us. They don't share feelings. Feelings are a no-no. They don't share aspirations. Aspirations are a no-no. It's literally just kind of like, I'm going to get by just until I go home where I can do whatever I want.
Do they like you?
Yes, they
Do they?
do. I'm just surprised by it because I just found this out the other day, but they do.
Okay, that's huge. That's great.
It is.
Do they know you? Do they know anything about you?
They do.
They know you, like, they know who they're talking to, not just your name, but they have a sense that they know you.
Yeah,
How do you know that?
because I am